Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Charles Boyer and Jane Wyatt. Production, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. Director, Joseph Mankiewicz.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield. Always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And that's the biggest plus in cigarette history. By the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present, transcribed, the story of a very romantic ghost. Our adaptation is The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, and our stars, Charles Boyer and Jane Wyatt. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Mr. Charles Boyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's Screen Directors Playhouse production, The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, poses a very interesting question. Do you believe in ghosts? Of course, tradition says they do exist, and many people claim to have seen one. But whether you believe or not, please bear with the ghost I portray. Captain Daniel Gregg is a rather interesting personality, and I like him.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. And now here's a word for discriminating smokers.
You see it in the newspapers.
No unpleasant aftertaste.
You hear it on the radio.
No unpleasant aftertaste.
You see it on television.
No unpleasant aftertaste when you smoke Chesterfields.
It's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
Science discovered it. You can prove it.
Science discovered that of all brands tested, Chesterfield, and only Chesterfield, leaves no unpleasant aftertaste.
Prove it yourself. Smoke a pack of Chesterfields. They're always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking. And Chesterfield is the cigarette that leaves no unpleasant aftertaste.
That's the biggest plus in cigarette history.
No unpleasant aftertaste.
Science discovered it. Prove it yourself. Buy Chesterfields today.
Now, the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, starring Charles Boyer as Captain Daniel Gregg and Jane Wyatt as Mrs.
Ada, prospective tenant. You won't be here long.
Mrs. Muir, I assure you Gull Cottage won't suit you.
Let me be the judge, please.
Why won't you listen to reason? There are other cottages.
That portrait on the wall. Who is it?
The former owner, Captain Gregg.
A sea captain. Oh, I guess that explains the scheme of the decoration in this room, doesn't it?
Which is in frightful taste.
Oh, so you don't like it?
Oh. Mrs. Muir, there is absolutely no reason for you to slap me.
I beg your pardon?
Oh.
What's wrong?
Let's leave.
No, I like this room.
Well, now, there is a lady with taste.
Mrs. Muir, I assure you this house won't suit you at all.
I think I shall redo the walls in sea blue, with organdy curtains.
Organdy curtains? Billy, that you son of a sea cook.
And that horrible tree outside. What kind of a tree is it, Mr. Coombe?
It's called a monkey puzzle tree.
Why?
Because the bark is so smooth, it defies the efforts of monkeys to climb it.
Oh, how sad for the monkeys. I think we'd better see the rest of the house. Oh, my. Everything's so terribly dusty.
The house has been empty for nearly 4 years.
Oh, this is a lovely kitchen. Perfect. Oh, but on that table, food. I thought you said there'd been no one here.
The charwoman was here last week.
Well, she must have left in a frightful hurry.
Well, last heard of, she was on a boat bound for America.
Laugh. Mr. Coombe.
Goodbye, Mrs. Muir. It's the ghost of Captain Gregg.
Oh, wait for me. Wait for me.
Au revoir. And that takes care of that child shall be out before morning. I promise.
Martha.
Yes, Mum?
I've had such a curious dream. Did I close the window before I took a nap?
No. It's shut now, ain't it?
Did you close it?
No, Mum.
I wonder. Oh, well. Let's look in on Anna and tuck her into bed.
Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. God bless Mummy and Martha and poor Captain Gregg in heaven.
Captain Gregg in heaven? I wonder.
Your water bottle's on the kitchen table, and the kettle's on the stove already boiling.
Thank you, Martha. Good night.
Good night, Mum. And be careful of the lighted candle in your hands.
Oh, my candle's blown out. It must have been the wind.
Wind? Yes, my breath.
I'll light it again. It couldn't have been the wind. The window's closed.
Yes, and I shall blow the light out again.
Oh, now, what? I'll light it again. There.
It's no use, madam. You cannot win. You're in the dark again. Well, ready to move out?
I know you're there. I say I know you're there. Oh, now, what's wrong? Are you afraid to speak up? Is that all you're good for, to frighten women? Well, I'm not afraid of you. Now, speak up. I've never met such a cowardly ghost. Now, the demonstration is over. I'll thank you not to interfere while I boil me some water from my hot water bottle.
Light the candle. Go ahead. Light it.
How can I when you keep blowing out the match?
Light it, I say. Go on. The candle. Well, you see? It's lit.
You'll forgive me if I take a moment to get accustomed to you. You're, Captain Gregg?
Yes?
I'm sorry I called you names, coward and so forth. It must have been very embarrassing to you.
Why?
Why? Well, I mean, because of the way you died.
The way I died, madam?
I mean, because you committed suicide.
I went to sleep in front of that confounded gas heater in my bedroom, and I must have kicked the gas on with my foot in my sleep. It was a stormy night, like this, with a half gale from the southwest blowing into my windows, so I shut them, as any sensible man would, wouldn't you?
I suppose so.
Well, the coroner's jury brought it in as suicide because my confounded charwoman testified I always slept with my window open. And how the devil should she know how I slept?
Oh, I'm so glad.
Oh, you have a strange sense of humor, madam.
Oh, no. I mean because you didn't commit suicide. Oh, but if you didn't, why do you haunt?
Because I have plans for my house, which do not include a pack of strangers barging in and making themselves at home.
I think it's very mean of you, frightening people. Childish, too.
Well, in your case, I'm prepared to admit I charted the course with regret. You're not a bad-looking woman, you know. And, well, women are so foolish. They don't know how to take care of themselves.
You're a fine one to say that. I assure you I am quite capable of taking care of myself. The house suits me perfectly. And as long as I pay the rent to the legal owner, your cousin...
Legal owner be hanged. I want it turned into a home for retired seamen.
Then you should have said so in your will.
I did not leave a will. I did not expect to kick the blasted gas on with my blasted foot.
I won't be shouted at, you hear? Everyone shouts at me, and I'm sick of it. Blast, blast, blast.
Temper.
Or laughed at either. I won't leave this house. You can't make me. I won't.
Oh, here, believer. Don't cry. Oh, stop now. Do you hear me? Anything I can't stand is a woman crying. Oh, stop it, blasted old madam.
Oh, I love this house. I felt I must stay here as soon as I saw it. Oh, you can't understand that, can you?
Well, I'd be some truth in it at that. Felt that way about a ship once. My first command. Found her resting in the Mersey. Very well. You love the house, that counts for you. And you've got spunk. That counts, too. Very well, you may stay.
Oh,
on trial.
Thank you.
Now, keep your distance, madam.
Oh, I'm sorry. You've made me so happy, and you'll go right away and leave us alone.
No, I will not go right away. Why should I?
Because of Anna, my little girl. I don't want her frightened into fits.
I never frighten little girls into fits.
But think of the bad language she learned. And the morals.
Confound it, madam. My language is most controlled. As for my morals, I've lived a man's life, and I'm not ashamed of it. But I can assure you that no woman has ever been the worse for knowing me. And I'd like to know how many blue noses can say the same.
She's much too young to see ghosts.
All right, I'll make a bargain with you. Leave my bedroom as it is, and I'll promise never to go into any other room in the house.
But, well, if you keep the best bedroom, where should I sleep?
In the best bedroom.
But,
Oh, in heaven's name, why not? Bless my soul, madam, I'm not a man. I'm a spirit. I have no body. Is that clear?
But I can see you.
All you see is an illusion, like a blasted lantern slide.
Well, it's not very convincing, but, well, I suppose it's all right.
Well, then it's settled. I'm probably making a mistake, but I always was a fool for a helpless woman.
I'm not helpless.
Well, if you're so confoundedly competent, you'll notice that your kettle is about to boil over.
Oh, so it is.
Oh, one more thing. I want my painting hung in the bedroom. You know, the one that's in the living room.
Must I, sir? It's a very poor painting.
Well, it's my painting, and I did not invite your criticism. I make it part of the bargain.
Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't do you justice, and... Well, what do you know? He's gone. Oh, dear. I never realized I was standing here all the time in my nightdress. Oh, that's hardly the way to receive a gentleman, but... Oh, well, a ghost. Well...
My dear, never let anyone tell you to be ashamed of your figure.
Oh!
Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentists or physicians, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. Now, here's the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, starring Charles Boyer and Jane White.
What has she done? I must see her at once. Blast her!
Oh, good afternoon.
What have you done with my monkey puzzle tree?
I expect it's chopped up for firewood by now.
But, hang it all, madam. I planted that tree with my own two hands.
Why?
Well, because I wanted a monkey puzzle tree in my garden.
Oh, think how much prettier a bed of roses will look there.
Roses. I hate roses. I hope the whole blasted bed dies of the blight.
Oh, Captain Gregg, if you insist on haunting me, you might at least be agreeable about it.
Why should I be agreeable?
Well, as long as we're living...
Huh?
I mean, if we're going to be thrown together so much, life's too short to be forever barking at each other.
Well, your life may be short, madam, but I have unlimited time at my disposal.
There you go, arguing again. Try to say something pleasant for a change.
Well, that's a pretty dress you have on.
Thank you, sir.
Much better than ugly black crepe.
I happen to be wearing mourning for my husband.
Whom you didn't love.
Oh, how dare you say that?
Because it's true. You were fond of him, perhaps, but you didn't love him.
I suppose you're jealous because no one put on mourning for you.
That shows how little you know about me.
Some poor, misguided female, I suppose.
3 poor, misguided females, to be exact.
Oh, I should think you'd be ashamed of it instead of boasting about it.
Why? They misguided themselves. I never raised a finger to help them.
That's not what I've heard about sailors.
Seaman, confound it. Sailor is a lover's word. Now tell me, why did you marry him?
I don't really know. He was an architect. He came down to plan an addition to my father's library. I was only 17. I remember I just finished a novel in which the heroine was kissed in the rose garden and lived happily ever after. So when Edwin kissed me in the orchard...
Yes. It was different once you'd left the orchard, eh?
Yes.
He didn't beat you, did he?
Oh, no. Poor Edwin. He never did anything. I'm afraid he wasn't even a very good architect. He couldn't have designed a house like this. Who did?
I did.
It reminds me of something. An old song, a poem.
Magic casements, opening on the foam of perilous seas, in fairylands forlorn.
That's Keats, isn't it?
The Nightingale.
Oh, it's strange to find a sea captain quoting Keats.
Why? Life is slow at sea. I had plenty of time for reading during the off watches.
How romantic. Reading lyric poetry, up in the crow's nest, with the sheets bellying in the wind.
Sails, blast it all, madame. A sheet is a line, a rope. Ropes can't belly.
I don't know anything about it, except that it's romantic.
That's what all landsmen think. Seamen know better.
Then why do they go to sea?
Because they haven't got sense enough to steer ashore. Heaven help the ordinary seaman.
Were you ever one?
For several years, while I learned my trade.
It's hard to imagine you being an ordinary anything.
Hey, you've got callers.
Oh, dear.
Who is it?
My blasted mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Oh, quick, hide or go away or decompose or whatever it is you do.
Oh, you mean dematerialize?
Yes, quickly.
Oh, no fear. They can't see me or hear me unless I choose that they should.
Then please don't choose. I'll get rid of them.
Why don't you let me? I've had plenty of practice.
No, you leave them alone.
Well, say the word and I'll killhole them.
No, you're not to do anything.
Well, Lucy? Talking to herself.
Oh, my poor Lucy, you look so pale.
And what a hideous painting. Why on earth don't you take it down?
Because I like it, Eva. I'm very fond of it. Really, I am.
Liar.
Poor Lucy, we have such bad news for you.
What news is this?
Your gold mine, Lucy. It's petered out. Or whatever gold mines do. They've stopped paying dividends. It was in the Times this morning.
Oh.
Fast now. Don't make a scene in front of these swabs.
I don't intend to make a scene.
Of course you don't. Oh, you're a brave little girl, my little Lucy.
Please.
It should be perfectly obvious that with your income gone, there's only one course for you to follow, and that's to come home now with us.
Tell them to shut up. We'll think of something.
Eva, Mother, I'm sorry. It's very kind of you want me to come back, but I'm going to stay. I'll manage somehow. So please be good enough to... shove off.
Well, you're obviously insane, talking to yourself and everything, and I, for one, want nothing more to do with you. Come, Mother.
Yes, come, Mother, while I kick you in the shins.
Here, I'll help you out, Mrs. Muir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Groom.
I'm so glad that you found a house suitable after all. Silly to think that such a thing as ghosts could exist in the 20th century.
Indeed. How could they?
Still, it is lonely. You should have a man to protect you. The right man.
Oh, Mr. Groom, your car. It started running by itself.
Mercy, how'd that happen? Wait!
It didn't cricket!
Well, another one of your tricks, Captain.
You liked it?
I only hope when I reach the afterlife, I have more dignity than you.
Dignity? Do you call it dignified to throw yourself at a herring-gutted swab like that?
I asked Mr. Coombe here because he's a logical man to help me find lodgers for the summer.
So, lodgers? Oh, forgive me, my dear. I've been seriously misled. I thought you wanted to sign him on for a husband. No, there is no harm done. I will not allow you to take in lodgers. They're worse than passengers at sea.
It's them or starve.
No, not at all, my dear. You're going to write a book.
A book? But I can't.
No, but I can. And you shall put it down on paper for me. It will be the story of my life. We'll call it, let me see. We'll call it Blood and Swash by Captain X.
But it takes months to write a book. What are we to live on in the meantime?
Well, you've got jewelry on it.
I couldn't.
Oh, blast your eyes, madam. Will you try to understand that you can't afford to be squeamish?
I do understand, and don't swear at me.
Start with that ugly brooch. You don't like it anyway.
Really, Captain Gregg, my mother-in-law gave it to me, and I'm really very fond of her.
Very well. If you're so fond of her, you can go back and live with her.
I think I can get about 10 pounds for it.
I'm glad you're going to be sensible. Well, now, since we're going to be collaborators, you may call me Daniel.
That's very good of you.
And I shall call you Lucia.
My name is Lucy.
Doesn't do you justice, my dear. Women named Lucy are always being imposed upon. But Lucia, there is a name for an Amazon, for a queen.
I don't feel much like a queen. I feel frightened and wondering what the future will bring.
Don't you trust me?
Oh, yes, I do, Daniel, when I'm talking to you. But when you're not here, well, it's asking a great deal to expect anyone to trust her whole future to someone who isn't real.
But I am real. I'm here because you believe I'm here. I exist in your mind, and in the mind of the God who made us all.
Yes, Daniel.
Keep on believing, and I'll always be real to you. As long as you have need of me, I'll be here.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's Perry Como for RCA Victor.
Cara, 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 bella, bella, bella baby. How can I express my happiness? Cara, 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 bella, bella, bella baby.
It's available now at record dealers everywhere. Perry Como's sensational new RCA Victor release, Cara Cara Bella Bella. You'll want to own it, to hear it again and again, and listen to the smooth baritone voice of Perry Como as he sings the soft Italian lyrics of Cara Cara Bella Bella. It's a hit, and so is the flip side. Surprising. One record, two terrific new numbers back-to-back, sung by Perry Como, recorded by RCA Victor. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival. Brought to you by Chesterfield. Always milder, better tasting, cooler smoking. Plus, no unpleasant aftertaste. And that's the biggest plus in cigarette history. By the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor. World leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, starring Charles Boyer and Jane Wyatt, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue transcribed with the third act of The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, starring Charles Boyer and...
Last drop out of a bottle of rare vintage wine. This cannot be replaced. Well, Lucia, why have you stopped typing? You haven't finished a sentence.
I know. It's that last word. I've never written such a word.
Well, it's a perfectly good word.
I think it's a horrid word.
Well, means what it says, doesn't it?
All too clearly.
Well, what word do you use when you want to convey that meaning?
I don't use any.
Oh, blast it, Lucia. If you're going to be prudish, we'll never get this book written. Now, put it down the way I give it to you.
I'll do it, but I won't look.
Good. At this point, having had a good drink, I went upstairs.
Why?
Why what?
Why did you go upstairs?
But because I saw no harm in it.
Oh, you must have been very young and foolish.
I was young, but I was never foolish. Inexperienced, perhaps, curious as young men are, eager for adventure, but at the same time level-headed. I matured early.
I wish I'd known you then.
I was an orphan. I was brought up by a maiden aunt in a country village. Now, for heaven's sake, let's get on with it. Where was I?
Upstairs.
Oh, yes. The customs of Marseille are different to any...
Different from?
Oh, to or from, who cares? This is not a blessed literary epic. It is the unvarnished story of a seaman's life.
It's certainly unvarnished.
Well, all right. Smear on your own varnish. Change the grammar all you please, but leave the guts in it.
I believe it would have been nice if we'd included a chapter about your early life, your school days.
Never went to school. I was educated by the vicar.
Oh, poor man. He must have had a dreadful time.
Oh, he enjoyed every minute of it, except when I put a snake in his bed.
Oh, what did he say?
What would you expect a vicar to say when he finds a snake in his bed?
You must have been a horrid little boy. Daniel, what did your aunt do when you ran away to sea?
Probably, thank heaven, there was no one around to fill the house with mongrel puppies or tracked mud on her carpets.
Did she write to you?
Every Sunday for 7 years. I was at sea when she died, the year I got my mate's ticket. What are you thinking about, Lucia?
I'm thinking how lonely she must have felt with her clean carpets.
And what else are you thinking?
About Coombe, the renting agent. He's threatening to put us out unless the rent is paid.
Oh, it's unimportant. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm so tired, Daniel. I can't see straight or think straight.
Now, just these last few pages, and then tomorrow you take it to the publishers.
I hope they like it. They must like it.
Oh, they will.
It's strange. I didn't think so at first, but somehow it's a very wise book.
It has elements of wisdom in it, my dear. Oh, I did not lead a very wise life myself, but it was a full one and a grown-up one. You know, you come of age very quickly through shipwreck and disaster.
I never understood the sea before, or the men who go to sea. Why did you write the book, Daniel? It wasn't really to save the house for me.
Partly that. For you and the retired seaman you will leave it to in your will. Very brave man who always risk their lives for people who never appreciate them. Ship out there. Too close by the sound.
It's the loneliest sound. Like a child lost and crying in the dark.
Yes, he's lost right enough. With the captain cursing a blue streak and wondering why he went to sea instead of opening a grocery shop like a sensible man. Treacherous. Fog in the channel. I'd rather face a nor'easter.
Still, it's honest, the sea. It makes you face things honestly, doesn't it?
There's something in your mind.
Yes. What's to become of us, Daniel? You and me.
Nothing can become of me. Everything's happened that can happen.
But not to me.
What do you mean, Lucia?
When we were writing the book, I was happy. We were accomplishing something together. But now, when I try to think about the future, it's all dark and confused. Like trying to see into the fog.
Yes. Yes, you've been working too hard and cooped up too long in this house. You need a change of scene.
But I love it here.
Well, you ought to be out in the world more. Meeting people, seeing men.
I have no desire to see men.
But you should, Lucia. You are a very attractive woman. Or hadn't you noticed? Really, my dear. You owe it to yourself.
Yes, Daniel. Good night.
Good night, my dear.
Oh, Daniel. I'm afraid we've gotten ourselves in an awful fix.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Muir.
How did you know my name, sir?
I was in Mr. Sproul's anteroom when you left. The publisher, you know. If you'll forgive me, my name is Miles Fairley.
Good day, sir.
It's raining, and I've got an umbrella. And your hat, if I may say so, is singularly inadequate under the circumstances.
I didn't bargain for the blasted rain. That is, I'm afraid I shall miss the last train for home.
There's a cab now. Cab! Where to, Mrs. Muir?
Victoria Station. Thank you so much.
Victoria? What a coincidence. That's exactly where I'm going. We'll go together. I know you won't mind sharing my cab with me, will you?
Not at all.
The word you're looking for is brass.
Brass?
To describe my behavior and me. I'm sure you don't approve of either.
Not very much. But do you write?
Yes, I write a little. Children's books.
Children's books? You? Oh, I should like to see one.
I'm afraid you have. You see, I write under the name of Uncle Neddy.
Uncle Neddy? You're Uncle Neddy?
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Why, you're adored by half the children in the world.
Yes, but deep in my innermost heart, I loathe the little monsters.
My daughter is not a little monster. And she'll be very excited to know I've been talking with our favorite author.
I'll make an exception of your daughter and look forward to meeting her. There's an empty compartment. Goodbye, Mrs. Muir.
Goodbye, Mr. Fairley, and thanks again.
Oh, you're quite welcome. Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Daniel. Oh, have you been eavesdropping?
Brass, he says. I'll polish his brass for him. And the way he was smirking at you. Like a cat. A fishmonger's. You should have slapped his face.
Why? I found him rather charming.
Oh, rather charming. Now you're beginning to talk like him.
Well, how in blazes do you want me to talk?
That's better.
I think you're being extremely childish.
I'm only trying to protect you from your own worst instincts.
I'll manage my own instincts, thank you.
Now, what made you lie to that idiot of a man?
I didn't lie to him.
You did? You know very well your daughter hates Uncle Neddy and reads nothing but Dead-Eye Dick.
Well, I had to say something.
Well, you should have pushed him out of the cab. In another minute, I would have.
Daniel, I believe you're jealous.
So, of course I'm not jealous. You take me for a blasted schoolboy? And besides, jealousy is a disease of the flesh.
Well, I've never known you to be so disagreeable. Now, you stop sulking, or I'll leave the house to the Society for Decayed Gentlewomen.
Oh, after your performance today, I believe you're capable of it.
Daniel, you yourself said I should mix with people, that I should see men.
I said man, not perfumed parlor snakes.
He's a man, and a very nice one. Oh, and anyway, I'll never see him again.
Oh, yes, you will. You're like all the rest of women. A fool for any man who'll promise you the moon and end up by taking everything you have to give.
Hello, Mrs. Muir.
You're quite a sleuth, aren't you, Mr. Fairley? I should think being Uncle Neddy would satisfy anyone.
No, I also paint under the name of Renoir.
You're such a fool.
That's the first nice thing you've ever said to me.
And what, if anything, do you do with Miles Fairley?
Make a fool of myself, generally. Specifically, I believe, most idiotically, about a lady I fell in love with the moment I laid eyes on her. I'm in love with you, Lucy. And I want you to love me, too. I think you will. I'm not going away, even if you send me. I'll see you again and again, even if you forbid it. Happy, dear?
I've never felt like this before, Miles.
How?
I don't know.
Tell me.
Like falling down from high up, all dizzy, unsure.
You won't fall, my darling. I'll hold you.
It isn't right. It can't be to feel like this, like... Oh, I don't know. Oh, darling. Good afternoon, Daniel.
So you kissed that scoundrel, Lucia?
You've been spying on me?
Oh, I merely happened to be cruising in the vicinity.
I don't believe you.
Did you enjoy it?
It's none of your business.
Oh, so you did.
It's none of your business.
Why did you let him?
I didn't. He took me unaware.
Oh, look, my dear, since Eve picked the apple, no woman has ever been taken entirely unawares.
What do you mean to insinuate by that?
When a woman is kissed, it's because deep down she wants to be kissed.
That is nothing but masculine conceit.
Nevertheless, it's true. Now, what happens?
Oh, you stay or you go away. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
I think it matters to you more than you'll admit. Isn't that so, Lucia?
Why bother to ask me, Daniel? You seem to know my mind better than I do. You don't like him, do you?
And I won't like him.
Simply because she doesn't like his books.
Good enough reason to dislike anyone.
Anna's a child with childish likes and dislikes.
He puts brilliantine on his hair.
Most men do.
And he uses perfume. Blasted near drove me off the beach.
You shouldn't have been on the beach in the first place.
So you can find an excuse for everything.
Only because you're attacking him, Daniel.
Perfectly natural human reaction.
I do wish you wouldn't be so superior just because you're not alive.
Oh, and he is. Very much so.
It's no crime to be alive.
No, my dear, it isn't. But sometimes it's a great inconvenience. Only the living can be hurt.
I don't intend to be hurt.
Oh, no captain intends to pile his ship on a reef. But it happens. Be careful, Lucia.
You yourself said I should go about in the world. That means taking risks?
I know, my dear. Real happiness is worth almost any risk. But there may be breakers ahead. Be careful.
Daniel, I've never lied to you. I rather think Miles is going to propose to me. Ask me to marry him.
Oh? And you'd be willing to?
Am I? Why shouldn't I?
He isn't good enough for you, that's why not.
Oh, I know he isn't perfect. Perhaps he's conceited and erratic, even childish. But I need someone, Daniel. I'm not as strong as I thought. I need companionship and laughter and all the things a woman needs. I suppose I need love.
Well, then, I hope he can give it to you.
Thank you, Daniel.
In 1 week, NBC and its affiliated stations broadcast thousands of different programs. News, music, drama, comedy. A world of varied entertainment and information. Who pays for it? The advertisers, naturally, you say. But does the consumer pay for it in the long run? No. And that is one of the miracles of radio. Radio reaches people much more economically than door-to-door selling or penny postcards or newspapers or magazines. Reaches and sells people vastly more economically than if there were no advertising at all. Only quality products are advertised on NBC. And radio helps bring them to you at the lowest possible cost. And now, back to our story.
Going, Mum?
You'll see in a moment, Martha. Oh, by the way, I've been thinking we might put the picture of Captain Gregg up in the attic.
Don't you like it anymore?
Well, it was a silly idea to hang it in my bedroom. I don't know what possessed me. Atmosphere, I suppose. I fell in love with a ghost. A very wonderful ghost. Dreams are silly. So very silly.
I don't know, Mum.
Oh, well. Oh, driver, stop over here. Martha, wait out here for me.
Where are you going, Mum?
To surprise Miles. Visit his bachelor quarters for the first time. Won't he be shocked?
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Fairley, please.
Won't you come in? What is your name?
Mrs. Muir. Oh, but please don't tell him. I want to surprise him.
Oh, my husband is out. Perhaps I can help you.
Husband?
He'll be home soon. He's taken the children to the park.
The children?
You are a friend of his.
I'm afraid I've made a mistake.
A mistake, Mrs. Muir?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I think I understand, my dear. And I'm sorry, too. Truly I am. It isn't the first time that something like this has happened.
Entering log. The year. There are no years in eternity. Still, from my vantage point of forevermore, I can watch Lucia. And though I am no longer mortal, I can feel mortal pain because she has run adrift in earthly time. I've seen her disappointments, her loneliness, and oh, so many times I've wanted to comfort her as she reached out her hands to capture a lost dream. But there has been joy, too. Anna, her daughter, now 22, and as beautiful as her mother, and engaged to be married.
Wait till you hear, Mommy. I've discussed it with Bill, and you're to come and live with us. Oh. You and Martha.
No, darling.
Oh, but you must. You've been alone so much of your life.
Oh, you're very kind, but, well, it's hard to explain. Solitude isn't a matter of company. It's a matter of the spirit. Besides, I love this house, and I've been very happy here, and I shall live here till I die.
With Captain Gregg?
Well, what did you say? Father, the doctor.
Think you want milk now?
Not now, Martha. I'm too tired, and I have a funny pain in my arm.
Now, you drink it up like I tell you.
Oh, Martha, stop bossing me. I don't want any hot milk. I hate hot milk. I just want to be left alone. Bossing me. Everyone bossing me.
Very well, Mum. No bossing I never intended. Only brought them up for your own good.
Call her back.
Bossing me.
Call her back. Weren't you taught as a child never to let the sun go down on your wrath? Call her, I say.
Martha.
Yes, Mum.
I'm sorry I was cross.
They're lovely. It doesn't matter. We all get cross sometimes.
Good night, dear Martha. You're such a good friend.
Good night. Drink your nice hot milk now, and you'll be right as right.
I am tired. So very tired.
And now you'll never be tired again. Come, Lucia. Come, my dear.
Daniel. Oh, Daniel.
I've missed you so, Lucia.
The little old lady in the chair. Who is she?
Look again, Lucia.
That isn't me.
It was you. But the real you is here with me, as it was meant to be. Come, my dear.
Thank you, Charles Boyer and Jane Wyatt, for a charming performance. Our stars will return in just a moment. You know, the human voice is a marvelous instrument. Words on paper, cold words, have only as much color, as much power, as the individual reader gets out of them. But take these same words and have them spoken. Put them in the mouth of a Winston Churchill, and they come rumbling and roaring to life. Yes, whether you're selling ideas or products, people sell better than paper. Advertisers realize this. It's why they pay the price of 30 minutes on a radio network for the privilege of speaking to you for a total of only 3 minutes about their products. And because the advertiser benefits through the privilege of speaking to you in your own home, you benefit by the hundreds of hours of top-flight entertainment each week on radio. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse presents another great performance. Our adaptation will be The Velvet Touch, and our star is Rosalind Russell. The following week, we will present Mother Was a Freshman, starring Loretta Young and William Lundigan. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Charles Boyer and Jane Wyatt.
Thank you. Charles, would you do the honors, please?
Gladly, Jane. An excellent definition of a genius is one who does easily and well what others cannot do at all. In this category, by public acclaim, we must place Joseph Mankiewicz, the gentleman who directed The Ghost and Mrs. Muir.
How right you are, Charles. Not only is he a great director, but he's equally as fine a writer and producer. And for these outstanding achievements, he's been awarded the highest honors the motion picture industry can bestow. 5 Academy Awards.
Although Mr. Mankiewicz cannot be with us tonight, I should like to ask that all of you join Jane and myself in applauding him. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Charles, just a minute. There's something I'd like to say. Now, wouldn't it be wonderful if we girls could look forward to romantic ghosts just like Charles Boyer?
No, not yet. Thank you, Jane. If you don't mind, I prefer being just live Charles Boyer and enjoying this beautiful and wonderful country. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, directed by Joseph Mankiewicz, was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Darrell F. Zanuck Technicolor production, David and Bathsheba, starring Gregory Peck and Susan Hayward. Now currently releasing Mr. Belvedere Rings the Bell, starring Clifton Webb. Included in tonight's cast were Ruth Parrott, Sarah Selby, Alma Lawton, Norma Jean Nilsson, Barbara Eiler, Alec Harford, and Don Morrison. The Ghost and Mrs. Muir was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is under the production supervision of Howard Wiley and was directed by Bill Carnes. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when the Screen Directors Playhouse presents The Velvet Touch, starring Rosalind Russell.
Monday through Friday, hear The Woman in My House on NBC.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. Listen. The man you hear breathing is named Thomas Edwin Bartlett. He is in bed and sleeping, breathing deep the night air of Pimlico, England. Mr. Bartlett is a heavy sleeper, a deep breather, too, rhythmical and serene. An almost lullaby quality for young Mrs. Adelaide Bartlett, his wife, who this night sleeps at the foot of his bed. Rhythmical, serene. And just at the stroke of midnight, just when a new year has begun, Mr. Bartlett stops breathing. Mr. Bartlett has just died from having drunk too much chloroform, of all things. His wife wakens, sees it is a new year, and celebrates. Tonight, my report to you on the shockingly peaceful passing of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, greengrocer.
Crime Classics, a new series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
When you heard Mr. Bartlett die, it was New Year's Eve in the year 1885. Some years before this, one springtime, when Mr. Bartlett was breathing 100% perfect, he had responded to the delicate scent of a young French girl, and the aroma went right to his heart. He was suddenly in love with Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoise, age 16.
Adelaide! Adelaide! Stop skipping rope. I'm talking to you.
You made me miss Zut.
You shouldn't say Zut, my dear. It's an immodest expression.
Zut.
I'm sorry I made you miss. I apologize.
I accept. And now will you do something for me?
Anything.
Of this you are sure?
Anything, I swear it.
Bon. Take this rope and tie an end of it to the tree. And hold the other end and turn it. And I will jump.
Don't you ever get enough of the sport?
Zut, tie the rope.
Very well. Adelaide.
Oui?
Do you like me?
Oh, very much. However...
What?
You puzzle me.
Intrigue you mean? I'm glad.
Puzzle me. Why you put the sign, gone to fish on your grocery store this last 2 weeks, when it is not so. You are here every afternoon in my yard when I come home from school.
I have permission from your brother. Adelaide.
You have finished tying the rope?
Yes.
S'il vous plaît, turn it. Faster!
Oh, my dear. Adelaide, are you hurt? Here, I lift you.
Yes, help me. I'm so tangled in the rope.
Adelaide.
Oh, you are very nice.
Adelaide, listen.
I like your beard, a black beard. Barbe noire.
Oh, Adelaide, my dear, will you marry me?
Marry you?
Yes.
But I am still in school.
Marry me, and it will be the same. You'll still go to school.
And you will help me with my lessons.
Every night.
And you'll play games with me and jump rope with me.
I want to.
I will turn and you will jump. Now,
Now?
Now.
All right. Adelaide,
Oui?
will you marry me?
But of course, Monsieur Darnois.
Adelaide.
Oui?
Turn the rope faster. Faster! Faster!
In Pimlico. Participants, Thomas Edwin Bartlett and Adelaide Blanche de la Tremoille. And a good quality skipping rope, which latter, it might be mentioned, came from the shelves of Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, and which, coiled neatly, was his first gift to her. It was a springtime romance, and an honorable one. They got married. And according to Mr. Bartlett's words, the marriage progressed to each one's satisfaction. Mr. Bartlett continued at the grocery store, and Adelaide was still a student. It is a matter of record that she was a good student in the subjects of geography, history, and botany. But it is also a matter of record that one day she brought home with her a note from her teacher.
Dear Mr. Bartlett, here is your wife's last examination paper in algebra. As you see, the grade is 43. Her square roots are especially weak, as are her solving equations with true unknowns. Something must be done, else your spouse will not pass into the next form. Sincerely, Edgar Becker, Esquire. P.S. I will be glad to tutor your spouse after school hours. Signed, E.B. Esquire. Adelaide, why are you crying?
I am not a good wife.
You are wrong, my dear. I am not a good husband. I should have been helping you with your algebra.
But you help me so much with my lessons. And you get tired and you go to your room and sleep. Oh, husband.
Yes?
I do not wish it anymore. I do not wish school.
I want your school and Mr. Becker to be proud of you.
No.
My dear, what's the matter?
I do not wish to be a schoolgirl was, but a woman was, a mother was.
You're so young.
Listen to me.
A grade of 43 is nothing to fret over. Why, my cousin Sybil from Nottingham received 23 on her...
Listen to me.
No, child. You listen to me. I've failed you. I've made you ashamed of yourself. And now I'll make amends.
How?
I will find you a tutor.
A tutor?
Not Mr. Becker.
A husband.
Yes, child.
Whatever you say.
Trouble in Pimlico. Simply this. The girl wanted to grow up, and her husband wouldn't let her. He told her she'd grow up soon enough, but right now she should play and run and scamper. This period in the married life of Thomas and Adelaide was marked by two events. The first, his presenting her upon her birthday with a game of the mind, domino, hand cards, imported from Persia. The second, a tutor, a veritable quiz in algebra, imported from Bristol. A young man of 21, accomplished in the 3 R's and other branches of learning. He doted on chemistry, for instance, and one report has it that he was forever indulging himself with practical jokes at the school, with chloroform. They say his headmaster constantly fell asleep while admonishing him. His name?
George Dyson, Adelaide, your tutor. This is my wife, Adelaide.
At your service.
Here is your book. Open it to page 1. A minus 1 equals 0. Therefore, A equals 1. Do you understand that?
No.
Sit by me. I'll teach you.
I'll leave you two alone.
Now.
Mr. Dyson.
Yes?
You are very young.
You are very pretty.
Tutor me.
Since the minus quality of 1 changes to a positive quality as you transpose the integer to the right side of the equation mark, it is obvious then if x minus 1 equals 0, then x is equal to 1.
Quite obvious indeed. You are a very good tutor.
Did your husband tell you I was to live here?
Yes, he did.
If x minus 2 is equal to 0. What does x equal?
2.
I'm proud of you.
Examination time came around, and Adelaide was at the head of her class.
A squared plus B squared is equal to C squared.
In the next form, she shone. Algebra was her strongest subject. One day, Mr. Becker was astounded when Adelaide stood right up in class and said,
The cube root of A cubed minus 3A squared B plus 3AB squared minus B cubed is A minus B.
Then came geometry. George was also a whiz at this. More so.
George, cher tutor.
Stop that. Pay attention to your lesson.
George, please.
Please what?
Please kiss me.
First, the theorem.
2 triangles are congruent when the 2 sides and the included angle are coincident. Please kiss me.
All right.
How do I earn my next kiss?
Mathematics in Pimlico. On to trigonometry and the Utes. Wife and tutor caught up in the mysteries of logarithms and sines and cotangents and secants. There were field trips, too, to the garden, because George Dyson Tutor believed in practical application of theory. This particular late afternoon, they were endeavoring to determine the height of the flagpole in the garden, using the length and angle of the shadow cast by the pole as points of reference. It was a fine afternoon in the fall. It was an afternoon to be young.
Kiss me.
You always ask me to do that, Adelaide.
And you always do. Kiss me.
Now, suppose your husband should walk out here and see us.
He knows about us.
You're joking.
I'm not. He knows.
Surely.
But do not worry. He is... Kiss me.
All right.
What a lovely picture. What a lovely autumn picture.
Mr. Bartlett.
Of course, kiss her, Mr. Dyson. You deserve it. You both deserve it. Master and pupil. You've done so well together. Go on, Dyson. Kiss her. Go on. Kiss her.
Oh, yes.
Oh, bravo. How's trigonometry coming, Dyson?
Fine.
Fine. Well, cook said dinner will be ready soon. I'll call you when it is.
Adelaide.
What?
Don't you find your husband...
He is a bore.
I mean, strange. What happened just now?
He is a bore, and I despise him.
He's your husband. You shouldn't speak like that about him.
I'm sorry he's my husband.
What would you do if he weren't?
You know.
I know. But I want you to tell me.
The things we talked about, if he weren't my husband.
I want to tell you something about me you didn't know, Adelaide.
Oh, please do.
I was quite a chemistry student, too. I could teach chemistry if I wanted to.
That is very interesting.
Chloroform, for instance, is a chemical.
Chloroform? I've heard of it.
It belongs to the class of neurotic chemicals which act on the brain and produce loss of sensation.
Can it cause death?
Carelessly used, it can cause death.
Then it is a poison.
Let's stroll in the garden.
I want to.
Chloroform is a colorless, heavy, and volatile liquid, having a peculiar ethereal...
And so they walked hand in hand into the sunset, and they spoke of many things: husbands, autumn roses, cabbages, kings, and chloroform, which is a very deadly poison. quality which some malcontents have attributed to the quality of the dust in the Pimlico air. However, it's well known that the major divertisement among Pimlicans is walking into the local sunset and making plans. So, as not to defy custom, so walked Adelaide and her tutor George.
You're very dear to me, Adelaide.
Oh, this I know, but it is not the time to speak of it. We were speaking of other things.
I used to have fun with chloroform when I went to school.
Is it difficult to obtain?
In large quantities, it is. However,
what?
It can be obtained, but there's a difficulty.
Oh?
It has a peculiar odor. It's easily detectable. It's almost impossible to get someone to drink it.
Unless someone wanted to drink it.
Who would want to?
Some people, I suppose.
Adelaide.
Yes, George.
I've noticed something. Not your husband. He looks poorly.
He suffers. Sometimes at night he comes to my bedroom and tells me how much he suffers.
From what?
He's bilious.
Oh, poor man.
He complains of his stomach.
I thought perhaps that is it.
And nervous depression. At night sometimes he sits in my room, depressed.
His stomach.
And the doctors have told him that.
Has he tried mercury?
Mercury?
Much easier to obtain than chloroform. I could stop at the apothecary's after dinner.
Do stop. His stomach is much worse after dinner.
I'm hungry. Let us to dinner, Adelaide.
Oh, give me your arm, dear George.
The maidservant was just setting the suckling pig on the table when the young folk entered. Mr. Bartlett greeted them with a wave of his fork, and they sat. The dinner was a success, and as usual, Mr. Bartlett exhibited his clean plate for the applause of his wife and her tutor. Over fruit and cheese, George Dyson begged to be excused.
I'll be back in a shake, Mr. Bartlett, with a surprise for you.
Slice another melon for me, dear Adelaide.
And in half an hour, George returned, which was good time for the course, the house to the apothecary and back. But George was in a hurry. And when he returned, Adelaide was waiting for him in the great hall.
Quickly, come.
What's the matter?
After dinner, he almost fainted. We managed to get into the library where he's lying down.
His stomach?
In the middle of a melon slice.
Oh, Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, here, I have something for you.
What is it?
Here now. Let me help you sit up. Adelaide, that wine glass.
Yes.
I have something for you, Mr. Bartlett. Something that will make you feel better.
What is it?
The surprise I promised you. To make your stomach feel much better.
George was very good in chemistry at school.
You're a good fellow, George.
Drink it.
Hot stuff. Here, can't drink any more.
I'll leave it here beside you. Sip it when you can. You'll see that when you develop a taste for it, it will be very beneficial.
You're a good fellow. Adelaide,
Yes.
don't worry about me. You have your things to do.
Yes. George and I have our lessons.
I wouldn't interrupt them for the world. Go, George. Adelaide.
We'll look in on you later, Mr. Bartlett. In an hour.
Good fellow. Good fellow.
Mr. Bartlett's stomach quieted after a while, and lying there, he had a thought that perhaps it was George's surprise that did it. So he forced himself to sip again of the glass. However, in time, Mr. Bartlett did develop a taste for mercury and made it a habit to indulge in a sip after every meal. Somehow, his stomach responded suitably, and his complaints were not nearly so many. Of course, it should be noted that Mr. Bartlett would reel suddenly and fall down at odd times, and then he was constantly bumping into things, and his teeth dropped out. Some of his more observant friends would mutter among themselves about Mr. Bartlett's slightly bluish complexion. One morning, Mr. Bartlett woke up completely beardless, and from that day on, he never had to shave. But since generally his stomach felt much better, Mr. Bartlett deemed himself ahead of the game. A philosophy which caused comment. Adelaide to George.
My husband seems happier.
Yes, I've noticed.
I stomach has improved.
Because he doesn't eat so much.
Because he lacks sufficient teeth.
Your husband has developed a tolerance for mercury.
Yes. Mr. Dyson.
Mr. Dyson? You mean George?
When will you be finished tutoring me, Mr. Dyson?
What do you mean?
Tomorrow, I should think, Mr. Dyson.
What?
Tomorrow is the eve of the New Year. My husband has asked me to join him in private celebration in his rooms. We shall drink to your leaving us.
But you and I...
But there's one last favor you can do for me.
Well, I don't do anything.
While you're at the apothecary.
Apothecary?
While you're there, while you're making the purchase of chloroform, bring me 1 sachet of lavender, 12 cinnamon sticks, and 12 licorice twisties for my husband.
Then you are giving me one more chance, Adelaide.
Mr. Dyson, happy is the day when I shall call you George again.
Lavender, cinnamon sticks, chloroform, and licorice twisties.
24 twisties, Mr. Dyson. Good night.
It's 11 o'clock, Adelaide.
1 hour until the New Year and our anniversary. 6 years. Thomas.
Yes, my dear.
You remember how you used to come and watch me jump rope?
I had a beard then.
And I called you Bartois.
A drink.
6 years, Thomas. We have been married.
Drink.
I have had enough drink. You finish the bottle. I want you to look at me, husband.
Very well. Yes.
When we were married, I was 16, a child, 6 years ago.
Adelaide.
You see, husband?
No longer a child. I drink to you, a woman. Adelaide.
What is it?
Have you drunk from this bottle?
Yes, I think so.
It has a pungency to it, doesn't it? Let me say. Chantilly, 1871. Must have been a strange vintage. A decided pungency. An aroma, too. Smell it.
My, good.
What is it? Lovely?
It dashes from your nightcap. Tickles.
Does it?
It makes you so attractive, dear Thomas.
Makes me attractive, huh? Tell cook to order a magnum.
Later. Finish the bottle, dear, and then I have something to tell you.
All right. Now, what is it you have to tell me?
Oh, you confess it now, do you not, that I am a woman, an attractive woman, yes, and finally a wife, my husband. 6 years now, and you have observed me only as a child and a sweet years.
On further passage between them on this, their 6th New Year's Eve together, and their wedding anniversary, on further passage, history is obscure. It is known, however, that they were alone in the house, except for their servant. It is known, too, that 5 bottles of champagne were consumed. 2 bottles Chantilly 1871, a pungent vintage. According to the record, it has been said that a few moments before the new year was ushered in, Mr. and Mrs. Bartlett were both asleep. He stretched across the width of the bed. She at his feet. And once more, I refer you to Mr. Bartlett asleep. Rhythmic. Serene.
Thomas? Thomas?
Mr. Bartlett was dead. That didn't do any good. It was another year, but not for Mr. Bartlett. For Mr. Bartlett, a post-mortem examination. For his stomach, evidence of having contained a considerable amount of chloroform. So there was a coroner's inquiry, and there was a verdict of willful murder against Adelaide Bartlett and George Dice. At the trial, each made a statement protesting their innocence.
Yes, it is true that I purchased chloroform at various apothecaries, and it is true that the total amount I purchased thereby was sufficient to cause death. However, I used the chemical merely to clean spots from my clothing. I have many pieces of clothing and believe neatness is next to righteousness. It is true also that I became attached to Mrs. Bartlett, but only because she was well versed in matters mathematical. It was a constant source of joy to me to be able to sit and speak with her of an evening of theorems and theories and postulates and corollaries.
I loved my husband. He encouraged me to pursue studies of various kinds, and this I did to please him. On the night of his death, my husband was in good spirits and drank heavily. He, I must confess, was never more attractive. But he fell asleep, a deep sleep. From this he never awakened. I never know why.
Nor does anyone else know why. The jury debated for 2 hours and returned a verdict of not guilty. History at this point again becomes obscure. It is not known whether George or Adelaide ever saw each other again, whether they ever again tasted together the dusty fruits of a Pimlico sunset, whether there were any more math lessons or talks of matters chemical. But it may be safe to assume that some of the dust breathed by the Pimlicans on evening walks, some of it has been contributed by George and Adelaide and Mr. Bartlett. You might be interested in knowing where once stood Mr. Bartlett's grocery store, now stands an apothecary. This is all the information I have. Thank you. Good night.
Thomas Edwin Bartlett, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. Thomas Edwin Bartlett was played by Herb Butterfield, Adelaide by Betty Harford, and George by Terry Kilburn. Bob Lamont speaking.
By Alonzo Dean Cole. The witch's tale. One of the most gratifying things about selling a meritorious product to the American public is their fine sense of gratitude when that product lives up to their best expectations. This certainly is the continuous experience of the makers of Crucian salt. Letters from grateful users pour into them consistently from all over the nation, and every letter is read. As millions of users of Crucian know, there is a little pink slip in each packet. This little slip is simply to tell users that the makers of Crucian are glad to learn at first hand the extent of everyone's success with their product. Incidentally, the pamphlet in the package tells every Crucian user that a wonderfully informative 20-page booklet is available free for the asking. This very interesting, authentic booklet is entitled How to Achieve Stylish Slenderness Without Injuring Your Health. Many hundreds of thousands of people have sent for this booklet, and a great many of them have later asked for and received extra copies for friends, which only goes to show how people like to pass on to others good news and personally proven advice. Now, let's hear briefly what Miss Lita Wilson of City Island, New York, tells us.
I realized I was getting too south. 220 pounds. And my physician advised me to take Susan salt. I am now reduced by 48 pounds of steel fine. I'm delighted with the result.
Then there's this report from Miss M. Kessler of Chesterton Radio. She was a nurse and was advisor.
Another night.
Well, putting it plainly, to be burdened and handicapped by unwanted fat is altogether unnecessary nowadays. When you can get rid of it so easily with fruit, it's your safe, sure way to at a cost of only a few cents a week. Any overweight person can steadily reduce to his or her correct weight, and instead of ungainly fat, enjoy new vigor, new vitality, and a clear, healthy-looking skin. Fruition is not a purgative, nor is it a cathartic. It's a harmless, very gentle, but highly effective mineral corrective that brings benefit to everyone. With Fruition, you need no starvation dieting, no fatiguing exercises, no alteration of any kind to your regular, sensible way of living. Start with Fruition tomorrow. You're bound to be delighted with your modest investment if you see that the name on the jar is spelled K-R-U-S-C-H-E-N. And now for our visit to Old Nancy and the wise black cat.
Hannah, I'm 13-year-old I do today. Yes, sir. Hannah, I'm 13-year-old. Well, Satan, if you tell folks to dance out their life, you'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Yeah. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll be in California, the land of the setting sun. And there you'll meet some people from the land where the sun gets up. The Chinatown, dear boy. To the Chinatown of San Francisco. And there, in the house of two good Catholic priests, begins our yarn of the confession. The confession.
Now, my boy. Sure, there's no use you being discouraged because another of our flock is moving from a backsliding. When you've been a priest in this Chinatown parish for the 30 years I have, you'll come to expect me, Benedictine.
But I was so sure of old Lee's thing, Father Guilfoyle. He was the one convert that I absolutely relied upon. And to learn that he died this afternoon with a Buddhist priest at his bedside.
Well, I know that was a sad blow for an earnest youngster like you who's just fresh from the seminary. I many the failed department before I stopped trying to make Christians out of the wrong kind.
Wrong kind? Well, there can be no right or wrong.
Old Chinese, the wrong kind is to make converts out of family. But like old dogs, they can't be taught new tricks. It's for the young we must do what's right. For it's the newer we take root.
Do you think that the new generation are faces making headway?
Of course it is. Seen that for yourself?
I'm not sure. I can't be certain of anything with these people. They're so peculiar.
Oh, they're not peculiar. They're just different. They've all the white man's faults and all his virtues, but they express them in opposite manner. You know that in China the needle of the compass points south instead of north, that the people pay their doctors when they're well, and give them nothing when they're sick. The place of honor there is on the left, and the white is the dress of mourning. Oh, stop, my boy, stop worrying about the renegade soul of all these things, who from his cradle saw things upside down from our viewpoint. And do you strive amongst the yellow boys and girls who were born on California Street, you'll find that when they take Christianity seriously, they take it very serious indeed. Well, it's not second midnight. I said I won't jabber with you here another second. What with two masses, three christenings, and a wedding today, I'm tired to death. Better go to bed yourself.
Yes, Father. How long do you suppose it will be before I meet one of those Chinese who take Christianity very seriously?
Bless them. Lord will give you proof in his own good time, my boy.
I'll answer, Father.
Sonny, someone on top of the bed stroke like that? What is it the clock is struck there?
Good evening.
All is up next day.
Mr. Farrell's house. Come in.
Yes, now, sir, thank you. I bring compliments, my master, Apu, his honorable wife, soon died. All is up next day. Is some confession.
What is it, Father?
This man's left with a dying Chinese woman sent one of us.
Apu, wife died very soon. Is some.
I just let it what?
Let me go, Father Guilfoyle. You're so tired.
Well, I'm never tired when there's duty to be done.
But I'd like to go if you'll permit. Please, Father. Let me attend this woman.
All right, boy. Perhaps gives you the proof you were just now asking for.
Thank you, Father.
Is some sick. Apu, wife soon died.
I'll be ready in a moment.
Who is this Apu you come from? Where does he live?
Apu, my honorable master. At your place we live.
I thought I knew every living soul in Chinatown, but his name is strange.
I have everything. I'm ready.
Come, Apu, wife soon died.
Good night, Father.
Wait. Father, didn't it strike me there's something strange about this place?
Strange? Just no Chinese?
Awfully old. Looks like it's right up on me. There's something about it.
Father.
Yes, some place. Apu, wife soon died.
I don't like that messenger.
He comes from a dying woman, Father. A Chinese who's not a backslider. I must go.
Come, Apu, wife soon died.
Show me the way.
I show.
Good night, Father Guilfoyle.
Good night, Father Ryan. Don't like that messenger.
I've noticed this house in passing, but I thought nobody lived here.
It's an house, Apu, wife soon died. And that means?
Thank you. Good. Dark as pitch. Haven't you any lights here?
Lights up there. I call. Apu. Apu.
Oh, there's a light showing now.
My master, Apu, come. Apu. Sai sang. Reverend Father, this unworthy Apu, bid you welcome to his healing house. And you see the way up my miserable stairs.
Yes, thank you. Now that there's some light. Oh, have you called an American doctor for your sick wife, Mr. Booth?
No, Reverend Father. This jolly Apu has called no American physician.
You must do so at once. With all due respect to your national medicine, a sick woman should not be entrusted to the care of a Chinese physician.
I have secured no physician of my own race to attend my dying wife.
No doctor at all?
My wife requires a physician of the spirit, honorable master, not the healer of the body. Deign to enter this humble room, please.
Oh, Father, Holy Father, you have come to me at last.
Allow me, Reverend Father, to present my wife.
Your wife, there? Well, that girl isn't sick.
You were not told she was sick. You were told she was dying.
Dying? She? Why, she's as well as I am.
She is dying, worthy superior, because I am about to kill her.
What?
You will note as you approach closer that she is bound to the chair she sits in. About her throat is a silken cord now loose, which will soon be pulled tight to stop her blood.
You smirking yellow beast. We'll see about that.
I ran like one.
Yes. Take her hand from me. Open that door. Help. Police.
Oh, Father, don't struggle against my husband's servant. You like me are helpless here. Thomas Precious, don't delay. Give me the last rites of Holy Church. Hear my confession and absolve me from my sins. Oh, I beg you, Holy Father.
You think I'll let him kill you as he's present? Unlock that door. Let me go, you hear? Help! Help!
Oh, Father! Father, it is you.
I beg you, worthy Father, desist from your vain efforts. The wife of this unprepossessing Apu has spoken true. Struggle is useless. There is nothing you can do to save her life. But as she is of your Christian faith, you can prepare what you call her
soul.
Father, please, God, give me absolution. Then you can go. You may call the police. Call anyone you wish.
Yes, then you may go and tell anyone you wish.
You mean when I hear your wife's confession, you let me go to bring the police upon your head?
Yes, I swear it on the blood of a white cock. And that is an oath which no Chinese will break.
I don't understand. This must be some joke you're playing. An unholy joke on a priest that loves your people.
Oh, no, Father. No.
We play no jest on you, my worthy friend.
But if you meant to kill this girl, you wouldn't swear an oath that I'd be released to tell. The oath of faith, so unnatural. There's a horrid something in this room. Something I can only feel. What is it that's so awful here?
Confess me, Father. Oh, give me absolute.
His duty is to console.
I need consolation, Father. All my needs is great. Hear my confession for the poverty of my spirit.
I'll hear your confession. But if this is a trick to mock at Holy Church, may the curse of God fall on you all.
I swear it is no trick. Confess me, Father.
Very well. Leave us alone.
I stand. Be quiet. My servant will leave. I regret that I must remain.
No.
My husband already knows what I am about to tell you, Father. And if he left us here alone, you could not help me to escape.
Escape is quite impossible.
I have prepared myself for this position. The cords that bind me to this chair will not let me kneel before you.
Those cords, unfortunately, cannot be removed.
We'll see about that later. Proceed, my sister.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. A sin that has brought me unto death. Bless me, Father.
In nomine Patri, Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
I confess to Almighty God, to Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, that I have loved not my husband, but another.
How could you marry this now? Man old enough to be your father when you were promised to me.
My parents wished it, you know. You know a daughter must obey.
Yes, in China. You and I are no longer Chinese. You were born here in San Francisco. Neither of us can even speak correctly in our mother tongue. We are Americans.
If you'd only been with me, to give me strength to refuse.
Of course, I was away preparing for our future. You were weak enough to take our school.
Oh, you must understand and forgive me, Ma. You must forgive me, Ma. You must. Oh, it wasn't because I didn't love you. I shall always love you. Say you understand me, Ma.
Oh, no, wait.
My letters instead of waiting, and I thought it would be easy and kindness for us both joy. You must know that we were sweethearts. We found you here. We must not meet again.
I shall not intrude upon your domestic happiness.
Don't blame me too much. Please.
I can't be angry with you. I can't give you up. Me alone love you. Love you.
Be like that. I am the wife of our fool. I mean to be a good wife. Please, oh. I love you. That was our first meeting, Holy Father, after I had married another man. I couldn't stop loving you more. I let him come to see me when my husband was away. But they were only kissing. That was all. You know I speak the truth. But through you, I speak to God.
Proceed, my sister.
One afternoon, about a month later, when Nemo had come to see me, I heard a silken curtain rustle. And that night, our fool was changed.
I had been listening behind that curtain. I had the right, for you were my honorable wife.
Yes, I was your wife, in Chinese eyes. Then Nemo came again, for the last time.
Mr. Talking Roll. When I investigated the records, I found your marriage is not registered according to United States law. No license was ever taken out.
But our whose name and mine were written on tablets and bound together with a red cord.
That is the marriage way of China. We live in California. You, like me, are a Christian. Have you forgotten the precepts of your faith?
Oh, I've been afraid to go to church. There, I know I'm not married to our faith.
There's no claim at all upon you, other than foolish papers armed with a foolish cord. You and I will be married by a priest with a license and a ring, like the Americans we are.
Our people will disown us. Our parents, first of all.
We have our lives to live, not theirs.
Our fool will be humiliated. He will lose faith.
Who cares? He has no right to think it would be this.
He will try to avenge himself.
Let him try. I don't fear him. You will be my wife in the eyes of law.
Oh, you must be right. We are no longer fighting, except in secret, in the prayer of our sins. And I love you. I'll go with you to be together always.
Always. Come, Ninglo, now.
Yes, now. Ah!
Good afternoon.
Oh.
Yes. The husband who is not married to his wife in American Christian eyes. The poor Chinaman who will lose faith when Ninglo leaves him for another man. I stand like one.
Let me go. Take your hands from me.
Bind him to that table.
No.
Tie my wife to that chair. Gag that man. You who are no longer Chinese, except in feature and the color of your skin, do not realize what it means to one who believes that his honorable ancestors to lose faith. But you are about to learn how that disgrace can be avoided. One.
What are you going to do?
I am going to show you a custom of your fathers. One is old-fashioned as marriage by the papers and the cord which you decide. But your American eyes will not find it either so amusing or so meaningless. Thank you, Juan.
What did you talking about?
A little bag. A game of chance. The chance of the dead.
Oh! I've heard of that bag. Oh, no, no!
From your lover's eyes, I just see two as heads. Yes, it's the bag of the happy selection. It's filled with sharp little knives, of which each bears the name of some member of the body for which it is intended. One by one, they are drawn from the bag unseen and used as indicated. Sometimes the knife marked final death is the last that comes to hand.
Oh, no, you would not torture us, no.
What? Torture you? No, honorable wife. The bag of the happy selection is for your lover alone. You have merely to watch.
No.
I draw the first little knife. It bears the name of the right eye. I use it so. Amusing, isn't it? If one draws the knife slowly and carefully, a man may live for hours.
Did you live for hours, Father? The knife mark plainly listed the right-hand door, and I was made to watch. My eyes pulled open as Nima was slowly cut to bits. And at last, he grew no more. He laid him there behind that tree.
So horrible. I can't believe it.
Oh, look behind the curtain.
I will.
It came, and I looked.
This who is the heathen?
Who is the avenger of his honor?
You
don't think of him, Father, but of me. Will God forgive my sins? Will you give me absolute?
Oh, my sister, for the sin is going to punish what you've had.
If you think me punished enough, then give me absolute.
I will give you what you ask. Absolute of us, say, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sanctus. Amen.
Selah. Oh, Father, I believe the
You need have no fear of this. I'm leaving this filthy house, and you're going with me.
I regret that for my honorable wife I have made contrary plans. That cord about her neck is to be used for the teaching of another ancient custom of my people. The 1,001 painful death.
I've heard of that trial, Corsa. You would slowly tighten the cord and she would breathe no more. Then unloose it and bring her to.
Then repeat the process again and again.
That cord shall not be used. I'll see to that.
I stand like one.
Don't put your bloody hands on me. Let go of me.
Your unworthy servants regret the necessity of restraint.
Please let me release me. You talk of your Chinese honor. I have your oath and I shall be allowed to pass free through that door.
I shall keep my oath, and you may summon the police if you will. They will come too late. So I stand. The door is open, Reverend Father. You are at liberty. Now, like one, the first of the 1,001 painful deaths begins.
Oh, you piece of hell! Police! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Hurry, Corsa. Time is precious. We'll be there in a minute, Father. Anyone else who's come to this cell, I'd say was crazy in the head.
It's true as there's a lot of buzz. Praise God, I came on your patrol car.
Why did this yellow devil let you go? You know you go to stop his murdering game.
I don't know. It's not 10 minutes since I left the place. But Corsa, he thinks you're visiting on that girl by the for days. This Chinatown is honeycomb with secret passages. Perhaps that house is only a blind, and they'll have move from there, so we'll have to track them down.
And we'll do that, and we'll have to tear the house to bits. But who can this awful be and his wife and a lover? I know this section like I know my pocket. I've never heard of any one of them.
And neither have I. Well, stop. There's the house.
So that's the place. Huh? You're right about it being a blind. That house has been empty for nigh on 30 years. Come on, boys. We'll find them there, but we'll soon pick up their trail. Ready with the axe and the door's locked, John. You, Mike, stand by with your gun. I'll hold the flashlight. The door's locked. We'll give it the axe. No, quick.
Hey, why do you delay when every moment is precious?
This is the house,
Of course it is.
This the door you passed through?
Yes, twice.
And the first time you came, the man who rescued him run out the door from this side?
Yes, don't stand there and talk, man. Hurry.
Just a moment, Father. Look over the keyhole.
A cobweb.
And behind us, I hold the light.
What? The lock is choke was there.
Oh, keep it under the door from either side.
But it's the door I passed through. I know this house about 1,000.
Things are tricky, but they can't weave cobwebs.
I tell you, this is
We'll soon find out. Give that door the axe. Yes. What's the lock first time? Come on, boys.
There's the stairs. Now I know this is the place. Follow me.
Now, wait, Father.
Why will you delay when every minute is...
Father, just know this house. Look around. There's an empty stuff on everything. And undisturbed.
Yeah. There was no just before. But this is the place. I left it about 15 minutes ago.
Been pretty overworked lately, Father.
Oh, you think I've imagined it all. You think I'm crazy?
Hold up your light, Sergeant. There's something laying on the stairs. I see it.
The book. My prayer book. I must have dropped it. And that's proof that I was here. Look, their footprints are there. My footprints.
Only yours. You say another man left you in this house and up these stairs.
Yes, I don't understand.
We'll soon find out. Come on, boys. Which is the room, Father?
That one there.
We'll break it open, Mike. Go ahead. The door's unlocked. There's the room's empty. Been empty for years. Dust everywhere and undisturbed. Except for a single pair of footprints. The same footprints, Father, that your shoes leave now.
But it's the room I just left. And it was full of people. There the girl came in her Chinese nurse this morning fight. And Otto stood there. And there was the man who held the cord. And over there... Wait. Over there was an alcove. Behind the curtain where the dead boy lay.
The alcove now. That's the wall. Like all the rest. Hey, sounds like interesting, Classy. Must have been built and planted since Father Ryan left it. Give it the axe.
Yes. Oh, they've made a trick here. I'm all bewildered. Sergeant, Father Ryan, look through the hole. Look, Lord. Two skeletons.
The name of the Chinese woman's dress of mourning.
It's the same one the girl wore. And the other. About those couple of boats, I recognize the little fragments of the boy's clothes.
I remember who Papa was. How he was the owner of this house. He went back to China 13 years. Chris, now the name comes back to me. That young wife, Chris. He disappeared. Right. What is he called? Seriously, they're taking
came next. And those others this time. And the grave. Merciful Father of heaven. Tonight, I have confessed thy death.
Well, that's the end of that sensation. Clever, these Chinese. Now, you folks sit still while Satan and me goes out in the cemetery and figures out in a perfect yarn to tell you about next week. We'll come right back and tell you what we sunk up.
It has often been said that man is what he eats. And of course that's meant to apply to women too. But the fact is that this saying alone isn't altogether true. In many homes may be found two people who eat about the same amount of the same food. Yet one of them is overfat and the other one is thin. You see, it isn't only the food you eat, but what your system causes you to obtain from that food that counts. Now, it isn't right for anyone to accumulate a lot of excess fat on his or her body. It isn't helpful to either your happiness or your health. In fact, it's very likely indeed to be dangerous. Sooner or later, very fat people usually get high blood pressure, and at any time they are more likely to contract disease than are people of normal weight. That's why life insurance companies are so interested in the subject. They know, too, that excess fat causes an undesirable extra strain on the heart, as well as affecting other vital organs. So, if you are overweight, resolve definitely right now that you will begin the simple, safe Prussian treatment tomorrow. Take no heed at all of such misleading sayings as laugh and grow fat. Being fat yourself is nothing to laugh about. It's just something that others laugh at when they look at overfat people. Instead, laugh as you grow thinner. Or to put it more correctly, you'll be altogether happier when you notice how Prussian helps you to bring your weight to the correct amount. You'll be happier because you begin to feel much better very soon after you start taking Prussian. More alert in mind and body, more anxious to go places and do things. You'll feel more useful and look more useful. And all you'll have to do is to take a half teaspoonful of Prussian in a glass of hot water once a day. That's all there is to it. Go easy on very fattening foods, of course. But don't let anyone talk you into freak diet or anything else that would weaken you. With the simple Prussian way, you should become stronger and begin to enjoy life more from the very outset. Remember, Prussian is also taken daily by millions of people who are not overweight. They take a tiny pinch of Prussian in their morning coffee just to keep them feeling fit. Remember, too, that Prussian is prescribed by more doctors throughout the world than any other medicinal salt or crystal. So don't hesitate. Don't miss another day. Go to your nearest drug counter, get a jar of the original, genuine Prussian salt, and begin taking your half teaspoonful in a glass of hot water tomorrow morning. You'll soon see just what vivacious people mean when they say they have that Prussian feeling.
Well, Satan, you and me have sunk up a very pussy yarn to sing these folks and they calls on us next week. It's a cheerful story of black magic, and we called it Devil Hands. Devil Hands.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the year 1692, an American town went mad, or at least that part of it known as Salem Village, beginning with accusations of 10 young girls that a West Indian slave had bewitched them. Hysteria ran like a rabid dog through the village. Within 4 months, hundreds were arrested and tried, 31 of whom were hanged or burned, and one pressed to death with stones. And the man generally blamed for the hideously bigoted persecution of the innocent and the helpless was a name reviled in our history, Cotton Mather.
Hear me, witch maids! If you do not confess your unholy wickedness, you shall not even be accorded the mercy of being hanged. Instead, we will burn you alive. Or perhaps, hands and feet tied together, we shall lay you on the ground, while the villagers shall come and heap stone upon stone on you, until the life is driven from your body as you are pressed to death.
No! Merciful God, please! No!
Our mystery drama, Burn, Witch, Burn, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. At the time of the witch hunt, no man in our country was more feared than Cotton Mather. The picture of this dark, imperious, infamous man who led the persecution, who in his perverted zeal and fanatic Puritanism saw men, women, and even children condemned on the flimsiest of evidence, who swept down from his Boston pulpit like a scourge, and whose blind conviction in his righteousness in the name of the Lord spread terror like a plague, is strangely... Oh, but then I should say no more. For what I was about to say is a large part of this story.
Burn, witch, burn! You should welcome the fires of hell, since ye would not repent. The abomination of the body you defiled remains to be purified, while the flesh is consumed and returned to the earth and ashes, while the bones melt and run into the fire. Sisters, brothers, let us lift up our voices in prayer. Let the mischief of their own deed fall on their own heads. Let hot burning coals fall on them. Let them be cast into the fire that they never rise again. The righteous also shall give thanks unto thy name, and the just continue in thy sight. Amen. Amen. Now let ye all return to your homes and meditate upon the grace of our Heavenly Father, and return tomorrow, so that ye may see the other witch perish as she deserves.
The fire has almost burned itself out.
Yes, Judge Sewell, and the evil it wringed.
Would it not have been more humane to hang her?
Humane? Speak you about a witch? This is a pestilence whose deadly poison spreads as relentlessly as the pox itself.
This witchery business weighs heavy on my soul.
Why? The women were both guilty in your mind, were they not?
They were so found by a jury.
Well, then, what choice had you?
I don't know. The times are running at such fever, I cannot breast the tide even if I wanted to. What worries me most is that I cannot see an end to it, or who will be next cried out against.
The truth will ever out. Where the evil lies, the finger will point, and justice shall mete out the rest.
Come, I must get to the tavern for a flagon of wine to cleanse the taste in my mouth. Will you join me?
Shortly, good judge. For the moment, I think my good offices may be needed by a young member of the cloth who appears to be ill. Know you him? The great hulking fellow in the long coat
with a thick cape and a wide-brimmed hat? He is a papist, think you?
Nay, but near as bad. An Episcopalian, quite recently here from England. Were it not for his formidable strength and his skill as a blacksmith, he might have fared badly here in Salem village.
Go to the tavern. I shall join you shortly. I would speak with this young man.
Do not anger him. He has superhuman strength.
I am clothed in the Lord's armor. I have no fear, and I have no intention of angering him. I only want to help him.
Have it your way. I shall meet you at the tavern.
Shortly. I shall not be long. You appear in trouble, good sir. May I be of help?
I can find no help, kind sir, except within myself. And from my God, I pray.
The second with the strongest staff to lift you up. I speak as a man of God. As you are, I understand.
I pray I still am, or can be, after what I have witnessed today.
Have a care what you say. It has the reek of blasphemy.
There is another kind of blasphemy in theology, sir. The crime of assuming to oneself the rights of God, as the people of this town have done.
By trying a witch and burning her? Do you not believe, when the devil has taken possession, that the evil must be purified by fire or destruction of the diseased body and soul?
I think there are other ways of casting out the devil.
You were at the trial?
All through the long horror of it.
And you did not find these witches guilty?
I found the evidence circumstantial and more than easy to comprehend two ways. I looked upon the face of that sweet young woman and upon the dignity and breeding of the older one, her grandmother, and I could see their innocence.
What? Will you claim us wrong in our trial and judgment? Is it because you are not either a true colonist or of the true faith?
As to being a colonist, this is my chosen country. I have left England behind me. As to the true faith, my religion is a matter I prefer not to argue. There are many faiths, but most of them lead to God.
You are a strange young man. What is your name?
Gilbert Caton. And may I ask yours?
The Reverend Cotton Mather of Boston.
You? If I'd been in my right senses, I would scarcely have passed the time of day with you.
What does that mean?
Turn around, sir, and look at your handiwork. A few smoldering ashes containing what once was the body of another human being. Are you proud of your work?
I did not find this woman guilty. That was for the court to decide. I believe in justice as firmly as I do in the threat of Satan. But where the fiend is proven to flourish, he must be stamped out.
But where was this fiend and these women? What were they guilty of?
I am but recently here from Boston. I am not familiar with all the transcripts. But would you question the word of a man such as Sir John Jameson?
Does his title give him immunity?
The facts do that, Mr. Caton. That these women drew his body from his bed in the night, brought him by occult means to their cottage in the forest, to try to lure him into lechery and original sin with the younger of the two witches.
Is Sir John so good a man? Has he led so good a life? Is it not possible?
Quiet, sir! You do yourself no service by even thinking such a thought. Have a care with your words, or fingers may go pointing your way.
Egad, I'd near given you up, Reverend Cotton. I believe you have the acquaintance of Sir John Jameson?
Your servant, sir.
The Reverend Cotton Mather.
He needs no introduction to me or any man of goodwill. It was an honor to have you with us for the witch burning. You were not here for all the trial, I believe.
No, just for the last verdict.
It was with a heavy heart that I had to bring the charges. But the evidence was monumental. Is it not so, Judge?
There was enough of it brought, but I cannot banish the woman's cries from my ears as the fire reached to her. And the face of the young girl we condemn to die tomorrow has troubled me for nights.
Must we then, because of a round cheek and melting eyes, shrink from doing the Lord's bidding? Evil is the way of such a maid, and more to be dreaded than all the hags in Christendom.
Strange rumors are afloat regarding her. This woman she called Granny, who was burned this morning, did pray not for her own life, but that the witch maid be saved. An uncanny thing that one witch should desire good to another witch.
But if they were kin...
Fool! Can you not perceive the work of the devil in this? The witch who died at the stake would have the other saved so that her own black spirit could pass into the fair young woman's form, and thus, with double force, the two could continue to wreak havoc on the world.
For the sake and peace of the community, she cannot be destroyed too soon.
I must go visit the prison. I wish to question her more closely.
Question her? About what? The evidence has all been established.
The factual evidence I care little for. That is and was the court's business. I wish to find out if she will recant, so that perhaps her soul might be saved. That would be a triumph supreme for me to accomplish in the name of the Lord.
Are you not somewhat aged for such a job, my friend Turnkey?
81, going on 82. Just the man for the job. She don't get around me with any of her witch's blandishments.
Are we near the cell?
Almost there, your Reverend Lordship. Why?
Let us all move as silently as possible. Is there a view hole in the door?
Aye, there is.
Good. Then I can look in on her and perhaps surprise her in some evil doing.
There it is. I'll open it soft.
Can you see the harpy?
Yes.
Is she weaving some spell?
No. She sits on the pallet knitting. Why, she's a frail little thing. Not much more than a child.
All part of the enchantery. I was taken in myself. But she is tricks, all tricks, as I learned when she tempted me to ruin.
Ah, very well. Jailer, let us go in.
As your Lordship desires. Hey, my little she-devil. Here's two gentlemen of quality to see you.
One is of no quality. I know him only too well. The other, I believe I recognize as the Reverend Cotton Mather.
You may leave us, jailer, but wait outside.
Yes, sir.
It is true. I am who you say.
And what would you have with me, sir?
I have come to pray with you, Luna Claire, and to exhort you to confession.
There is no confession. I am no witch.
Will you kneel with me in prayer at least, daughter?
I cannot, sir.
Why not?
I am not of your persuasion.
Do you believe in God?
Oh, yes.
Then we have that in common, and can try to pray and wrestle the demon from your bosom.
No.
You do not wish to be delivered?
Obstinate of heart I may be, but Sir John holds me from prayer. I cannot kneel in company with him.
I prithee, Sir John, go outside and stand in the corridor. We shall see if the witch maid, relieved of your presence, will pray.
I had hoped to listen on the chance that she should confess, so that I might make some valuable notes.
The Lord granted me a ready pen. I shall make my own notes if it be necessary. If you will excuse us, Sir John.
You have only to command, Pasta, and I to obey. If you should need help of any kind, I shall be just beyond the door.
Let us kneel together, my daughter, and pray to God.
Minister?
Yes?
What shall I pray for? My life? That I may be delivered from the burning and death?
Your death is already ordained by the court. We pray for you to recant. Your body cannot be saved. The only hope is to find God's mercy on your immortal soul.
On the stone cold floor, the slight figure of the maiden, a girl not yet in her 20s, sways and sags at the harsh dictum of the man beside her. He, Cotton Mather, kneels ramrod straight. His voice rasps as he speaks aloud unending platitudes, devoid of hope. Beside him, the maid prays to herself, the tears running down her pale cheeks. There is talk of God and the right and goodness and light, but not one trace of pity here. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Sir John's attitude outside the jail cell is less unconcerned than it seems. He paces only a short stretch of the passageway, always within earshot of the endless prayer from the cell. The full-voiced exhortations of the minister he pays little heed to, but he stretches his ear to the fullest for any whisper from the maid.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, amen. You do not even say amen.
I beg your worship's pardon, but I am not familiar with your prayers, and I do not understand the God you pray to.
You refuse to recant?
How can I recant? I'm innocent. I beg of you, sir, to listen to what I was not allowed to say in court, and you will understand that neither Granny nor I had...
Sir John?
Aye, Reverend Mother.
You may return.
I request your favor, sir, but I believe I heard that your prayers had ended.
Mine, sir. The witch maid was not moved to pray.
I suspected as much.
Tell me, daughter, what you were about to reveal as Sir John came in.
With him here, it's difficult, Minister.
Answer, His Honor, witch. Tell him about Giles Corey, the old yeoman who saw you conversing with Satan in the forest near your house.
If it was Satan that I was in converse with that night, then he was in your shape. And well, your lordship knows, the old man was frightened by your threats into lying and saying it was a black fiend, which you might as well be, seeing your purpose there.
Silence, woman. I was not there, could not have been, since all my household has testified that I was safe at home in bed and asleep.
If one lies, all lie to save their skins. For surely they are more afraid of your power than the devil's.
Maid, you go too far. Have a care with your tongue.
Hear me, mistress, I threaten you this. If you do not confess your unholy wickedness, you shall not be even accorded the mercy of being hanged. Instead, you will be burned alive. Or perhaps, hand and feet tied together, we shall lay you on the ground, while the villagers shall come and heap stones upon stones until the life is driven out of your body and you are pressed to death.
No, merciful God, please.
And I, whom you have afflicted, shall count each one as it falls. I shall myself drop the first stone, and I...
When that first stone strikes me, God in his mercy will take me to himself. You can count the stones the others throw, but I shall never know how fast they fall.
Now let us use all zeal to our ends, but let us deal in compassion as far as it is compatible with justice. To do any living thing unwarranted torture is a reflection on our manhood. One last word. Will you confess at last that you are a witch?
I cannot confess what is not true.
Come then, Sir John. Let us leave her to ready herself for death.
This November wind whistles through the bones. It will snow soon.
I welcome the walk and the wind to blow some cobwebs from my mind.
You are troubled by something?
This affair savors ill. Her last cry awoke strange feelings, and my heart turned within me.
You are a man of God and compassion, but have a care. Her powers of enchantment are strong and wicked.
If only I could have reached her.
No one can do that.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
You intend to return to question the girl again?
No, let her rest in what peace she can find in the little life left to her to lead.
Are you then for your room as soon as we reach the inn?
No. I have an errand I must pursue.
I have my coach at the inn yard. I should be honored to take you anywhere you desire.
Thank you. But I prefer to travel on this one by myself.
Master Mather, what brings you here?
I wish to ask you a question, Master Caton.
Will you enter?
No, thank you. I have not even hitched my horse. I have other riding to do.
Then ask your question.
Were you aware that the witch maid who is to die is an Episcopalian?
Yes, I was aware.
Then that prompts others. Why did you not go to her to bring her comfort or to help her cleanse her soul.
I would have gone to bring her comfort, but they barred me from entering the prison.
If I arrange it so you can enter, will you go to her?
With all my heart. Why do you extend her this comfort, convinced as you are that she is a witch?
I have failed to bring her comfort myself or release from bondage. Perhaps because we are of different denominations, that is of no matter. I shall ride now to the prison and have all preparations made that you may visit her this evening. It wants but an hour until dark. Wait 1 hour beyond that to make sure you will be passed in. May God go with you.
All these comings and goings over a little snip of a girl whose heels might as well be dancing in the wind and snow already.
It sounds as though you were already celebrating this spectacle.
Well, a man has little enough to amuse him with winter upon us. Here, when you come out, do you lock up tight behind you? And bring me the key in the common room. 'Tis too cold to wait upon you priests in your eternal preaching in these freezing hours. Here you go. Are you a witch? Visitor, I see you.
Who is it?
Give me the torch, turnkey.
Well, how am I to find my way back to the common room?
'Tis known ground for you. Feel your way, if not else. How could I, a stranger, find my way without one?
Oh, Lord of mercy. Well, hold it then a moment till I find my way to the stairs.
Go then, and hurry.
Have no fear. The cold will move even my old bones like the young.
And so.
Are you come to torture me?
I? Look at me in the torchlight. Can you not recognize I am of the clergy? God be with you. I am of your persuasion.
Oh, at least God has answered one of my prayers.
Oh, my daughter, do not crouch on the floor. Come to me so that I may comfort you.
I want to, Father, but this chain about my leg.
My poor fettered bird. Rest where you are as I come to you. My dear Lord.
Lord.
You are frozen with cold.
And you are warm.
A moment. Let me brace the torch here in the sconce. Now, my heavy cape off and let me wind it about you.
Oh, let me touch your hand. Let me feel once again some human warmth.
Let us sit on the pallet and I will hold you in my arms with the cloak about us.
Oh, you're warm. And you've brought light and companionship.
How can they call so sweet a creature of God a witch?
Oh, I don't know. I'm only a maid. I'm so scared. Are you really an Episcopalian priest?
Ordained in England at Ely. I come here for new worlds to conquer and to help tame a savage land. To make my life, my home, my family someday.
A cold welcome you'd get from the Puritans.
They're not all so bad as they are sometimes painted. And I am young enough to wait out their welcome. How could they have condemned you as a witch?
I don't know. First they said Granny was a witch, and I lived with her.
Did your grandmother practice magic art?
Well, she knew about herbs that helped to heal, and she could make poultices that drew out pain, and salves that she rubbed in with her hands that brought relief to others. Is that wicked?
I cannot see why. Who taught her these things?
She learned them long ago from a nurse she had, who learned them from a gypsy. My grandparents were very rich, with a large estate, but the Indians attacked them and killed my mother and father and everyone, and only Granny and I were left. And she was always a little queer after that. I mean, she wouldn't live in a town, only in the country. She was very good to me, and we were happy enough until Joseph, the one servant that we had left, died.
How long ago was that?
Oh, a few years. I don't remember exactly now. We buried Joseph, and then Granny said we must leave the house and start walking to the coast.
Why to the coast?
To take a boat for England, to my uncle. And we never did reach the boat. We stopped in a little house in the woods near here, and Granny was ill for a long time, and the rent was not cheap. At last the money was gone. And then Granny made some money with her healing. And she was also a midwife until...
I was at the trial. I know that testimony. Someone had a child born that was not quite right.
Yes, Sir John Jameson's daughter. That's what started it all. They'll burn me. They'll burn me. Are you kind? Are you human? Cannot you save me from them?
No, first tell me one more thing. You mean from Sir John?
Yes. He is the devil himself.
You paid him rent all these years that you grew into a beautiful woman?
Yes.
And then you had no money? He threatened to throw you out unless...
He talked of being possessed by the devil. He was the one who wanted to possess me. He was the devil.
And you were willing to be possessed?
And when when that awful thing happened, he said that he would point to Granny as and me, too. He came to the house that awful night. I told him I'd kill him and then myself if he tried to touch me.
Oh, my poor child.
Oh, please. I don't want to be burned. Can't you save me somehow? Save me somehow.
Your soul? I do not believe that needs saving.
No, me. My body. Or if you can't, kill me here with your own hands. I do not fear death. I have nothing to live for. I feel only torture.
Save you, if it were possible, but for what? Afterwards, to be hunted, pursued, retaken?
Then kill me.
No, never. Now that I have found you.
Father, please.
Now, hush, little one. Not Father. Not to you. Gil.
And I am Luna.
Luna. Now, then you will swear to do everything I tell you.
You think there is a way? There is hope.
There is always hope. And I think there is a way. Yes, I think there is a way if only God will smile on us.
A man and a maid. And under the most harrowing and desperate of conditions, from the blackness of adversity, nurtured by the strength of their faith, the first seeds of love are planted in both hearts. But can this compassionate and tortured young man free this ill-starred maid? And even having done so, where can they find safety or sanctuary? I'll return shortly with Act 3. In the dim, dank, freezing cell, Gil Caton stands with the torch held on high, his eyes searching, his mind racing, a wild plan formulating in his mind, frustrated at the very outset by the leg iron which binds Luna to the wall. She sits huddled in the blessed warmth of the heavy cloak, watching this man who has become the center of her universe, secure in her heart that he will find a way to save her.
The first problem is the leg iron. Once I get you to my house, I have forge and anvil and tools to cut it away. The wall is the only hope.
But the ring is buried in the masonry.
Not quite. In the mortar. Now, between the stones. Now, here, hold the torch. I can brace my feet against the wall.
And pull it out.
The Lord must have had some reason to bless me with this extra strength.
That is starting from your brow.
No matter. If this ring starts from the wall once more.
Pulled it out. You pulled it out. That's more than human strength could do.
Never underestimate the power of prayer. Now listen to me, Luna.
Yes.
You must trust me to the uttermost. Let me lift you and see how heavy you are. Oh, Heather, it can be done.
What can be done?
Now, I'm going to put you on my back and carry you out of the prison beneath my cassock.
Oh, I see. And I'll be very still.
Oh. Forgive me now, but you must take off your frock.
My frock?
We must arrange it in the corner with a stuffing of straw to look like you.
Oh, of course. I'll do that.
When I take off my sash and cassock.
Oh, if I can just arrange it so they'll believe it to be me, it might give us more time. Oh, what is it? What have you done?
Oh, I just slit my cassock all the way from below the waist to the neckband to make room for you.
How clever you are.
Adversity sharpens the brain. Now, quick. Now, climb on this stool. So, now, arms around my neck.
Yes.
First, now, the cassock. Help me slip it over our heads. Oh, that's fine. Fine. Room for us both. Now, to help support you, I bind my sash tight around us both. Oh, too tight? Can you breathe? Now, I must lock the cell door. There. I must douse the torch. The more we are in darkness, the safer we are.
I trust in you and your strength and your belief.
And in the Almighty. Jailer! Jailer! Oh! Guard! Sanji!
What to do? Is it the pest? Where's your light?
The witch has blown it out and left me in the darkness. I had to lock her back in the cell against the danger to us all.
Stand me if I'll come down again in this darkness. You say you locked the cell? Is she secure?
As secure as she can be.
Well, then, find your own way up in the shadows to the prison door.
The light there is poor. It's just what I wanted. Now, if you ever prayed, my little one, pray now. Freedom is just a few short steps away.
Whither away so late in the evening, Master Matter?
You still at the inn, Sir John? I should have thought you were ridden home by now.
I had some business on my mind. I should have thought you might be abed.
I've been in my chambers reading the transcript of the trial, which my friend Judge Sewell was kind enough to make available to me.
Why would you wish to read all that? The thing is fait accompli.
There are some questions I would ask the maid, and I feel in duty bound to make some last attempt to see if she has repented.
Then you go to the prison?
This moment.
I shall be glad to drive you there.
No, I ride there myself. Nor do I think you should go near her again. For some reason, you inhibit her.
As you say. But the visit is useless. By law, the die is cast, and she will hang or burn tomorrow.
I have no power to free her body. I still may have hope to free her soul and bring her comfort. Good night, sir.
Are you all right? Do you want rest? I could pick it up.
Of all the luck. I can just make the shadow of the tree.
Brother Caton, is it not?
Oh, why, yes. Yes, Master Matter.
I thought I recognized that giant bulk, even in the shadows. By Harry, you seem even larger than I remembered.
Just the bulk of my cape.
Are you from the prison?
Why, yes.
Did you see the maid?
Yes.
Did she recant?
No, sir. She will never recant. Because she is innocent.
A matter of opinion, we shall see.
You're bound for the prison.
I am.
I beg you in the name of him we worship in our own ways to disturb this wretched girl no further. She is mercifully asleep now. Leave her the last few hours in peace in the name of compassion and humanity.
I had certain questions for her, but if...
Let God ask them when she is sent to face him tomorrow.
Well, we shall see. If she be asleep, perhaps I will not wake her. Good night, Master Caton.
Oh, what misfortune. Hold fast. We must make all haste now and hope all is not lost. Oh, forgive me. It's just a crime may be so important.
Oh, any hurt is worth being free. Strike away.
Try the file now.
And once my fetters are off, what then, Gil?
Oh, I don't know. The hue and cry will be raised all over this bloody town. We've just gone mad. I have no horse to give you. I had hopes, perhaps, by boat. But I have neither money nor contact to see you safe away. It must be on foot. But be of good faith. Somehow the Lord will provide.
How can I ever thank you with all that I feel in my heart?
Oh, just let me see that smile break across your lovely face, and 'twill be thanks enough.
Strange way to meet the man I dreamed of.
Hush. We're almost through.
I cannot eat more.
You must eat as much as possible, so you can carry a little with you. We must find you some clothes to wear. What? Oh, good Lord. Not so soon.
Don't let them take me.
Into the bedroom, quick. Now, if I cannot turn them back, I can hold them back. Now, take my cape. It has what money I have in the pockets. Now, go by the window and try to make for Providence. There's an Episcopalian church there where you will be safe.
I will not go without you.
You must. You must save yourself.
Oh, my place is at your side. I'll never love any other man but you.
All right. Now, go quickly to the bedroom. Perhaps God is with us yet.
I'll be listening and praying.
Oh, forgive my tardiness, but I was at my devotion, sir.
You will pardon my intrusion, I hope. Do I speak to Mr. Gilbert Caton, the parson, here?
You do?
Dare I beg a few minutes of your valuable time, sir? I am trying to trace my mother and my young niece. My name is Clare, Leonard Clare of Clare Hall, County Devon. My father had a large estate west of here, which was attacked by Indians. All of my family were killed, save my mother and niece, who, I am told, escaped. Since I arrived but lately in this country, I have only now, with tolerable certainty, traced them to this district. The town authorities claimed no knowledge of them, but since they were of the Episcopal faith, deemed that you might know something.
Come in, sir. Come. Out of the cold.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have horses?
Your horses and a coach, yes.
Well, then you must fly this minute.
Huh? Fly?
The people of Salem burned your mother as a witch.
Oh.
I saw her burn.
Oh.
Outside there, in the market.
Oh, good Lord.
They have fixed the burning of your niece for tomorrow. There is to be a holiday, so the folks may revel in the sight.
To burn my niece, Luna? And you have the temerity to ask Leonard Clare to fly?
With her. Luna!
Oh, heaven be praised. Uncle Leonard.
Luna, my baby. Ah, my brother's baby. What have they done to you?
Nothing yet that can't be repaired. But there is no...
What's the matter? Do not be alarmed. I come here in amity, not in enmity. You? I shall explain in a moment. May I meet the gentleman before I speak?
This is Luna's uncle.
Leonard Clare of Clare Hall, Devon, now of the colonies. And I promise you, a man of resources, a man well able to afford to fight the persecution of this town and its shame, and all your power and evilness.
I would advise you not to try, sir. No, hear me out. As to my motives, my honesty, my devotion to the God I believe in, and my determination to wipe out witchcraft, I will not bandy words. I do what I believe to be right, and let history be the judge.
Your name will go down in it as a stench in the nostrils of any humane man.
So be it. I follow where I am called. Tonight, profoundly troubled after rereading the transcript of this child's trial and her grandmother's, perforce I could come to only one conclusion. A tragic miscarriage of justice had already been done. Another was about to occur. I went to prison determined to free the maid myself and to offer her my protection against the wild riot which would follow on her release.
That was when we met you on the road.
Yes, sir. You tried to put me off. I can see why now, but God directed my footsteps there. I must tell you that her absence had been discovered before I even arrived. And as the mob is gathering, all the roads out of this town will be closed to everyone.
They cannot stop me.
They will, unless you have safe conduct. I suggest you get your niece into the coach post-haste and yourself draw the curtains, and I'll conduct you and your men through the mob.
I will not go without Gil.
The least I owe you for saving Luna's life.
You had best join them, Master Caton. When that drunken jailer wakes up to remember you saw her last, you will be torn limb from limb. It is a good bargain, a life for a life.
Ah, and you, sir?
I have no fear for mine, and I have much work to do. For all his title and position, Sir John Jameson must be brought to book for his crime against you and yours. I shall see that he is. And perhaps I may need one small breath of perfume to dilute that stench. My name is to leave in history.
While the account you have heard is a fictional one, it is a somewhat sad thing that Cotton Mather is painted as black as he is. Even in his obsession against witchcraft, he was a scrupulous defender of all he thought unjustly accused. He was a scholar, in some sense a scientist, and for all he was a fanatic, it was without thought of personal gain. He was also a family man, and perhaps would have allowed himself one frosty smile of pleasure at the outcome of this whole affair. I shall return shortly. The madness at Salem was of short duration, and the good people of that unfortunate town soon returned to their senses. Gil Caton and his wife Luna did not return, mostly because of tragic memories, but also because the first of a long line of little Catons was well on its way. They were married in Rhode Island, one of the colonies most noted for its freedom of thought, and lived out a long and happy life together, nurturing their own children and that other larger group of children, the congregation of Pastor Gil Caton's church, which flourished in all good things, temporal as well as sacred. And so, amen. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Marion Seldes, Kurt Peterson, William Redfield, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Let me give you a hand.
No. Don't you touch that case.
What? I only wanted to help.
Put it down.
Well, sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I see it all now. Kubik arranged for my car to stall out on the turnpike. Then you happen along as if by coincidence and kill me and take the money. That's an old trick.
Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
Oh, yes. It's the last trick you'll ever try.
Hey, what are you going to do with that gun? You can't kill me.
Oh, but I can. I kill very well.
Look, mister.
Because I have an instinct. A hunter's instinct. A killer's instinct. I smell, I sense death and murder.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Afternoon Theatre presents a play specially written for quadrophony by J.C. W. Brooke. But you can still listen in stereo and mono as usual.
Listen, and I will tell the tale of the knight, the witch,
and the dragon. Listen, and you will hear a story of the past of the imagination, where all things are possible. Listen, and you will hear of power and love and sacrifice, and of when the last fingers of myth and legend, sorcery and magic trailed across the earth before the world was certain. Listen, a tournament is taking place.
Steady there. Steady, steady. My lance, Ian.
Sir Knight.
Steady, steady.
May God go with you, Sir Hugh.
May I hit him clean and fair.
Sir Edmund, are you ready?
I am ready.
Sir Hugh, are you ready?
I am ready. Steady,
Then
steady.
my lord the king bids you fight. Fight fair and well, and may victory go to the strongest and most skilled. My lady Edith will give the word.
Sir Knight, prepare. Sir Knight, begin.
You're at my mercy. You yield? I yield, Sir Knight. My liege, Sir Edmund yields.
My lord the king proclaims Sir Hugh of Monred his champion of knights, foremost warrior in the land.
You did it, Sir Knight. You did it.
Ian, I did it.
You swept him from his charger like a fly. And then your sword. His helmet was dented, all out of shape.
Ian.
When you struck, I thought you would cut his head off, but no. Stopped on the throat. Had him help.
Ian, my armor. It needs removing.
Oh, yes, Sir Knight, of course. It was such a noble sight, Sir Knight. You were magnificent.
Magnificent. No, I did my business better than he, that is all.
Oh, they say he has a broken rib.
Oh, do they? But he will heal and grow strong, while I get fat and weak. Time marches with him, not me. Hurry with this breastplate, Ian. My belly longs to sag.
I am very proud to be your squire, Sir Knight.
Well, make the most of it while you may.
Sir Knight?
I aim to retire.
Retire? But why? I cannot understand it.
Wait until you reach my age. Wait until you start feeling tired. The breastplate.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, that's better. Now, bring me wine.
Sir Knight.
When I stood there, Sir Edmund at my mercy, the world at my feet, I knew in my heart I would have to retire, follow other dreams. Dreams I've put aside for too long.
Even so, Sir Knight,
Yeah, I have been fighting and jousting for 20 years. This afternoon, I gained my ambition in that direction. Champion knight. Oh, I will revel in it for a few months. The winter, perhaps. But when the spring comes and Sir Edmund and his like start sniffing at my heels... Nope, better I go in my own time, with good grace. There is nothing more pitiful than an old man not accepting it past his prime. Dreams. Dreams. How old are you, lad?
17, Sir Knight.
And what do you dream of?
Oh, lots of things, Sir Knight.
Knighthood, glory, riches...
Yes, indeed, sir.
women.
In what way, sir?
In what way? I warrant you see women the same as I did at your age, in terms of beauty, objects to be worshipped from afar. But I no longer look for that. All I wish for now is a comfortable matron with ample curves, childbearing curves, a woman who will give me peace and offspring. And if she have some hides of land, I'll not complain. And to tell you true, the land would be the first thing I would inquire about.
I think the Princess Edith is very beautiful, Sir Knight.
Huh?
Very beautiful. I was watching her this afternoon and...
Aha! But like me, you were over 30 paces away. How could you tell her beauty?
It was obvious, Sir Knight.
Obvious, eh? Bit of a shrew, if you ask me.
A shrew?
Bad features, all scrunched up together. Shows a spiteful nature.
Sir Knight.
I pity the man she marries. Cross-eyed, too, I shouldn't wonder.
Sir Knight, her loveliness was so apparent
that you should know when I jest.
Jest?
Of course. More people this afternoon were watching her than me. You don't have romantic thoughts of the princess, do you?
No. No, I just thought it was an observation only.
An observation only. You observe all you want, Ian, but remember, she is out of reach for you, completely unobtainable.
But...
Never let your ambition truly fly that high. Never.
Jane? Jane?
My lady?
Oh, what are you doing?
Turning your bed, my lady.
Oh, Jane, turning beds.
Lead it turning, my lady.
But today, with the grand tourney just over and a feast tonight, how can you think to turn a bed?
I thought it looked a little damp, my lady.
Oh, Jane, you are so beautifully down to earth. Perhaps it's just as well my head is in the sky and my heart is pounding. I can feel it. Tonight, I must look my best.
Oh, dear.
My very best. My blue dress, I think, the one cut low, and my gold chain around my waist and slippers. Yellow slippers.
My lady.
Yes.
My lady, who is it this time?
Keep a secret?
I always have done, my lady.
His name is Ian.
Ian?
The squire of Sir Hugh.
The squire, not even a knight.
He kept looking at me all afternoon. I swear his eyes are blue.
My lady, you did not look at him.
Oh, no. Well, out of the corner of my eye. Otherwise, I was terribly distant and aloof.
I should hope so.
I should think he hardly thought I noticed him. But I did.
My lady.
Oh, do not worry. Nothing will come of it. He is too far beneath me. Oh, but one day, Jane, one day soon, before I marry, I will have an adventure. I have everything, Jane, including boredom. Do not begrudge me a little excitement.
Well, no harm will come of it, I suppose. You have been in love before and fallen out just as quick.
Not with Ian. Ian I will love forever.
And each of the others you swore you would love forever.
Oh, did I? Ah, but that is the beauty of love. You always think it will last forever.
I know.
Even when you know in your heart it is only pretense. I wish I had some companions, Jane. Someone of my own age, my own rank.
I wish that too, but... Oh, I will go and prepare your clothes for this evening.
The blue dress, Jane?
The blue dress, my lady, and the yellow slippers.
Tonight I shall dance. Dance with my father's aging courtiers. And they will tread on my dress and catch the hem. But I will not mind. Because tonight, in my imagination, I will be dancing with Ian.
A cozy world, at peace, where war is make-believe and people know their place. A set, defined, established land of order and tranquility, where evil only lies in the past. But listen, that past approaches fast.
Breathe! Let them feel your might!
I hear you have a broken rib, Sir Edmund.
Bruised. Badly bruised. Not broken.
Oh, I am glad of that.
And I'll be after you again next year, Sir Hugh. Never fear.
I know. It's not like the old days. You were young, you would not know. Then no knight could say with certainty he will be here next year.
You talk of the dragon.
And the witch. Haven. Even now, that name sends a chill up my spine.
You fought her?
Aye. Well, the dragon, rather. That is where her power lay. And I've the scars to prove it.
There's more valor when the foe is real.
More death, too.
Even so.
Oh, even so nothing. When I rode forth against the dragon 15 years ago, I was one of 50 knights. It took Skrull 20 seconds to wipe us out. 20 seconds! They left me for dead. We were like ants against a lizard. A lizard who spat fire.
Maybe, but we beat them in the end.
Aye, we beat them in the end. Oh, there's my squire. Ian! Ian! Bring us more wine. Oh, Warren, he's been partaking too. He looked a trifle fuddled.
Your wine, sir.
Well, pour it for us.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh,
sorry, sir.
Not on the table, Ian.
Sorry, sir.
What are you looking at, Squire?
I'm trying to see if she has arrived.
She?
He has taken a fancy to the Princess Edith.
Well, I don't blame him.
She's too beautiful to describe. She is like the sun.
Oh, like the sun.
I have composed a lay for her. Would you like to hear it?
He's seen her once from 30 yards.
Her nose, like porcelain, gleams forth from between her shining eyes. It needs some polishing.
Well, her nose?
A poem, sir. I've not composed much.
You have poured our wine, Ian. You may depart.
No, let him stay. I want to hear more.
His foolishness reflects on me. Ian, leave us.
Yes, Sir Knight.
And...
Yes?
Tell your poem to none else.
No, Sir Knight.
I'll keep the wine away from him in future.
Our nose gleams forth.
He should have happened to him what happened to me when I was... It was a long time ago. A red-haired woman in a tavern. She ripped my back open. Claws like a cat. I lost my virginity, my innocence, and my romantic notions of women in the space of one night. I never even found her name. Nor have I ever seen her since.
Going to a convent, I expect. A last fling before the doors closed.
Aye, that would explain it. Drinker! Let us talk of other things. This harping on the past makes me feel my age.
There. How do I look?
You look lovely, my lady.
Yes? Yes, I think I do. Oh, my father sends for me. Enter.
My lady, the king.
Father.
Edith.
My lord.
Sire.
You may leave us, if you please, madam.
Sire.
Father, why have you come to me? I was only now preparing to...
I have something to tell you. It is not easy.
Yes, Father?
I am an austere man. I have sacrificed emotion because I must rule. And that requires cold logic. I love you, child. You are very precious to me.
I know that, Father.
You are my only child. The stability of the country after I'm gone will depend upon you, and that is not a burden to be carried lightly or alone. I have arranged your marriage.
Yes, Father.
Yes. He is of blood royal, the Duke of Senarth.
Senarth.
He will be here in 3 days.
The wedding will be announced then and will take place in 3 weeks' time. You will please prepare yourself.
Yes, Father.
Well, I have told you now, Edith, so...
Could you not have told me sooner?
Yes, I could, but nothing was certain until recently. I was afraid, am afraid, that you might not love me when you knew. I wish to retain your affection as long as possible. He is kind and considerate. That is the first thing that I made certain of. I am sorry that I leave you no choice in this matter, Edith, but it is too important an issue to be decided by your heart.
Yes, I know, Father. If you will excuse me, I do not wish to feast tonight. With your permission, I will stay here.
Very well. Good day, daughter.
Father.
Sire.
Married.
My lady, what has happened?
I am to be married.
Oh.
To the Duke of Senov.
I have heard he is very kind, my lady.
Yes, it would seem so.
And noble.
Yes. Leave me, Jane.
My lady.
I cannot dance tonight, and I do not feel like eating. I have 3 days left of... childhood. 'Tis a sober thought.
You will learn to love him. And not a fleeting passion, either.
Yes, I expect I will. Leave me now, please, Jane. Please.
Yes, my lady.
Oh.
An hour before dawn, just as the first frost of autumn was dusting white in the fields, a shape appeared, high in the sky, nearing. They had traveled far from out of the cold east, but they were not tired, for malignant power needs no rest. The moon was full. The thin, cold light etched vast wings, glittering, golden, claws like steel, cruelly hooked, a tail barbed, dipped in poison, teeth of red, a tongue of fire. On his back, balanced tall and naked, gaunt-faced, eyes hard, was... They circled once and then made some. The witch had returned from the past, and fear settled cold in the hearts of men.
Sir Hugh of Monred, my liege.
You sent for me, sire?
Yes. Walk with me a while, Sir Hugh.
Sire.
You are well?
I am, sire.
Yes. I hear Sir Edmund is not so.
He will heal?
Yes. I am glad that you are my champion.
Thank you, sire.
Look at these roses. They have lasted well, but already the frost begins to blight them.
I am no gardener, sire.
I have something to ask of you, Sir Hugh.
Sire.
Caven and Skrull have returned.
I know that, sire.
You saw them?
I saw them. Skrull seems bigger than before.
It was a challenge, Sir Hugh, directed at me when they flew over the castle. It was a challenge, Sir Hugh, that you must accept.
Aye.
You are my champion, and you know them from old.
Sire.
What is in your mind?
I had hoped my fighting days were over, sire.
If you destroy them, I will not be ungrateful.
If I destroy them, sire, you know you send me to my death.
Yes, do not think that I have not thought on this. I would not lightly send you. This time, Sir Knight, we have no trial.
When do you wish me to depart?
Today.
Today?
Rumor is already growing. It must be seen that I act and fast. I would that I could send another, and others I know would gladly take your place, but you are the most fitting.
Sire.
I leave your route to you, and I grant you powers to parley as if you were me. But I will grant the witch no land, or title, or respect. I will not have sorcery in my realm again.
Parley? I parley with nothing.
She must see that I will have no truck with witches. Cleanse this land of her for me, Sir Hugh. I beg you.
I have served you all my life, sire. And where you send me, I will go.
I hope that we will have your courage when it is our turn to face her. May God go with you, Sir Knight.
Sire. Caven and Skrull. God in heaven, it begins again.
We're finished! Let's go! Let's go!
My lord, the king decrees that on this day, Sir Hugh of Monmouth, the king's champion, the foremost warrior in the land, will ride forth to slay the witch, Caven, and the dragon, Skrull.
We will do it! We will slay the witch! We will save you!
Stop waving your hat, Ian. This is serious business we're about.
Sorry, sir, but listen to them cheer.
They cheer only because they lack our place.
Does not your heart lift, Sir Knight?
At what?
Why, their trust and confidence.
Who needs the trust and confidence of fools? Skrull could burn this moat dry with 2 breaths, had he a mind to.
I wonder if the princess is on the battlements. Yes, there she is. Do not fear, my lady. We will chase the nasty witch and dragon away. Do you think she heard me?
All others did.
She's waving. And now she's gone. She waved to me, sir. She waved to me. The Princess Edith waved to me.
She could do little else.
Sir Knight, when we have slain the dragon, do you think the king will knight me?
Perhaps.
Do you think he will grant me land?
Ian.
Knighthood. Land. What honor I might not win.
Ian.
Sir Knight?
You have little idea of what you say. Tell me, last night, did you see them when they flew over?
Indeed not, sir. I must confess that I am not used to wine, Sir Knight.
I did notice. Well, I had been drinking too, and hard. But when we heard the shouts outside and went to see, I could have been drinking water. I was that afraid.
Afraid, Sir Knight?
Skrull measures 50 or more paces from wingtip to wingtip. His tail can flatten the house with one blow. His breath is so fierce that where he breathes, all is blackened and scorched to nothing. He's invulnerable to sword, club, lance, or mace. There is no way to slay him.
Then we must use his strength against himself. Win by stealth.
Ian, he is not an adversary at a wrestling match. The dragon kills. He kills swift and gives no quarter. When he sees us, we will die.
Even so.
And then there is the witch herself. Caven can change into any shape or form. She can make you see what is not there. She can bring down lightning from a clear sky. She could tie us fast with spells so that we're helpless. And like the dragon, she has no pity.
Then how, Sir Knight, was she conquered before?
She had a child.
A child? The witch gave birth?
Yes. It is not generally known. A country must have pride in her fighting men. So it was put about she was defeated by strength of arms, but we were at her mercy. The country was hers for the taking. The dragon was roaming unchecked. She thought the child safe, but it was not so. The king gained custody of her. A girl child, a babe in arms, innocent. The king threatened to have her skewered with red-hot irons and then quartered. And so Cavan left. She was then more mother than witch. So she left. Oh, it is not a pleasant tale. Hardly one of gallantry. There is no honor in it.
What happened to the babe?
She was returned to Cavan. It was part of the bargain. I tell you this now, Ian, because I expect us to die. To be snuffed out like a candle when first we meet them. And it is fitting that you should know the truth.
If things are as you say, then why has the king sent us?
You heard them cheering. It gives hope and leaves him time to plan and marshal his forces. But now there is no child. He has no hold on her. Like me, he can see only death. If you wish, Ian, I will release you from your vows to me and you can go home. I would not think that you lacked courage.
That would be small thanks for your concern, Sir Knight. I am bound to you by more than vows. I could not leave you even if you ordered me. Anyway, they must be growing old.
Oh.
We might catch them dozing by a fire, like an old woman and her kitten.
Some kitten.
And if they fight, their bones will creak with age.
Mine creak, too, do not forget.
We'll dance rings round them, Sir Knight.
Hey, my dancing days are over.
Then I will dance, while you creep up and stab him in the rear.
And blunt my sword, no matter what path I hit. No, lad. If we triumph, it will be because of unforeseen circumstances, naught else. But your optimism gives me hope. Come, we must hasten.
My lady, what are you about?
Nothing. A few clothes only to give to the poor.
May I see?
There is no need. I have finished.
Your wardrobe is my concern, my lady.
I tell you, there is nothing here. A few shifts, nothing more.
Then I will have them washed and aired. A few shifts, my lady. These are boys' clothes. A page's. My lady, what are you planning? My lady, please, trust me. Oh, then I must take the clothes to your father.
No.
My lady, I saw you watch Sir Hugh and his squire leave and saw you cry. I know you were fearful of your coming marriage, but, my lady, if you have planned what I think you have planned, then you are being very foolish.
Oh, Jane, I love you like a mother. But what I have planned is very little. I intend only leaving the castle for a day, and perhaps the night.
The night?
One night only. A small adventure before I wed. I will take my mare and ride as if for sport. And then, once out of sight, I will become a boy with my hair under a cap. And then I will gallop like the wind. I will gallop south.
South?
Oh, not too far. Just enough to circle beyond the ruined convent of St. Agnes. And at the ruins, I will spend the night.
I see.
And tomorrow I will be back, no longer a boy, back to await my betrothed. What could be more harmless?
The convent ruins, my lady, lie directly on the route Sir Hugh will be taking.
Oh, really?
And he and his squire will doubtless spend the night there.
I only wish to meet them, to join their talk.
My lady.
They are going to die, Jane. They go alone against the dragon. My father sends them as a sacrifice.
Even so, but to satisfy a childish whim.
It is no whim, Jane.
It is.
No, I have planned it down to the smallest detail. Nothing can go wrong. Unless you betray me.
It would not be betrayal.
It would. I mean to go, Jane.
You do not know the squire. If you knew him, if you had spoken with him, even of love and prompt it returned, I still would not agree. It is not right for you to do this thing.
It is right. It is very right. Oh, Jane, except with you, have I behaved other than with discretion? Have I not obeyed my father's every wish? I am to marry soon. A man I do not know. I will spend my wedding night with a stranger, and people will say it is right for me to do so. Oh, Jane, although I have never met Ian, I know him better than the Duke. Surely it is as right for me to talk with him innocently without his knowing who I am, as it is for me to bed down with my husband.
No, it is not. My lady, a princess cannot choose, cannot make comparisons. You know that as well as I.
Not even once, Jane. Are the walls around me so very solid?
They are, my lady.
And you are a part of them. Well, I hate them and I hate you.
My lady.
I do. I hate you, Jane.
Child, I love you as if you were my own, but I must do my duty. Now, will you promise me you will not go?
No.
Then I must take these clothes to your father.
I will say you have invented it.
He knows I have no reason to. He knows I love you.
Jane! Oh, stay here.
My lady?
When you were young, did you not do such things?
Well...
And did any harm come from them?
No.
And will any harm come from this?
If people find out...
No one will unless you tell them. It will be safe, Jane, as safe as if I had stayed here.
You would not tell them who you are?
Oh, no.
You would not say you were not a boy?
No. And the disguise would be my chaperone.
Oh, but they might see it.
It will be dark, and firelight jumbles features, you see? I have worked it all out. Oh, say you will let me go, Jane. I know you will. And you will stay here. Say that tomorrow I may ride out early.
No, I will not do that, my lady.
Jane.
I will come with you. I could not let you go alone. You object?
Oh, no, dear Jane, no. I cannot imagine you as a boy.
I will go as I am and be your mother.
My mother?
And as for my safety, my age will see to that. Now, we will need food and blankets.
Oh, we darling child. Oh, we have much to do. Oh, darling Jane, you are so practical.
And now, like a hawk, we must soar, winging high and fast. Beneath us rolls the countryside, unfolding emerald green. Thin brooks meander, fields sit square. Distance lends a toy-like peace. But as we gain height, arching up, a gentle, innocent stain of brown appears, heading south, the Dragon's Root, where all plants wither from his castle, a deadly road to the witch's castle.
Marianne?
Yes, Mother?
Is the turret room prepared yet?
I think so, Mother.
It must be done by night, for without the pentacle, I have no eyes.
Yes, Mother.
Did you see the cat?
Cat?
Did you see him run? A stray, I think, but he felt my power and was frightened.
A small black cat with white on his chest.
Yes. You'll not see him again.
I gave him some food this morning. He rubbed up against me and purred.
You are soft, daughter. No fit child to me.
I'm sorry, Mother.
And for you, I break my word.
I did not ask you to.
All this should rightly belong to you. None else.
But I do not like it here. Damp. Cold.
Damp, cold. If you would but use your powers, child, you could alter it as you wished.
I do not like these powers, Mother. They give much for little effort. I gain small satisfaction from them.
You will learn. Once I thought like you, tried to live a natural life, but men hate what is beyond them. Like the cat. They could sense the difference, so they turned on me. You will learn. Hate breeds hate, and now I hate them back.
It could not always have been so, Mother, for I exist. Did not my father love you? And you him?
Love! Alas, that was all. I had no love for him. It was you I wanted. A daughter. Nothing else. Even I cannot create life without a man. Let me see what you have done. The king will move fast, I know. Men already will be traveling here, and I must be prepared.
But Scroll will frighten them away.
Scroll is my affair, not yours. I'm sorry. The dragon grows in strength. It worries me. Oh, he would do as I require. Doubt not that. Once I unleash him, he will waste this land to dust. But his control is not for unskilled hands. Stay clear of him, daughter, until you decide to use what lies within you.
Is the area large enough, Mother? Have I cleared enough space?
It will do. You may leave me now.
Yes, Mother.
If I think right, the king's men tonight will just be within the borders of my power, and I will stop them.
You will slay them?
Perhaps. Perhaps. I will see how fancy takes me. Leave me now.
Yes, Mother.
More wine, Sir Knight?
No, lad. And you'll not touch it either. Put more wood on the fire.
Yes, sir. Will the witch know where we are, Sir Knight?
She might. Depends if she looks.
What do you mean?
She can spread her power like a spider's web. Sense all that lies within.
Oh.
Think not on it.
No. It grows dark.
Aye.
I begin to think the ruins change shape.
It is the firelight.
They say that when the witch is near, the air freezes.
Aye.
Even in summer or autumn, the air freezes.
Ian.
It is cold now. Do you think the witch...
If she be near, Ian, you will know it.
How?
It gets dark and cold, but too dark to be natural, too cold to be normal.
But...
It is not that now. Grasp in your mind what you know is real and dwell on nothing else, or you'll be like a cat that jumps at shadows.
Yes, Sir Knight.
What now?
It is nothing.
Ian?
It is nothing. I thought I saw a rock move.
Then walk over and sit on it, but do not think.
Someone nears.
My shield.
2 horses, I think.
My shield and sword, boy.
Yes, Sir Knight.
You stand to my back. Watch for me there. In spite of the peace, there are still rogues about.
We come in peace, my lord.
It is but a boy.
Keep to your post. Stay there, boy, and state your business.
As you wish, my lord. I am escorting my mother to the king's castle. We are but 2, my lord.
Where have you come from?
Wraxham, my lord.
Wraxham?
My mother is tired with travel, and we both are cold.
Come closer, both of you.
Yes, my lord. Come along, mother.
Let me be here.
It is not mother.
They're unarmed.
Yes. Take their horses, Ian. Tether them with our own.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Sit down and join us. You're welcome.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
May I offer you food, wine?
Mother?
Oh, a little wine.
I am Sir Hugh of Monreth. My squire is called Ian. You are...
My father was John Preen, sir, of Wraxham.
Was?
He's been dead for some years.
Ah. Madam.
Oh, thank you, Sir Knight.
And for you,
Edward, sir.
Wine?
Oh, no. Let me serve myself. It's not fitting that you should wait upon such a lad as I.
Oh.
Thank you. How could I have suspected you rogues when he's so well-mannered?
Oh, he has been well brought up, sir.
I can see that. Oh, take more, lad. You've hardly enough there to fill a thimble.
The bottle is empty, Sir Knight.
Ian, another bottle. And help the lad to wine.
Yes, Sir Knight. Here, let me help you.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
You have no man with you for protection?
No. We cannot spare them, sir. The harvest is late this year.
Ah, I see. Let us draw closer to the fire. You have many men working for you, lady?
Oh,
My mother has no head for figures. We have some land, sir, about 9 hides. A steward assists us with the running.
9 hides, eh?
Well, about 8.5 to be precise, I think.
Even so. And there are more sons, daughters?
I am an only child.
Oh, yes, an only child.
Well, this is timely. New companions help pass the hours more swiftly. Your land, lady, it's all good pasture?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, why not?
Good. Well, your health, widow. Your health.
And your health, too, Sir Knight. May you live long.
May we all live long, lady. Drink, all of you, drink. I feel the future drawing near.
Alone in the pentacle, the witch sat, bat-like, motionless, spinning strands of power, spider-like. Eyes closed, face tense, hands clenched, bird-like. Blackness gathers, pulsating dark, drumming, cold, breaking forth as she opened her green and slitted eyes. Her power spread, a slow black chill creeping over the land, knowing all, knowing.
Oh, it is good to talk like this. Spin tales, even if one exaggerates a bit.
More wine, Sir Knight?
No, I'll need a clear head on the morrow, and you'll not have some either. He composes poems when he's been drinking.
Oh, sir.
Poems?
Love poems.
Love poems.
They are very poor, and I cannot remember them.
A good thing, too. Romantic nonsense. Do you not think so, lady?
Well, for the young, perhaps it does no harm.
But you and I are too old for that.
It would seem so.
The fire gets low. Ian, more wood.
There's little here, sir. I must gather more.
Oh, I will help you.
Oh, but...
Oh, let him go.
Mother.
They'll not be far. The moon is full.
We will bring back armfuls, won't we, lad?
Oh, yes, we will indeed.
You seem pensive, mistress.
I worry about my son.
Yes. Your son. I've been watching him closely.
Oh.
A delicate lad, is he not?
Yes, very delicate.
Small-handed, white-skinned, large-eyed. Hair, I think, longer than he shows.
Well, he has lived a sheltered life.
Very sheltered by the look of him. My squire knows little of young women. He cannot see those subtle signs that tell them apart, particularly if they are disguised in the clothes of a boy. I am not my squire, however. Within 5 minutes of your arrival here, my eyes were open.
It was for safety.
Oh, I thought as much. I only wonder what other lies you've told as truth.
Oh.
But it does not matter, and I will not pry. Except in one thing.
And what is that?
You are unwed.
Oh, yes, I am unwed.
And unspoken for.
That, too.
I will not ask of land. I would not wish to stretch my luck.
I'll be glad that you do not, sir.
You know we go to fight the witch.
Yes, you have said.
Mistress, this is hard to say, for it presumes a lot. But if I return, the witch and the dragon will be dead, and I would wish to settle down. The king will reward me well, I know. I would not need land or dowry or... Mistress, if I return, may I call on you?
You may, Sir Knight. You would be welcome.
I will do my best to do so, then. Storm is gathering. Here, take my cloak until they return with the fuel.
The wood is dry here.
Ah.
I think Sir Hugh has taken a fancy to your mother.
Really?
I did not notice.
You're fortunate.
How so?
Oh, come, lad. He is champion knight. Foremost warrior in the land. He could have his pick of noble widows.
Ah, and you? Could you have your pick of the daughters of those widows?
I'd not thought on it. But anyway, my heart is taken.
Oh, who by?
You could not expect me to tell you that.
Was she so very great, then?
Among the greatest in the land.
Oh.
We'll need more wood than this, lad. Look over there.
Oh, yes, sir, yes. I have heard the King's Castle is very grand.
Oh, it is. Very grand.
And the people there are very clever.
Some are, some aren't. It depends on who you meet.
You have met many?
A few. Being squire to the champion knight does not allow much time.
Tell me, did you meet the princess? Edith, I think she is called.
In passing, a few words, nothing more.
Oh. When was that?
You're very inquisitive.
I am going there. I wish to know how I should behave should I meet the princess. And you, sir, are obviously used to meeting such great people.
Are you playing with me, lad?
No, sir, not I. They say the princess is quite presentable.
Presentable? She is too beautiful to describe.
Oh. Tell me, is she among the greatest in the land?
Of course she is. You're astute for one so young.
'Tis the princess that you love.
It is.
Does she love you?
I do not know. I would not let my fancy ride that high.
When you spoke with her in passing, did you not tell her of your love?
No, I did not.
But you intend to when next you meet her in passing.
It is possible. I shall see how I feel. Here, hold your arms out. Let me load you up.
Certainly, sir. Tell me, if the princess were here now in front of you, would you tell her of your love?
We must hurry.
Oh, please, sir, tell me.
All right. I would not.
Why not?
I would be afraid she would do no more than sport with me. And anyway, you know we go to fight the dragon and the witch.
I do.
It is not likely that we will return, and dreams are too precious to throw away. I would not have her use me as a plaything.
I think you think her very cruel.
Thoughtless, rather. And vain, perhaps. Imagine for a moment that you are the princess, boy. Would you not have fun with me?
What was that?
Nothing. The storm gets close.
It was so cold and dark.
Clouds over the moon.
Clouds, but there are no clouds.
What?
A boy. 2 boys? No, a boy and a girl.
The witch.
Oh, more than a girl.
A girl. You.
Jane! More than a simple girl. Much more.
What have you done? A girl? Where is she?
Ian! Ian!
The knight! Over here!
What has happened? Where?
The witch was here!
The witch! Haven!
Even so, sir Hugh. Even so.
What have you done with her?
Silence, Ian! Caleb, where is the boy?
Boy? I know of no boy.
Girl, then!
She is in that castle.
My lady!
Lady!
She was highborn.
The highest.
What? Caleb! Caleb!
Behind you, Sir Knight.
Caleb!
Still behind you, Sir Knight.
Caleb, let the girl go. She is no concern of yours.
No concern, Sir Knight. Ask my lord, the king.
The king?
Red-hot irons. For his daughter, my red-hot irons will be the dragon's teeth.
His daughter?
Ask the woman. Ask the mother. And then come and fetch her. If you dare, come and fetch her from the dragon's mouth.
Mistress, does the witch say true?
Oh, yes. She was my lady, the Princess Edith.
The princess?
Sir Knight, what can we do? We cannot go back without her.
We will rescue her. I will rescue her.
Do not be foolish, Ian.
But, Sir Knight...
Put your sword away.
But...
Ian!
Yes, Sir Knight.
Now, go and see to the horses. Make sure they're well tethered.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Now, mistress, Why did you come here?
She is to marry. She wished... Oh, she has had little excitement. Oh, why did I let her? She twisted me round her finger like a ring.
The king does not know that she came here.
No.
When he finds out, he will have your head for this.
I would have naught else. I would that I could exchange it for her safety. Oh, Sir Knight, we must get her back.
Yes, we must. Though, I see nothing but to go on and hope.
And I must come with you.
No, you must not.
Oh, but...
Women have taken too great a hand in this affair already, madam. 3 leagues from here, I know a family. They will care for you. It is on our road. We will leave you there tomorrow.
But Sir Knight...
The matter is ended.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Mistress, what I said before when we were alone still holds. But for now, I must not think on you. And you must keep your place. Ian, were the horses undisturbed?
They were, sir.
Good. We will need them fresh tomorrow. We must travel fast.
Yes, sir.
And we will take your horse, too, mistress, when we leave you.
We're leaving you?
Oh, yes. Yes, you must. There is no place for me in this.
Fighting is for fighting men, Ian. And when we face Caven and the dragon... Caven, if I catch you clear of sorcery, I will slay you dead.
Mother, what have you done?
Done?
The girl in boy's clothes, sleeping in the turret.
No girl, child. She is the Princess Edith.
The princess?
Last night she strayed too near. I reached out and took her. It was easy.
Well, what will you do with her?
Use her, as once the king would have used you. She will be a pawn. I will gain for you what I wish, and then...
And then?
That pawn will never be a queen. Skrull will make sure of that.
Oh, do not do it, Mother. I beg you.
You have no right to beg.
I have every right. You do this in my name, as if for me. Yet I do not want it. You will turn all men against me if you continue. Oh, I cannot leave you, Mother, for I know you love me. But better I were dead than be like you.
Daughter, you know nothing.
I do, Mother. I know what is within me. Clear and still. An ache, a void, a need for love.
You have mine.
More than yours, a different kind. Soon I know I will need a man to love. Soon I know I will want a child. But I do not wish to have to do as you. I want to gain no man's love by sorcery.
You touch me, daughter. But you are wrong.
No, I am not. Oh, please. I plead with you. Give up this scheme. Release the girl. Let us leave. We can go away, find another land, and live once more in peace, even if alone.
We cannot.
Why not?
It is not possible.
It is. We could leave today, within the hour.
No, Skrull will not have it so.
Skrull?
Yes. The dragon lies at the center of our being here.
What?
He would have the old days back. He knows not of love or peace. Skrull has the power, Marianne, more so than I. If we had not come here with him, he would have turned on us.
So you aid him?
I had no choice. My spells may have him mute and sleeping now. But when he wakes, Marianne, believe me, we have no choice but to ride upon his back. No choice. None.
How much further to the witch's castle, Sir Knight?
Less than a league now. Once we top this hill, we should see it.
I have been thinking, Sir Knight, about the princess.
So have I. Damn the girl. She makes our task impossible.
I was thinking why she came to the ruins. Why she would wish to meet us. Maybe she was taken with me, Sir Knight.
Do not flatter yourself. She would have come had it been Sir Edmund and his squire that rode against the dragon.
That I do not see.
We're marked to die, Ian. Last night was our last on earth. She came to share it.
That was kind of her, then.
Had she come as the princess, perhaps, it would have shown concern. But as a boy, it was romantic nonsense and cruel. She was using you, Ian. Using both of us to gain a brief and spiteful pleasure.
On the surface, what you say is true, but that cannot be the whole of it. It makes her out a vulture. I prefer to think she was thoughtless, nothing else. Had not Cavan taken her, we would have seen her true concern, I'm sure of it.
You may be right. It does not matter. Only one thing stands clear now. We've got to get her back. That is our first consideration.
How will we attack, Sir Knight?
I do not know. I hope that she will let me prepare. Let me get my armor on and ride properly into battle. I do not want to be crushed like an insect before I've drawn my sword. There's only one thing I know from the past. The witch likes drama, set-piece battles. That would be fitting for champion knight, foremost warrior in the land.
I have been thinking, sir. Let us suppose that the witch and the dragon ride forth for battle. The castle then would be undefended. Could I not circle behind and reach the princess unseen?
Ian, you forget that she sees all. For the princess, there is no safety until the witch is dead, and the dragon, too.
But surely, sir, my plan gives some hope.
No more hope than mine, which gives none. Ian, I say again, fortune must take a hand in this affair, and soon, or else all has been lost since we began. Listen.
The witch.
Steady, steady. Oh, it is different. But sorcery all the same. Be ready to defend yourself.
Yes, Sir Knight.
At first, the figure they saw was ghostly, pulsating red, uncertain.
A girl!
Hold your place.
Then it condensed, became solid, real. A girl with softly flowing hair, gentle shape, sweet face, sad, sad.
She faints.
Stay here.
You think it is the witch?
A witch for sure. Who are you, child?
I am Marianne, Sir Knight.
Marianne?
Yes. My mother is Cavan the witch.
The witch?
You're Cavan's daughter.
Yes, oh, please. Might I beg a little water? Oh, I do not often use my power, and it makes me weak.
Water? Here is water.
Oh.
Come, take it from my hand.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Sir Knight.
I have you now. One move, bitch, and I'll cut your head off.
Sir Knight.
Dismount here and put your dagger to her ribs.
But,
do it!
But, sir...
And if she move but once, strike home and deep.
Yes, Sir Knight.
If she be what she says, we have something Cavan treasures. We must not let her slip. Hold her fast, Ian.
I have, sir.
And if she is not, she is still a witch and must die. Now, bring her here. Watch her close. Keep your dagger firm. Now, bitch, we may talk. Only no deceit, either by your tongue or witchcraft, or my squire will kill you. Now, what do you want with us?
I come to offer aid, to put my powers at your service.
Do you? You hear that, Ian? The witch's daughter offers aid.
Oh, not against my mother, sir, but against the dragon. My mother I could not harm, but Skrull, I would have him destroyed.
The dragon destroyed? That strikes at the witch. You're not consistent.
Oh!
So, tell the truth about your being here.
Oh, it is as I say. My mother cannot control the dragon now. I would have him dead so that we may depart.
Depart?
Oh, yes. Well, why else should I come here? Why else should I place myself so easily in your power?
'Tis not enough. There must be more.
Oh, no more, Sir Knight, I swear it. Oh, no more. I stake my life on it.
Your life is forfeit anyway.
Oh, please, may I have the water now?
Here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Stay close, Ian. I do not trust her yet.
I will not flee.
Even so, why would you help us? Why would you turn against your mother?
Oh, Sir Knight, once you discovered my identity, you called me bitch. You would have slain me, would slay me now, except you think I might be useful. I do not like it so, this hate that men feel for me, although I do no harm. With your help, Sir Knight, I would show that I am human.
Ian, do you believe her?
I do, Sir Knight.
Why?
She is too beautiful to be false.
Beautiful? Ian, beauty means nothing. When will you learn? I do not trust her. I dare not. It is too simple and convenient to be other than Cavan's work.
'Tis not so, sir. My mother...
Will pay heavily for you. You will serve to get the princess back.
How so, sir?
We propose an exchange to Cavan. Her daughter for the princess.
And if she does not agree?
Then we kill this bitch here.
Sir Knight!
My liege begged me to cleanse this land of sorcery, and we will make a start with her.
But, sir...
And you'll not gainsay me, Ian.
Sir Knight, you read this badly.
I read this badly.
You throw away our only chance.
Speak on.
Things will be as they were before if we get the princess back.
Not so. She will be safe.
How long for? A day, perhaps? You said yourself, defeat Skrull and all else unravels. But that we cannot do unless we trust the maid, so that she can strike when least expected by the witch.
Her beauty makes you eloquent, Ian. And convincing.
Sir, I see it clear the course we have to take.
Perhaps. But I think not you would think the same if she were ugly. Beware, child. He falls in love with any pretty face. Tell me, what are the witch's plans?
My mother, she would kill the princess out of spite.
When?
I do not know. Soon, I think.
How?
By waking the dragon and putting her in his path.
The dragon sleeps?
Yes, but...
Then we have him.
Not so. It is my mother who makes him slumber. It's an artificial sleep that he is in. If you get close, he will wake.
Where does he rest?
Beyond the castle, there is a valley. He lies there. Oh, Sir Knight, if you would put your trust in me, we must move this business swiftly. I must be back before my mother knows that I am gone.
What would you have us do?
I will tell you what no one knows about the dragon. Draw close and listen hard. It is her sorcery that keeps him safe. She coats his scales with power that turns aside all arms. Oh, Sir Knight, you could charge him fair and hit him hard, but you could not touch his skin, not while my mother provides the shield. But take away that defense, and you can slay him like any animal.
I did not know this.
It is the secret of his invulnerability. Now, what I suggest is this. That you confront the dragon, throw all caution aside, and charge. The dragon will be careless, but we will not touch him.
So, you betray me, Marianne.
And give you...
You betray me.
Princess wakes. Her last awakening.
Ian! Hello! Jane! Does anyone hear me?
I hear you, my lady.
Who are you?
Your jailer, my lady.
Let me free. My father
is the king. I know.
Then let me free. I command it.
On his authority? Oh, that does not run here, my lady. Look at my face, child. It means death for you.
Oh,
even so, my lady. Even so.
What do you want with me?
You will see.
Where is Ian and Sir Hugh?
They are plotting. They think to be heroes, but they plot their death. And my daughter, she plots with them. With her help, they force my hand. I can no longer wait to put the king upon the rack. Blame them, child, for what is about to happen.
And what is that?
Your death.
My father will give anything.
Your father is not here. I wish he were.
It is not fitting that I am garbed like this. Bring me a gun, some women's clothes.
You have spirit. That is dignity enough.
I think you jest with me to frighten me. You do not mean it.
I mean it, child. Doubt it
but
not.
I am innocent. I have done nothing.
You carry your father's love. That is guilt enough. The dragon will eat you, child, eat you whole. Then he will destroy your friends. You will have company in death. Never fear.
You're trying to humiliate me. I will not let you. I will not. I'm my father's daughter, the princess. I will not crawl to you.
I despise you. You use emotions as toys, not feelings. You think you are being noble now. You are not. There is no nobility in death. When you feel the dragon's breath, you will scream like that. And that. dragon in the night. When I have placed you as I wish, I will have sport with him again. Your head strong. A worthy rope to hang them with.
And that is my plan, sir. What do you think of it?
It has many gaps. I do not like it. You pit my skill against the dragon.
You will succeed, Sir Knight. Your lance can pierce him now.
If I get close, perhaps. But it is staking all on a single throw. You can do no more than you have said.
I can open up a path for you through my mother's power so that you can reach the dragon. But my arts will stretch no further.
And for this, you want the witch's life?
If it should come to that.
My oath on it.
It would be enough, Sir Knight.
An oath to break an oath. I must think on all of this. I'm not yet convinced that it is not a trap.
It is no trap, sir.
Stay here, both of you. Ian, if she should seem like leaving, kill her.
Yes, sir.
Do not take long, Sir Knight.
I will not.
I wish to thank you for your defense of me.
It was nothing.
Oh, you went against his authority and corrected him. Oh, that takes courage.
No. He fires quickly, but he sees reason just as fast. I learnt that long since.
Be that as it may, I thank you. Tell me, you said that I was beautiful. Did you mean it?
Why, yes. Every word. You are very lovely, Marianne.
You do not hate me.
No. Why should I?
Seeing who my mother is and what I am.
It makes no difference.
But Sir Hugh...
Sees things in black and white, I think, and he is under stress.
And so are you?
Not so great. I do not carry the responsibility that is his. I have time to look at other things.
Could a man love me, do you think?
Yes. Very deeply. Marianne?
Yes?
Can we speak of love again when this is over?
I would like to, but it will not be possible.
It must be possible.
No.
It must. Just say that you would not turn me aside.
Sir Hugh returned.
Say it, Marianne. You would not turn me aside?
I would not turn you aside. I could not.
I have considered. Your plan is the only one that gives us hope to finish this. I will trust you and spare the witch. We fight as you say.
Good.
Maid, you must return, and fast.
I will, Sir Knight.
Ian, see to my armor.
Yes, Sir Knight.
My mother is here. She watches. All is lost.
Even so, all is lost.
Not so. Come here.
Oh,
sir.
We do as I first thought. Caven. Caven. Answer me, witch.
Sir Hugh. Sir Hugh of Monrath.
Caven, I have your daughter cold. My sword upon her neck.
So I see, Sir Knight.
Parley, witch, or I strike.
You think I value a daughter who would betray me?
I know you value her, witch, from 15 years ago. So parley.
What would you have of me?
The princess.
Nothing more.
And your departure.
Only that?
And the dragon's death.
Say on, Sir Knight. Oh, there must be more. My head, perhaps, upon a block.
I swear, witch, that if it were so, then I would gladly cut it off.
You set a high price. Too high. Sever her neck, Sir Knight. I do not care.
You care, witch. You care. You gave up all before.
A thing I will not do again. So go on, Sir Knight. Why don't you strike?
Curse you, witch. You pushed me too far.
Mother, help me.
He will not kill you, and he knows it.
I will, and you can watch.
You must not, sir.
She leaves me no choice.
I will not let you.
Stand clear.
No.
I will cut through you to reach her, Ian, unless you move aside.
Then cut, sir. For if she die, we all die with her. Be not too hasty, sir. Think on what you do.
Caven, my lowest price is the princess for your daughter.
I thought it would come to that.
Bring her here, Caven. Bring the princess here.
And if I do not?
Then your daughter dies.
You had better stop him, little squire, for I will not bring the princess here.
She seeks to trick you, Ian. She will barter. Caven, no more talk. Fetch her to us. Caven, answer me.
I am thinking, Sir Knight, about the past.
The past?
Do you remember a woman, Sir Knight, in a small tavern? Do you remember a woman, Sir Knight, with flame red hair?
What of it?
Do you remember a night of love, of passion, 17 years ago?
That is of no concern.
You were a handsome man, Sir Hugh, and gentle. I often thought of it, your gentleness and your strength. You are very virile, Sir Knight, very virile.
You lie, witch.
Lie? I lay with you, Sir Knight, with you. Watch.
A woman appeared, tall, stately, red hair, deep-bellied, desirable, standing, smiling on the grass, strong arms outstretched.
This is how I came to you, Sir Knight. And you did not flinch, not even when I scratched you till you bled.
Does she say true?
She lies.
I do not, Sir Knight, and you know it.
You lie, witch, you lie.
Look upon this body, and then say you know me not.
Which, had I known who you were...
You would have taken your pleasure still.
Even so, it means nothing now. It is in the past and dead.
I think not, Sir Knight. Nothing? The child you threaten, you call nothing?
Child?
Me? She is your daughter, Sir Knight. Your daughter as well as mine.
Mother, is this true?
It is true.
You would not lie to me on this.
I would not. I do not. There is no need. Sir Hugh, you have your daughter cold, your sword upon her neck. You had better strike. Strike hard and deep, for I make no bargains now.
Mother, wait.
You are safe, Marianne. He will not harm you now.
Oh, no, do not leave me, Mother.
We will meet again when they are dead. The time approaches when I must wake the dragon.
The dragon? Mother, do you want the dragon dead? Oh, Mother, do you want the dragon dead?
You know I want him dead. But it cannot be.
It can be, Mother, by force of arms.
Sir Hugh.
If you do not aid the dragon, Sir Hugh can slay him.
And leave me almost helpless.
Let him leave, then. There will be nothing to keep us here.
No.
You swore you would not harm her, sir.
Yes, but...
Swear again. She'll agree.
Cavan, if the dragon dies, you can depart in peace. I swear it. Give me chance to kill him, Cavan. Give me one chance.
You would wish me only to stand aloof?
Only that.
Only that? Then I agree. I will take no part in it.
You swear it?
I swear it. On our daughter's life, I swear it.
Good. Now...
Sir Knight, what of the princess?
I will not harm her.
She's safe?
For now. I will not touch her until this is over.
Your word on it?
My word on it.
As ever, it comes down to naked strength and skill. Ian.
Sir?
Prepare my armor. I go to fight the dragon.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Cavan, does the dragon sleep?
He sleeps, but light. If you approach within 100 paces, the Skrull will wake. And I warn you, sir, he will be hungry.
100 paces. I wish it were less. Marianne?
Yes, Father?
Father. We are newly found.
Yes, newly found.
Will you forgive me for what I called you?
I forgive you gladly.
You will give me your blessing before I fight.
I will.
And will you look to Ian as a sister should? For he is like a son to me.
I will look to him, Father.
Your armor, sir.
Then, prepare me. And my steed. For we must do this right.
Skrull was deadly. Make no mistake on it. A monstrous beast of glittering gold, with no compassion, no humanity. He was a killer, cold and clean, a murderous machine of death. Listen. He sleeps as yet, but soon he will awake and kill.
Steady. There he is, Ian. Scroll.
He is so large, Sir Knight.
Aye. Now you know why I've always said we were marked for death.
You will kill him, sir.
If I do not, then... Where stands the witch?
She stands on that hill there, sir.
Ah, she would watch this. I know, a set-piece confrontation. And Marianne, where is she?
She stands with her, sir.
Then give me my lance and go and join them.
Here, sir.
And Ian.
Sir?
If you think the witch would interfere, then take your sword and strike. You might not kill her, but perhaps it would distract her, or... If I do not kill the dragon, then do your best to slay the witch.
I will, sir.
And as for Marianne, I hope she does not come to harm.
I wish that too, sir.
Well, Ian, we have come far together.
Aye, sir.
My hand?
Sir Hugh. May fortune favor you, sir.
And you too, Ian. Leave me now.
Yes, sir.
Now it must begin. May God ride with us, beast. 100 paces. 100 only. And then we must move with lightning speed.
Balanced finely in his saddle, his visor closed, his lance held level, Sir Hugh of Monreth, champion knight, arrowed silver across the plain. 300. 200. 100. The dragon woke.
The princess is there.
I swore only that you would be safe from me.
Skrull will kill her.
Even so, daughter, even so.
It was a trick. A trick with words.
They would have done the same to me. It is ironic, is it not, that the knight should cause her death?
Mother, did you plan this?
You talked too much of leaving, child. I grew frightened.
I would never have left you, Mother. But I must do so now. If the princess dies, then I do not wish to live.
Marianne!
Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye!
Marianne! Marianne!
Marianne!
She was a shard of amber splintering down. And the dragon saw her, turned his head, and spat out flame.
Marianne!
The witch, bat-like, hawk-like, black, swooped down and landed at the dragon's side.
Skrull! Skrull! Stop! Stop!
The dragon saw her,
Skrull!
lowered his head,
Stop, Skrull!
and bit.
Now. Faster. Faster.
In the eye, Sir Knight! In the eye!
In the eye. God guide my hand.
The lance ran true. 10 feet of gleaming, polished steel slid through his eye into his brain.
Mother.
Marianne, I have brought you water.
Mother.
Let me tell you, you are so burnt.
Oh. But at least we are alive.
I lost my mother 4 years ago. I know your pain.
She thought to love me, and she did. Too much, perhaps. I know that now.
We have all learnt much from this.
Yes.
I thank you for what you did, in my name and my father's. I am to marry soon and will have my own court. I would be honored to have you as my companion and my friend.
Ask me again in a little while. For now, I cannot think.
I will do that, for I need a friend like you.
Here, Sir Knight. I have brought you wine.
Good. But first, take off this breastplate.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Ow! Oh. I swear I will fight no more dragons, boy. He must have thrown me clear by 50 feet. But I spit at him. I spit at him like a pig.
It was a grand sight, Sir Knight.
Land, Ian, land! I will get much from this.
And honor, sir.
Aye. And you will have your share.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Where is the princess?
Well, she is unharmed.
She is almost within your means now, eh, lad?
Even if she is, I will woo another.
And who might that be? The witch's daughter?
Your daughter, too, sir.
I know, Ian. I was not forgetting. You talk of wooing. I know who I will woo and win.
Sir?
Her farm may be imaginary, but she has ample curves and a kindly nature. It'll be enough. Ian, this thing turns out well. It turns out well.
Indeed it does, Sir Knight.
Not even old age can fright me now, after this. Nor death, too. For Skrull was death. And I killed him, boy. I killed him clean.
In our story, the dragon died and did not live again. But our story was set in the imagination, and in our fancy, dragons can always exist. Listen. You can hear them, and hear them forever. Their wing beats echoing across the sky, casting dark shadows in a moonless night.
The Tale of the Knight, the Witch, and the Dragon. The Knight, Sir Hugh of Monreath, was played by Patrick Stewart. The Witch, Caven, by Peggy Page. And the Dragon was created by Peter Howell of the Radiophonic Workshop, who also composed the sound score. The King was played by Anthony Newlands, the Princess Edith by Elizabeth Proud, Sir Edmund by Gavin Campbell, and the Herald was Henry Knowles. Ian, Sir Hugh's page, was played by Marcus Campbell, Jane, the Princess's Gentlewoman, by Sheila Grant, and Marianne, the Witch's Daughter, by Kate Binchy. The King's subjects included Kenneth Shanley and Jonathan Scott, and Scrimp the Storyteller was played by Timothy Bateson. The studio managers were David Greenwood, Peter Novis, and Lloyd Silverthorne. The Tale of the Knight, the Witch, and the Dragon was written by J.C.W. Brooke and directed by Ian Cotterill.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson as he tells you another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'm going to tell you about a swell idea. The idea of serving Petri California sherry before dinner. Tomorrow night, just before dinner, instead of that last-minute rush, take it easy. Pour yourself a glass of Petri sherry. Now, if you'll do that just once, I wouldn't have to say another word about Petri sherry. You'd be a customer for life. Because Petri sherry is good wine with a capital good. Judge that Petri sherry any way you like. By its beautiful amber color, its heart-of-the-grape aroma, or by the best test of all, its flavor. Petri sherry is delicious. And you have a choice of two kinds, Petri regular and Petri Pale Dry Sherry. If you're not sure which you'll like better, try them both. Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's go in and join him. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
All set for tonight's story?
Yes, my boy, I'm all set, as you put it. It began in Vienna in 1889. The old Vienna of bright lights, lovely ladies, and lilting music.
What were you and the great Sherlock Holmes doing there, Doctor?
Mr. Bartell, what were we doing there?
Yes, sir. Were you just taking a trip?
Oh, in those early days of our association, we didn't have either the time or the money for trips. No, we were in Vienna with the express command of the Emperor Franz Joseph. It was in October, I remember, that we arrived in the city, and for several days we were forced to cool our heels awaiting the imperial pleasure. On one of those idle evenings, that the good services of our friend, the Chief of Police, Count Frano, secured us an invitation to a resplendent ball that was being held at the palace of Princess Stephanie von Kram. It was an incredibly colorful spectacle, Mr. Bartell. A string orchestra high in the gallery of the palace ballroom played a haunting Strauss waltz, while on the floor below, the cream of Viennese aristocracy swayed and glided gaily to the lilting music. I can remember the picture so well, Mr. Bartell, that Holmes and I stood there talking to the Chief of Police, Count Frano.
A colorful scene, is it not, gentlemen?
By George, yes, Count Frano. It must be a real holiday for you and Mr. Holmes.
What makes you say that, Watson?
Well, it's hard to think of the criminal world when one looks at such a gathering.
And yet Count Frano knows as well as I do that the criminal is not confined to class or environment.
Indeed, no, Mr. Holmes. I can assure you that every guest here tonight has been scrutinized as he entered.
Yes, I imagine that many plainclothes men are present in this room now, aren't they, Count Frano?
Oh, yes. We take no chances.
I suppose you can't afford to. There's enough jewelry being worn here tonight for a king's ransom, I should say.
The waltz is finished. Now I can present you to our hostess, Princess von Kram. Stephanie, my pigeon.
My pigeon must know the princess pretty well.
Yes, I'm glad to see that in Vienna, the profession of criminal detection carries no social stigma.
Allow me to present you Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, the Princess Stephanie von Kram.
I'm very honored to meet you, Your Highness.
I'm most happy to meet you, gentlemen. Permit me to introduce my protege, Janos Horváth, the Hungarian composer.
How do you do, sir? This ball tonight, Mr. Holmes, will mark a rare occasion. A signal honor is to be conferred on Herr Horváth and myself before tonight is through. The next waltz is a new composition of his. Tonight will be its debut.
Indeed, how very interesting.
It is a great honor the princess has conferred on me. A new composition could not possibly be presented under more auspicious circumstances.
Count Frano, you spoke of an honor in connection with yourself.
May I tell them our secret, Stephanie?
No, I will tell them myself, Anatole. After your waltz has been played, Janusz, and Anatole and I shall be the first to have the privilege of dancing to it, my father is to make a public announcement. He is to announce my engagement to Count Anatole Refon.
Oh, indeed, my congratulations to you both. Very lucky fellow.
Am I not the luckiest of men? Is she not exquisite? I, the gay man of Vienna, the cavalier who swore that no one woman would ever capture him. I confess it, gentlemen, I'm in love. Oh, but I pity you. Even the great waltzes of old Vienna could hardly be worthy of this moment.
Oh, Anatole, you are a born flatterer. Oh, come, the waltz is about to begin. I shall see you gentlemen later.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. The orchestra is tuning up, Herr Horváth. I imagine this is a great moment for you.
A very frightening one, I assure you, my friend. In a few minutes, I shall know whether my new work is to be crowned with success or failure.
Count Frano is leading the princess to the center of the floor. The conductor is raising his battle.
This is your moment, Herr Horváth. Good luck.
Pray for me, gentlemen. Pray for me.
There they go, the princess and Count Frano. They're starting the waltz.
Ah, they make a striking pair, don't they?
Here come the other couples out on the floor. Charming. Quite charming. It reminds me of... Great Scott, that was a revolver shot.
It's the princess. She's been shot. Come on, Watson. Out of the way, please. Out of the way. Count Profano. What happened?
Stephanie, Dr. Watson, see what you can do for her.
Count Profano, there's nothing I can do, I'm afraid. She was shot through the brain. She died instantly.
Stephanie is dead. Stop that devilish music. Lock all the doors. There's a murderer to be found.
Count Profano, have you found any clues?
One of my men found a revolver. It had been tossed into the earth of a potted palm.
May I see it, please?
Of course, here.
Rammed into the soft earth. Confound it. Count Profano, your fiancée was an extremely beautiful woman. You must have had rivals?
Yes, several, but none of them are present tonight.
Who will inherit her estate?
A 6-month-old nephew.
Who's his guardian?
The Emperor Franz Joseph himself. No, Mr. Holmes. I know of no obvious motive for someone wishing poor Stephanie dead.
Well, perhaps it was a political crime. She was a wealthy aristocrat and a very prominent one.
Yes, that's very possible. Many nihilist assassins have been active in my country recently.
Meanwhile, we have a ballroom full of suspects waiting for us.
I was just going to suggest we went back there. We can't find out very much by staying here in the library.
It's a delicate matter. Almost everyone present tonight is known to me personally.
May I suggest that you go back to the ballroom and have the male guests file past you? Detain for questioning anyone whose evening clothes do not fit perfectly.
Clothes don't fit? What's the cut of a man's clothes got to do with this?
Anyone invited to such a ball as this would naturally have his own tailor. I think, Count Profano, if you found a man who had to hire his costume, he might be an imposter and may well prove to be your assassin.
Well, Mr. Holmes, your plan has not been effective so far. We find one Englishman who is unusually badly dressed, and what do we discover? He's an English milord whose luggage was lost on the train.
Yes, and the second suspect proved to be a perfectly respectable Viennese doctor whose nasty little child had taken a last-minute snip at his tailcoat with a pair of scissors.
And the third was poor Horvath, the composer, who cannot yet afford a good dress suit, eh? Well, Count Profano, why not have the next suspect shown in?
Yes, of course. Schober, bring in the next man.
Ja, Herr Franz. Kommen Sie herein, bitte.
Ein bitte, what a frightful-looking fellow.
Your name, please.
My name is Gruning. What do you wish with me?
Gruning? Your name was not on the list of invitations.
One moment, please. Let me see your right hand, Herr Gruning.
You have no right to touch me.
Where did you get these fresh earth stains? Your right thumb is pitted and the nail is full of dirt.
What does that prove, policeman?
Not a short while ago, you tried to hide your revolver by ramming it into an earth-filled flower pot. Give me that revolver, please, Count Profano. It will be easy to compare the samples of earth.
It will not be necessary.
Well, you admit that you murdered the princess tonight, then?
Certainly, I admit it.
Why did you kill her?
She was an aristocrat. She was an oppressor of the poor. I'm glad I killed her. One day, I and my party will kill all of you filthy aristocrats.
Count Profano, put down that revolver.
Shoot him like the dark he is.
No, Count Profano. Even you can't take the law into your own hands.
Why do you not shoot me? I'm not afraid to die.
Have him taken away, Schober.
Nehmt den Hund ins Gefängnis.
Thank you for stopping my hand just now, Doctor. But when he spoke of Stephanie that way, I could have killed him just as he killed her.
Very understandable impulse, sir, but one that would have ruined your life.
My life? Now that she is dead, my life is empty. What right do love and beauty have to exist in a world that no longer holds Stephanie? She was all light and life. And now, but I am hardly displaying my Viennese blood, am I? The murder is caught, thanks to you, Mr. Holmes, and my life, such as it is, must go on somehow.
That's how the story began, Mr. Bartell.
Began? It sounds like the end of a story to me, Doctor.
Far from it, my boy. The next day, Holmes and I had our interview with His Imperial Majesty and learned the nature of the services expected of us, services that required our leaving the city. And that's why, my boy, we were gone from Vienna for some weeks. We didn't know that during our absence, Herr Holbert's waltz, which had had such a tragic debut, was beginning to make a sort of morbid history.
Herr Baron, the Horvath Waltz. We have had many requests for it. Gladly, we will play it, Herr Baron.
Isn't that the Horvath Waltz they are playing?
Yes, my dear, and see who is walking onto the floor to dance to it. Leah Mollenstein, the actress. A beautiful creature.
Are you trying to make me jealous, Hans?
Gott in Himmel, it's Leah Mollenstein. She's been shot.
A new ballet, and to the music of the Horvath Waltz.
Magnificent. Never has Krasnova danced better.
Have you ever seen such exquisite pirouettes?
Deaths in 4 weeks, Schober. All beautiful women and all killed to the music of the Horvath Waltz. There's a homicidal madman at watch in Vienna. There's only one thing to be done. We must forbid absolutely the playing of that waltz by imperial decree.
Yeah, all of this, Mr. Bartell, until we return to Vienna.
And then, I suppose, Sherlock Holmes was drawn into the case again, Doctor.
Yes, my boy. Holmes immediately made a close study of the newspaper reports on the tragedies, and it was with great difficulty that I tore him away from his investigations to attend the reception at which the Emperor was to thank us for our services on the mission that we just completed. As we arrived at the Imperial Palace, almost the first person we ran into was the Hungarian composer, Janos.
Dr. Watson, you have heard of the tragedies connected with my waltz?
Yes, we have indeed, sir, we have
I was making a close study of the newspaper reports on them just before I came here.
You must do something, Mr. Holmes. People will hardly listen to other music. They want my waltz. But that is forbidden. I'm losing a reputation and a fortune while that waltz remains unplayed.
Or perhaps, Herr Horvath, you are laying an excellent foundation for a later reputation and fortune.
What do you mean?
All this publicity, however distasteful to you at the moment, must in the long run prove invaluable. Ah, there you are, my dear Count Rufano.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm glad to see you back in Vienna. You've heard of the murders?
Yes, Count, we were just discussing them.
I need your help again, my good friend. For over a month now, the murder has been at large, and I cannot seem to get on the trail.
Well, I'm Gruning, the first killer. What have you done with him?
Released him.
What? Released him? Great Scott, why?
At the hearing, it was obvious the man was an egomaniac. He boasted of the murder of Stephanie, apparently out of pure vanity. The liberal newspaper editors made quite an issue of the case. They brought pressure to bear, and we had to let him go.
Confound it. I wish I hadn't left Vienna.
Well, if the fellow's at large again, Count Rufano, it's pretty obvious that he's the murderer of the other women, too.
On the contrary, Doctor, he was in prison until yesterday. The last of the murders was committed 3 days ago. Oh, here comes His Imperial Highness Franz Joseph.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Your Highness, good evening.
Your Highness. Well, I see we have very distinguished company tonight. Not only the masterful Sherlock Holmes and his colleague, Dr. Watson, our English friends that we are honoring, but I see that we have a distinguished representative from our Hungarian Empire, Janos Horvath. It was a success, I'm told, as a breed of composers for whom Vienna is famous.
Your Imperial Highness is most kind.
There's a pipe organ in here. It's in excellent condition, I am told. Will you not play us one of your compositions, Herr Horvath?
I shall be most honored, Your Highness.
Sit down, gentlemen, sit down.
Thank you.
What shall I play, Your Imperial Highness?
Anything you wish, young man. Anything you wish.
Thank you, Your Highness. With your permission, I choose to play...
Great heavens! He's playing the death waltz.
On your guard, Watson. Even in the Imperial Palace itself, this twirling tune may invoke murder.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second, which just gives me time to remind you that if any one wine could be called the perfect wine for almost any occasion, that one wine would be Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is not only a fine before-dinner wine, but it's wonderful after dinner, too. And, of course, when you're entertaining or when guests drop in, whether in the afternoon or evening, there's nothing better than a glass of Petri Sherry. And it's comforting to know that you can serve Petri Sherry proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. Dr. Watson, you certainly left me hanging on a cliff that time. You broke off your story just as the Hungarian composer started to play his ill-fated waltz to the Emperor Franz Joseph. What happened?
At the time, my boy, fortunately, nothing happened. Herr Howard completed his composition without apparent incident, and shortly afterwards we attended a banquet that was given in our honor, a banquet that concluded with a rather curious ceremony in which the Emperor presented Sherlock Holmes with a medal to commemorate his services. What anything was. Never mind about that. Finally, it was shortly after 10 o'clock, I remember. Holmes and I, together with Count Rafrano, left the royal chambers and started to descend the spiral staircase leading to the main hall.
You were greatly honored tonight, Mr. Holmes. I've only known His Imperial Highness to make 3 such presentations before, and they were all to my own countrymen.
He might have made another while he was about
Please,
it.
Watson, please.
Sir.
The Emperor was most kind. I can't help feeling that he over-evaluated my services.
You're being unusually modest, Holmes.
Perhaps because I feel that my visit here is incomplete until I've solved the death waltz murders.
I hope you'll be able to stay in Vienna long enough to do that. I confess I am at my wit's end.
I've been giving the matter a great deal of thought, Count Rafrano. I have a plan for trapping the killer. It's in rather an embryonic stage at the moment, but over a few pipes at the hotel tonight, I expect to develop it thoroughly. I shall call at your office in the morning and explain it to you.
I shall be awaiting your visit eagerly. One more of these murders and the newspaper outcry might become so loud that I should have to resign my post as chief of police.
Well, when Hobart made that daring gesture and played the death waltz tonight, it proved one thing. It's not infallible. The death of a beautiful woman doesn't always follow the playing of the melody.
Very true, Doctor, but...
Watson.
Yes, sir?
Strike a match, will you?
Huh?
There's a figure here slumped on the landing.
It's got it. Body of a girl.
And a very beautiful girl, too.
Shot through the forehead. You were wrong, Watson. The death waltz is infallible, but I swear to you that the killer has struck for the last time. Ah, there you are, my dear Count Rafrano.
Yes, I followed the instructions you gave me this morning, Mr. Holmes. Chainbaum's is, at the moment, the smartest restaurant in Vienna. I've reserved the best table for you, and I've invited the guests that you named.
A strangely assorted couple, I must say. Janos Horvath, the composer, and that grinning fellow, the one that admitted shooting your fiancée, Count Rafrano.
It's as much as I could do to keep my hands off him when he arrived here, Doctor. But Mr. Holmes insisted that I ask him. Just the same, I wish you would tell me his plan. I'm completely in the dark.
Completely in the dark. I can sympathize with you, Count Rafrano. Holmes never tells me a thing either.
Let's join our guest, shall we? In a very few minutes, I'm sure that my plan will be perfectly apparent. Good evening, Herr Horvath.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Herr Horvath?
And how are you tonight, Herr Gröning?
Angry at having to come here against my will. My party does not approve of these aristocratic, padded pigsties. But Count Rafrano informed me that if I did not come here tonight, I could expect to find myself back in prison. How could I resist such a persuasive invitation?
Ah, here comes the third guest for our table. I met her at the hotel a few hours ago. Miss Banks, I'm so glad that you were able to come.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. I didn't know this was going to be a party, but I couldn't be happier.
Allow me to present you, Count Rafrano, Dr. Watson, Herr Horvath, Herr Gröning, Miss Barbara Banks from the United States of America.
How do you do? Holmes, I wish I knew what you're up to.
And how can a young American girl afford to come to Vienna, may I ask?
Of course you can ask. My father made a lot of money, and he wanted me to have the advantages he never had.
Your father made money because he ground the faces of the poor.
Oh, my father never ground a poor face in his life.
He was a capitalist. I spit on him.
Oh, that's rather unfriendly. And also, geographically speaking, something of a problem. You see, he's living in Wyoming.
You make fun of me?
Only because you made fun of me. Mr. Holmes, I did as you asked me.
I'm very grateful, Miss Banks.
The orchestra leader didn't want to play it. He seemed scared. But I waved a lot of money in front of him, And I promise to pay the fine as well.
Splendid.
Great Scott, I see it all now.
So do I. You persuaded Miss Banks to bribe the Ox to lead her to play.
My waltz. My forbidden waltz?
Yes, Herr Howard. I felt that if the request came from a young American, it might seem quite reasonable.
Particularly if the request were accompanied by American dollars ground out of the faces of the poor.
You are being unpleasant to me, aren't you?
They're playing at your waltz, however. The death waltz.
Mr. Holmes, this is against the law. The Howard waltz is forbidden by imperial decree.
True, nonetheless, my dear Count, I implore you not to arrest the orchestra leader until after the waltz is completed.
In which case, since I requested it and it's still playing, I'd like a partner. Will you dance with me, Count Refrano?
I'm sorry, Miss Banks, but to this melody I shall never dance again.
Oh. Well, how about you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, I like you very much, my dear, but I'm afraid I'm not as light on my feet as I used to be. In any case, I was never much of a hand at the waltz. The polka's more in my line.
Dear me, I'm getting an inferiority complex.
Oh, please do not, Miss Banks. You'll observe that the general public seems singularly unwilling to dance, too. Not one couple has ventured onto the floor.
How can you blame them? The waltz with Horvath may mean death. How can you blame them?
I'm not afraid. After all, Herr Horvath, it's your own music. I'll dance with you.
You're most kind, Miss Banks, and courageous. But to be a partner of the only woman on the floor would mean ruin. An admission of failure.
My third refusal. I'm a wallflower.
No, my dear Miss Banks, the aristocrats, they're afraid. But I, plain, simple Gröning, I will dance with you, Miss Millions.
Oh, bless you, Herr Gröning. And I assure you my father does not grind the faces of the poor.
He does grind the faces of the poor, this I know.
Stop her, it's suicide.
I think not, Herr Howard.
I think so. And I'll not stay here to watch it.
Where the devil's he off to?
Do not worry, Doctor. I shall keep an eye on him.
Yes, and we'll keep an eye on both of them. Come on, Watson.
Horvath is leaving the room.
Whereas Count Refrano has deserted his trail and has slipped behind one of those pillars.
Good Lord, he's drawing a revolver.
Exactly, Watson. He's our man. Put down that revolver, Count Refrano. Put it down, I say.
He's turning it on himself. Count Refrano! I still can't believe it, Holmes. Not the fact that Count Refrano blew his brains out, but the fact that he was a murderer.
Yes, I was slow to believe it too, old chap, and I blame myself in consequence. Two things should have been instantly apparent about the madman who killed beautiful women when he heard the Horvath waltz. Firstly, he must have had some motivation which drove him to such an act.
Secondly, he must have carried a revolver with him at all times, since he was invariably armed when the occasion presented itself.
Exactly, and that factor made me think of the police official. Then, of course, I saw Refrano's motivation. He loved the Princess Stephanie dearly. Her death in his arms was a psychological shock that was more than his mentality could stand.
And when he heard that music, it reminded him of the dead princess and forced him to kill.
That's right, old fellow. You will recall that what he said to us after his fiancée's death. What right do love and beauty have to exist in a world that no longer holds Stephanie? When he heard the music, he couldn't bear to think that other loveliness existed, and so, well, he destroyed it.
But who killed the Princess Stephanie?
The man who was first arrested for it, Herr Gröning. He admitted it. After a little persuasion, when the police arrived, taken back to prison in the carriage that just took Count Refrano's body.
It's shocking to think that 7 innocent women have been murdered before this case is solved.
Yes, a fact that will be a constant reproach to me, I assure you.
Oh, I didn't mean that, my dear fellow. We weren't even in Vienna when 5 of the killings took place.
Hello. Here comes Miss Banks.
Mr. Holmes, what happened to that funny little man who danced with me?
Herr Gröning? He went to prison, Miss Banks. He was a murderer.
Well, I must say this is a strange kind of a party you asked me to, Mr. Holmes. One of the guests blows his brains out, and the other, the only man who danced with me, turns out to be a murderer. Oh, I see now why Father sent me to Europe. An evening like this could never happen in Wyoming.
Look. Helvet's walking out in front of the orchestra.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Amos Horvath, wish to assure you, upon the word of the great English detective Sherlock Holmes, that never again shall my new waltz be an accompaniment for murder. Henceforth, its melody will be for life and love and laughter. I have ordered a bottle of the finest Tokay sent to each of your tables. Raise your glasses and pledge me as I now conduct my waltz. Free at last from the kiss of death.
say, Doctor, I really like that story. That was a baffler.
Yes, wasn't it? A highly placed police official is the last person in the world you'd think guilty of murder. I must confess I wasn't of so much help to Holmes in solving that case.
Oh, don't let that worry you, Doctor. After all, Holmes almost missed solving it himself.
Oh, thank you, my boy. Nice of you, thank you. But it certainly was one of the most interesting cases that I was ever connected with.
I know what you mean. You know, I came across quite an interesting case myself the other day.
Oh, you don't say where?
Right in my own house.
Oh, that's interesting. What kind of case?
Sherry.
Oh, good gracious me, sherry.
That's right, a case of Petri, California sherry. You see, I buy it by the case, Doctor, because that Petri wine is really extraordinary. But all Petri wine is unusual wine, unusually good, because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Because this is so, and because the Petri business has been owned and operated by the Petri family ever since its beginning, and is today the largest independent family-owned wine company in America, naturally the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. Naturally good wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Illustrious Client. Music is by Dean Fostler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... E.G. Marshall. An old Scottish prayer reads, "From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord, deliver us." 20th century man, of course, knows there are no such things as ghosts. There is one problem. He's never been able to prove it to everyone's satisfaction.
It wasn't a polar bear, Doctor. It wasn't. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a polar bear.
Here, Mr. Manson, drink this. It will warm you.
I'm not cold, Doctor.
You were out on the ice. You're shivering.
Not from the cold, Doctor. Not from the cold.
Drink it, man. Then we can talk.
There's nothing to talk about, Doctor. I just want to get off this cursed ship.
Our mystery drama, The Captain of the Pole Star, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. If I say Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, what leaps to your mind? Quickly. Of course, Sherlock Holmes. Everyone's aware that Doyle wrote stories in which Holmes did not appear, but unfortunately, they were engulfed by the tidal wave of Holmes' popularity. It's a pity, because Doyle was a great storyteller and a master in creating suspense and terror. Today, we'll let you judge for yourself with this strange and tragic tale as reported in the diary of young Dr. John McAllister Ray, whom we now hear applying for a position as ship's doctor in the office of Ronald Bruce, who operates a fleet of whaling ships.
Sit down, Dr. Ray. I can't abide young fellows who stand at attention.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, that's better. Now, You've applied for the position of ship's doctor. You think a whaling voyage is something like a holiday you young medics get on the P&O ships to the Far East. All fancy dress and beautiful, lonely young women.
Now, excuse me, sir, but I don't think that's quite fair. If you've read my application, you'll see that I'm interested in research on...
the effect of extreme cold on human conditions.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize you'd read it.
Don't apologize. I like young men with spunk. Can't be a good doctor unless you've got some courage. And you'll need a lot up where these whalers go. Yes, you're not married, but are you attached?
Well, as a matter of fact, I am engaged.
And what does she think of your being away for a matter of some long months?
Well, I didn't see any point in telling her, sir, until the job became an actuality.
It's cautious, too. I like that. I suppose I'd better get right on to it. We do have an opening for a doctor on the Pole Star.
Oh, you do?
Yes. The fact of the matter is, we don't know yet who is going to skipper the Pole Star.
Well, it would appear to be more a matter of concern to you than to me.
As well, yes, on the surface. For the last 4 years, the captain of the Pole Star has been David Craigie. And we've been very satisfied with him. He's a fine sailor and always brings home a full ship.
Well, I don't understand the problems.
Craigie hasn't appeared.
Well, you could surely get in touch with him and ask...
You don't understand. Craigie on the ship is one thing. Ashore is something else. He has peculiarities. One of them being that as soon as he's finished a voyage, he gets his pay and takes off for parts unknown. We don't know where he is.
I see.
Well, I'm giving Craigie until tomorrow. I still am of the opinion Captain Craigie will be here. And I must warn you about Craigie's peculiarities if you should sail with him.
Peculiarities?
Yes. It would be on my conscience if I neglected to explain that although Craigie is our best captain and a fine man, he's subject to moods.
Fits of depression?
Well, I don't know the medical terms, but I must tell you he has them. He's also a very private man. In fact, his cabin is off limits to all members of the crew. He keeps it locked throughout the voyage. Not even the steward is allowed in to clean up. The captain does for himself.
I see.
Now, if this sort of behavior might give you problems, I wouldn't want you to sign on.
Well, I've always respected privacy, sir.
Ah, fine. On your word, my secretary will give you some papers to sign, and we'll expect you aboard the Pole Star on the 19th at 8 a.m. sharp.
Flora, you haven't eaten a thing.
Why did I have to fall in love with such an insensitive man?
Now, that's an unreasonable statement.
Is it? Here we have our first dinner. I mean, the first dinner I cook for you, and I'm all happy and excited, and so are you. But not about the dinner, no. You're happy because you're going away and leave me for 4 months.
Well, I'm sorry, but I thought you understood. I don't have the money to open my own practice. With the money I'll be able to save from my pay on the Pole Star, and with the bonus that's practically assured if Captain Craigie shows up.
John, we've been engaged for only 5 weeks, and you're actually happy about the idea of being separated for 4 months.
I'm not happy about the separation, but well, I am looking to the future for us.
I just don't want you to leave me.
Darling, this isn't like you. We've discussed the problem that comes with being a doctor's wife and all the separations it might entail, and now all of a sudden...
I know. But call it woman's silliness or whatever you like. There's something about this voyage that frightens me. Something I feel, something bad.
Laura, darling, believe me, if you could tell me one thing, one solid fact that has brought this feeling on you, I won't go. I love you, Flora, but you do see the logic in what I'm saying.
That's why I'm so unhappy, because I have no logic. Only intuition. And, John, I'm afraid. Terribly afraid.
As I open my diary for yet another entry, I cannot help but remember Flora's forebodings. As I write the date, September the 11th, I realize we've been out some 3 months now. Latitude 81 degrees 40 minutes north, 2 degrees east. There is solid, unbroken ice to the north to which we're anchored, and the same conditions prevail to the east and the west. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Doctor.
That's all right, Mr. Walker.
We're running into real problems with the crew.
Oh, medical problems?
No, sir. The men are all healthy. It's the captain in the ship. You see, if that pack ice in the south hardens and we're going to run out of food and fuel, the men want the captain to turn around and head for home.
Well, you're the first mate. I should think that you'd be the man to pass that information along.
Well, ordinarily I would, sir, but, well, you know the captain. He seems to have taken a liking to you, so the men decided I should ask you to convey their wishes to him. Will you do it, sir?
Well, if it's their wish, but I feel that such a request coming from me, a man who's on his first voyage to the Arctic, may not exactly...
Oh, you don't have to be an old hand up here, sir, to know that from now on the weather can only get worse, and that the ice to the south will freeze solid. We must get away while we can.
Very well, Mr. Walker. I'll speak with the captain today. After noting in my diary that the northwest corner of Spitzbergen was visible on the starboard quarter, I went up on deck and found the captain leaning against the rail, staring over the ice to the north.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Captain.
Finished with your diary for the day?
Not quite, sir. I'll have to record the results of this conversation with you.
Do you write down all our conversations?
No, sir, but... this is different than our usual small talk.
Could it have anything to do with the visit of Mr. Walker to your cabin earlier?
You don't miss much, do you, Captain?
A good skipper runs a tight ship.
Well, as a matter of fact, I may be out of line here, sir, but I promised Mr. Walker I'd speak to you, so here goes. The men are unhappy about staying here. They want to go home.
Oh, do they now?
Yes, sir. They feel that to stay here longer is endangering their lives because it's only a short time before the ice to the south seals us in.
I'm aware of that possibility, Doctor.
Then you...
There are whales to the north, Doctor. A whole school of them. I've seen them blowing. Do you realize there's only one small strip of ice to the north between us and a fortune?
Well, money won't be much good to us if we're dead, Captain.
I like you, lad. But nothing's going to stop me from getting them whales.
From your answer, I take it that there's considerable danger in our staying, and there's justification for the men's feelings.
Danger? There's danger on every trip to the Arctic. Your research should have taught you that. As for the men, they're paid to risk their lives and well paid, too, so...
And your life, Captain? What about that?
My life's my own, Doctor. But I'll tell you one thing. There's more to bind me to the other world than to this.
Other world? Your meaning escapes me, Captain.
You stick to your medicine, Doctor. I'm going below. Tell Mr. Walker to call me if there's any change in the ice to the north. Now get out of my way.
Informed the first mate of the captain's decision, wrote it up in my diary, and turned in early. But I slept badly that night. Between fits of wakefulness, I dreamed. And they were strange dreams, or rather the same dream. I dreamed I heard voices from the captain's cabin 2 doors away from mine. I could only make out snatches of what I thought I heard.
Nay, lass. Nay. Why do you keep me?
Selfish. Your love. Different.
Selfish. You dare call me selfish. You know what I would try. Always trying.
You cannot. You
When I woke, the dream, or rather nightmare, was so vivid, I could still hear the sobs of the woman and the voice of the captain. I began to wonder, was it a nightmare? No. I dismissed the thought until breakfast.
Captain, may I have permission to take a foraging party out on the ice at noon?
No, Mr. Walker, you may not.
But we might be able to pick up some polar bear meat or other animals, and that would...
And you might also lose a man or two in the ice holes. I feel the wind's going to shift, and we'll be able to break through to the north and get to the whales.
Sir, the men are restless, and any kind of activity...
Then put them to work on the brass, Mr. Walker.
Well, it isn't only that, Captain. It's...
Well, mister?
It's nothing, sir. I guess it's just superstitious sailors who claim to hear strange cries and mewlings at night.
You have your orders, Mr. Walker. I'm going topside and look for that wind shift.
Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Walker.
Does the captain... Well, I mean, in your opinion, is he... is the captain in full possession of his senses?
Now, that's a sobering thought. In a world today where dictatorship is fashionable, no one has ever questioned the absolute authority of a captain when his ship's at sea. However, suppose this man who controls the destiny of his ship and crew is mad. That problem is one that will be faced in our second act. Madness takes many forms in literature as well as life. People may argue that in Moby Dick, Captain Ahab's frenzied pursuit of the legendary white whale was a form of insanity. But there, at least, the crew and everyone concerned knew exactly what drove Captain Ahab. The question facing ship's Dr. John Ray on his first whaling voyage was not only is Captain Craigie sane, but what form did the dark demons that were driving him take? Because there was no question that the captain of the Pole Star was a driven man.
What is your opinion of the captain's state of mind, Doctor?
Well, I'm not prepared to make any professional diagnosis, Mr. Walker, but it's obvious that there's something on his mind.
Well, I'm just wondering whether it's the same thing that's on a lot of the men's minds.
You mean about getting trapped on the ice here?
No. About the sobbing and the crying and wailing that goes on in the night. Have you not heard it, Doctor?
No.
Well, I have. And so have most of the men. I heard it ever since we left Dundee. Almost like it was following us. And screeching. And begging to be taken aboard.
You think these noises have something to do with the captain's state of mind?
Well, it is likely. I mean, he's human just like the rest of us. Have you spoken with him about this matter?
No, Mr. Walker, because I think there's a perfectly natural explanation for the sounds you describe. The creaking of a ship, the sloshing of water in the scuppers, the rubbing of the hull against the ice, any one of those would explain...
Doctor, now, I've followed the sea all my life. This is your first voyage. I'm a hard-headed man, and I tell you, no ship ever made the noises I heard.
And what do you think they are?
I don't care to say.
All right, then I'll say it for you. You evidently feel that these noises are ghosts or something from the spirit world or caused by some other supernatural force. After the first mate had left and gone about his business, I recalled my nightmare. For the first time, I wondered whether I had dreamed what I had heard, or whether I indeed had heard the same sounds that Walker and other crew members were talking about. I decided there wasn't much to be gained by speculation, so I went up on deck.
Doctor, come here a moment.
Captain.
Look, yonder. Northward, over the ice. You see it, don't you?
What?
Over there. Just now coming out between the hummocks. You must see it.
I'm very sorry, Captain. There's nothing there.
blast you for a blind idiot. Use your eyes. There. Moving off now to the west. There.
Now, easy now, Captain. My goodness, you're shaking. You're not yourself. Look at the perspiration streaming down your face. Let me take you below.
Look, man. You see her now, don't you? There, right there. Flying from me, by God. Flying from me. Gone.
Easy, Captain. Let me help you below. Here, Captain. Take another swallow.
Thank you, Doctor.
You had quite a shock. Now, I think you should go to your cabin and lie down for a while.
You saw her, didn't you, Doctor?
I'm sorry, Captain. I saw nothing.
Nothing? You don't think I'm mad, do you, Doctor? Tell me now, man to man.
Well, I think, Captain, you're disturbed about something.
Right. But, Doctor, what do your medical texts say about madness?
In what context?
Or what do they say about symptoms? Bad dreams. Are they a sign of madness?
Well, not always. They can be.
Any other symptoms? Let me hear some of them.
Well, hearing voices is significant.
And other symptoms?
Severe headaches.
Nary a headache since we left Dundee.
And before that?
No head pains, Doctor. Any other symptoms you know of?
Delusions.
What's a delusion?
Seeing things that aren't there.
Now we come to it, Doctor, don't we? Who the blazes is that?
Mr. Walker, Captain.
Well, come in, then. What's the commotion, mister?
It's the cook, sir. He needs the doctor.
Well, what happened?
Well, he burned himself pretty badly.
Well, let me get my bag. We'll get right down there. I treated the cook's hand, which was scalded, but not as badly as I'd feared. The captain, with a fine mixture of persuasion and authority, got the cook back into the galley, and we returned to my cabin to let me rid myself of my bag. Captain, if something is worrying you, and you've admitted as much, I can't help you unless you tell me just what it is that's bothering you.
Easily said for you. But if I were to tell you what I've never told a living soul, that would do neither of us any good.
Well, it certainly can't if you won't tell me.
Nay, what's bothering me is between me and... well, it will pass. But seeing me all these weeks, and just now with Cookie, would you say a court of law would find me mad?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but in my opinion, no.
Well, that's that, then.
But as a physician, and from my observations, I would advise that it would be best for you to get home and settle down for a bit of a rest.
Home? One word for me and two for you. You'll settle down with your pretty wee Flora, whereas
Watson! The wind! She's shifted. There's a crack in the ice to the north, and we might just be able to get through if you'll come topside and take a look.
Shortly after the captain went up on deck, I felt the ship shudder and start to move slowly through the ice. I had some work to do on some specimens, so I stayed in my cabin. The movement of the ship northwards was unfortunately short-lived. After no more than 10 minutes, the pole star came to a grinding halt. I went up on deck to find both captain and crew vastly disgruntled. But that was nothing compared to what occurred during the night.
Doctor, open up. It's Mr. Walker.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What is it, man?
Come up on deck and you tell me, Doctor.
Well, wait till I get some clothes on. I'll be right up.
Oh, for the love of heaven, make it quick.
Right.
I'm afraid to stand watch alone.
Well, Mr. Walker, what's this all about?
What? Quiet, man. Listen, and you'll hear it. anything.
It came from the bow, a keening and a sobbing of a little child. And then it changed as I went forward to look. I swear it came aboard and went down below. I was afraid, but I followed it. Oh, Doctor, I tell you, it went right into the captain's cabin. And then it stopped. And that's when I woke you.
And since then?
I've been listening.
Have you ever heard of self-hypnosis?
I know what I heard. And whatever it was, it's down with the captain now. He's quieted it. That's it. Now, you want to come with me to the captain's cabin and ask him about it?
Certainly not. The captain has enough on his mind without me barging in at this hour.
Well, then I agree with you, Doctor. There's something on his mind, all right. And I tell you, it has to do with his ship. There's a curse on it.
Yes, well, I'm going to get Mr. Manson. Are you coming with me?
As close as I can.
Looking back now, I realize I should have insisted that Walker be put in sick bay, but I simply didn't foresee what was going to happen. I hadn't been back in my cabin a half hour before Manson got me up to help with Walker. When we reached the deck, I could see the figure of Walker lying crumpled on the ice just off the starboard bow. I asked Manson what had happened.
We were standing at the rail. He was listening. I, too, and suddenly he shouted, "There! Manson, the lights! Right there off the bow! Do you see them?"
I see something. I don't think they're lights.
Of course they are. And watch. You see the way they dance? Like they're beckoning. Come on, man. Let's find out what this is and put a stop to it once and for all.
Hey, wait. Mr. Walker, easy. Wait up. Those aren't lights at all. Just a reflection off the ice of the northern lights. I can see it plainly now.
Don't be a fool, man. You can't see them clear like I can. Here, I'll be sure.
Careful, watch out! Doctor, the next thing I knew, he was over the side and falling to the ice. I didn't think I should move him, so I ran up and got you.
Good thinking. Now give me a hand. We'll get him back on board. My diary entry for that date reads, First Mate Walker confined to sick bay. Weather seems to be getting bad. Ice behind us closing in fast. Crew worried, sullen, almost to the breaking point. Must speak with Captain Craigie about Manson's report on our supplies. Found the captain pacing the deck.
Good morning, Doctor. How's Mr. Walker?
Oh, condition satisfactory, sir. He had a bad blow on the head when he struck the ice, but fortunately no concussion.
Then he should be up and about and back on duty tomorrow.
Well, I don't know about tomorrow, sir, but perhaps the next day.
And see what you can do to speed his recovery, Doctor. We need him. He's a good man.
Yes, sir. Did you see Mr. Manson's report on our supplies?
Half a tank full of biscuits, 3 barrels of salt meat, a limited supply of coffee beans and sugar.
Ah, then you have read it.
I told you, Doctor, that I'm in complete control of my faculties.
Yes, sir. But then you must surely be aware that those supplies won't last for more than 2 weeks. And the crew is up in arms.
Don't worry about the crew, Doctor. I've called for a meeting with all of them. And I expect you to be there on the main deck at 2 p.m. sharp. All right, lads. All right. Now listen well to what I have to say. Now, I got you into this fix, and I'm not denying it looks like there may be some hard days ahead. But you shouldn't be bitter. Just remember how much oil we brought back from other voyages. And the money you've put in your pockets.
Oh, yes, that's right, Captain. Yes.
We've tried a risk or two before and we succeeded. But if we fail now, there's still no cause for panic. Yonder's the coast of Spitzbergen. And if the worst comes to the worst, and the ice closes in behind us, we can make land across it and stay alive until spring. But it won't come to that. Take my word for it. It'll be half rations for everyone for the time being. But keep your heads and hearts, and I promise that you'll pull through and come out rich.
A
quality of leadership is the most intangible of all character traits. In all history, every leader was able to persuade his followers, whether they were crewmen or people of a whole nation, that they could trust him. All too often, that trust was misplaced. But was it to be so with the captain of the Pole Star? We'll find out in Act 3 shortly. Webster's dictionary defines euphoria as a feeling of well-being or elation, especially one that is groundless or inappropriate to the situation. Some people live in this state all their lives. Others spend their lives in despair. It's really a difficult matter to attain a happy medium. But as for the crew of the Pole Star, they were definitely euphoric.
Captain Craigie's speech had an amazing effect upon everyone aboard the Pole Star. Forgotten was the shortage of rations, the ominous increase in the wind, the dropping temperatures, and the ice all around us. Even more startling was the fact that everyone seemed to have put aside their fears about the strange noises and eerie occurrences which had the crew believing the ship to be cursed. And then shortly before noon the following day, Captain Craigie succeeded in amazing me. He was standing at the rail with his sextant, preparing to shoot the sun, when he called out to me,
Doctor, would you mind joining me?
Ah, good morning. How are you today, Captain?
In control, Doctor, in control. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Certainly, sir, certainly.
I'll be shooting the sun shortly, and I must be sure when it's exactly noon. Here's the key to my cabin. Would you be so kind as to run down and check your watch with my chronometer and come back and let me know exactly when it'll be high noon? Well, Doctor?
Yes, of course. I'll be right back, Captain. I was dumbfounded. No one had ever seen the inside of his cabin, and here I was with the key. I went down, and I must admit, as I opened the door, my heart beat faster. The cabin was a model of neatness. But there was one thing that dominated the entire area. A startlingly lifelike portrait of a wondrously beautiful woman. I checked the chronometer, watched always by the brilliant eyes of the woman in the portrait, returned to the deck, and waited till the captain had completed his calculations.
Well, Doctor?
Your key, sir.
Thank you. Did you see her?
You mean the portrait?
What else, man?
I saw it.
Well, what did you think of it?
She's a wondrously beautiful woman.
Doctor, do you believe that long before something happens to us, we prepare for it, even unconsciously?
I'm not sure I understand, Captain.
No matter. You'll find what I said to be true someday. Well, we still have the whales, Doctor. They're still there waiting for us, whatever else may be in store.
With all due respect to your superior knowledge of the Arctic Ocean, Captain, I submit we're never going to get through to the whales.
And you don't like the prospect of wintering on the coast of Spitzbergen and living off the land?
Do you?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me, Doctor. But I shall ask another favor from you.
Yes, sir?
I'd like you to witness my will. In fact, I'd like you to be there when I draw it up. Let's say, tomorrow afternoon.
In all honesty, I must say here that my diary shows I was deeply disturbed by the captain's attitude. Certainly my latest conversation with him raised serious doubts as to his sanity. If he were truly mad, then it would be my duty as ship's doctor to have him relieved of his command. While I was wrestling with this dilemma, night fell, bringing with it a numbing terror that drove all else from my mind. I was pacing the deck. The night was at its darkest. and I suddenly heard Manson call...
Doctor! What? It's back. Can you not hear it? Don't tell me that's from the ship.
No, Mr. Manson, I shan't. But let's find out together just what it is.
It came from the bow again, I think.
Yes, I think so, too. Come on. Hello? Hello? Whoever you are. Can we help you? Can you hear me? What's the trouble?
Doctor, look. There on the ice. Moving away from us. See?
Yes.
That white shape.
Yes, I see it, but I think it's a polar bear.
A polar bear? No polar bear ever made sounds like that.
How do you know? It could be wounded or ill. Look, doesn't that walk like a bear?
I don't know, but maybe you're right.
Where are you going?
To get a rifle. If it's a bear, I can kill it. It'll certainly help our meat supply.
Well, I don't see anything now that we're out here on this ice. Do you, Manson?
The moon went behind a cloud.
Yes.
Maybe when it comes out again. But I can tell you now I'm worried about the weather. It looks to be making up for a blow.
Well, we won't go too far from the ship. There, I think I see it.
Where?
Over to your right, about 200 yards ahead.
Oh, I got it. You better stay back, Doctor. If it's a bear, it can be dangerous. I have the rifle on. I can see it almost clear now. It's moving slowly. I'll have it in my sights soon.
Manson, is it a...
No! Lord in heaven! No!
Manson, come on. Come on, you're all right now.
How did I get back to the ship?
I got help. We carried you back. Now, you've had a severe shock. Just let me inject you, and the sedative will give you...
It wasn't a bear, Doctor. It wasn't a bear. I saw it clear for just a minute. It wasn't from this world. I swear it was shaped like a woman. But it was smoke. Or a cloud.
It's all right. You'll be getting sleepy now. Just a minute. And we'll talk about it in the morning.
It wasn't a bear. I saw it.
I kept my appointment with Captain Craigie at 2:30. We met in the main cabin and sat at the table on which we ate. The captain had pen and paper, but I wanted to talk with him about things other than his will. Captain, I don't know how else to say this, so I'm going to come right out with it. I think you must get rid of that portrait.
We're here to have you witness my last will and testament, Doctor.
As I somehow think the subjects are connected.
You'll oblige me, Doctor, by keeping your thoughts to yourself.
Captain, I was with Manson last night out on the ice.
And you're not suffering from shock?
I didn't get as close to, well, whatever it was that almost drove Manson mad.
Are you telling me that there was a presence out on the ice?
Well, there was something. I saw it.
You too, Doctor. Are you sure you're not suffering from delusions?
I'm sure.
Well, then it must follow that when you suspected me of having delusions, I wasn't.
How did you come by that portrait, Captain? Did you have it commissioned? Was it given to you?
I stole it.
Oh, you don't mean that.
I do. She was mine. Mine. She was married to a dissolute drunk. She loathed him, but she wouldn't leave him.
Oh, perhaps she didn't love you.
Don't ever say that. She loved me, and I loved her to distraction. Why do you think she died? It was my fault. I tore her apart, or rather our love did. The last days all we did was quarrel. But she wouldn't leave her husband. She could not break her marriage vows.
And the portrait?
I arranged to have it stolen from him. He didn't care one way or the other, but I couldn't sleep thinking of her beautiful face in his house. Since the day it came to me, it's never left me.
Nor has she.
She's always in my mind, if that's what you mean.
That's exactly what I mean, Captain. It's an unhealthy situation. Your thoughts about her have... Well, they've brought some strange happenings on this ship, and the portrait must go.
Ridiculous.
Not at all. It's the portrait that nourishes your thoughts night and day, Captain.
There'll be no more talk about it. Now, let's get to my will.
Very well. But then I ask a favor in return.
Which is?
That you witness my will.
You? You're all right, lad. You have a long life in front of you.
But why do you say that? We're shipmates. Your fate and mine.
Don't talk nonsense, Doctor. I'm making my will because of you. I'm leaving everything I own to you.
But why? We are hardly...
Because you've seen her. At last, you've seen her.
The captain made his will. And at the last moment, since he had made me his heir, decided to have Walker witness it. That night, sleep would not come. I tossed and turned, but finally gave up and went on deck. At first, I thought I was alone. But then I heard a soft sobbing coming from the other side of the deck. I walked over slowly. Captain? Captain, are you all right?
Go away, lad. There's no place for you here.
Captain, you need my help. Now let me...
I tell you, go away. Unless you dare to look.
Well, if you tell me where to look.
Out on the ice, lad. Anywhere on the ice. Just keep looking and trying and trying.
Captain, please, I beg you to come below.
I see her. There she is. Goodbye, lad, and God bless you.
And with that, before I could even move, he was over the side and running off on the ice. I followed him as fast as I could. And as he ran, I could hear him, but always getting fainter and fainter.
Coming, my love. Coming, lass. I've waited too long for you. My love. My wonderful girl.
Captain.
At last.
Captain.
Together.
Captain Craigie, come back. Captain, come back. I'd lost him. Further search on the dark ice was useless. The next morning, Mr. Walker and I set out to trace him.
Here. He fell here. Look. The snow hasn't wiped out all traces.
That's right, and he got up, but which way did he go?
Now, let's keep straight.
Right.
There's no reason for him to veer. Or was there, Doctor?
Well, don't ask me. I didn't see anything in the dark.
That's what he did, eh, Doctor?
Yes, I thought he did. Well, come on, let's go on. There, look, straight ahead. Well, come on, man.
Oh, no. There's no hurry, Doctor. If that shape is the captain, he's long dead. A man doesn't last long out here lying down. It's the captain right enough. From the looks of him, he's been dead for some hours. You see that blanket of ice crystals and snow that's covering him?
Yes, I see.
He's gone. The wind blew it away. Doctor, did you... I mean, didn't it look like when the wind hit it, it was blown up in the shape of a woman and sort of floated off? Did you notice that, Doctor?
Nonsense, Mr. Walker. It was simply a snowdrift. Now, let's get the body back aboard ship. Perhaps it was a trick of the eye or mind, but it did appear to have the form of a woman drifting away on the wind. We brought the captain aboard, buried him, and steamed back home with no more disturbances aboard the ship. The portrait? I insisted it be buried with the captain, as it was a provision in his will. May he, or they, rest in peace.
Certainly today, the great nations of the world are exploring the possibilities of telekinesis and ESP for their own uses. I, for one, don't think it beyond the realm of possibility that the mind can conjure up images that seem to take on some shadowy form of reality. But then, they're not really ghosts, are they? I'll be back shortly. If coming events are said to cast their shadows before, then the story you've just heard, The Captain of the Pole Star, which was written by Doyle at a very early age, certainly foreshadows Doyle's interest in ghosts and the spirit world. It does even more than that. It shows a deep belief which Sir Arthur held to the end of his life. And I can only believe, if he can hear this, how pleased he must be. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Jane Ives. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Petri Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of The 3 Silver Pesos, another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And I'd like to invite you to try something that will turn those impatient minutes you spend waiting for dinner to be served into a time you really look forward to. You can do that by pouring yourself a glass of Petri California Sherry. Yes, sir, just sit back and enjoy that Petri Sherry. Good, it's great. Just hold that glass of Petri Sherry to the light and notice the beautiful deep amber color, clear as crystal. Get the aroma of this fine wine. It has all the fragrance of the luscious, sun-ripened grapes from which it's made. But wait till you taste that Petri Sherry. Then I can stop talking because you'll know for yourself how good it is. Oh, and say, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, Petri makes a delicious dry sherry, Petri Pale Dry. If you don't know which you prefer, the regular sherry or the pale dry, why not try them both? Don't buy one, buy two. But just be sure you always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday evening in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood and his friend Sanderson Taylor. Our rendezvous tonight is at Gregory's apartment, high on Nob Hill and overlooking the San Francisco Bay. Let's keep our date, shall we?
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Hello, Kwong.
Mr. Hood expecting you. Mr. Taylor, I've already arrived. Please to go in, sir.
Thanks, Kwong.
Harry Bartell, how are
are you?
Hello, Sandy.
Glad to see you.
Ah, good evening, Harry. Evening, Gregory. Oh, please don't stop playing. That sounded swell.
Oh, you like it? As this is our first appearance on the radio, I thought I'd whip up a little number in honor of the occasion.
Oh?
Other radio shows have a musical theme. I thought this might be appropriate for ours.
So, as well as being the head of Gregory Hood and Company Importers and an amateur detective, you're also a composer, huh?
In a very modest way, Harry.
How about you, Sandy? I know that you're Mr. Hood's attorney as well as his closest friend. Do you have any unusual talent you've been hiding under a bushel?
No, Harry, I'm a very dull dog compared to Gregory. I'm a good family man. I shoot an erratic game of golf, and I wield a writ of habeas corpus with moderate dexterity. Don't believe a word he says, Harry. Sandy has many hidden talents, a fact that you'll find out as tonight's story gets underway. Would you care for a glass of sherry?
Oh, that'd be very nice, Gregory. Which particular page of the notebook have you decided to turn to for your first story?
A page that has the heading, The Case of the 3 Silver Pesos. We thought it was an adventure that would show you, Harry, that Gregory and I really don't go looking for trouble, though we do have an uncanny facility for meeting up with it.
And how did the 3 Silver Pesos catch up with you?
Well, it was about 6 o'clock one evening a few weeks ago that Sandy and I started our drive across the Bay Bridge, bound for Sandy's home in the Berkeley Hills. Little did we think that what promised to be an evening of pleasant domesticity was destined to turn into as wild and woolly an adventure as we had ever. Bridge is beautiful in this night, isn't it, Gregory? Stunning. Just the same, I miss the ferry boat. Well, if you made the trip across as often as I do, you wouldn't. The bridge is not half an hour off the trip. Even so, Hey, look at that car. Why doesn't he stay in his own lane? He's an oozer. They drive me crazy. What's an oozer? Plenty of them on the roads. When they change lanes, they never give a signal. They just ooze. What the devil? Watch out, Gregory. He's weaving from side to side. Now he's pulling in toward the rail. He's going to stop. Yeah, but you're not allowed to stop on the bridge. He must be ill. I'm going to pull up behind him. Look, he's opened the car door. He's staggering toward the parapet. This looks like a suicide attempt. Come on, Sandy. Get away from that parapet. Yes, that's too high a jump for you, my friend. Sandy, hold him. Right. There we are. Say, who are you? Gun. Yes, a gun would be simpler. Come on, get in our car. We'll see you home. Gregory, I believe he's dead. Get into the car. Poor devil, I suppose his heart gave him his wish. And get him to a doctor fast. We may be wrong. Oh, here comes a cop. Hey, you can't stop on the bridge. Get moving. We've got to get this man to a doctor, officer. He's seriously ill. What about his car? You get his car cleared off the bridge, officer. We'll call back when we get to the Oakland side and make our report. Okay, get moving. He is dead, Gregory. I'm sure of it. Did you find any identification on him? According to his wallet, his name is Harrison Travers, and he's from Los Angeles. Anything in his pocket? A package of Chesterfield, room key from the Hotel Barton. Oh, that's one of those flea dumps on Kirk Street. Huh? What else? 3 silver pillows. What is it? A small glass vial. It's empty. Gregory. Smell it. Good Lord, cyanide. Do you suppose he swallowed it as he stepped out of the car? Could be. As soon as we get across the bridge, we'll stop at the nearest doctor's and find out. And that's our story, Dr. Arnold. What explanation can you give, Doctor?
This is a fantastic case, gentlemen. You see that the man talked of a gun, carried an empty cyanide vial, tried to jump off the bridge, and apparently died of heart failure.
That's right, Doctor.
All very interesting, my friend. But this body happens to have been stabbed.
Stabbed? What?
He died from a sharp instrument piercing the chest near the heart. This gentleman is murdered.
Back we head for the bridge to San Francisco with a corpse as a passenger. Just at the time we should be having a martini. Well, it's the only sensible thing to do, Gregory. The borderline between San Francisco and Alameda County runs right through the center of the bridge. The murder happened on the San Francisco side. So we hand a nice new corpse over to Lieutenant Magruder of Homicide, who hates me and probably won't believe a word we say.
Well, we can't take any chances, Gregory. We're mixed up in a murder case.
True. But Magruder will probably say the guy was stabbed to death in my arms. I'll have a heck of a job proving he wasn't. Magruder'd love to put the finger on me.
Now, Gregory, I'm not going to allow you to get mixed up in this any further.
But I am in it, Sandy, up to my chin. I've got to follow through to clear myself.
But Dr. Arnold made that stabbing business perfectly clear, Gregory. A man with such a wound might easily think it a mere scratch. Walk around for an hour before he drops dead. The police surgeon will understand.
I hope so. Did you call Mary?
Yes. I said we'd be back by 7:30. It's all right.
I suppose you told her we just had to run a corpse back to the city.
Yes.
A wonderfully understanding girl, Mary.
When she knows I'm with you, Gregory, she's prepared for anything.
Oh.
Why are we stopping?
Don't you see the damsel in distress teetering on the curb ahead of us?
Damsel, nothing. Damsels don't some ride.
Oh, you must guard against being snobbish, then.
Well, in any case, we've got a corpse in the rear.
Oh, we'll say he's a bit under the weather. Hop in, young lady. There's room for 3 in front.
Oh, Walter Raleigh, I was beginning to think you'd never come along. Thanks. I'm Penelope. Penny's the story.
My name's Taylor, and mine's Hood.
What's wrong with your friend in the back?
Him?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he doesn't feel very well.
Stiff, huh? Oh, well, it's happened before.
Don't you think it's a little dangerous for young girls to hitch rides across the bridge?
Don't worry, Mr. Penny can take care of herself. I had a date at 7:15, and I just missed the train. I didn't want to wait.
Well, I'm sure you didn't have to wait long for a ride.
I didn't, but I'm choosy. Too many lone wolves on wheels.
And when we slowed down, Penny, I suppose the natural honesty of our expressions decided you that you'd be safe with us?
Say, you're pretty smooth. What's your other name, Mr. Hood?
Gregory.
I don't know how safe a girl would be with you, Gregory, but I bet you sure a good time.
I am reputed to have my moments, Penny.
Gregory, don't you think it was, Mr. Travers in the back at Brother?
Oh, my hat!
What happened, Penny?
Oh, it blew off. Please stop and let me out. It's brand new.
Oh, that's the trouble with these modern hats. They have no stamina. I'll go back and get it for you.
Watch the traffic, Gregory. Don't get out that time.
Don't worry, Sandy. I never commit suicide on Monday.
You climb out this way. I'll get out.
Move over a little bit. There we are. That'll do. Thank you. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Your friend's nice. What does he do?
Do? Why, he's in the importing business.
Sounds so. Oh, look.
What?
Up there. Isn't that the Honolulu Clipper coming in?
I don't see it.
Goodbye, sucker.
What? Hey, come back here. Back. Well, I'll be...
Sandy, what happened?
Penny stole our car.
And our corpse. Sandy, Lieutenant Magruder's never going to believe this one.
And that's our story, Lieutenant Magruder.
And you're expecting me to believe it, I suppose. What did I tell you, Sandy? Listen, Mr. Hood, you're in the importing business. I keep my nose out of that kind of stuff. Why do you mix yourself up with a homicide case? I didn't, Magruder. It mixed itself up with me. Yeah, don't give me that. You think you're a hotshot detective. You're the smart boy who's always trying to show us up as a bunch of flatfoots. Don't waste my time. Magruder, the San Francisco police force is one of the finest in the country. Why do you have to spoil the record? What do I have to do to make you realize there's been a murder? Show me a murdered man.
But we had him. His corpse was in the stolen car.
Sure. And before he was stiff, you thought he was going to jump off the bridge. Then he had a heart attack. Then he was going to shoot himself. Then that he's poisoned himself. And finally, a doctor told you he'd been knifed. You had to cap it all off. A blonde babe steals your car and your car. Who are you trying to kid? Well, I admit that it sounds unlikely, but it's true, Magruder. Prove it. Well, how about the traffic cop who came up to us on the bridge?
Yes. He drove the dead man's car way ahead of us.
He must have turned in a report.
Must he now?
Well, I've checked the records, and there hasn't been a traffic report from the Bay Bridge since 4 o'clock. Now, what do you say, Mr. Hood? That I'll prove it to you. Come on, Sandy. Come back on Saturday, Mr. Hood. It's my day off. You see how much your law-abiding instincts do for us, Sandy? Magruder doesn't believe us.
And see what your chivalrous instincts did for us. Your damsel in distress runs off with your car and the evidence.
Now we've got to follow this thing through to prove to Magruder that we're not nuts. You better call Mary and tell her it'll have to be a midnight snack.
Okay, Gregory, but I don't see where we go from here.
Well, luckily, I kept these 3 objects that were in the dead man's pocket. They're the only clues we've got.
A hotel key, an empty vial,
And 3 silver pesos. Yeah. Let's take the key first. Hotel Barton, room 207. All right, Sandy, that's our first port of call. What a ghastly dump, Gregory. But as you see, service with an alleged smile. Oh, good evening.
Where from?
I'm so glad. I hope you stay that way.
What do you want?
To see Mr. Harrison Travers.
No Travers here. Never was.
But this key.
207. Good. Glad to have it back. Stolen from us months ago. Thanks. Bye.
Who's living in that room?
I am. Good night.
You know, Gregory, I'm beginning to think that Magruder was right. That this whole business didn't happen after all. And I'm getting as obstinate as all get out. I didn't believe that hotel search, but I couldn't search the room without a police warrant. And with Magruder in his present frame of mind, that wouldn't be the easiest thing to get. Where are we headed for now? The shop of my old friend Goldwasser. It's along here somewhere. Well, how can he help us? He's a coin dealer, the best in San Francisco. I want to ask him about these 3 silver pesos. Here's the shop. Hello, Henry.
Gregory Hood, dear boy, how good to see you.
This is Mr. Sanderson Taylor.
How do you do?
Goldwasser?
Come, let's go into my room at the back. You can sit down and be comfortable there.
How have you been, Henry?
Fine, Gregory, fine. All the better for seeing you after this long time. So, sit down. It's a very special occasion. Perhaps you will join me in a little glass of port, my friend.
Hey, wonderful idea. Heinrich, we're in something of a jam. I'm hoping you can help us.
So? We shall see what you can do. Say, Gregory. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you.
Now, Gregory, tell me how I may help you.
Heinrich, I want you to look at these silver pesos. Is there anything odd or rare about them? Or any way we could trace their ownership?
None. They're common enough coins, and yet I have many such duplicate coins here. I will check this for weight. I will put one of your coins on the scale, though. And on the other scale, I will put one of my duplicate coins. Ones that are not to be genuine, though. And what did you find?
The coin I gave you is much lighter. It must be counterfeit.
No, I do not think so. Let me look at it through my glass. Oh, very ingenious.
What is it, Heinrich?
This coin unscrews. The hollow section inside, though.
There's a white powder inside. Dope. At last we know what we're up against. May I use your telephone, Heinrich?
Of course, my friend.
So we're mixed up with a dope ring, Gregory. No doubt about it, Sandy. Now perhaps I can make Magruder nibble a little humble pie.
Police headquarters, homicide, Lieutenant Magruder speaking.
Magruder, this is Gregory Hood.
It is, huh? Where are you?
Goldwasser's coin shop on Market. I've got some news for you, Magruder.
And I've got some for you. We found your car deserted on Turk Street.
With a corpse in it?
Sure.
Good. Then now perhaps you believe the story.
Only it wasn't the corpse you described. It was a nice, fresh corpse by the name of Penelope.
Penny? Dead?
Stay where you are, Hood. I'll be right over to arrest you on suspicion of murder.
You'll hear the rest of tonight's story from the casebook of Gregory Hood in just a second. Time for me to mention that the only thing necessary to make a good dinner just perfect is to serve that good dinner with a good Petri dinner wine. With steak or chops or stew, and in fact with any meat or meat dish, you couldn't ask for a better companion than a glass of Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a hearty, full-bodied red wine. It's the very last word in wonderful flavor. If you're having fish or chicken for dinner, then you'd love Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicately flavored, subtle white wine that your whole family will enjoy. Get a bottle of both, Petri Burgundy and Petri Sauterne. It's bound to be good if it's Petri. Oh, Sandy, you certainly were in up to your ears that time. I guess you were able to talk yourself out of it.
With Magruder? No, Harry, the more eloquent Gregory became, the more suspicious it seemed to make Magruder. And I couldn't do anything to prevent Magruder booking him on suspicion of murder.
You mean to say you were actually locked up?
Yes, Harry. I landed in the jug with a resounding splash at just about the time a civilized man is warming his cockles with a good brandy. Sandy scurried off to get rid of habeas corpus, but for nearly an hour I found myself in a cell adjoining a certain unhappy character named Joe. Poor Joe. I don't think he knew what to make of me.
I'm Joe the Tipper.
Hi, Joe.
What's your handle, Mac?
Sam McGee.
You look slick. You one of Charlie's mob?
No, work on my own.
What they pinch you for, Sam?
The works sliced up my maul.
You kidding?
Kidding? You're talking to Sammy the Slicer. Ought to see what I did to Fanny. Cut her in 19 pieces. A surgeon couldn't have done a better job. Not as neat a slicing as I did on Aunt Agatha, though. I can still see her expression as I cut her head off.
Look, I'm just a small-time craft man. They shouldn't ought to put me next to you. Hey, Charlie, let me out of here.
Hey, off it, Joe. I'm going to spring you. I'm going to spring both of us.
I don't want to go nowhere with you. Hey, Charlie!
Pipe down, Joe. I got a pineapple in my pocket. I'm going to toss it out there in the aisle and blow this coop sky high.
Don't do it. Hey, Charlie, come here. Sam the Slice is going to make the place. Take me away from him, will you? I stand in my constitutional right. A guy's got a right to be locked up nice and quiet.
Pipe down, Joe. Your attorney's here, Mr. Hood.
Oh. I'm sorry it took so long, Gregory. Come on.
It's a cozy little cell, but I don't want to overstay my welcome.
So long, Joe.
You search him. The guy's a killer, and he's got a pineapple on him.
Don't bother you, Mr. Hood?
No.
But he's got the gall down, just imagination. Did you get the car back, Sandy?
No. Still being held as evidence.
Then we must grab a cab as fast as we can. There's a lot of unfinished business ahead of us.
Where to, Mac?
Fisherman's Wharf.
Okay. Why Fisherman's Wharf, Gregory?
I just put in a call to Herb Kane of the San Francisco Chronicle. He tells me there's a film company shooting night location there.
How does a film company tie in with our little headache?
It's simple. I'm looking for an actor. Now, what's playing at the Geary Theater? A drawing room comedy.
Yes, and there's a costume musical at the Curran.
Correct. The stage show at the Golden Gate is a dance band and singers, no actors, so that's out. Therefore, a film company. Get it?
Absolutely and unequivocally, no.
Very well. Let's work the case out backwards.
Oh, that'll be a great help. Why not sideways?
Maybe my recent incarceration has made me a little stir-crazy. Tell me how you figured the thing out so far, Sandy.
Well, obviously Travers, the man we found on the bridge, was mixed up with a dope gang and was probably killed in some internal quarrel.
And exhibit number 2, the late Penelope, where did she fit in?
Oh, I don't think that's a hard one. She was a member of the ring. They stationed her near the entrance to the bridge, knowing that a man of your notorious susceptibilities would be bound to pick her up.
Oh, indeed.
Oh, yes, indeed. And then she stole the corpse. The hotel clerk was bribed to deny the murdered man's existence. And later they killed the girl to make things safer. Or maybe she wanted too much of a cut.
Sandy, you're excelling yourself.
Elementary, my dear Gregory. But I still don't see where an actor enters the picture.
But surely you see who the killer is now, don't you?
Well, I've read enough mystery stories to know that it must be the LSP, the least suspected person. You have that LSP tone in your voice, Gregory. But we haven't met any LSPs, unless it's Goldwasser or Dr. Arnold.
Remember, Sandy, the original bridge episode was never reported, nor was Travers' car turned in. Magruder told us that.
So the traffic cop to whom we turned over Travers' car was a phony?
And our killer, probably. He was tailing Travers to make sure he died.
Which he did. But we got away with the corpse.
So he phoned for Penelope across the bay to stop us on the approach to the bridge on the way back. Now, who could, at a moment's notice, outfit himself as a traffic cop for shadowing purposes?
I get it, Gregory. An actor.
Right. An actor having a uniform for such a role.
Here you are, Mac. Fisherman's Wharf.
Fine. Wait here for us, driver. We won't be a minute.
Okay.
Come on, Sandy.
Hey, look at the crowds, Gregory.
Oh, it's not surprising. Hollywood's putting on a free outdoor floor show.
You can't come any farther. Sorry.
Oh, who's the director on this picture?
Oh, Chester Garland. I'm Bud Denton, second assistant. Can I help you?
I hope so. You have an actor in this production who's playing a traffic cop?
Yeah, funny you should ask that. He's been missing all day. So's his motorcycle. And no answer from his hotel either. Do you happen to remember the name of his hotel? Yeah. Hotel Barton on Turk Street. And his name? Gunn. Fred Gunn. Fred Gunn. Much obliged to you. Come on, Sandy. You're welcome. Now, it's clear, Sandy. The dying man's words meant not a weapon, but a name. What? Fred Gunn. Let's skip back into our cab and go back to the Hotel Barton and visit with him.
When I tell you there's no Fred Gunn been living here.
And I tell you that he's still living in 207. Give us a pass key.
Are you cops?
No, but we're sending for them in a few minutes. You might as well keep yourself out of a bad mess.
Here's the pass key. And don't tie me up in anything. I just did what I was told.
And what were you told, my friend?
To say that I was living in 207. I didn't see any harm in that. We don't ask too many questions here.
Is Fred Gunn in his room now?
Yeah, came in an hour ago with some drunken bum that couldn't stand up. They were plastered as hootie owls.
Let's go, Sandy. Right. Might as well walk up. It's only the second floor. I suppose if I were in this game professionally, I'd be carrying a gun, Sandy.
I'd feel safer if you were, Gregory. Looks as if we've got a killer cornered in a rat hole. He might shoot before he asks questions, you know.
Sandy, I don't want to be melodramatic, but you've got a wife and 2 children. I wish you'd go back and wait for me in the lobby.
Nice of you, Gregory. But this is Hood Company business. In any case, I don't want to miss the fun.
You're a remarkably square man, Sandy. There are times when I'm quite fond of you.
Yeah. Here we are. 207. Going to knock?
Our only chance is to rush him. Hope the door isn't locked. Watch out, Sandy. Gun!
He's asleep on the bed. Take it easy, Gregory. We can tie him with the bedclothes.
He doesn't need bedclothes, Sandy. He needs a shroud. He's dead. Smell this bottle of whiskey. It's been spiked with cyanide.
Great Scott. Gregory, look, here on the floor.
The now familiar corpse of Mr. Travers. How it does get around.
Oh, we're in a serious jam now, Gregory. Knee-deep in corpses and not a single suspect left.
We don't need one. I know who murdered Gunn, and oddly enough, he's in the room now.
The killer? Where? In the closet?
Closer than that, Sandy.
Oh, now look, Gregory. If you're going to put the finger on me as the least suspected person, it's going too far. I won't stand for it.
No, Sandy. Mr. Travers lying on the floor is the latest killer.
But you mean the corpse is the murderer?
Sure. Remember the empty cyanide vial? Before Travers was killed himself, he'd poisoned Gunn's whiskey. Gunn figured he'd stay sober until he'd retrieve Travers' corpse.
He brought it back here, started to figure out how he was going to dispose of it.
Exactly. He decided to take a slug of whiskey to help his thinking machinery, and so he died. Murdered by his own victim.
Oh, I see.
And now I have a call to make. Elmwood 6, 4222.
Calling Lieutenant Magruder?
Sure. This is going to be fun. Magruder in homicide, please.
After you're through, Gregory, I'll call Mary. We'll have one of her delicious rabbits, and you'll stay the night.
It's a date. Magruder, this is Gregory Hood. Now, settle back in your chair and make yourself comfortable, because I've got a fairy story to tell you. Once upon a time, a couple of worthy citizens were driving across the Bay Bridge when the car in front of them started to weave. You'll never believe this, Magruder, but as
Well, Gregory, that was a swell story. Very different, too.
Yes, and I might say it almost marked the end of my beautiful friendship with Magruder.
That was quite a twist, Gregory, the murderer being murdered by his victim.
And I'd like to point out a moral, if you pardon my pointing.
Oh, go right ahead.
The story proves that you get what you give.
And fortunately, that works for the best, too.
Ah, quite a philosopher, aren't you? Just what you mean.
Well, we all get what we give. Look, when you drop by my house, what do I give you?
A warm welcome.
And?
A good dinner.
And?
A glass of Petri wine.
Right. And when I visit you, I get
Petri wine.
Right again. And that's because we both know that Petri wine is a good wine. Petri wine has got to be good wine. Look at the long years of skill and experience that goes into its making. Why, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage, a heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son. And don't forget, ever since the Petri family first went into business, they've watched over that business personally. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know that the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, to what page of your casebook are you turning next Monday?
Next Monday, Harry, I'm going to tell you an odd story that concerns a San Francisco cable car, a rather unusual brunette, and a blood-stained hatchet. I call it the Black Museum. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music is composed and played by Dean Fossler. Mr. Gale Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Mr. Bill Johnstone. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shane, followed immediately by The Casebook of Gregory Hood. Petri Wine brings you Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of the Black Museum. Another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you to do a little something for me. And yourself. Tomorrow night, along with your dinner, serve Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy, you know, is the perfect companion for any kind of meat or meat dish. It's a red wine, just as rich in flavor as it is in color. It can transform an ordinary meal into a real occasion. Take even a simple dish like hamburger steak. Cook that hamburger exactly the way you like it. Rare, medium, well done, fried, barbecued, anyway. Then serve it with a glass of delicious Petri Burgundy. Why, you have a meal that would make anyone happy, even a connoisseur. Remember, when you serve that Petri Burgundy, you can serve it proudly, because Petri is the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a weekly date with Gregory Hood. Tonight's rendezvous is at one of this city's oldest and best restaurants, Fior d'Italia. The furnishings are tasteful, the service discreet, and the veal scallopini a la maison, so Gregory tells me, is incomparable. Let's join him, shall we?
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Evening, Mr. Lippy.
You're joining Mr. Hood, of course.
Yes. He tells me that life is incomplete until I've tried scallopini Fior d'Italia.
We do pride ourselves on the dish. Follow me, please, Mr. Bartell. Mr. Hood always has the same table. He came in a few moments ago. What? This is his table, but where did he go?
Into the kitchen, perhaps? I know he's an amateur cook of some note.
It's more than likely. Please, do sit down, Mr. Bartell, and I will see if I can find him.
Thanks, Mr. Lippy.
Here he comes now.
Oh, evening, Gregory.
Hello, Harry. I see Basil Lippy's taking care of you. Thank you, Basil.
It was a pleasure.
Harry, this is quite an occasion. I've got it.
You've got what?
The secret. George and Frank Marinetti finally broke down and gave me the missing link to that scallopini. Into the olive oil, you must add a pinch of oregano, a wisp of thyme, and then no more than a faint murmur of chopped green mint. And the wine, Harry. That's where the fun starts.
When you pour it into
Gregory, right now our listeners want an adventure out of the casebook of Gregory Hood.
It would be much more profitable to learn how to cook scallopini fior d'Italia, Harry. Crime is common, good cooking is rare.
Maybe, Gregory, but I'll take the scallopini later if you don't mind. For the next half hour, how's about Gregory Hood versus the underworld?
Well, if you insist. Let me see. What story did I promise you last week?
One that you called The Black Museum.
Ah, yes. That was an odd adventure, Harry. I suppose it really began a couple of months ago in my apartment on Nob Hill. Sandy Taylor and I had a dinner date with some friends, and he dropped by for a martini. I thought I excelled myself with the martinis that night, but Sandy, though he's my best friend as well as my attorney, is the unfortunate victim of an overdeveloped sense of punctuality. After half an hour, he was champing at his bit to be off. Finally, with the devilish cunning of the seasoned bachelor, I convinced him that one more martini was almost necessary.
All right, Gregory, you win.
The snap of your arm was positively deafening, Sandy.
But let's watch the time. The Alstons are expecting us at 7:15.
They're such nice people that I'm always astonished at their gastronomic indifference. Their cook deserves to be stewed in her own culinary juices.
Pleasant thought, but she'd need a colossal saucepan.
True. By the way, Sandy, did you know Tim Brady arrived back in town today?
Tim Brady? Oh, yes, he's your agent down in Mexico, isn't he?
Yeah.
Has he unearthed any treasures this trip?
Haven't seen him yet. He called me just before you arrived. I told him to drop by for a drink. Don't know what happened to him.
Well, he'd better hurry.
Oh, that must be Tim now.
Oh, Lord. Give him a fast price, Gregory.
Oh, there's a martini left. I'll give him that, and then he can walk down to the car with it. Hello, Tim.
Good to see you again, Gregory. How are you, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, hello, Brady. Too bad you arrived so late. We've got to rush. We're behind schedule now.
Sorry, but I got tied up. Can I walk down to the car with you?
Just what I was going to suggest. In the meanwhile, there's one martini that's homeless.
Not any longer, Gregory. Thanks.
How are things down in Mexico?
Well, not too promising for Gregory Hood imported.
Oh, government control?
Yeah, most of the good stuff's sewed up.
And smuggling's not what it used to be, huh? Did you get anything really choice?
Well, just the one item. That's the honey. What did you think of it?
Well, I went through your last shipment at the warehouse, but I didn't notice anything special.
And what did you dig up, Brady?
Oh, a knife. A sacrificial knife. It's a genuine pre-conqueror item. Obsidian blade, carved stone handle, and it's guaranteed to have been used in human sacrifices for the war gods.
Good work, Tim.
Of course, you didn't send it with a regular consignment.
No, special packaging. But it should have been here by now.
Oh, it sounds like a real find. Did you pay a big price for it?
No, got it for a song, but there's a reason for that. Its previous owner just got himself murdered with it. From what I hear, they usually do.
Huh?
The knife's got a curse on it, Gregory. Whoever has it in his possession is supposed to die soon and violently.
Dear me. I must polish up my steel waistcoat. But in the meantime, I guess we must be moving. Want to walk down to the car with us?
Oh, sure, Gregory.
Get our hats, Sandy, will you?
You mean I've really got you on your way? Wonders we'll never see. Here's the car, Gregory.
Sorry we have to rush, Tim.
Oh, that's okay. I've got a date, too.
We'll see you at the office in the morning.
Well, I'll go over the other stuff with you. Oh, hello, Mr. Markham.
Hello, Brady. When did you get back to town?
Just this afternoon. Oh, this is Mr. Hood.
How do you do?
Mr. Taylor.
How do you do? You're Gregory Hood, aren't you? Head of the importing firm?
That's right.
Well, I have a neighbor of yours, just a block down the hill from here. I wanted to meet you. I think I've got some stuff that'll interest you quite a bit.
Gregory, it's 10 minutes out.
Yes. I'm afraid we have to go, Mr. Markham. What kind of stuff are you referring to?
How would you like to see the very hatchet with which the Borden murders were committed?
You have it, Mr. Markham?
And more treasures. I think I have one of the finest collections of murder weapons in the world. Why not stop by and see them? It would only take a few seconds.
Well, how about tomorrow, Mr. Markham?
Well, I'm afraid I'll be out of town for the next few days. Why not come now?
Well, no, Gregory, we can't.
Oh, quarter of an hour won't hurt, Sandy. Come on, you can fix it with Mrs. Alston on phone.
Oh, Gregory.
And here, Mr. Hood, is the carving knife which Henry White, the Piedmont plumber, used to decapitate his wife.
I remember the case. They never did find her head, did they?
Strikes me as a rather grisly hobby, Mr. Markham, though I'm sure your collection's priceless.
To a student of criminology like myself, Mr. Taylor, it's far from grisly. Naturally, I knew Mr. Hood's reputation as an amateur detective, and I was certain he'd be interested.
I am, immensely. It's a superb black museum. Just think of it. Every one of these choice implements has actually tasted human blood, and usually in a celebrated case.
Now, that's why I regard the hobby as a grisly one.
You wouldn't consider selling any of these trophies, would you, Mr. Markham?
Selling? Great Scott, no. But I'd like to buy more to add to the collection.
Excuse me, Mr. Markham.
Yes, Paul, what is it?
Your wife would like to speak to you for a moment. She's in the den.
Oh, very well. I'll be back in a moment, gentlemen. Look after my guest, Paul.
Mm-hmm. I'm Paul Jackson, Mr. Markham's secretary. You're Mr. Gregory Hood, aren't you?
Yes, and this is Sandy Taylor.
How do you do?
Gregory, it's nearly half past.
As soon as Mr. Markham gets back, we'll be on our way.
Mr. Hood, I've got a business proposition to make to you.
Well, I'm a businessman. What's the proposition?
You're an importer with connections all over the world, Mr. Hood. It occurs to me that occasionally you'd be bound to come across something that'd be a perfect addition to Mr. Markham's museum.
I've just been thinking the same thing myself.
Me, too. It would be the first opportunity I've ever had to put my interest in murder on a strictly commercial basis. The proposition, Mr. Jackson?
I'd love to handle such a deal on a commission.
That hardly seems ethical. Mr. Markham's your employer.
He has more money than he knows what to do with. We could jack the price up and split the extra 3 ways.
I don't want to appear stuffy, Mr. Jackson, but my firm doesn't do business that way. No dice, my friend.
Now, here he comes now with his wife. Please don't repeat what I said.
Gentlemen, I want you to meet my wife. My dear, Gregory Hood, Mrs. Markham, and Mr. Taylor.
How do you do? I was telling Howard that I was so anxious to meet you, Mr. Hood. But I wish he'd warned me when he's bringing visitors. I look perfectly awful.
You look charming, Mrs. Markham, but I'm afraid...
Yes, Gregory, we must be getting along.
Oh, don't rush. You've seen the collection?
Yes, it's fascinating.
I bet Howard didn't show you my contribution. He doesn't think it's worthy of the rest of the stuff. Come in here and let me show you. Excuse us for a moment.
Ethelby, it's never been proven to be authentic.
So Howard won't let me keep it as a collection. It's vanished to the study.
What is the treasure?
A jade inkwell. Somebody's supposed to have conked his 50 girlfriend on the head with it 43 times before she was ready for the casket. I bought it in Chinatown.
Oh, is this it on the desk?
Yes, that's it. Mr. Hood.
Yes?
We have to talk about inkwells. They bore me to scream.
Okay, let's not talk about inkwells.
You'll rush tonight. You have a date.
Yes, and I'm late for it now.
Blonde, brunette.
White-haired, and in the late 50s.
She must have a daughter.
She has. She plays Chopin superbly.
That's the new one. You have to go.
Yes.
Want to drop by later? Howard's going to club.
You're crazy about Howard, aren't you?
Oh, sure. The tenant boy for 1901. What's the matter? You like him?
Yes.
Well, why not do something about it?
I'm suffering from a rush of ethics to the head.
That's unfortunate. Well, if you change your mind later, our number's in the book. I'll let you go, Greg. This time. Come along.
Well, Hood, you think it's authentic?
I rather doubt it, Mr. Markham, but then it's hard to say. Oh, Sandy, what's the time?
7 o'clock, Gregory.
7 o'clock? Sandy, you're a dope. Why didn't you keep an eye on your watch? We're late.
All right, Gregory. I'll come up to your apartment for just one glass of port.
The pot roast was worse than usual tonight, wasn't it, Sandy? And I can't think why even the Alston cook decided that brilliantine is a good basis for a salad dressing.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. Gregory?
Yes?
I'll never quite understand you.
What makes you say that?
You were equally charming both to Mrs. Markham, who had all the subtlety of a steamroller, and to Miss Alston, who's really a very nice girl. Obviously, you didn't like either of them. What kind of a woman do you like?
Where's my key? Oh, here they are.
What kind of a woman do I like?
Oh, I don't ask much, Sandy. Just an offbeat sense of humor, great beauty, and a certain way with animals.
It shouldn't be too hard to find.
Oh, no, of course not. What I had in mind was something like...
Good evening, Mr. Hood.
Yes, it might easily be someone very like you.
Who's she?
Oh, she's... Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I married to my servant. He thought you might like me to smile at you.
That's friendly of him.
But I have not come here to smile at you.
Do sit down, won't you?
Neither have I come here to sit down. I have come here to warn you about the knife.
What knife?
The sacrificial knife of the witch de Portugal, the god of war. That knife belonged to the followers of the god. You must not keep it, Mr. Hood. Listen to what did I say. Whoever owns the knife wrongfully will die. He will die by the knife, too.
Are you sure you haven't been reading too many mystery stories, young lady?
Do not make fun of me. I've come here to bring you warning.
That's very nice of you. Who are you?
I am... How do you say... Aztec?
Aztec.
I'm a fake teacher. I warned you. Others follow you. While you're on the knife, you die.
If you must threaten me, I do wish to sit down. We'd all be more comfortable.
That is all I have to say. Remember what I have said.
Now, wait a minute. So far, this has been a one-track conversation. Why do you have to leave?
Because I wish to leave. Goodbye.
I'll be back in a jiffy, Sandy.
Why do you follow me?
I'm not. I'm just being a gentleman and seeing you to your car. Who sent you here?
Nobody.
Where do you live?
I shall not tell you.
What's your phone number?
I have no phone.
Mine's Douglas, 6977. What's your other name, Pilar?
Leave me alone. I came here to
You came
work.
here to try and scare me, and now I'm scaring you, Pilar. Oh, well, let me drive you home.
Goodbye, Mr. Wood.
Au revoir, Pilar. We'll meet again. I promise you we'll meet again.
There's the sacrificial knife, Gregory. It should have been here a week ago.
Instead of which, it arrived this morning. Oh, strange things happen at the customs. Open the window, will you, Tim? It's stuffy in here.
Okay.
Anyway, it was well worth waiting for. It's a beautiful specimen. Remember what the girl said last night, Gregory? Whoever owns the knife wrongfully will die.
Who was that girl, Greg?
Last name, address, telephone number, unknown. But she put on quite a convincing act. She didn't dream it up herself, though. I'll find out who put her up to it. Oh, this knife is exquisite. Hold it up by the window, Sandy.
Going to fetch a lot of money, Gregory.
If I sell it.
Markham would probably give his eye teeth for it.
Yes, and as his eye teeth are undoubtedly detachable, I don't think it would be much of a bargain. Look at the blood stains on this. Probably 15th century.
Look out, Gregory!
What?
Holy smoke. Somebody chucked a knife through the window.
There's an office building opposite, but I can't see anyone.
I didn't expect you to. You're dealing with an expert. You only missed me by a few inches. Awfully bad for the redwood paneling, though.
The knife's of modern make, Gregory, but it's the same pattern as the one I got in Mexico. Shall I call the police?
No, Brady, this is Hood Company business. We can take care of it.
Well, then what are you going to do?
Thank this unknown individual for tossing me a nice new import for free, and plan to thank him in person as soon as possible.
Gregory?
Yes?
I'm crazy about riding in the open section of these cable cars.
Good. So am I.
But we've been up Knob Hill twice and down it once. This is the second trip down. Where's it getting us?
Up and down Knob Hill. Cable cars are conducive to clear thinking, I find.
I've been thinking.
And?
Get rid of that sacrificial knife. It's the only sensible thing to do. And you've got a perfect market for it.
You mean Mr. Markham's Black Museum?
Sure.
I know, Sandy, but there's something about this whole business that smacks of fourth-rate melodrama.
Gregory, I'd say turn the case over to the police and sell the knife to Markham.
And admit that I'm scared? Oh, no, Sandy, that isn't what I'm going to do.
Another knife thrown at you, Gregory?
Yes. This time it was really close. Sandy, fourth-rate melodrama or not, I'm beginning to think I'm unpopular.
Miss Dixon,
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
take this letter, please. Dear Mr. Harris, with regard to your letter of the 16th instant, as attorney for the firm of Gregory Hood Importers, I hereby give notice, and your receipt of this registered letter will acknowledge such notice, that whereas the party of the first...
Excuse me, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor's office.
Is Sandy there?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hood. He's right here. It's Mr. Hood.
Oh, thank you, Miss Dixon. Yes, Gregory?
Sandy, I'm phoning from a bar.
How very unusual.
Yes, isn't it? Listen, Sandy, let me tell you something. I phoned Markham. He's crazy to buy the sacrificial knife.
Good. Sell it, Gregory.
But I had a bright idea. Supposing this guy who's been chasing me with knives decides to take a crack at Markham. If we sell the knife, could we be held liable?
Don't worry, Gregory. I'll work it out. Formal waiver of damages or something. I'm glad you've come to your senses, though, and decided to sell.
Oh, I haven't come to my senses, Sandy. I just wanted to know whether
Gregory!
What's wrong, Mr. Taylor?
I heard a man scream.
It wasn't Mr. Hood, was it?
I hope not. Gregory! Gregory! Gregory!
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second, so in the meantime, I'm going to tell you about a white wine that's really marvelous with chicken. The wine is Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicate, subtle wine, beautifully golden in color. One sip, and you'll know that you've discovered the kind of wine you've long looked for. And let me tell you, Petri Sauterne is not only great with chicken, But wait till you serve it with fish or any other kind of seafood. It's just about... Well, I've sort of run out of words. You just taste Petri Sauterne yourself, and you'll know how good it really is. Remember, there are lots of wines, so be sure you get a good wine. Always get a Petri wine. Well, it was a fine place to leave me cliffhanging. Were you killed, Gregory?
This early in the series? No, Harry. By a happy quirk of fate, I wasn't killed.
Oh, I'm so glad. I bet Sandy was worried, though.
He was. He tried unsuccessfully to trace the call and waited anxiously until I called him back.
Yes?
This is Gregory.
Gregory, you scared the daylights out of me.
Sorry, I called you back as soon as I could.
Well, what happened? Another knife thrown at you?
Yes, but this time a neighboring barfly lurched in front of me. That was the yelp you must have heard.
Did it get him?
Nicked his shoulder. Nothing serious except that he might sign the pledge. But it made me mad. It's given me an idea. I think I know how to settle this business now.
Gregory, leave it alone, or at least let me...
Okay, Counselor. You're in on it. Meet me at Sam Macklin's office, 450 Geary, in half an hour.
Who's Sam Macklin?
Theatrical agent.
Well, what the heck?
I'll tell you when I see you. Goodbye.
Well, Sam, how's business?
Hi, Greg. Business ain't what it used to be.
I don't think it ever has been.
Well, what can I do for you this time, Greg? You chasing down the phone number of another ballet dancer?
I do want to find a dancer, but I assure you it's strictly business this time.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
I want the addresses of any female Spanish dancers now in San Francisco.
Spanish dancers? I can find you 100 Mexican ones.
No, Sam. Real Spanish dancers, not Mexican.
Okay, I'll look through my book.
And while you're at it, see if you can track down any knife throwers for me.
Spanish dancers and knife throwers. Gregory, my boy, your tastes are certainly changing.
Gregory, why are we doing the round to the night?
I'm trying to catch the right floor show, the one that has a certain Spanish dancer that I think we'll recognize.
Where does the Spanish dancer fit into the picture, Gregory?
That girl, Pilar, the so-called Aztec priestess that tried to scare me last night, I have a hunch she's a dancer.
What makes you think that?
Well, at first, when I heard that luscious voice, I thought she might have been a singer. But when I saw the way she moved round and how she skimmed down the stairs, I changed my mind. Yes, Sandy, I have a definite hunch she's a dancer. One thing's certain. She's obviously not an Aztec.
How'd you figure that one out, Gregory?
She said, how do you say in English, Azteca? Azteca. She gave the Z a TH sound. That's Castilian Spanish. Mexican or any Spanish American would say Azteca.
So she's a phony.
And that's why we're combing the nightclubs trying to find her. I hope she can lead us to whoever's at the back of this knife-throwing business.
Well, we've seen 3 Spanish dancers so far, and you've made 2 dates. I hope this is the right place.
I do, too.
It is. Look who's stepping out in the spotlight, Sandy.
It's the same girl, all right. Now what?
As soon as her number's over, we're going to persuade her to take a cab ride with us.
Where to?
The offices of Hood and Company in Porter.
But, Mr. Hood, why you take me from the club? I must downstairs again tonight.
Now, don't worry, Pilar. I'll get you back there in time and stay to watch you. Right now, we want information. Who hired you to come up and try and scare me last night?
Oh, it would not be fair to tell you. He told me it was only a joke. And he paid me well. It would not be right to give the joke away.
Listen, Pilar, I'm a lawyer, and I assure you you're not mixed up with a joke. You're mixed up with attempted murder.
Murder? Oh, no. Mr. Hood, you must believe me that
That's all right, Pilar. Take it easy. Just answer my questions, and you'll be all right.
They tried to murder you, Mr. Hood?
Apparently, though, of course, they're really after someone else.
How'd you figure that, Gregory?
If they were really after me, no expert knife thrower could have failed in 3 attempts. Therefore, the whole act of sending Pilar with the warning and the knife throwing was a deliberate plan to scare me into selling the knife fast. Now, who would be the obvious customer?
Mr. Markham.
Sure. So what we've uncovered now is a plan to murder Markham.
Oh, I understand it now. By making the killing seem to hinge on the knife, it casts suspicion away from a personal motive for killing Markham. Very clever of you to figure that, Gregory, if I may say so.
You may, Sandy.
Please, Mr. Hood. I do not understand what you both talk about.
I'll explain it at supper, Pilar. Now, just tell me who hired you.
I do not know his name, Mr. Hood. And I hardly saw his face. He came to the club and spoke to me outside the stage door. It was very dark. I would not know him again.
But you'd know his voice, Pilar, wouldn't you?
Oh, see, I never forget a voice.
Ah, then we're safe.
But, Gregory, why are we going to your office instead of Markham's house?
You know my methods, Sandy.
As well as you do, which is that you make them up as you go along.
All right. But you do recall one of my basic ideas. Find out what you want to know, then see the guy that knows it. That's why we're going to the office. Right now, I want to see our Mexican expert, Tim Brady. So that's the situation, Tim. Somebody's scheming to murder Markham.
Doesn't seem possible, Gregory.
Mr. Hood.
Not yet, Pilar.
Well, Gregory, have you any idea who's back of it?
All right, Pilar. Now.
You are Mr. Brady. You heard me. I recognize your voice.
Are you crazy?
No, Brady, she isn't.
It had to be you, Tim, because Pilar approached me with the warning before I got the knife. At that time, you were the only man in California who knew that I was going to receive an ancient sacrificial knife. You didn't foresee the delay.
Oh, but Gregory, you're nuts. What possible motive could I have?
You know the Markhams. You introduced me, and the motive for any man of average susceptibility is obvious enough after you've met Mrs. Markham.
Very ingenious. You could bring in Pilar as a witness, of course.
You bet we will, Brady.
And my old pal, Lieutenant Silvers of the San Francisco Police, has put a tracer out for me for knife throwers. I imagine you told the man who threw the knives that it was a joke, too, this business of throwing near misses. The final knife that would not have missed Markham, I imagine you planned to wield yourself.
You're making a good case, Gregory, but of what? No crime has been committed yet.
All the better. A detective who forestalls a murder for a change?
But it seems to leave me in the clear.
Not quite, Tim. That man who was wounded in the bar when the knife nicked him this afternoon, infection set in. He died in the hospital an hour ago.
I'm afraid it's a murder charge, Brady.
He died? Okay, you're the only one to get...
This is a pleasure, Tim. That's a honey. Knocked him out cold.
And to think that I selected that guy to represent our Mexican interests. Call the police, Sandy, will you?
Yeah, right away.
You did not hurt yourself, Mr. Hood?
No, Pilar, just bruised my knuckles. Sandy, Tim pulled a gun on us. I imagine we can book him on assault with intention to commit murder, can't we?
Sure, but this man that died, Gregory, why didn't you tell me?
Because I only dreamed it up just now. It seemed the one way to make Tim show his hand.
Gregory, you're completely unprincipled.
Sure I am.
I think you're wonderful, Mr. Hood.
When Tim pulled that gun just now, you called me Gregory. Why go back to Mister?
Very well. Gregory. Oh, but please, you must take me back to my club soon.
Just as soon as the police get here, Pilar, the two of us will take you back. And later on tonight, we'll really show you the town.
Oh, not me, Gregory. I'm going home to Mary and the children. Give me police headquarters.
Then Pilar and I will do the town alone. It's a date, Pilar?
Very much of a date, Gregory.
Well, that story was a beauty, Greg. But there's one thing I'd like to know. I'd like to know
if I kept my date with Pilar.
Well, yeah, that's right. How do you know I was going to ask that?
Everybody else does. Why not you? And I can tell you that your next question is going to be...
what's Pilar's phone number?
Right.
And your answer?
As they say at the phone company, I'm sorry, we cannot divulge that information.
Okay. Let's order dinner and forget it.
Good. Shall we try the Scalapini Fior d'Italia?
Sure. Let's see. What wine shall I order?
As if you don't know.
All right, go ahead. Kid me, but you know as well as I did that we can't mess with Petri wine.
Okay.
Why, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. The art of making fine wine is their heritage. A heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son. No wonder Petri wine is so good. And no wonder the Petri business has grown and grown, so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemaker. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family intends to keep it that way. Because by so doing, they can be sure that every bottle of wine that bears the name Petri is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, what story out of your casebook are you planning to tell us next week?
A little tale that concerns a date at the top of the Mark Hopkins Hotel and a certain gunman by the name of Lem Carter who was convinced that I'd look so much better as a corpse. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music is composed and played by Dean Foster. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Art Gilmore. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. Petri Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of The Murder of Gregory Hood, another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And while you're sitting back listening to our story, how about enjoying a glass of America's favorite wine, port wine? Port is America's favorite wine, and you'll know why when you try your first glass of Petri California Port. Petri Port is a deep, deep red. And when you hold Petri Port up to the light, you can practically see through the glass. That's because Petri Port is so clear, one sure sign of a good wine. But the way Petri Port tastes is what really counts. And I can tell you it's so delicious, you'll want to sip it slowly, so you won't miss a single drop of that marvelous Petri flavor. And you'll want to serve Petri Port to your friends, too, at the dinner or any time they drop in for a visit. And naturally, you can serve Petri Port proudly, because those letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood. A little earlier, Gregory phoned me to say that he was working late at his office, so let's join him there, shall we?
Come in. Hello, Harry.
Evening, Gregory.
Sorry to drag you over here, but I really was tied up.
That's all right. I'm quite impressed to see that the head of Gregory Hood Importers has to work late occasionally, just like anyone else.
Oh, yes, Harry. You mustn't think that all my time is spent gallivanting around San Francisco. I'm quite a hard-working man on occasion. This afternoon, for instance, we received a particularly valuable shipment from China. Some exquisite jade pieces. I've been examining and cataloging them myself.
Is this piece on the desk part of the collection?
Yes. You want to buy it?
Well, what is it? Looks like just a chunk of jade with a hole through it.
It is, Harry, but it also happens to be an archer's thumb ring. Han period, 206 B.C.
How much?
In your case, Harry, I'll make a special price. Say, $15,000?
I'm afraid not. I'm a little short this month.
That's a beautiful specimen, Harry. I must show this to Richard Gump. He's got the finest collection in town. You know, it's funny this shipment arrived today.
Why?
Because the story I'm going to tell you tonight concerned a shipment of jade that I received just over a year ago. Only on that occasion, it was foamy jade, and it gave me one of the worst headaches I've ever had. In fact, I darn nearly got myself murdered.
Murdered? How?
Well, it's a salutary tale that proves that being an amateur detective is a foolish and dangerous occupation. I suppose the story really began about 6 years ago in Lieutenant Silver's office in homicide. My old friend was patiently trying to sweat the truth out of a certain gent by the name of Lem Carter, a murderer with what appeared to be a perfect alibi.
Come on, Carter. You know we've got you cold.
Ain't got nothing on me, Copper.
Why don't you be smart? Plead guilty and take a self-defense rap. Otherwise, it's the gas chamber.
Nuts to that. I was in Carmel at the time of the murder scene. I'm sticking to it.
Hello, Stan.
Oh, hi, Greg.
Still at it, eh?
Yeah, this is one rat that won't squeal, Greg.
I've got a friend outside, Stan. I'd like you to meet her.
Look, Greg, I've no time for wenches now.
I don't know that I'd call her a wench, Stan. Inflation has set in somewhat. But I think she'll interest you, and you, Carter.
I don't know no babes.
Funny, she knows you. Her name's Dodo Waring, and she's prepared to testify that she spent an hour with you in San Francisco on the night of the murder.
Okay, Gregory Hood. I know who you are, and I'll get you for this. I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
As a matter of fact, it was the last thing he did, too. But that comes later.
How did you round up the girl, Gregory?
I have my contacts, Harry.
I'll bet. What happened to Crichton?
Well, he had a good lawyer and got off with manslaughter. He went off to San Quentin, still swearing I'd pay with my life for putting the finger on him. I never gave him another thought until one night just over a year ago when my friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor, and I were having drinks at the top of the Mark. I, by an odd coincidence, was waiting there to keep an appointment with an exceedingly beautiful young woman.
Gregory?
Yes, Sandy?
What's her name?
Whose name?
The girl you're waiting for.
I didn't say I was waiting for a girl.
You didn't have to. I know you well enough to recognize the symptoms. The red carnation in your buttonhole and the way you've been eyeing your watch tell their own story. What's her name?
Sherry Drake.
New conquest?
This is to be something of a business meeting, Sandy.
And I'm sure you use the word business loosely.
Don't be cynical, Sandy. By the way, much as I love your company, will you beat a snappy retreat when the young lady arrives?
Afraid of competition, eh? You're aging, Gregory. Don't worry. As soon as I finish this last report, I'll be on my way. In any case, I have a wife and 2 children waiting for me in Berkeley. Hello, isn't that Lieutenant Silver standing in the entrance there?
Oh, sure it is. Stanley?
Here he comes.
Hello, Gregory. Oh. Evening, Mr. Taylor.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Gregory, my boy, you're stuck with a guest tonight. I know. She's due any moment. I don't know about a she. You're stuck with me for the evening. Look, Stan, you are a man of irresistible charm. Some of your anecdotes are fascinating, and you play a whiz of a game of chess. Another evening, we'll have a long session together, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist, Greg.
What's up, Lieutenant?
Lem Carter got paroled today. Lem Carter?
Hey, that's the man that you put the finger on 5 years ago, Greg. Remember, he threatened you at the time.
I talked to guys who were in store with him, Greg. He's still swearing vengeance. No need to take that very seriously, is there? I think there is. We put a tail on him the moment he got turned loose, but he gave us the slip. And I'm sticking with you, Greg, until he turns up. If he's toting a rod, there's a parole violation, and we've got him. But I'm keeping you safe until then. I appreciate your concern, Stan, but I can look after myself.
It'd be safer to let the lieutenant stick with you, Gregory.
But I've got a date, and three's a crowd. Don't you worry, Greg. I can be discreet. Oh, but Stan...
Well, I'm
really.
going. I'll leave you guys to fight it out. What's in the package, Lieutenant?
A little present for you, Greg. What is it, a wigwam for grinding smoke? No, Greg, it's a lot more practical than that. And it's something we'd better discuss before your young lady shows up. All right, but that's not all we're going to discuss. You duenna.
Are you sure we're not boring you, Lieutenant Silvers?
Don't worry about me, young lady. But we do worry about you, Stan. We've been sitting here at the top of the Mark for nearly an hour, and all you've done is to drink 4 gigantic orangeades and look gloomy. Are you quite sure you wouldn't like to take a nice long ride on the cable car and meet us somewhere later? Yes, Greg, I'm quite sure. Just carry on. Don't mind me.
Do you usually have a chaperone when you date girls, Gregory?
Not as a rule. It rather cramps my style.
And it's quite a style, too. Gregory?
Yes?
Where did you get my number?
Harry Bartell gave me the idea. By an odd coincidence, he was talking about Sherry the other night, and I thought what a nice name it would be for a girl. So I thumbed through the phone book until I found yours.
Seriously, Gregory, how did you get it?
Oh, excuse me, back in a jiffy.
Don't hurry.
Yes, Dan, take your time.
Now, what do you suppose he saw him?
My dear young lady, let's not pry into his personal life. Let's accept the miracle of his disappearance gratefully and get down to business.
Business?
Yes, Sherry. I have a little unfinished business that I think you can help me with.
Oh, this is a new one. Go on, Gregory.
I'm an importer, Sherry. 2 months ago, somebody switched a shipment of jade on me somewhere between Hong Kong and San Francisco.
You mean they substituted phony jade for the real stuff?
Yes, Sherry. I've been doing a little private snooping, and I have a hunch that a gent by the name of Hilary Pearson is at the back of it. I found out that you knew him, and that's why I called you.
Oh, yes, I do know him slightly. But I'm sure you're making a mistake, Gregory. Hillary's a straight shooter. I'd bet on that.
I wouldn't. I found out quite a bit about the gentleman in the past few days. He's just about as straight as a wriggly worm.
Good evening, Sherry.
Oh, hello, Hillary.
Introduce me to your friend, won't you?
Why, yes. Hillary Pearson, this is Gregory Hood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Hilary Pearson. I was just talking about you.
I thought you might be. That's why I came to your table. I think I know what you're doing, Mr. Hood. You're interested in that shipment of phony jade that slipped by your agent, aren't you?
I'd be a mighty poor businessman if I weren't interested, my friend.
And you somewhere acquired the curious notion that Sherry knows something about it.
Have you ever thought of taking up mind reading?
Funny. Very, very funny, Mr. Hood. But I warn you, you're making a great mistake.
I might even say you'd live to regret it. If I thought there was the least likelihood that you'd live at all.
Harry, what are you talking about?
Keep out of this, Sherry. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Mr. Hood?
Oh, sure. I can recognize a threat just like the next man. Listen, Mr. Pearson, we're being chaperoned by Lieutenant Silvers of Homicide. He'll be back in a moment. Why not sit down and wait for him? He'd love to meet you.
I have no interest in meeting policemen. Don't forget what I said, Mr. Hood.
He certainly had me fooled, Gregory. Why did you grab him? He threatened you.
Oh, he's not dangerous by himself. I'll have Silvers put a tail on him. Maybe he'll lead us to the whole gang. Well, Sherry, do you still think he's a straight shooter?
He's a rat. I'll never see him again.
Well, perhaps you can help me nab him, Sherry.
Oh, I'll tell you anything I can, Gregory, but there isn't much. I had a few dates with the guy. Oh, jeepers, here comes the lieutenant again.
Welcome home, Stan. All is forgiven.
Anything interesting happen in my absence, Greg?
No, just another death threat. You're kidding. I'm not. People are queuing up to kill me. Oh, well, they start a line for anything these days.
Come on, Greg, give.
Well, a rather oleaginous gentleman by the name of Hilary Pearson just came up to our table. In a voice simply dripping with vitriol, he suggested Great Scott, Sandy's come back. My, but I'm popular tonight. What's wrong, Sandy?
Gregory, I was worried about what the lieutenant told us about Lem Carter, so I drove by your apartment. I didn't get too good a look at the man across the street, but I'm certain it was Carter.
Good, we've got him now. Come on.
How about me?
I'm not letting go of you now, Sherry. Come along and watch the fun.
But, Gregory, you can't bring a girl.
Look, Sandy, whose murder is this, yours or mine? Come on. Come on, everybody. Well, here's the apartment. If there's any shooting, Sherry, drop down in the back seat and keep down.
Don't worry about me, Gregory.
The guy's still there. See him in the doorway?
It's Carter, all right. I'll open the side window a little. I don't want to have to use this rod, but I'll keep it handy. Carter spotted us. He's moving back in the doorway. Let's see if I can talk a little sense into him.
Carter, don't be a dope and try to get down, Jerry. Okay, Carter, try this one on for size. You got him, Stan. Come on. He fell down the steps when you winged him.
Gregory, I think he's dead.
Sherry, he should have stayed in the car.
I can't feel his pulse nor his heart either. He is dead.
He can't be. I wasn't aiming to kill.
There's one of your bullets in his leg.
He must have hit his head as he fell down the steps.
Yes, that's it. His neck's broken. He must have died instantly.
Sherry, darling, you seem remarkably handy with corpses.
I was a nurse's aide, Gregory. I can take it. Oh,
and so saying, she fainted. Okay, Sandy, I've got her. Poor kid, the whole thing's been a little too much for her.
It's been a little bit too much for me, too.
She's a brave girl, Greg. Yes, but this rather spoils the evening, doesn't it? Nothing left to do now but take the lady home and the corpse to the morgue. Oh, Stan. Yes, Greg? Thanks. What for? About Carter. I mean, well, he was gunning for me. Oh, skip it, Greg.
Come on, let's get moving.
Well, this evening didn't turn out the way I planned it.
No, for me. I should have been back in Berkeley hours ago.
Well, speaking for myself, I had a swell dinner. Much obliged to you, Greg. Oh, very welcome, Stan, and I'm obliged to you, Sandy, for driving me home. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay. Good night, Greg.
Good night. Night, Stan.
So long, Greg. We'll wait here until we see your lights go on. Might be someone else waiting for you.
Okay, but I think you overestimate my popularity. So long. I get myself into the dandy stand. Lem Carter gets the casket and my girlfriend's friends. Sandy's got his family. Who's there? Look, I know you're there. Come out of those shadows. Come on.
Gregory! Greg, did they get you?
Help me up, will you? Yeah, thank you. No, I'm okay, sir.
You see who it was?
No. No, they must have escaped by the back stairs. Ooh, thank the Lord you brought me that bulletproof vest, Sam.
Oh, so that was the present you gave Gregory at the mark tonight.
Yes. Lucky thing I didn't take it off after Carter was dead. But even with a steel vest, 3 bullets in the belly kind of knocked you out.
Hello. Here's a note under your doormat.
What does it say, Mr. Taylor?
Let's see. I told you I'd get you if it was the last thing I did. Well, and it's signed Lem Carter.
But Lem's dead. Oh, I get the pattern now. Somebody who wanted to kill me took advantage of Carter's release to frame it on him, not knowing he was dead already.
So it didn't work.
Oh, yes, it did, Stan. I was murdered.
Huh? What bright new trick is this, Gregory?
I was killed, or at least we'll let the would-be murderer think so. It'll lull him.
Good idea, Greg. I'll go ahead with an official investigation.
Fine, Stan. You do that, and I'll comb the underground in my own way. Speaking as a very recent corpse, I think I may say I'm going to enjoy solving my own murder.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in a second, which is all the time I need to tell you about Petri California Muscatel. Have you ever tried Petri Muscatel? I've noticed that it seems to be a particular favorite of the ladies. Perhaps that's because Petri Muscatel has such a beautiful golden color, bright as sunshine. But most likely it's because Petri Muscatel has a flavor that comes right from the heart of plump, luscious Muscat grapes. Like Petri Port, Petri Muscatel is just perfect after dinner. As a matter of fact, why not buy a bottle of Petri Port and a bottle of Petri Muscatel? Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. Well, Gregory, how did it feel to be a walking corpse?
Surprisingly pleasant, Harry. In fact, I'd say that a professional zombie probably has quite a gay life.
Did you find out who fired those 3 shots at you?
Oh, yes, but that comes a little later in the story. At the time, my only suspect was Hilary Pierce. After all, he'd threatened my life a short while before.
True, but... And this is almost heresy, Greg. You know who I suspect?
Who?
The girl, Sherry. And may I say how much I like that name?
You may.
In fact, I'd like to go a little further and say that...
Harry?
Okay, but it seemed to me that if this girl was mixed up with the Jade
But,
gang...
Harry, don't you see? Because she was with us when Lem Carter was killed, she was the only person who knew positively that she couldn't hope to frame a later killing on him.
I guess so. Well, Greg, what did you do next?
Well, as I say, Harry, Pearson was my only suspect, and I had a hunch it wasn't he. First, it wasn't his style, and second, the time element seemed to rule him out. But fortunately, I have some interesting contacts with the underworld, and I knew where to look for further suspects. While Sandy Taylor waited in my apartment, I spent a profitable half hour with some crepe hair and a bottle of spirit gum, giving myself what I thought to be quite a convincing beard.
Yeah, as an official corpse, I guess you had to disguise yourself. And then?
Sandy and I drove over to a little hideaway on Market Street, a bar known as the Scarlet Dolphin. It has the most persistent jukebox. Oh, poor old Sandy. He was so patient with me that night.
I just called Mary.
Well, Sandy, did you explain your absence satisfactorily?
Yes, Mary's wonderfully understanding. Just the same, I can almost see that patient, knowing smile of hers when I tell her I'm going to a bar with you, strictly on business.
Mary is a very remarkable girl.
Incidentally, now that we're here, just what are we doing in the Scarlet Dolphin?
Waiting to talk to Ole O'Leary.
Ole O'Leary? An expert on yodeling, no doubt.
Can he help it if he had an Irish father and a Swedish mother?
What's his specialty?
He's the Winchell of the underworld. Oh, Sandy, this crepe hair is driving me crazy.
If you must go around being a corpse, Gregory, at least you deserve to be uncomfortable.
Here comes Ole now.
What'll it be, Mac?
We don't want to drink, Ole, just information.
Gregory, what are you doing with that chin muff?
Being a corpse. Ole, can you use a fin?
Are you kidding? Come to daddy. Thanks, Greg. What do you want to know?
Did you know Lem Carter was out of hock?
Sure. Got out this morning.
You know his contact?
Just one, though, Greg. A dame.
Name and address, Ole.
Ruby Hart. Devonshire Apartments on 3rd.
Thanks, Ole. So long.
Okay. Thanks for the pin. Good luck, Greg.
Now, when Ruby comes through the door, Sandy, remember that you're playing this scene.
Oh, don't worry, Gregory. I'm not simple-minded. A child of 3 can...
Yeah?
Miss Ruby Hart?
Yeah.
May we come in?
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Gregory Hood's lawyer, and this is my secretary, Mr. Bunker.
Gregory Hood's lawyer, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Come in. Well, what's on your mind?
You may have heard that Lem Carter was killed this evening.
No, I didn't. My mascara's all run because I was reading a sad book. Now, listen, brother. If you come here to gloat, I'm liable to crown you.
Oh, but I haven't. Mr. Hood feels that he is in part liable for Lem Carter's death.
And he ain't kidding, brother.
He wishes to make some financial contribution. He feels that if Mr. Carter had any close associates or dependents...
Lem had me. That's all. And that's enough. Or it could have been.
You've known him for some time?
I've known him no time. Never heard of him before he went to San Quentin, but I had a brother. He was a buddy of Lem's there. Lem got my letters to Joe, and so he started writing to me, and I wrote back to him, see? That made me come alive all over. That letter writing. So he came out and saw me. Just once. Just today. It was just like his letters. Only with flesh and blood in them. And now he's dead. And I got lawyers crawling around me, asking about financial dependence and stuff. It was just us, see? Them didn't see nobody else before they got him. All our lives there was going to be nobody but us. And now when you get those canned hill out of here, I want to go on reading that sad book.
Please believe me, Miss Hart, when I say that Mr. Hood...
Scram, both of you. Go on, brother, get moving.
I'm sorry if you think...
Yeah, break your heart, don't it? Good night. Lem's sorry that he missed you.
Sorry that was your job, Sandy.
Yeah, me too. Poor girl, I'm sorry for her.
So am I, Sandy. I feel like a rather elderly, near-white slug. About those financial contributions, as Ruby would say, I ain't kidding, brother. Anybody that can find good in Lem Carter deserves all I can do. But this was a dead end. No clues there.
What's the next move, Gregory?
The Jade Trail and the girl named Cherry. It's only 11:30, not too late to call.
Why not remove the beard?
No, Sandy, no. She's a brave girl. Let's see how she faces up to Midnight Shadow. Incidentally, I'll play the next scene alone, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I'll wait for you in your apartment. Too late to drive back to Berkeley tonight anyway.
If your wife only knew a smart attorney, she could cite me as good grounds for divorce. Okay, Sandy, wait for me back at the apartment. I have a feeling that the next scene won't take very long.
Gregory, I'm so glad you came back to see me tonight. Just the same when you walked in wearing that ridiculous beard.
You down near fainted again, Sherry?
I should have. Might have been smart, too. I understand that men like a ladylike swoon.
Not to the extent of complete unconsciousness, Sherry. How are you feeling now?
Fine, Gregory.
Nice place you have here, Sherry.
It's a modest little shack, but I like it. Gregory.
Yes?
You look worried.
Quite frankly, I am.
What's wrong?
After I left you tonight, somebody tried to ventilate me with bullets.
Gregory, no.
Oh, yes, they did. Fortunately, I was wearing a tin vest. Otherwise, I'd be in the morgue now.
Where did it happen?
I was entering my apartment.
Could you see who it was?
No, it was too dark. Sherry.
Yes, Greg.
I've got a list of questions a yard long for you, but before I ask them, I want to do a little checking. Do you mind if I use your phone?
Of course not. Go ahead.
You see, officially, I'm supposed to be a corpse.
Well, I wish you'd stop being one. I don't like bearded men.
Well, I may be able to take it off as soon as I've made this call.
Police headquarters.
Lieutenant Silver's in homicide, please.
Just a minute.
All right. Did Hillary Pearson call you this evening, Sherry?
Hillary? No one's called.
Silver speaking.
Excuse me. This is Gregory.
Hi, Greg. Did you dig up any leads?
No, Stan. How about you?
Nothing yet. Oh, yes, one thing you might want to know about that note we found on your doorstep.
The one from Carter, yes?
We've had no chance to authenticate the handwriting yet, but lousy with Carter's fingerprints.
What's that?
I say the note was lousy with Carter's fingerprints. Does that suggest anything to you?
Yes. Yes, it does. It gives me the answer. Thanks, Stan.
Learn anything, Gregory?
Yes, I did, Sherry. Maybe everything.
Well, before you tell me about it, come over here on the sofa. I want to show you my pet view. Moonlight on the bay. We don't need a light, do we? Oh, isn't it beautiful, Gregory?
So are you, Sherry.
Well, thank you, Sis.
You're very beautiful. And you wore gloves this evening, didn't you?
Oh, don't talk so much. Gregory.
Yes?
Maybe I could learn to like beer.
Why, you little devil!
You got this coming in your lap!
A knife! There's only one answer to that, darling. That Wasn't a very gentlemanly action, Gregory.
I know, Sandy, but my old father used to say, never strike a woman until she pulls a knife on you.
Shouldn't that be unless?
My old father always said until. Maybe that's why I'm still a bachelor.
Did you have much of a job getting her over to the station?
No, she was out cold until Silvers got there. Then she screamed bloody murder and fought like a wildcat. Quite a female.
Did she spill anything?
Plenty. Hillary Pearson was at the back of it. Silvers is picking him up tonight, and in the morning I'll prefer charges. And with Sherry on the spot, I don't think it's going to be hard to track down our Jane.
She was a smart girl to realize you'd guessed her secret the moment you'd talked to Silvers.
Well, she must have heard him talking about the fingerprints, but it was smart figuring on her part.
And on yours, too, Gregory.
You see, the fingerprints proved the note was genuinely from Carter.
He planned to leave it by your body after he'd shot you, I suppose.
Instead of which, he was shot first. Therefore, the note was stolen from his body. Only Sherry could have done that while she was performing her nurse's aid act with the corpse. The fact that she was wearing gloves kept her fingerprints off the note.
She was a smart one.
Darn smart, because she appeared to be the one person who couldn't have framed the dead Carter. She thought the frame-up attempt would clear her completely, the double switcheroo. Very neat, and I nearly fell for it.
It was quick thinking on your part to piece it all together as soon as you had the phone message.
I almost wish I hadn't pieced it together quite so fast, Sandy.
Why, Gregory?
Oh, the man asks why. Sherry was a very beautiful girl, Sandy, and the moonlight was quite potent. Sometime I must tell you what my old father used to say about that.
Well, Greg, as usual, that story was a knockout. You're the most popular corpse I've met in ages.
Yes, Harry, it seems that everybody's just dying to kill me.
Oh, and that girl, Sherry.
You know, Harry, there's one woman who almost got me for life.
You're not kidding.
Tell me, Harry, if she'd succeeded, would you miss me?
Greg, how can you talk like that?
Would you really miss our little Monday evening get-together?
Why, sure. I feel a little silly talking about Petri wine and myself.
Oh, I should have known it. One-track mind Bartell. But I guess you're right. Good detectives are a dime a dozen, but good wine.
Ah. And when you say good wine, naturally you mean Petri wine. Why, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. The art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into delicious, fragrant wine is their heritage. A heritage handed on down within the Petri family from father to son, from father to son. No wonder Petri wine is so good. No wonder the Petri business has grown and grown, so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemakers. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it that way. Because by so doing, they can be sure that every bottle of wine that bears the name Petri is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, what page of your notebook are you turning to next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you an odd story that took place in an extremely dense fog in the Berkeley Hills. It concerns a disappearing wife, a haunted house, and a hot clarinet player. I'll see you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music is composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Art Gilmore. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the adventure of the Beeswax Candle, another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. I hope you're sitting back in a comfortable chair after a good dinner. Did you try my suggestion to start that dinner with a glass of Petri California sherry? Petri sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. When you pour yourself a glass of that Petri sherry, just look at the color. A beautiful deep amber. Then hold that glass of Petri sherry up to the light. Notice how clear Petri sherry is. Just as clear as crystal. That, you know, is one sure sign of a good sherry. But only when you put that glass to your lips do you really know how good Petri sherry is. It has a flavor that comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened grapes. Oh, and say, if you like your sherry dry, you know, not sweet, Petri makes a fine dry sherry. It's called Petri Pale Dry. If you don't know which you prefer, the regular or the dry, why not try both? Don't buy one, buy two. But just be sure you always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a weekly date with Gregory Hood and his friend Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at one of this city's favorite and most colorful meeting places, the top of the Mark Hopkins Hotel. Let's join them there, shall we?
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Evening, Mr. Taylor. Hello, Gregory.
Hello, Harry. Come and sit down. We were just discussing a story. It's really Sandy's story, so I'll let him set the stage for us. Go ahead, Sandy. Well, Harry, though it's an adventure that happened last January, it's as vivid in my memory as if it had taken place yesterday. It all began one evening when Mary and I were driving home from a party in the Berkeley Hills.
Mary, for your edification, Harry, being what Earl Wilson would refer to as Sandy's B.W.
B.W.?
Beautiful wife.
I get it. Go on, Sandy.
We were driving the Packard convertible, but even with fog lights, we could barely see the white line in the middle of the road. Everything was a grayish blanket. And though it was only a couple of miles from the party to our home, we managed, among the twistings of all those unaccountable streets in the hills, to get completely and utterly lost. I didn't dare drive beyond the pace of a somewhat depressed and anemic snail, and as we crawled along, I prayed that the white line would lead us somewhere familiar.
Sandy, this fog's rather exciting, isn't it?
It doesn't make driving exciting, Mary. I can hardly see the white line. I'm afraid we're lost, darling.
It's like a dream world. The kind of night when anything could happen. A night for adventure.
You sound like Gregory. All I want is home and bed.
Oh, that's nice, too. But tonight I think it's rather gay and romantic to be lost with you in the hills.
After 7 years of marriage, darling, that's very flattering.
Listen to that man playing the clarinet. Isn't it good?
Excellent.
I wonder who lives around here that plays like that. Sounds like a professional.
Darn it, even the street lights are off. Power failure, I guess.
My, but it's quiet. The sort of night that...
The devil's that?
Somebody's in trouble. Stop the car, Sandy.
But, darling, it's the middle of the night. We can't see a hand in front of us.
Stop the car, Sandy. That sounded like a woman screaming. Come on, Sandy. It came from this direction.
Oh, wait for me, Mary. Wait for me, darling. Where are you? Mary! 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 I've lost my wife in this fog. I thought she might have come here.
She ain't come here. I'm not surprised you lost her. Why don't you keep using dollars and make Christians both sleep?
Yep.
I've lost my wife in this fog. She didn't come here, did she?
No, mister. How'd you lose her? I'd like to learn the trick.
Look, I have no time to joke. Do you have a phone?
Nope. Still hoping for one, though.
Well, how about the house next door?
Mrs. McIntosh lives there. She's got a phone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Why, you poor man. Of course you can use my telephone. It's over there.
Oh, thank you so much, Mrs. McIntosh.
This is no night for a young girl to be running around by herself. You had a quarrel, of course.
No, we didn't, Mrs. McIntosh.
Oh, of course you did. I know how these things happen. When I was a young thing, I used to be mighty headstrong myself.
Oh, but I assure you... police headquarters, please. Mrs. McIntosh, we heard a scream as we were crawling along. I stopped the car.
Police headquarters, Lieutenant King speaking.
Oh, this is Sanderson Taylor. I'm up in the Berkeley Hills, and my wife just jumped out of my car and disappeared in this fog.
What happened, Mr. Taylor? Did you have a spat?
No, we didn't, Lieutenant. As we were driving along, we heard a scream. I stopped the car. My wife jumped out and just disappeared.
Okay, I'll be over in a patrol car. Oh, where are you?
Oh, just a moment. What's the address here, please?
114 Ogden Drive.
114 Ogden Drive.
I'll make it as fast as I can in this fog.
I'll be waiting for you.
And now I'll make you a nice, strong cup of tea. And then you can tell me what you quarreled about.
Mr. Taylor, we've been in every house on this street, and there's no trace of your wife.
But, Lieutenant King, she can't just have disappeared.
Well, it looks as if she has. You're sure you didn't have a row with her and she hopped out on you?
How many times do I have to tell you that we didn't have a row?
Okay. Look, Mr. Taylor, it's nearly 4 in the morning. I suggest you drive to your home. The fog's lifting a little now.
Oh, but Lieutenant...
If your wife does get near a phone, she'll be bound to call you or
yes, but
us. Now, just take it easy, Mr. Taylor. I'll bet she'll turn up before morning.
Good morning. Gregory Hood, importers.
This is Sanderson Taylor.
Hello, Mr. Taylor.
Is Mr. Hood there?
He just left.
Oh, Lord, I've been calling him all night. Do you know where he went?
Yes, Mr. Taylor. He's down at the dock supervising the unloading of a cargo.
Do you know the name of the boat or the pier number?
I don't know the name of the boat, but I think he said pier number 16.
Pier 16, okay. If he should call you, tell him I'm driving over there right away.
And that's what happened, Gregory. We couldn't find any trace of her.
Gosh, Sandy, I wish I'd been home. I flew my plane down to Del Monte last night. Came back early this morning.
Oh, I must have called you 40 times during the night. I've been absolutely frantic.
I have a hunch it's all right, Sandy, but let's step ashore and get to a phone. I've got an idea. Oh, Lundborg.
Yes, Mr. Wood.
You take over the unloading.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
Be very careful with that Peruvian consignment. I've got a special client lined up for those Inca headdresses.
Right you are, Mr. Wood.
All right. Now, come on, Sandy. Now, let me get this quite straight. You checked at all the houses near where Mary got out of the car?
Yes, as far as we know. As I told the police, though, it was hard to spot the exact area. We were completely lost in that darn fog.
Then your only real clue as to your location was that guy who was playing the clarinet just before you heard the scream.
Yes.
You say he was a good player?
Oh, top-notch. I remember that Mary said he sounded like a professional.
Then that's our only lead, huh? Oh, here's the phone booth. Do you have a nickel, Sandy?
Sure. Who are you calling?
Harry James is at the St. Francis. He may be able to help us.
Oh, you mean he might know who the clarinetist is?
Sure. If he's really good, Harry will know him. Mr. Harry James, please.
Oh, it's a slim chance, Gregory.
True, but it's worth trying. Oh, Harry? This is Greg Hood. I know I must sound like the crack of dawn. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm in a jam. Perhaps you can help me. Well, my best friend's wife disappeared in a fog in the Berkeley Hills last night. The last time she was seen, somebody was playing a mighty sweet clarinet quite nearby. I thought you might know if there are any really good clarinet players living in Berkeley. You do? Yes, I will. Name of Bill Cooper, huh? Do you have his address, Harry? And luck, Sandy.
Oh, he knows a clarinet player in Berkeley.
Yes, he's looking up his address. Oh, yes, Harry? His address is 109 Martin Way. Much obliged to you, Harry. Yes, I'll call you later. We might have dinner together. So long, and thanks a lot. You had your car here, Sandy?
Sure.
Good. Then let's head out across the bridge and pay a visit to Bill Cooper, the sweet clarinet player. Oh, this is his house, all right. Does it strike a responsive chord, Sandy?
Well, it's hard to say in the daytime, but this street leads off Ogden Drive, and that's where I ended up last night in the fog.
I hope that Bill Cooper can help us.
So do I.
Yeah?
I heard your sweet clarinet, and I just couldn't resist dropping by.
Huh. You a musician?
I play around with the piano a little, in an amateur way.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
I'm Bill Cooper.
My name's Gregory Hood, and this is my friend Sanderson Taylor.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, I see you have a piano in here. Maybe we could try a little jam session sometime.
Yeah, maybe.
Are you a professional, Mr. Cooper?
Oh, no. It's just my hobby. I'm a teacher of judo.
That's an interesting combination.
You bet it is. Judo's great stuff, you know. Gives you a feeling of power.
Oh. Look, Bill, I hope you can help me. Last night around 12:30, my wife and I were driving near here. We heard you playing the clarinet.
Yeah, that's right. I was playing at that time.
And suddenly, we heard a weird scream. My wife jumped out of the car to investigate, and I haven't seen her since. I'm absolutely frantic.
Yeah.
That's tough. What can I do to help you?
Well, did you hear that scream, Bill? You'd stopped playing a few seconds before.
About 12:30, you say?
Yeah.
Say, I do remember hearing a kind of squawk. I thought it must be the radio over at the professor's. It certainly came from that direction.
The professor?
Yeah, Professor Meyer. He lives across the street at 112.
Then let's pay him a visit, Sandy. Much obliged to you, Bill.
That's okay, Mr. Hood. And when you straighten out on your mix-up there, why, come back and hit that keyboard. We might knock out a couple of hot licks together.
Mr. Gregory Hood, so I am glad that at last you have come to investigate the house next door.
And why should I investigate it, Professor Meyer?
A house of mystery. Strange things happen there. Things I do not understand. Lights and noises. And last night, when I am in bed, I think I hear a scream.
You don't mean the house across the street, do you, Professor, where Bill Cooper, the clarinet player, lives?
No. I mean the house next to me. It's supposed to be empty.
An empty house in this day and age? That's a phenomenon.
I understand in some way it is tied up in a state settlement, Mr. Hood. It cannot be told until the ownership is decided.
Professor Meyer, why do you say the house is supposed to be empty?
No one lives there, Mr. Hood, but many times I have seen lights and movement there. I do not like it. And one night I think I hear... No, it is impossible.
We'll check with you later, Professor. Come on, Sandy. Right now we'll take a look at an empty house that screams.
The house looks deserted, Gregory.
Yes, it does, Sandy.
Front door's locked, huh?
Yes, but the lock's old-fashioned. I think the skeleton key will do the trick.
I suppose I'm condoning a burglary, Gregory.
I don't think they'll send us up the river on this one. Open sesame. Come on, Sandy.
Gregory, I'm scared. Supposing
Take it easy, Sandy. Well, the house is unfurnished, and yet...
Gregory!
What is it?
Footprints in the dust. A woman's footprint.
Leading into the front room. Come on.
Look, lying by the fireplace. It's Mary. Mary, go!
It's all right, Sandy. She's breathing. She must have been drugged.
I'll run back to Professor Myers and call the police and get them to send an ambulance.
Do that, Sandy, though. Before you go, I suggest you take a look by the window there.
God. A bearded man lying on the floor. He's unconscious, too.
If you look closer, you'll see that he's wearing a knife in the breast pocket. A knife that's in up to the hilt. Sandy, I'm afraid we're now mixed up in murder.
You'll hear the rest of tonight's story from the casebook of Gregory Hood and Good Dinner tell you how to make a good dinner really great. Just serve that good dinner with a good Petri dinner wine. If you're having hamburger steak, chops, stew, in fact, any meat or meat dish, by all means serve it with Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine with a marvelous flavor. Now, if you're having fish or chicken, try serving it with Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicately flavored, subtle white wine. It's just perfect. And whether you serve Petri Burgundy or Petri Sauterne, or both, remember you can serve them proudly, because Petri is the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Well, Gregory, again you left me cliffhanging. What happened next?
That's an easy one, Harry. Sandy sent for the police and an ambulance while I stayed in that deserted house. As soon as the ambulance arrived, we rushed off to the hospital with poor Mary and paced the corridor anxiously while the doctor was examining.
Why the devil doesn't he let me see her, Gregory?
Easy, Sandy. By the way, did the face of that bearded corpse strike a responsive chord in you?
No, I've never seen the fellow before.
I think I know him. The beard threw me at first. It must be recent. But I'm certain he's a refugee named George Renaud.
Taylor? Doctor, is she going to be all right?
Yes, Mr. Taylor, she's going to be all right.
Oh, can I see her?
For a moment, yes. But no longer. She's exhausted.
Mary, darling.
Oh, hello, Sandy, dear. Hello, Grace.
How do you feel, Mary?
Awful. Rather as if I've been trying to rumble with a hurricane.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, don't worry, Sandy, dear. I'm really quite all right.
The doctor says I'm suffering from shock, that's all.
What happened, Mary? Last night, I mean.
I don't really know, Greg. I ran down the street, turned the corner, and saw a light in the house. The only one that did have a light. The door was open. I walked in, and suddenly something hit me in the back of the head. And that's all I knew until just now.
Oh, Mary.
Except that squadrons and squadrons of twin-moted butterflies have been buzzing through my brain. Squadrons of...
She is asleep greatly. Thank the Lord she's safe.
Yes, we'll come back later.
Mr. Taylor. Oh, hello, Lieutenant King. This is Gregory Hood.
Oh, how do you do, Lieutenant? The doctor tells me your wife will have to stay in the hospital a couple of days.
I guess so. I wish I could take her home right now.
Well, I'm not at all sure you'll be able to do that when she's well, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, what are you driving at, Lieutenant?
I may have to book her on suspicion of murder, Mr. Hood.
What? Oh, Lieutenant, are you crazy?
No, but your wife may be. We found her fingerprints on the dagger that was sticking in the dead man's chest.
But the blow on her head, Lieutenant. She was knocked cold by a blow on the back of the head.
That's her story, Mr. Hood. But I just talked to the doctor. He tells me there's absolutely no evidence of her having had a blow on the head at all.
You are back again, my friend, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you, Professor Meyer.
What did you find out at the House of Mystery there?
Quite a number of things, Professor, including my wife and the corpse.
Your wife and the corpse? I knew it. It is a house of evil.
I also found this book, Professor Meyer. It was lying under Mrs. Taylor's unconscious body. I thought it would interest you.
This is a 16th century book. The House of... The Mirror of Malevolence. This confirms my suspicion as to that house next door. This is a book. A grimoire.
What's a grimoire, Professor Meyer?
I think Mr. Hood knows, don't you?
I think so. It's a handbook of black magic. A collection of all the most evil and supposedly potent spells, isn't it?
Correct, my friend. And this book, this Mirror of Malevolence, is one of the most celebrated and horrible of all grimoires. As a scholar, Mr. Hood, I would beg you to give this book to the university library. As a man, I say, burn it.
I can do neither at the moment, Professor. I must study it. Within these worm-eaten covers lies the answer to murder.
Driving me crazy sitting around the house without Mary being here.
I know. Did you call the hospital, Sandy?
Yes, she's fine, but Lieutenant King's still in residence there. We've got to do something, Gregory.
I'm doing my best. While you were driving the children over to your aunt's, I devoured the Mirror of Malevolence from cover to cover.
And?
I'm confused, Sandy. This case isn't pleasant. In fact, it's very messy. We're mixed up in black magic. Black magic spells a nasty, vicious, evil mind at work. And it means even worse than that.
Gregory, for Pete's sake, stop drumming on the piano.
Okay. I'm sorry, Sandy.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to yell, Gregory.
I know, Sandy.
What did you mean just now when you said it was vicious and evil and worse than that?
Well, I was thinking what the police might imagine if they realized this was a black magic case. If that scream you heard last night was not a death scream, but some part of the Sufi ritual. Supposing Mary wandered in and something happened. Well, Sandy, wouldn't it be possible that she killed him herself?
Gregory, you can't believe that.
I couldn't, but Lieutenant King could, and I wouldn't blame him. What we have to get is a confession.
From whom?
Oh, I know from whom, all right. It's a question of how. If only this darn book would... Sandy, I deserve to be kicked from here to Sacramento.
What are you burbling about?
I've got the answer. It's right here in the book. Let me see. Here it is. Listen. I'm reading from page 96 of the Mirror of Malevolence. How you may make a murderer confess his crime. In a candle of pure beeswax, insert the cuttings of the nails of the dead man. Burn this in the presence of the murderer, and the spirit of the dead man will descend upon him and torment him until he do confess his murder.
Gregory, I'm willing to ride along with you most times, but if you put any faith in that kind of stuff...
Never mind that, Sandy. I think this is going to work. Get your nail clippers. Then we'll go out and find a nice white beeswax candle. And after that, I'm planning on playing a hot duet with Bill Cooper, amateur clarinet player. I think we may smoke out a murderer.
Well, I'm
glad that you came back, Mr. Hood. What do you want to play? Well, let's ad-lib, Bill. I might start from here. It's a little number I whipped up a few weeks ago. You all set, Sandy?
Yes, Gregory, I'm all set.
Okay, Bill, let's see where you can go on from here. Right. Bill, and very much in the groove.
Now, Gregory?
Yes, Sandy, now. Hey, what's burning? A beeswax candle with George Renault's nail paring stuck down it. Put it out. What's the matter, Bill? Put that candle out. Grab him, Sandy. I got him. Put it out. Let go of me. Oh, no, Bill. We'll hold you so you can watch the candle burn. It's pretty, isn't it? You feel him now, don't you? The spirit of the murdered man has descended to torment you. Let me go. And he'll keep on tormenting you, Bill, as long as that candle burns. Cut it out. Until you confess. Let me alone. Put out that candle. You killed George Renault, didn't you? No, I didn't put out that candle. It's going to burn, Bill. It's going to burn right down. Come on, Bill. Why not admit it? You and Renault played at black magic, didn't you? No. Oh, yes, you did. You admitted before that you had a taste for power. You thought you could get it that way. And finally you killed him because nothing can give you more power than human sacrifice. I didn't kill him, boy. That candle, please. You did, Bill, and when Mrs. Taylor walked in on the killing, you struck her with one of those paralyzing blows that are peculiar to judo. It left no mark, and you planned to frame her for the killing. You put her fingerprints on the dagger. Oh, it's that candle. You're in for it, Bill. You can't escape. George Renault's murdered spirit has returned. It'll never leave you, never, unless you confess. We'll burn candles until you've forgotten what daylight looks like.
Oh, God. Let me run. I do Lord. That candle. Throw it out, will you? Let us tell you everything.
Mary, darling, how you feeling?
Still a little woozy, Sandy, dear, but fine. And Gregory?
Yes, sir?
You were wonderful. Lieutenant King tells me that you saved me from a possible murder charge.
I think you understand how it was.
Why should you, Lieutenant? Personally, I think you have a horrid mind.
I'm just a guy who works on site. Mr. Hood got a nice, clear confession out of Cooper. He keeps saying the dead man tormented him. How'd you do it, Mr. Hood?
By using a 400-year-old book.
But Gregory, you didn't really believe in that stuff.
Of course not. It's pagan and horrible, but Bill Cooper believes in it. The only way magic ever appears to work is when the victim knows about it and believes it.
But what made you think it was Cooper in the first place, Mr. Hood?
For one thing, the fact that he's been an instructor in judo. That would account for his being able to stun Mary without leaving any physical trace. But the real clincher was the scream last night.
I don't get you, Gregory.
Cooper said he thought it was the professor's radio. But there was a power failure in this area at the time. You told me, Sandy, that all the lights were out.
That's right, they were.
Sure. If Cooper had been in his own house, he'd have been sitting in the dark. He'd have known darn well that his neighbor's radio wasn't working. He lied flatly, and why should an innocent man do so? Because he was in the deserted house, lit only by candles, and improvising on the clarinet. He didn't know about the power failure. But that didn't make a short case. I have to scare him into a confession.
Gregory, dear, you're a very remarkable man.
Thank you, Mary. You're a very remarkable girl.
I thank you for saving me from the gas chamber.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mary.
But I do. And I make you a promise.
What is it, Mary?
Whenever we have you to dinner from now on, I'll set the table with beeswax candles.
Charming.
Candles without fingernails. And for the main course, Gregory, we'll have twin-motor butterflies.
Greg, that was some story. How did you know you knew so much about black magic?
I'll let you in on a little secret, Harry. I don't know a thing about it. The only kind of magic I know is what my old father taught me. He did the most wonderful act of sawing a woman in half. But it never worked with me.
You mean you couldn't master the trick, Greg?
No, it requires lots of practice.
Oh, and you couldn't find the time?
No, I couldn't find the woman.
Oh, no.
But, Harry, you must know a few pretty good tricks yourself.
No, not one, Greg.
Now, come on, Harry. How is it every time I come to your house, you dish up such marvelous meals and you're no cook?
Greg, that's because of the Petri wine. Didn't your old father ever tell you what a good dinner wine does for any meal?
It all comes back to me now.
And you know Petri wine is good wine. Why, it's got to be. Look at the long years of skill and experience that goes into its making. The Petrie family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed down from father to son, from father to son. So you can see why the Petrie business has grown and grown, so that today the Petrie family are America's largest independent winemakers. Yes, the making of Petrie wine is a family affair, and the Petrie family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petrie on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petrie family that Petrie wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, which particular page of the casebook are you turning to for next week's story?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell about an odd story that took place in Hollywood some months ago. It concerns a noted columnist, an extremely garrulous press agent, and a very dead actress. I call the adventure Murder in Celluloid. See you next Monday, Harry.
You bet, Greg.
And in the meantime, if you hear of any place for rent or sale, will you let me know?
Don't tell me you're looking for a place to live.
No, Harry. It's for a friend of mine, a veteran who just got back. Believe me, this housing shortage is really hitting the returning servicemen hard. And if anybody deserves the break, they do. I think it's up to us to do what we can to see that they get first chance at any vacancy. Remember, if you have a vacancy, rent it to a veteran. Good night.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Foster. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Art Gilmore. The Petrie Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petrie family.
Petrie Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of Murder in Celluloid, another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. As for me, I'd like to know if you're planning to have chicken for dinner any night this week. Because no matter how you like that chicken, roasted, fried, or in a stew with dumplings, you like it a lot better served with a glass of Petrie California Sauterne. Now, there's something to talk about. Chicken and Petrie Sauterne. Petrie Sauterne is a clear white wine, delicately fragrant. And what a flavor that Petrie wine has. It's, well, all I can say is, it's the wine you've been looking for. A wine that brings you the luscious flavor of big, plump, sun-ripened grapes. And say, Petrie Sauterne is not only great with chicken, but you like it served with fish or any kind of seafood, too. So try a bottle of Sauterne. Get Petrie Sauterne. Those letters, P-E-T-R-I, always spell good wine. Petrie wine. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood. Tonight's rendezvous is at his apartment high on Nob Hill and overlooking the Golden Gate. Let's join him there, shall we? Hello, Gregory.
Harry Bartell, come on in. I was expecting you.
Where's Sandy Taylor tonight, Greg?
He flew up to Vancouver today. There's some legal business he had to attend to for me on a shipment coming in from the Orient. He'll be back in a few days. Glass of sherry, Harry?
Thanks. Well, Siamese cat. A new addition to the ménage, Greg?
Oh, no. Sam's an old retainer. He's been up at my place at Russian River. I flew him down with me this morning.
Mighty friendly. What did you say his name is?
Well, officially it's Sing Lo, but his host of friends decided it was too dignified a name for such a whimsical character. So he was christened Sam Thurber.
Greg, Am I crazy, or is Sam cross-eyed?
Oh, yes. He's cross-eyed and his tail's broken, but he has a delightful, dusky little soul. Haven't you, Sammy?
Well, Sam has another fan now.
Here's your shirt.
Thanks, Greg. And now...
I know. You have that Monday night look in your eye. You want a story out of my casebook.
Correct. And from the hints you gave us last week, it sounded as though you had quite a special one lined up.
Well, it was a strange business, Harry. The whole thing happened in Hollywood.
What were you doing down there, Greg?
Metropolis Studios were making a picture called Passport to Danger. My old friend Ray Hansen was directing it. The story was about a girl who inherits an importing business and gets into a struggle between her private life and being a career woman.
And you were called in as a technical advisor?
Well, not quite that, Harry. Ray called me one night and said that he had some headaches on the importing business angle of the picture. So the next morning I hopped into my Beechcraft and flew down to the city of Celluloid. As you know, I'm something of a gourmet.
How well I know.
So it was only natural that my lunch that day was eaten at the Brown Derby in Hollywood. As I entered that star-studded home of good food, I was greeted by Bill Chilius, famed mate of
Mr. Gregory Hood, it's good to see you back in town.
Hello, Bill. It's good to be back.
I have the usual table for you. This way, please.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Bill, I hope that on this trip you'll break down and give me the recipe for that Cobb salad.
I don't know if Mr. Cobb would like me to.
Oh, come on, Bill. Bob Cobb and I are old friends. He'd approve.
Well, Mr. Hood, here's your table.
I know you start off with 3 kinds of lettuce, romaine, chicory, and iced lettuce. Break it up very fine.
Correct, Mr. Hood. Then you slice up some bacon in tiny strips, some chopped chives, and then comes the cheese.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me, Bill. Now, who's that girl sitting 2 booths away?
Miss Sheila Graham, one of our best movie columnists and radio commentators.
I thought it was. I must go and talk to her. I'll get the rest of that recipe from you before I go, Bill.
Very well, Mr. Hood.
Sheila Graham, how nice to see you again.
Gregory Hood. I heard you were in town.
You did. I only flew in this morning. You get your news fast, Sheila.
My spies are everywhere, Gregory. In this case, I met Ray Hansen at a beach party at Malibu last night. He told me you were coming. What brings you to town, Gregory?
Said she, whipping out her golden Eversharp.
Certainly. Your news, Gregory. Famous importer, man about town, and amateur detective flies into Hollywood. I mentioned it on my radio show.
I heard you had a new show, Sheila. What time is it? I must catch it.
Sunday night, 8:45 on Mutual.
Oh, nicely spoken. I shall listen.
Thank you kindly. And now, Greg, which of our starlets is responsible for your being in town?
Well, it isn't a girl this time, Sheila. I came down to give Ray Hansen a little help on the importing business for Passport to Danger.
Oh, yes. That's the Neda Mason and Norwood opus. Funny thing. Neda's having luncheon with me today. Have you met her?
No, but I hear she's what is known technically, I believe, as a dish.
A little too highly spiced a dish for my liking, but she's good copy.
I did meet Ann Norwood.
Isn't she sweet?
I fell hopelessly and head over heels in love with her. Seems impossible that an 8-year-old girl can be a movie star and yet be so utterly unspoiled.
Here comes Neda Mason now. Watch her switch on the personality. Hello, Neda.
Sheila, darling. Oh, I'm so terribly sorry I They simply mobbed me for autographs.
Do you know Gregory Hood?
Oh.
Miss Neda Mason.
How do you do?
So you're the famous Gregory Hood. Ray told me you were flying down. You're going to help us on the picture, aren't you?
If I can.
It's a marvelous script, and I've got a dream of a part. And Sheila, darling, the clothes. Oh, Adrian designed me the most heavenly outfits. I think I must be an artist, my dear. I just can't keep away from mirrors these days.
Excuse me, Mr. Hood.
Oh, yes, Bill?
There's a young lady waiting for you at the table.
There is? Excuse me, Sheila. See you again before I leave.
Fine, Greg.
Nice to have met you, Miss Mason.
And I'll see you at the studio.
Well, Miss Ann Norwood.
Hello, Mr. Hood. You didn't mind me sitting down at your table, did you?
I'm very flattered, Ann.
I had to see you alone. That's why I didn't come over to the other table. I saw Miss Neda Mason was there.
And you don't like her?
Oh, it isn't exactly that. Though I do think she talks awfully loudly, don't you?
Yes, Ann, I do.
Mr. Robin Hood. You're a detective, aren't you?
In an amateur way. And incidentally, Ann, the name is Gregory, not Robin.
I know. But I think you're just like Robin Hood. And he was wonderful. And so I think of you that way.
I'll admit that my prices might be called stealing from the rich, and I do give to the poor, but that's where the resemblance ends, I'm afraid, Ann. But I'm very flattered that you think of me that way.
I do, Mr. Hood. That's why I've come to you for help. You see, my daddy's dead, and I do so miss having a man to talk to.
Of course you do, Ann. You go ahead and talk.
I have a very serious problem. I need a detective.
Dear me, Ann. Whatever's the matter?
Somebody has stolen my map. My super map. I've been working on it for weeks. And I'm good at maps, too. At least my teacher says I am.
Well, what kind of a map was it?
It's something I invented. It's full of forts and secret weapons and dockyards. And now it's been stolen.
And when did you see it last, Anne?
This morning. It was in my portable dressing room in the studio. I was working on it between scenes. When I came back just before lunch, it had gone. Oh, dear, here comes Mommy.
Oh, darling, you frightened me. Why did you slip away like that while I was parking the car?
I had to see Mr. Hood. Mommy, this is Mr. Gregory Hood.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Hood?
How do you do? Do sit down, won't you?
Well, just for a moment. And you haven't been bothering Mr. Hood, have you?
Not a bit of it. She knew that I was an amateur detective, and she came to me with a problem. I'm very flattered.
You see, Mommy?
Oh, the missing map, I suppose.
Of course. And Mr. Hood's going to find it for me, aren't you?
I'll do my best, Anne. Who do you think might have stolen it?
I think it was Miss Netta Mason. It must have been either her or Major Courtney. They were the only two people in my dressing room today, except Mother.
Major Courtney. That name seems familiar. Who is he?
Well, I suppose you might say... he's a suitor of mine.
He's terribly stuck on money.
And, dear, that's not very nice.
What branch of the Army is he in, Mrs. Norwood?
Honestly, I don't know. And if I did, I shouldn't tell.
It's all some terrific secret. He doesn't even wear a uniform.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's do. You both have lunch with me. Then we'll drive over to the studio and see if we can find that map for you, Anne.
Oh, Mr. Hood, you're so wonderful. This is my dressing room, Mr. Hood. Do you like it?
Very much, Anne.
You don't think it's a little young for me, do you? Mother had it decorated.
Anne, I think it's perfect for your personality. Clean and fresh and cool.
Mr. Hood, you say the loveliest things. Are you married?
No, Anne. I've always been waiting for the right girl.
Keep waiting, Mr. Hood. She'll come along. I just know she will.
Very well, Anne. But while I'm waiting, let's see if we can track down that map for you. Where did you last see it?
It was on the dressing room table here.
When you leave this dressing room and go before the cameras, do you lock the door?
Always. Mommy never forgets.
And the arrangement of the door and window in here is such that no one could have slipped in a hand through here or sneaked in and stolen it.
Then it must have been Miss Netta Mason or Major Courtney.
Yes, it looks like it. And yet, Anne, I can understand someone wanting one of your maps, but if he did, he'd ask you for it. He wouldn't steal it. But if the person, whoever it was, thought it was one of Major Courtney's maps, it would be different.
Why would it be different, Mr. Hood?
Your mother hinted that he might be in special service for the Army. You said your map had forts and secret weapon sites on it. Now do you see, Anne?
Yes, Mr. Hood. And that would mean Miss Netta Mason's a spy. Oh, goody. This is fun.
No, darling. You mustn't go around saying she's a spy. I'm just dreaming up a very wild plot. The chances are that a gust of wind came through the window and blew your map out into the studio.
Oh, no. I like it so much better the other way, Mr. Hood.
Frankly, Anne, so do I.
Come in.
Hello, Anne, darling.
Hello, Mr. Fremont. This is a very great friend of mine, Mr. Gregory Hood, Mr. Philip Fremont.
How do you do?
He's playing the lead in another picture on the lot.
Say, Annie, isn't this yours? I found it on the studio floor.
It's my map. It's my super map.
Well, you see, Anne, it wasn't stolen after all.
Stolen? Annie, did you think someone had stolen your map?
Yes, I did. It's an awfully good map.
I hear that you're an amateur detective, Mr. Hood.
In an unobtrusive way. Why?
Well, I was wondering where Annie dreamed up the idea that her map had been stolen. I guess you put her up to it.
Do you?
Well, it's a bad guess, Mr. Fremont. And my name isn't Annie. It's Anne.
Okay, honey, don't get mad at me. I was just trying to be funny.
Mr. Fremont?
Yes, Charlie?
On the set, please. Rehearsal of the next scene.
Okay, Charlie. See you later, Anne. Nice to have met you, Mr. Hood.
Goodbye.
Mr. Hood.
Yes, Anne?
You know, I'm sorry my map was found so easily.
Why, dear?
You won't detect it for me anymore. And I was having such fun.
So was I.
Supposing it really had been stolen, Mr. Hood, why would Mr. Fremont have brought it back?
Well, since I dreamed up a hypothetical case in the beginning, I might as well give you a hypothetical solution.
You use such lovely words. What does What does it mean, Mr. Hood?
Well, I meant that we were still playing at let's pretend the map was stolen. Let's suppose the thief thought they were plans of Major Courtney's, and he stole them. When he examined them, he found they were harmless, so he threw them away. Mr. Fremont found them, knew that you were quite a map maker, and brought them back to you.
Oh, you're so clever, Mr. Hood. I bet that's what happened.
I wouldn't take the bet, Anne. Let me look at the map, will you?
Of course. I'll do one for you if you like.
Oh, naturally. I'd like it very much. That's odd.
What is it, Mr. Hood?
There are red marks on the corner of your map, Anne. They're made by nail polish that hasn't quite dried. Nail polish of a peculiarly horrendous shade of purpley crimson. The exact shade that Miss Netta Mason was wearing at the Brown Derby today.
Perhaps he is a spy after all.
Perhaps. Look, Anne, even though you've got your map back, I might as well follow this business through. There's something funny going on here.
I think so, too, Mr. Hood. I just know Miss Netta Mason's a spy. Just you look at those eyes of hers.
Yes, Anne, I got the slant. Let's go to her dressing room and talk to her, shall we?
This is her dressing room, Mr. Hood. You'd better knock.
I always knock, Anne. It's lucky.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Latimer.
It's my dreamboat, Annie. How are you, darling?
Mr. Lou Latimer. Mr. Gregory Hood.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Latimer.
Oh, just call me Lou. Say, you're Greg Hood. I know about you. You sell old hunks of ivory for big dough in San Francisco. And you're an amateur sleuth who can show up the pros. And you're a wolf in good standing.
Listen, Lou, I also pack a mean left. Clean it up a little, can't you?
Oh, a little Lord Fauntleroy character, huh? Okay. Beat me to a pulp and call me Juicy. Ah, ha, ha. Get it? Pulp, Juicy?
Don't overplay it, Lou. It gives me ideas.
Character, huh? But depth. Listen, I'm handling the publicity on this little super-duper colossal hunk of picture. I've got an idea. It'll slay you, Greg.
I'm mortal, just like the next man, but I'll listen to it later. Right now, Anne and I want to see Netta Mason. Is she in her dressing room?
Oh, death. She went in about half an hour ago, and I've been sitting here ever since, dreaming up ideas.
Anyone else been in to see her?
Natch. Philip Fremont, the alleged actor, went in. Also Major Courtney, the man of mystery. They've both left now, though.
So, Anne, I'm going in alone. Stay here with Mr. Latimer, will you?
Why can't I go with you, Mr. Hood?
You know how it is, Anne. You're a sophisticated girl. When you go to see a beautiful spy, you go alone.
I know. It's just like in the funnies. Like if she was a dragon lady. You wouldn't want another woman like me along.
That's right, Anne. You're very understanding. I'll be back in a moment.
Character. Greg Hood is a definite character, but in dube.
I love Mr. Hood.
Why, Natch, Annie. Oh, by the way, Dreamboat, I've got a terrific angle for you on this picture.
Oh, no, Mr. Latimer. Not again.
Oh, this one's a natural, honey child. We give you a big balloon, see? It has Passport to Danger printed on it. Now, passport spelled backwards is trop sap, see?
No, Mr. Latimer, I don't see.
Look, baby, trop sap is the name of a cereal, see? And we get them to ask you why you're so healthy. And you say you always breakfast on trop sap because backwards it spells passport. And that's in the title of your super-duper smasher. You get it, Annie?
No, Mr. Latimer, I don't eat trop sap. I've never even heard of it. I wouldn't tell a lie.
A lie, she says, yes. Listen, honey child, you're not getting the point. It's a big balloon. Maybe we fill it up with hydrogen. But, you see, it's got this billboard on each side of it, see? And when they ask you...
Oh, Anne.
Hello, Mr. Hood. I'm glad you're back.
Your mother left a message. She wants you to call her. She's back at the Brown Derby. It's quite important.
Oh, all right, Mr. Hood. Wait here for me, won't you?
Yes, Anne, I'll wait.
What's the matter, pal? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
I have. Close the studio gates and send for the police.
The police? What's wrong?
Plenty. Miss Netta Mason's lying in her dressing room. She's been strangled.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second. So I'm going to tell you about a red wine that's really marvelous with any kind of meat or meat dish. The wine is Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a rich, full-flavored wine, a wine so unusual that it can turn a simple meal into a real feast. For proof, next time you have hamburgers or your favorite kind of stew for dinner, serve it with a glass of Petri Burgundy. Your whole dinner becomes more colorful. And as for the wine itself, well, Petri Burgundy will make you smack your lips for fair and just sigh with pleasure. Be sure you get Petri Burgundy, because Petri is always good wine. Well, Gregory, so you found Netta Mason strangled in her dressing room, huh? What happened when the police got there?
Well, Lou Latimer, the publicity man, persuaded me not to send for them right away.
He probably figured that you could solve the case, hand the killer over to the police, and so avoid as much publicity as possible. Huh?
Correct, Harry, and I somewhat grudgingly agreed. And so, having gotten little Ann Norwood safely out of the studio, Lou Latimer and I went back to the dead girl's dressing room where I began to search for any clues.
Find any clues, Greg?
Not so far, Lou. Except that the thumb marks show she was strangled from behind. No chance of identifying them, I'm afraid.
Gee, Greg, how do you figure this killing?
It's a hard one to figure. Maybe the explanation I ad-libbed at the studio for Ann Norwood's benefit might fit the killing at that.
Well, it looks simple enough to me. I saw Netta walk into her dressing room. I was sitting outside it until you came out. Now, apart from yourself, only 2 people went in. Major Courtney, the man of mystery, and that ham actor, Philip Fremont. Now, it must be one of them.
Hello. Now we've got a clue. Look what's clenched in her right hand.
Huh? It looks like some kind of pin.
It's a Sigma Xi key.
What's Sigma Xi?
An honorary fraternity for science, a sort of scientific equivalent of Phi Beta Kappa. But there's no name on this key.
So you still don't know which one of the 2 it is?
Which one of the 3?
Huh? Well, how do you figure 3, Greg?
Proving it's 2 only rests on one thing, Lou. Your word alone. That makes you, my friend, the 3rd suspect.
Sheila Graham speaking.
Gregory Hood.
Hello, Gregory. What's on your mind?
I need some help, Sheila. Can you give me any facts on Philip Fremont's educational background?
Yes, I can. I did a piece on him the other day. He's a college man, got into acting through the Hasty Pudding Club at Harvard, majored in English.
No science, Sheila?
No, Greg.
I see. Do you know Lou Latimer, publicity man at Metropolis?
Know him. He pesters me almost daily. Why, Gregory?
Well, how about his educational background?
Well, Lou claims that he graduated from high school. Personally, I'd say that if he ever got beyond the 5th grade, I'd want to see the proof.
Oh, thank you, Sheila. You're a remarkably well-informed girl. I'll call you later. Goodbye.
Mrs. Norwood, why did you bring Anne back here to the studio?
I simply couldn't keep her away, Mr. Hood.
Where is she now?
In her dressing room, talking to Major Courtney.
Oh, I'm anxious to meet him.
Oh, well, come along then. Let's go in.
Robin Hood. Where have you been? I've missed you.
Well, I had a little business to attend to, Anne.
I want you to meet Major Courtney, Mr. Gregory Hood.
How do you do, Major?
Hello, Mr. Hood. Anne's just been telling me about you. She's a rabid fan of yours.
As I am of hers. In fact, I've quite lost my heart to her.
Doesn't he say the most beautiful things?
Major Courtney, I wonder if you and I could take a stroll. I'm most anxious to speak to you alone.
Why, yes, I suppose so.
I want to come with you, Mr. Hood.
Darling, you heard Mr. Hood say that he wanted to speak to Major Courtney alone.
Now, don't worry, Anne. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Please don't be long.
You're being very mysterious, Hood.
I didn't want to talk in front of Anne. You knew about Netta Mason.
Oh, of course.
Mind if I ask you some questions?
No, fire away.
Would I be right in thinking you're a government technician?
That's a question I can't answer, Hood.
Then would you tell me if you studied science in college?
Yes, I majored in it.
Then doubtless you're a member of Sigma Xi.
Yes, I am.
May I see your fraternity key?
But I don't wear it often. I don't know where it is right now. Look, Hood, I don't know what you're driving at, but I'm not used to being cross-questioned like this.
Sorry, but I'm going on with it. Why did you call on Netta Mason in her dressing room this afternoon?
That is none of your business.
Then let me do a little guesswork, Major. I think you suspected Netta Mason of being involved in espionage activities. Perhaps she displayed too much interest in your briefcase and you went in to talk to her about it.
Listen, Hood, if you must know, when I went into Netta's dressing room, I found her murdered.
Found her or left her that way, Major?
You're barking up the wrong tree, my friend. And if I were free to explain a few things to you, which I'm not, you'd believe me.
Hey, Gregory, there you are. I've been looking all over the lot for you. How you coming?
I think we're on the last lap, Lou. Tell me one thing.
Sure. What is it, pal?
Is Philip Fremont's picture shooting this afternoon?
Oh, yeah. They're on stage 8. They're shooting a big gun battle scene right now. I just left there. You want to come over?
Yes, Lou. I do want to. Very much.
All right, that's all for today. We'll pick up the reverse shot in the morning.
Hold the lights. Everyone up to the set.
Hey, Gregory, we can catch Fremont before he gets back to his dressing room.
Yes, let's go on the set and talk to him. Come on, Major Courtney.
Keep a weather eye open, Hood. I may be leading with our chin.
I know, Major, but we have the advantage of surprise. I hope. Oh, hello, Mr. Fremont.
Well, Gregory Hood. Didn't know you were on the set. It's too bad you weren't here earlier. We were shooting some good stuff. Say, by the way, can you get here in the morning? I've got several terrific scenes then.
Too bad that you won't be playing them, Fremont.
Well, what do you mean, Hood?
Call the police, Lou. Philip Fremont's your murderer.
Philip Fremont? That was my hunch, too, Hood. Stay right where you are, Lou, and that goes for the rest of you. Don't you see I'm still carrying my revolver?
Yes, a revolver containing blanks.
You've just used it in the scene.
Oh, no.
No, I have another one in my pocket. A revolver containing live shells. I've switched them. And I shoot expertly through the pocket despite the tailor's bills. You're not getting me arrested. I'm clearing out.
Why did you strangle Netta Mason?
Because she was stupid, and she quarreled with me. In any case, a girl who can mistake the map of an 8-year-old child for a valuable map such as the Major carries deserves to die. She was no more use to us.
Us being your fascist superiors, of course.
Correct. Major Courtney of G2. You didn't think fascism was dead, did you? Just because you and your boys killed a few Germans. Oh, the word's dead, all right. We'll never call it fascism again. But you'll be hearing from us.
From you, we'll only hear a faint squeal from the gas chamber, Fremont.
Yeah? You'll never get me. Oh, by the way, Hood, I knew you were pretty smart, but I didn't think you'd spot me. What mistake did I make?
In leaving that Sigma Xi key in the dead girl's hand.
But, Greg, you said the key didn't have any name on it.
Exactly. That was the point, Lou. Any genuine key, such as Major Courtney owned, has the name on it, doesn't it, Major?
Yes, invariably.
So the absence of the name suggested that it was a dummy key. You were playing a scientist in your picture, Fremont, and so you were obviously wearing a prop key to give authenticity to the part. Careless of you to let the dying girl wrench it off your watch chain in the struggle.
Yes, wasn't it? I must watch blunders like that in the future. Gregory Hood, I don't like you. Gunfire is pretty common on this set, and I think I'll give you a little treatment.
Fremont, you haven't a chance of getting out of this studio. You should know that.
And think of the publicity it'll give us, Phil. It'll be terrific. It'll be sensational.
Shut up, Lou, you little rat. What do you say? Mr. Gregory ought to mind your own business, Hood.
I'd say look out, above you.
You expect me to fall for...
Oh! It got him! A falling paint bucket.
Oh, boy, knocked him out cold. Gee, but you're lucky, Greg.
A fine detective I am, saved from being shot only by a freak accident.
But it wasn't an accident, Mr. Robin Hood.
Cheaper. Hey, look up there on the catwalk. It's little Ann Norwood.
And, darling, how can I thank you?
Take me out to dinner, Mr. Hood, and then we can go dancing together. Is it a date?
Yes, darling, it's a date. And you dance beautifully.
So do you, Mr. Hood. I'm afraid I'm a little short for you, though.
Not a bit of it, Anne. I like my women petite. By the way, young lady, perhaps you'll tell me how you happened to be up on the catwalk this afternoon.
Well, Mr. Hood, when you went out of my dressing room with Major Courtney, I could see by your face that something was wrong. I got scared for you, so I stepped out of the dressing room and...
And shadowed me, huh?
Yes. I got to stage 8 ahead of you and climbed the ladder to the catwalk so that I could see what was going on. Did I hurt Mr. Fremont when I toppled that paint bucket over on him?
Not seriously, Anne. But you stunned him and probably saved my life. How can I ever repay you?
Well, there is one way, Mr. Hood.
What is it, Anne?
You told me at lunch that you'd never married because you hadn't met the right woman.
That's right, Anne.
Keep on waiting, Mr. Hood. Please keep on waiting.
Greg, that was really a swell story, but what a detective you turned out to be.
Why, Harry, what do you mean? I solved the case. What more do you want?
Oh, I know, Greg, but to overlook the fact that gun might have real bullets. Well, if it hadn't been for Anne...
I know. It was a slight oversight on my part. But, Harry, I can make a little mistake now and then, can't I?
I suppose.
Now, Harry, don't stand there and tell me you never make a mistake.
Well, not when it comes to choosing a wine, I don't, because I always choose Petri wine.
I don't know why I bother talking to you.
Oh, yes, you do. You like to hear about good wine just as much as the next fellow. And I like to talk about Petri wine because Petri wine is good wine. Well, it's just got to be. After all, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage, a heritage passed on down from father to son, from father to son, from generation to generation. It's easy to understand why the Petri family knows so well the art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wines. And it's easy to understand why the Petri business has grown and grown so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemakers. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family intends to keep it that way, because by so doing they can be sure that every bottle of wine that bears the name Petri is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, which particular story from the case book do you have lined up for us next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you about a strange woman who claimed to be able to see into the future. She predicted 2 violent deaths with frightening accuracy. The third death she happened to prophesy was my own. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shane, followed immediately by the Casebook of Gregory Hood. This is the Mutual broad.
Petri Wine brings you Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you into the story of the Derringer Society. Another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And right now, I'd like to talk about those few minutes you have while you're waiting for dinner every evening. That's the perfect time for a glass of Petri California Sherry. It's the best beginning a good meal ever had. You really feel like you're enjoying the good things of life when you take time for a glass of Petri Sherry. Hold that glass of sherry to the light. Look at it. It's a beautiful dark amber. Yes, and Petri sherry is clear and fragrant, the way a good wine should be. Now taste it. Ah, you've got something. That Petri sherry has a real heart-of-the-grape flavor. And look, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, Petri makes a fine dry sherry. It's called Petri Pale Dry. And if you don't know yet which you prefer, the regular sherry or the dry, why not try both? Don't buy one, buy 2. But just be sure you always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at that delectable backwater, the Happy Valley Room at the famous Palace Hotel. Let's keep our date, shall we?
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Hello, Gregory. Evening, Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, Harry. We just ordered a glass of sherry. You'll join us, of course.
Thanks, Greg. Be very nice.
Make that 3 sherries, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Hood. Well, gentlemen, which stories have you selected from the casebook for tonight's episode?
A quite remarkable case that we filed under the heading of the Derringer Society.
Well, it sounds exciting, but what is the Derringer Society?
Well, surely you remember those wonderful early semi-scientific yarns about Dr. Derringer, don't you?
Yes, I do, Greg, now that you mention it. Sort of Jules Verne stories, weren't they?
Yes, and if you reread them, Harry, you'll realize that they predict just about everything from rockets to the atomic bomb.
You're both members of the Derringer Society, I take it.
Oh, certainly. In fact, Gregory is the president.
Greg, I'm always learning something new about you.
Oh, I've been a Derringer fan for a great many years, Harry, so it was only natural that I rounded up a few old cronies here who were equally interested and formed a society.
We meet from time to time in a private room in Solaris, in Maiden Lane.
On the particular occasion I'm talking about, the evening started out very quietly with an excellent dinner, fine wine, and lots of good talk about the famous Dr. Derringer. And then I rose to introduce the guest of honor. Fellow members of the Derringer Society, you will already have noticed that we have violated our long-standing stag rule. We have a lady among us.
Oh, shame.
No, George. We've broken the precedent for a very particular reason. I don't have to remind any of you that the fabulous Dr. Derringer, that great spade-bearded scientific giant, was especially devoted to the tricks played by time. Well, our guest tonight is Miss Julia Hayes. She claims to perform exactly the sort of time travel prophecy that the great Derringer foretold. Miss Hayes, gentlemen, claims to be able to predict future events. Dr. Barton, our psychiatrist member, has been examining Miss Hayes today, And I shall ask him to introduce her. Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow members, I must preface my remarks by stating that if I appear to speak of our guest in a slightly clinical manner, I do so with her full permission. Am I right, Miss Hayes?
Yes, Dr. Barton, you may say anything you wish.
Thank you, Miss Hayes. Gentlemen, this afternoon I spent some 2 hours examining our guest. And by all known psychological tests, she's simply normal, perhaps a trifle below average mentality. But her record has already established the fact that she can often predict future events with surprising accuracy, quite above the laws of chance. And now, gentlemen, Miss Hayes will be quite willing to answer any question. Yes, Sandy Taylor, I think yours was the first hand.
Miss Hayes, may I ask you any outstanding events that you predicted in the past?
On May the 4th, 1937, I predicted that 2 days later the German airship Hindenburg would be destroyed. I predicted the death of both Mussolini and his son-in-law Canciano. I was right as to both date and time. I am seldom wrong.
Miss Hayes, how do you explain your unusual ability?
I cannot explain it. It is beyond my understanding. It is a gift. When I let my mind go blank, I can see into the future.
Miss Hayes, can you tell me what horse is going to win the second race at Arlington tomorrow?
Mr. Chester, Hayes is our guest.
Oh, sorry, Hood. I beg your pardon, Miss Hayes. I was just saying to see. Let me ask you a serious question. Are you able to see into the future at will?
Yes. If I make my mind a blank, I can usually see into the immediate future.
Would you consider making a prediction for us now?
I will try. I can promise nothing, but I will try. Monday. It is Monday at 8:15. I see the future, but not far ahead. This same night, 3 hours from now, at 11:15 tonight, I see a small man, a bald man with glasses. His name is Chester.
Now, look, Miss Hayes, the joke's a joke.
Quiet, Mr. Chester. Don't spoil it. She's still talking.
Tonight, Mr. Chester, at exactly 11:15, you will be murdered.
I think that was one of the most emotional meetings we've ever had at the Derringer Society.
It certainly broke up in a hurry when she predicted the murder of Chester.
Yes.
What do you make of that woman, Gregory?
Well, it's hard to say. Time travel into the future is all very well in the Derringer stories. Otherwise, I don't care for it too much. Life's complicated enough in a straight line these days.
Mr. Hood, Sandy Taylor, wait for me.
It's Alfred Chester.
He's chasing us on the double. He really must be scared.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you fellas before you left.
What's wrong, Mr. Chester? Are you taking that prediction seriously?
Well, it sounded to me more like a threat than a prediction. My reason tells me it's foolish to take the thing seriously, and yet, well, after all, I did make that stupid remark about the horse races. She's a weird woman. She may have some odd powers that we know nothing about. What do you fellas think I ought to do? Get the police, perhaps?
No, I think it'd be a little hard to convince them that you were in danger.
Yes. It's 11:15 now. Would you like me to come home with you until after her 11:15 deadline has passed?
Oh, no, Hood. I won't bother you. I'm probably being extremely stupid. Well, thanks for this little talk. I feel a lot better. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Chester. Good night.
He really is frightened, isn't he, Gregory?
Badly. Ah, well, Sandy, I don't think we need to take the business very seriously.
Of course not.
Just the same, I have a feeling that Mr. Alfred Chester may not sleep too easily tonight.
Alfred? Is that you, Alfred, dear?
Yes, dear, it's me. Are you in bed?
Yes, I've been reading. How was the meeting?
I'll hang up my things and come and tell you about it. It was rather a peculiar evening. There was a woman there who claimed to be able to see into the future.
Oh, what rubbish.
I know, but the funny thing was she... Oh, Well, but that's nonsense. What's the time, Alice?
It's exactly 11:15.
11:15, then I'm safe. I need...
Alfred, what happened?
The top of the morning to you, Stan.
Hello, Lieutenant Silvers.
Good morning. What brings you to my office this early in the morning, Stan? Could we interest you in a small Ming vase for Mrs. Silvers? Oh, we have a nice line in Inca headdresses. You'd look rather fetching in one.
Greg, I'm here on business. You saw Alfred Chester last night, didn't you?
Sure, we both did. Why?
Well, late last night, he was murdered.
He was... What time, Stan?
His wife says it was exactly 11:15.
Great God.
Then the prediction came true. What prediction are you talking about, Mr. Taylor?
Chester attended a meeting of the Derringer Society last night. A woman by the name of Julia Hayes went into a sort of trance. Predicted Chester would be murdered at exactly 11:15.
Then that's a woman I've got to talk to.
We'll all go and talk to her, Stan, but before we do, there's one thing I'd like to know. How was the murder committed?
Chester was stabbed from behind by a medium-sized right-handed person. No fingerprints, no clue.
Who are you calling, Gregory?
Barton. He can tell us where Julia Hayes can be found. Get me Dr. Barton's office, please.
Yes, Mr. Hood.
Dr. Barton. I know him. He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
That's the man. He brought Julia Hayes to our meeting last night.
Here's Dr. Barton, Mr. Hood.
Oh, thanks. Dr. Barton?
Yes?
This is Gregory Hood.
Oh, yes, Greg.
Can you tell me where I can get in touch with Julia Hayes?
Well, she's here in my office now. And I found out something very interesting about her, Gregory.
So have I, Barton. Please keep her there until we arrive. We're leaving right away.
I've been examining Miss Hayes again this morning, gentlemen, and I've uncovered a very interesting fact. Miss Hayes was left-handed in her childhood, but she's been forcibly trained into right-handedness since. It's a situation that is often has unpredictable psychological results, though I'll confess, never precisely like her.
She is extraordinary, isn't she, Barton? Lieutenant Silvers will tell you just how extraordinary.
Dr. Barton, Alfred Chester was murdered last night. Murdered by a right-handed person.
What? And her prediction came true to the exact minute. He died at 11:15.
He did? I don't know what to say. One thing I can assure you, gentlemen. Miss Hayes did not commit the crime herself.
How do you know?
Because I brought her back here after the meeting last night. I was working with her until 12:30.
Where's Miss Hayes now?
In the other room. You want to talk to her?
Yes, Dr. Barton, I certainly do.
I'll call her in. Come in, please, Miss Hayes.
Yes, Doctor.
These gentlemen want to ask you a few questions.
What questions?
I understand you predicted the murder of Mr. Alfred Chester last night.
Yes. It happened, of course.
Yes.
I knew it would.
How do you account for the fact that you predicted it 3 hours before it happened?
I cannot account for it. It is a gift that I cannot explain. I can see things in the immediate future. I can tell you what is to happen today before the day is out. I can tell you...
My mind is blanking out again. What can you tell us, Miss Hayes?
I see a large man, a red-faced man. His name is Felton.
That's George Felton, another member of the Derringer Society.
What do you see, Miss Hayes?
He will die tonight. He, too, will be murdered.
The heck he will. This is one murder that isn't going to take place.
George Felton speaking.
This is Lieutenant Silvers again, Mr. Felton.
Silvers, why don't you leave me alone? I don't want any police protection, and I won't have any.
But, Mr. Felton, I told you that Alfred Chester was murdered last night, right after he'd been threatened by this woman.
His death was a coincidence, Silvers. It was probably a prowler. But I'm not easily scared, and I don't believe in supernatural powers, even though I am a member of the Derringer Society.
I wish you'd let me come over, Mr. Felton. We don't like to take any chances.
Now, look here, Silvers. It's nearly midnight. My wife and I are going to bed. Don't you worry about us. If anyone murders me during the night, I'll get in touch with you first thing in the morning.
Who was that, darling?
Oh, Lieutenant Silvers again.
Oh, still worrying about that threat on your life.
Yes, that's the 5th time he's called me today.
darling. He must take it seriously, even if you don't. Don't you?
Oh, now, don't worry your pretty head about it, Cynthia. You run along to bed, dear. I'll lock up.
I suppose you know best, George. Don't be long.
Oh. What's that? I heard something.
Gregory, I blame myself for Mr. Felton's murder last night.
You did your best, Stan?
Yes, Lieutenant. After all, you tried to force him to take protection, but he wouldn't hear of it. I know, but I do blame myself. Well, let's see what Julie Hayes has to say about this one. She's waiting outside. Come in, please, Miss Hayes.
Very well, Lieutenant.
Now, Miss Hayes, I want to know how you knew this latest murder was going to take place.
I cannot tell you how I knew. It is just that when my mind is a blank, I have the ability to see into the future.
Now, look, Miss Hayes, I'm a plain, straightforward police officer. One coincidence I can take, but not two. And I can't write on a police report that you knew about the murder because you can see into the future, you know. Why not tell me the truth?
I am telling the truth.
Oh, Gregory, see if you can get anything out of her.
Miss Hayes.
What is it?
I understand about your being able to travel into the future, but surely you must be able to remember more about what you saw when you had that vision. Try and think back, will you?
Think back? Back? No, I can only see forward. Forward.
Scott, my mind's blanking out again.
I see another death in the immediate future. Sudden death. The man is tall and dark. His name is Hood. Gregory Hood.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second, so I'll tell you quickly about a wine I know you'll like. That wine is Petri California Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is really marvelous. In fact, I'm willing to bet you like everything about it. Petri Muscatel is good just to look at, the color of sheer gold. And say, if you've ever tasted plump, luscious Muscat grapes at their sun-ripened best, well, then you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel brings you that same wonderful Muscat flavor. And you'll like Petri Muscatel after dinner, by itself, or served with fruit, for instance, peaches, or with cake. Just be sure it's Petri. Petri Muscatel, because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, Gregory, so yours was the third murder to be predicted. Considering the first two had taken place according to schedule, you must have felt a little nervous.
For the first 24 hours, I was a trifle sensitive to sudden sounds, Harry. But when 48 hours had passed without anything happening, I began to feel rather let down.
Let down? You should have thought you'd have been grateful.
Gregory has an ingrained sense of melodrama, Harry. I think he felt cheated because the spotlight was on him and he didn't have a scene to play.
Exactly, Sandy. As my old father used to say, if you're fortunate enough to hit the headlines, for heaven's sake, make the most of it. But how could I? The other two killings had followed right on the heels of the prophecies. Now, mine had been predicted, and nothing happened at all. It was rather humiliating.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. In any case, I'm sure you didn't just sit down and wait for someone to try to kill you.
Oh, no, Harry. As soon as Julia Hayes uttered her dire threat, Lieutenant Silvers and I went into action. We questioned everyone and checked alibis till we were as black in the face as a couple of end men. But after 3 days of this, we had progressed exactly nowhere. On the night of the fourth day, I remember, Sandy and I sat in my apartment discussing the whole business.
Gregory, while you and Lieutenant Silvers have been doing the legwork, I've been doing some serious thinking.
Splendid, Sandy. What conclusions did you arrive at?
I think there's only one answer to this case.
And that answer is?
Dr. Barton's a psychiatrist. Julia Hayes is slightly subnormal. I wouldn't mind giving you odds that he hypnotized her into performing the two murders. She'd be an easy hypnotic victim.
I'd thought of that possibility. Have you figured out his motive?
No, but I'll skip that for the moment. One thing we do know. He had the opportunity. He was the only person who was alone with the woman for any length of time between her arrival in San Francisco and her first prophecy at our meeting.
Very true. And I think I could provide your missing motive, Sandy. We've checked on Dr. Barton thoroughly. The wife of George Felton, the second man murdered, was a patient of Barton's. She was also a beautiful woman, no doubt is now a very rich one. I've gleaned rumors that her relationship with Barton was a little more cozy than that which usually exists between doctor and patient.
In that case, how would you account for the first murder, the stabbing of Alfred Chester?
Well, that could have been a blind to establish a pattern and conceal the motive.
Well, if that were the case, your death would be necessary also.
True. Darn it, Sandy, this is all supposition. We haven't a real lead to follow. There's one thing I will settle, though.
Who are you calling?
Dr. Howell is staying at the Fairmont. He's probably the greatest psychiatrist in the country. Dr. Eustace Howell, please.
Well, what can he settle?
Whether Julia Hayes could have been hypnotized into committing murder. Excuse me. Dr. Howell, this is Gregory Hood. I'm fine, thanks. Yes, I'd like to. In the meanwhile, do you mind if I pick your brains? Yes. Here's my problem. Is it possible to hypnotize an individual to commit a criminal act against his will? Thanks. I thought so. I'm much obliged to you. I'll call you in a day or two. Goodbye.
Can't be done, huh?
No. He says the answer is an unqualified no. Well, I'm going to accelerate my own murder.
Tell me what flowers you like first.
I'm very fond of Transvaal daisies, Sandy, but don't worry about my funeral. Yes. Lieutenant Silvers, please. Who can play at this game, Sandy? Oh, Stan? This is Greg Hood. No more leads, but I have got a brainwave. Pick up Julia Hayes and bring her up to the apartment as soon as you can. Yes. We'll be waiting for you.
I cannot answer any more questions, Mr. Hood.
But, Miss Hayes, you predicted that I would be murdered in this apartment. Doesn't this setting ring a responsive chord in your memory?
No, it does not.
Your other prophecies came true. What happened to this one?
I do not know. I cannot explain it.
Perhaps you've lost your mysterious power, Miss Hayes.
Oh, perhaps you never had it. Perhaps you made the whole thing up. Why not admit you're a murderess who poses as a prophet?
I am no murderess. I can see the future, or I could. Something has happened to me.
You never could see the future, and you never will. But I'll tell you your future, Miss Hayes, if you don't tell us the truth. You'll end up in the gas chamber, and I don't have to be a clairvoyant to know that.
Stop talking like that. Leave me alone. I won't stay here.
Come back.
No, Stan. Let her go.
I'll tail her, though, Greg.
Good idea. She's upset. She might show her hand.
I'll be back later.
Well, we're still no nearer the solution, Gregory.
I don't know. I swear there's still hypnotism in it somewhere. I have a hunch that Julia Hayes isn't conscious of it. That alibi of hers for the first killing might be a true one at that. Hello?
Gregory, this is Dr. Barton.
Yes, Barton?
I have rather a serious confession to make to you. I lied to the police.
About what?
In saying that Julia Hayes was with me at the time of the first murder. She wasn't.
Why did you lie?
Well, the woman seemed such a unique psychiatric study, I wanted to complete my examination before the police nabbed her. Now I've finished my research with her. You can tell the police they can pick her up.
Tell them yourself, Barton, and I wish you the worst of luck in explaining it to them. There's a man that danced at his father's wedding.
What did he say, Gregory?
He dynamited Julia Hayes' alibi for the first murder. But in doing so, I'm pretty certain he's put the finger on himself. Dr. Howell, please.
Andy, I think we're on the right track at last. I certainly hope so.
Dr. Howell, this is Greg Hood again. I want just one more piece of information, please. Can a post-hypnotic suggestion include persuading the patient that he was never hypnotized at all? It can? Thank you, Doctor. I'm immensely obliged to you. There's our answer, Sandy. When Barton demolished the woman's alibi, he also demolished his own.
Then he did hypnotize her?
Sure. Then he planted the apparent prophecies in her mind. After she'd made them public, he committed the murders himself.
I get it. And he thought that when he scuttled Julia Hayes' alibi, we'd think she'd try to make her own predictions come true.
That's it, Sandy. Fortunately for us, he's outsmarted himself and walked into his own trap. We've got him. Who's that? Is that you, Stan?
What? Who turned off the light?
Oh, no, you don't.
Gregory! Gregory, where are you? What's happening?
Trying to get at the light switch. Look out, Sandy. He's got a knife. Strike a match.
Okay, Gregory.
Hey, Gregory. Why are the lights off? What's going on? Watch out, Stan. The killer's here. He's got a knife. She's got a knife. It's Julia Hayes. She got away from me, but I trailed her back here. But it can't be. Oh, here's the light switch.
It is Julia Hayes, Gregory.
You've got your cold, Miss Hayes. Knife's in your hand and all. Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
I'm sorry I did not kill you, Mr. Hood.
Well, that's very friendly of you, Miss Hayes, but I'm completely confused.
Oh, so am I, Gregory. You just finished proving to me that she couldn't be the killer.
Well, I don't know what more evidence you want, Greg. The knife's in her hand, and she admits she wished she'd killed you.
Yes, I admit it. You all made fun of me. You did not believe in my gift. If you had died, then all my predictions would have come true. But I am no murderess.
Of course you aren't, Miss Hayes.
What are you talking about, Gregory?
But don't you see? She's holding the knife in her left hand. There's the answer. Come on, Lieutenant. Let's go over and see Dr. Barton as fast as the squad car can get us there.
Yeah, this is all very dramatic. A police inspector, an amateur detective, and his attorney stand in my home and accuse me of murder. Is this some form of practical joke?
If you think it is, you must have a very warped sense of humor.
I don't think the judge will find it funny, Dr. Barton.
And I know that your attorney won't.
But this is ridiculous. You're suggesting that I hypnotized Julia Hayes into making murder prophecies, and then that I carried out the murders myself?
To coin a phrase, yes.
But, my dear Hood, you've just admitted that she attacked you tonight.
Yes, you suggested the idea. And the three of us, by taunting her with her failure as a prophet earlier on, helped. Her never-too-stable mind snapped, and she attacked me to fulfill her record of prophecies.
But why couldn't she have committed the two murders?
You overlooked one thing, my friend. You didn't know that under strong emotion, she reverts to her childhood left-handedness. She attacked me tonight with her left hand. The murders were committed by a right-handed person. Want to argue any more?
I'd like to know what you think my motive was, Hood.
Oh, that's easy. Mrs. Felton, the widow of your second victim, broke down half an hour ago and spilled quite a few beans.
She did? I mean, yes, she did.
So, Cynthia's been talking.
Let her come with me, Doctor.
Very well, Lieutenant. I should prefer not to talk anymore till I've seen my attorney. Good night, gentlemen.
See you in court, Barton.
Gregory, you tell the most convincing lies. That story about Mrs. Felton talking, how can you do it?
Oh, it takes years of training. My old father always used to say that if you couldn't think of a really convincing truth when you wanted to make a good point, then tell a thumping great lie.
You're a chip off the old block.
Sandy, I'm worried.
Conscience bothering you?
Mm-mm. I'm thinking about the Derringer Society.
What about it, Gregory?
Well, Sandy, brood about it. With two of our society murdered and the third headed for the gas chamber, we can certainly use some new members.
Greg, that was an exciting story. How do you get mixed up in these things?
Harry, I guess I'm just around when they happen.
But why is it I'm never around?
Well, Harry, maybe you're just the kind of person nothing ever happens to. Lucky you.
You mean poor me? I bet if I were a member of the Derringer Society, things would start happening to me.
Oh, I don't know. But before you can become a member, you must be able to contribute something to the society. Have you a scientific mind?
I'm a genius with a tinker toy.
Oh, no. Know anything about psychiatry?
No.
Hypnotism?
No.
Precognition?
Don't even know what it means.
Well, in that event, Harry, what in the world could you possibly contribute to the Derringer Society?
A case of Petri wine?
I should have known.
They'll love me, Greg, because Petri wine is such good wine. Well, it's just got to be. With the Petri family, the growing of perfect sun-ripened grapes and the art of turning those grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is a heritage. It's a heritage passed on down from father to son, from father to son. No wonder Petri wine is so good. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, which adventure out of the case book are you planning to tell us next week?
Next Monday, Harry, I'm going to tell of a weird adventure that Sandy and I had in Mexico City some months ago. During the course of the story, I succeeded in getting myself kidnapped by a female sharpshooter and nearly ended up with an extremely beautiful wife. I'll see you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fostler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Carl Harbers. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week
same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately. Tonight, the Petrie family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of South of the Border. Another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And I'd like to ask you if you know one sure way to turn a simple meal into a regular feast. Just serve that meal with a good Petrie dinner wine. Let's say Petrie California Burgundy. Petrie Burgundy, you know, is the perfect companion for any kind of meat or meat dish. It's a red wine, just as rich in flavor as it is in color. And if you want to know how really good it is, serve that Petrie Burgundy with a hamburger cooked the way you like it. Tender, delicious. Or try that Petrie Burgundy with a savory beef stew, or with pork chops. And, of course, if you can wangle it, try Petrie Burgundy with a thick, juicy steak. Ah, believe me, that's eating. Eating that's, well, that's out of this world. And believe me, Petrie Burgundy is a wine that's clear, fragrant, and delicious. A wine that you can serve to your friends proudly. Of that you can be sure. Remember those 5 letters, P-E-T-R-I. They spell the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood and his friend Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at Gregory's apartment, high on Nob Hill and overlooking the Golden Gate. Let's join him there, shall we?
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Evening, Sandy. Where's Gregory?
Can't you hear him?
Oh.
Hello, Harry.
Evening, Greg. That sounds swell.
It is nice, isn't it?
Your latest composition?
No, this isn't mine, Harry. I wish it were. This is one of Richard Gump's compositions. He calls it Un Cœur Brisé, Broken Heart.
Seems to me he's something of a rival of yours, Greg. He's a famous importer, and now it turns out he's an amateur composer of distinction, too.
Yes, Harry, but don't imagine there's any rivalry between them. They're the best of friends.
Oh, there's distinct rivalry between us on the golf course, Sandy. We played this afternoon. If I hadn't hooked my drive on the 13th, I swear I'd have beaten him. Oh, on the way home, he took me by his store and gave me a private showing of his wonderful collection of Steuben glass. It's a must on your list, Harry.
I'll go there tomorrow. Now, Greg, how's about...
Tonight's story? It's coming right up. There. You see, Dick Gump and I work very closely in the importing business. On this particular occasion, we crossed swords with a very slimy dealer by the name of Severin Stackpool. It was to forestall Stackpool that I decided recently to fly down to Mexico City. I'd heard that the Royal Jade Collection of Grozny was for sale, so I decided to be in at the bidding on the ground floor.
Well, the Royal Collection of Grozny and Jade sounds pretty impressive, Greg, but, and I don't want to appear stupid, where is Grozny?
It's one of the more obscure Balkan countries. The royal family, complete with the priceless Jade Collection, which 4 generations of Groznian rulers had been assembling, left the country and came to Mexico City, but I'll come to that in a moment. As soon as I heard about the Jade Collection, I naturally got in touch with Dick Gump. As you know, he has one of the finest collections of jade in the world. But Dick was tied up, so he arranged to purchase the stuff jointly. Sandy and I lost no time in hopping the next plane south. When we landed in Mexico City, it was one of those cool, fresh days, bright sun, but no oppressive
A very smooth trip, Gregory.
Very, very. You know, Sandy, I haven't been to Mexico City for a couple of years. It's good to be back.
Ah, it's a great spot.
Yes, I've always liked it. In a way, it isn't Mexican any more than San Francisco is purely American. It's a city for citizens of the world. And very attractive some of those citizens are, too.
I wondered how long it would be before you spotted that girl standing at the barrier. Hello, she's coming over to us.
Добрый день, Grigoril. Prinitsomin.
I beg your pardon?
So, you do not wish to speak Groznian before your American friend? Very well. You will come with me, no?
You're right. I'm afraid the answer is no.
She spoke in Grosnian. Did she know we were coming about the jade?
Well, I sent Count Pablo a wire. He's the official guardian of the royal collection. Are you an emissary of his, young lady?
I do not understand this talk of Count Pavlin and of jade. I only know that my orders are that you must come with me.
Who gave you those orders?
I cannot answer that question.
Well, normally I'd be delighted to join you, but I'm here on urgent business. But if you'll give me your phone number, I'll call you and I'm in the clear.
Do not make fun of me. I'm going to make you come with me.
I don't see how, darling. We're two great big husky men, and you're just a wisp of a girl. Even if you're a judo expert, I think you'll find it's tough sledding.
You will come with me, alone.
I rather think I will at that. So long, Sandy.
Wait, Gregory. What on earth? Hey, young lady, what are you up to?
Don't yell, Sandy. She might conceivably lose control of the revolver that's fitted so snugly in my ribs. Goodbye, Sandy.
But this is kidnapping in broad daylight. It's not possible.
Where's your chauffeur driving us?
To the house of Prince Petru Firasol. Where else?
Well, who is he, and why are we going there?
Oh, you know as well as I do. Was not this mainly your idea?
Look, darling, you must have me mixed up with someone else. I've never heard of Prince Firasol. My name is Gregory Hood, and I'm an importer from San Francisco.
You're still a playboy at heart, are you not, Grigorou?
Sure, but I'm not your Grigorou. By the way, what's your name?
Oh, you know it as well as your own.
Yes, but as my name seems to be a matter for discussion, it would be simpler if you told me yours.
My name is Maria. Maria Kress.
And your nationality, Maria?
What game do you play, Grigorou? I am Grosnian, of course, just as you are.
As I am? This begins to make Alice in Wonderland look like a whodunit. Now listen, Maria, this is...
Grigorou. We arrive at Prince's house. Follow me. And no tricks, please. As you remember, I am not an amateur with a revolver. Prince Firasol is waiting at the door. He will be so happy to see you again.
Grigorou, my dear boy. Come in. I've been waiting your arrival with such anxiety.
You mean you recognize me, too?
What rubbish are you talking? How could I fail to recognize you, Grigorou? Come in, my boy, come in. I have so much to tell you. We will go into my study.
You wish me to stay, Prince Firasol?
No, Maria, you may leave us. And you have done well, my child. You brought him here most speedily. I am pleased with you.
Thank you, Prince Firasol.
And now, my dear Grigorou, let me look at you. It warms my old heart to see you. You must allow me an embrace.
Look, this is all very touching, but will you give me some faint idea of what goes? You have me kidnapped at the airport.
That pained me to have to do that, my dear Grigorou, but I could take no chances. You know how difficult it has been for me to handle you in the past.
Let me ask you one simple question, Prince. Who the heck do you think I am?
Who should I think you are? I, your old and trusted Prime Minister.
Prime Minister?
Who should you be but Grigorou the 16th, hereditary king of Grosnia?
Lieutenant Valdez, how many times do I have to tell you my friend was kidnapped before my very eyes?
But, Mr. Taylor, how can you expect me to take your story seriously?
It's perfectly true.
My dear Mr. Taylor, I am interested in matters of criminality. I know the activities of Mr. Gregory Hood. I also have heard of his, shall I say, his extracurricular activities.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
He is notorious lady killer, I understand.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
A great deal, I am sure. You have told me he neglects his business to go off with a beautiful girl and then invents the absurdly thin story that he is being kidnapped. Should I concern myself or my men with your friend's love life?
I insist that you try and locate him, Lieutenant. I'll appeal to the consulate.
I doubt that Mr. Hood will thank you for your interference. Now, Mr. Taylor, I'm afraid I must say goodbye to you. I have serious work to attend to.
But, Prince Firasol, I tell you my name is Gregory Hood. I'm an importer, and I live in San Francisco.
Yes, Grigorou. We are used to your many ingenious disguises and alter egos. But the time has come when you can shirk your royal responsibilities no longer. Your life as a playboy must finish.
Oh, so I've been a playboy, have I?
You have left a trail of broken hearts from Paris to Buenos Aires. But this must cease, Grigor. It is an unfortunate necessity of politics that a monarchist party must offer the people a monarch. That, Grigoro, is why I've had you brought here.
But how did you find me? I mean, Grigoro. Only, of course, you haven't found him. What I mean is, what makes you think I am he?
We knew you would come here to Mexico City for a very good reason. Anitra is in town. She's dancing at the Gato Azul. We know that for all your wanderings, you always return to her.
I can see that I might have certain tastes in common with myself. But, Count Firosul, this game's gone far enough. It's a case of mistaken identity. Let me call the American consulate and prove to you who I am.
No, Grigoro. We dare not let you near a telephone as yet. Not until you have agreed entirely to our plan.
Oh, look here. This is crazy. You can't hold me here against my will.
Oh, yes, we can, my dear boy. And if you have any notions of trying to escape, I might remind you that Maria will be guarding you. Come, let us discuss this in the morning. You'll have a clearer mind then and see my reasons. And now, I will show you to your room. Queen Helena, your wife, is waiting for you there.
My wife?
You are comfortable in our hotel, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, thanks. As comfortable as a man can be when his best friend's disappeared. Haven't been any messages, have there?
No, Mr. Taylor. You have reported his disappearance to the police?
Yes, and they won't take me seriously. Nor will the consulate.
Excuse me.
Hotel Cerveceria, San Francisco. Mr. Gregory Hood? Just a moment, please.
San Francisco is calling Mr. Hood.
I'll take the call.
You can take it in the booth over there, senor.
Very well. It's Anderson Taylor speaking.
Hello, Sandy. This is Richard Gump.
Oh, hello, Dick.
Is Greg there?
Dick, he's been kidnapped by a girl.
By a girl? Sandy, is that Mexican sun a little too hot for you?
I'm not kidding, Dick. The girl had a revolver in his ribs. I've been going absolutely frantic. Neither the police nor the consulate will take me seriously.
Well, look, Sandy, the vice consul is a friend of mine. I'll call him as soon as I hang up. But in the meanwhile, I've news for you. I just got a tip that Saver and Stackpool got wind that you and Greg left on that Grosnian Jade deal. He flew out in a chartered plane 4 hours ago. You must find Greg and tell him to close the deal as soon as it's humanly possible.
And now, Grigoro, I shall leave you and Queen Helena together. Such a handsome couple. How splendid the pair of you would look standing on a balcony with your cheering people below you. Talk some sense into him, Helena.
Well, Grigoro?
Let's settle this down, charade, once and for all. You're supposed to be my wife. You should know whether I'm me or not.
Oh, I do not know what you mean, Grigoro. All I know is that you are my husband and that I love you very much. Heaven help me.
Holy smoke, not you, too. Now, look, darling, what's the game? Knowing me as well as you must.
As well as any stranger in your harem.
Oh, do they have harems in Grosnia?
Oh, I have loved you, Grigoro. Even though my father arranged our marriage purely as a political move. I shall probably always love you. And you will undoubtedly never be under the same roof with me, save when protocol demands it. I should hate you, Grigoro. Yet in my heart I find nothing but love and pity for us both. And now, will you kiss me good night? Or is that asking too much?
No, Elena. I don't think that's asking too much. Good night.
Must it be good night, Grigoro?
I'm afraid so, Elena. I have a busy time ahead of me.
Ah. Then au revoir, my love.
Au revoir. This is becoming embarrassing. I've got to get out of here. What? Oh, the window's unlocked. Maybe I can... Oh. Hello, Maria. I was afraid you might be out there.
There was a time when you were glad of my company, Grigoro.
I don't doubt it, Maria, but on those occasions, I imagine you didn't tote a shiny automatic. I also doubt whether you perched yourself outside my windows. Won't you come in? I'm sure it's getting chilly out there. I want to talk to you.
Very well, but not tricks. Now, what do you want from me?
Complete honesty. Count Firusul and Queen Elena went all emotional over me. You at least have played the thing straight.
Yes, Gregory. I think I've played my cards well.
Now, look, Maria. One thing we have to get straight right away. I'll swear on any convenient stack of Bibles that I am not King Grigory the 16th.
Of course, I know that.
At last, somebody's making sense.
Oh, who should know better than I that you're not the king?
Oh, I'm delighted, Maria. But what makes you so positive?
For the most obvious reason. Did I not help you murder him?
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second. Just time enough for me to say a good word about a good white wine. Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a delicate wine, golden in color, with a marvelous subtle flavor. One sip and you'll know that you've discovered the kind of wine you've long looked for. And wait till you sample that Petri Sauterne served with chicken. Ah, what a combination. And Petri Sauterne is not only great with chicken, but it's swell with any kind of fish or seafood, too. You just taste that Petri Sauterne and see what I mean. To be sure you get a good wine, be sure you get Petri wine. Well, Greg, this is one of the screwiest stories I ever heard.
It sounds it, doesn't it, Harry? Yet it's perfectly true.
It seems to me like a double case of mistaken identity.
That's the way it seemed to me at the time. I figured that Maria had had a boyfriend who was a double for the real king. They had murdered the king and placed me, that is, the boyfriend, in his stead. Mm-hmm. Now they were deliberately letting me, that is, him, be found by the monarchist party to go back to Grozny and reign.
As pretty a little mix-up as ever I heard. How did you get out of it?
Well, as Maria made her remarkable statement, I had a sudden inspiration, Harry. I saw a way to play the impossible.
Of course I know you're not the real king. Did I not help you murder him?
You helped me to... Maria, you may be right at that.
I may be. Gregory, whatever may have happened to your memory, I can assure you that I have not forgotten.
I can't understand myself. My mind, it's been confused lately. I can't seem to remember things properly. Do you suppose... Could I really be the man you think I am? Am I suffering from amnesia?
Oh, you poor darling, of course. That explains why you've been acting so strangely.
That must be what's wrong. Maria, you have to help me regain my memory.
Of course. But what can I do?
I've often heard that a sudden shock can do the trick.
Perhaps if I fired this revolver and screamed that you're trying to escape...
No, darling, that's a little too violent. I feel that a more psychological treatment might be better. Tell me, Maria, I gather that my past has been a trifle sticky. Which of the women in my life were the closest to me?
Oh, that is not hard to answer. Anitra, the dancing girl.
Oh, yes, Prince Firusul mentioned her. And she's in Mexico City at the moment, I understand.
Yes. She's dancing at the Gato Azul. We know that you would not be able to keep away from her. Always, in whatever country you have been and with whatever women, you have always come back to Anitra.
She sounds sensational.
She's a devil. She knows that you killed the king, and yet she gave her heart to you before even his funeral had taken place.
I'm even more of a cad than I thought. But look, Maria, you want to help me get my memory back, don't you?
Yes, I will help you.
Well, you're my bodyguard. Now, you escort me to the Gato Azul and let me take a gander at Anitra. Maybe my memory will come back.
Perhaps I will, Gregory. But I shall keep this revolver handy.
Okay, Maria. By the way, you still call me Grigory. If we are supposed to have bumped off King Grigory, how come I still have his name?
Because it was agreed you would adopt the name. Your real name, when you served the prison term in 1937, was Stefan Ratnik.
Something new has been added. So I served a prison term, did I? Curiouser and curiouser. What was my crime?
Perhaps it will help your memory if I show you a copy of your police record, Gregory. I have a photostatic copy made from the file. Here.
The photograph is an exact likeness. Hello. See these fingerprints on the record? Are these supposed to be mine?
But of course.
Then this, my sweetheart, is an occasion when you're in line for something of a shock. Now, here's my driving license. I want you to compare the two prints. I'm very much afraid you'll find there's a slight discrepancy.
No, Gregory. The prints are identical.
What? Let me see that. You must be quite... Holy smoke! They are the same.
Of course they are.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder myself who I am. Well, there's only one way to clear this up, Maria.
And that is?
You and your revolver must take me to see Anitra, my great love. Come on, darling. Stop glowering at me and let's go.
Lieutenant Valdez, this is the fourth time I've come to you tonight.
And this time, Mr. Taylor, I must apologize. Perhaps I was unduly skeptical. The American consulate have officially asked us to conduct a search for your friend.
Thank the Lord Dick Gump could pull some strings. Well, let's go.
But where, my friend?
I have no clues, but I can tell you one thing. If you were right in thinking that Mr. Hood was not being held captive, then I'd know where to look for him.
Where, Mr. Taylor?
In the spot that has the best food, the best wine, and the most attractive dancer in Mexico City.
If you are correct as to your friend's taste, I think we will find him. If not, we shall at least spend a pleasant evening for ourselves at La Gata Azul.
You like the Gato Azul, Gregory?
Very shiny, very smooth, very nice. While we're waiting for Anitra to appear, could I interest you in a rumba?
Not this time, Gregory. You are too full of tricks. If we do not dance, I retain better control of my revolver.
A very conscientious escort, aren't you, darling? It's lucky I'm fairly scrupulous. My old father used to say that... Oh, jumping Jehoshaphat.
What are you staring at?
Look who's sitting at the table across the floor. It's Sandy Taylor.
So, it is your American friend from the airfield.
And from the cut of his companion, I'd venture the opinion that he's a minion of the law. Maria, my love, I'm afraid the honeymoon is over.
Sit down, Gregory.
I've got some overdue business to attend to.
The lighting here is discreet, and your friend has not seen you. If you leave this table, I shall fire.
Maria, give me that revolver.
No. Sit down, Gregory.
Give me that revolver, darling. Thank you.
I'm a weak fool. I could not do it. I could not shoot you, even when they...
We'll talk about them later. Come with me, Maria. You're a good girl, and if what I think is true, you may not be too safe. Come on, we'll cut through here. Hi, Sandy.
Gregory. Great Scott, man, I've been worried to death about you.
I've been a little worried about myself, too, Sandy.
This is Lieutenant Valdez of the police.
Mr. Hood, I'm proud to meet you.
And I'm very relieved to meet you, Lieutenant. I need a little police protection.
Please introduce me, Gregory.
There's no time for that, darling. Right now, we're all going over to talk to Count Pavlou and see if we can buy some jade. Then we'll come back here and do a little celebrating.
Well, Gregory, it's turned out all right. You closed the deal with Count Pavlou, and the jade is ours.
Yes, but I only got it in the nick of time. You saw that large black limousine drive up to the Count's house as we left. That was Mr. Severin Stackpool. More champagne, Maria?
Thank you, Gregory.
How about you, Lieutenant Valdez?
Since I am no longer on duty, thank you, Mr. Hood.
Gregory, I've got a million questions to ask you.
Yes, I thought you might be curious, Sandy.
And I, Mr. Hood, as a humble member of the police force, am a little curious, too. Here we are back again in the Capital Azul, and still I do not know what happened. Your friends tell me that this charming young lady kidnapped you. What am I to believe?
Officially, nothing, Lieutenant. I don't propose to prefer charges.
But, Gregory, this girl pulled a gun on you.
I know, Sandy, but with so much charm. Maria, darling, how about an explanation? Oh, by the way, is your name really Maria?
Oh, yes. And I really am a grassman.
Who was at the back of this elaborate hunk of play acting tonight? Was it Severin Stackpool?
Yes. Severin Stackpool employ us. You know that he have to prevent you seeing Count Pavlou until he arrive here and close the deal. So he devised these plans.
But listen, Maria, I know Severin Stackpool. His mind isn't capable of dreaming up such a wild and woolly plot as this.
No, but his best friend here in Mexico City, Antonio Cernedio, the crazy mystery writer. Antonio knows your weakness for peculiar plots and whim.
You're getting an international fame, Gregory.
I know, quite flattering. So Antonio dreamed up this crazy plot full of excitement and danger and girls in the hopes that it'd keep me occupied until Stackpool got here and closed the jade deal, I suppose.
Yes. Prince Firasol, Queen Yelena, and I are all professional actors. We were paid handsomely to play our part.
Prince Firasol, Queen Elena? What's this all about, Gregory? Gregory.
Characters in a fantastic plot.
But you can tell Antonio that he overdid it. One double I might have swallowed. But when I was also supposed to be the double of the king's double, it was a little too much.
Oh, that is when you know it was a conspiracy.
Yes, darling, and the thumbprints were the clincher. It was mathematically impossible that any double could have my exact print. So it was clear that someone had framed the whole thing. Had printed up that description, probably from my driving license, and wire photoed a photostatic copy. It was obvious that the whole affair was a pretext to get me out of the way. And who was the logical person? Savern, Stackpool, QED.
Well, I barely know what you're talking about, Gregory, but at least we've closed the deal.
Yes, and we have some prized treasures for the Gump collection and some only moderately colossal stuff for my regular customers. Lieutenant Valdez, you're not asleep, are you?
Just drowsy, Mr. Hood. The music is good, the conversation makes no sense, and the champagne is excellent. Please continue to talk nonsense. It is so soothing.
A very sound point of view. How about you, Maria?
Gregory, I'm worried about Savern Stackpool. He's a dangerous man, and when he knows that I have failed him...
Very true, Maria. He isn't going to like you a bit. I'm afraid I have a duty to you for the rest of my stay in Mexico City.
A duty to me? What is it?
From here in, Maria, our roles are reversed. From now on, I am your bodyguard, day and night.
Oh, Gregory.
Greg, I don't know how you do it. You know, your stories get better all the time, but you, a king.
Harry, when you say that, don't smile. Besides, I was beginning to like the idea.
Greg, I don't know. I just can't visualize you as a king.
Oh? I think I'd look quite dashing with a crown on my head and a queen by my side.
I'd look kind of dashing myself in that setup.
Maybe so. But as my old father would say, he who gets crowned is not always king.
Yeah. Well, that's what your old father would say, but did I ever tell you what my old father said?
No, what did he say?
You can't go wrong with a Petri wine. Yeah, he said it and he was glad.
And right, too.
You said it because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, it's got to be. Look at the long years of skill and experience that go into its making. The Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son. So you can take it for granted that the Petri family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. You can take it for granted, too, that the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. You just can't go wrong with Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Greg, which story out of your casebook are you going to tell us next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Sandy and I had last fall when we flew up to Yosemite on a fishing trip. It concerns some brook trout that I cooked under the starlight, an uninvited guest, and a sudden tragedy. See you next week, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Carl Harbin. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by the Casebook of Gregory Hood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Petri Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of the Red Capsule. Another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. As for me, I'd like to know this. Do you like chicken? Well, how do you like it best? Fried till it's golden brown and crispy on the outside and tender inside? Roasted with a savory stuffing? Or barbecued and heaped on a hot platter? Well, no matter how you like chicken, you like it better served with a glass of Petri California Sauterne. Ah, what a combination. Chicken and Petri Sauterne. They're made for each other. Petri Sauterne, you know, is an unusual white wine, beautifully golden in color, delicately fragrant. And what a flavor that Petri Sauterne has. Subtle, intriguing, really delicious. Believe me, one sip of Petri Sauterne and you'll say, that's the wine for me. And remember, you can serve Petri Sauterne proudly because those letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a weekly date with Gregory Hood and his attorney and great friend, Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at that happy bourne from which no fish returns, Bernstein's Grotto on Powell Street. Let's join them there, shall we? Hello, Gregory. Evening, Mr.
Ah,
Taylor.
there you are, Harry Bartell.
Evening, Harry.
I hope you don't mind we jumped the gun on you a little. I could never resist these cuckoo clams on the half shell.
As you see, he's on to his second dozen.
You'll have some, won't you, Harry? They're very special.
Thanks, Greg. I will.
By the way, if you can take fish 2 nights running, you're invited up to my apartment tomorrow evening.
Oh, swell, Greg. What's the occasion?
A friend of mine just sent me a batch of brook trout from the Sierra.
Sounds wonderful.
But you don't know how wonderful. I swear you've never tasted trout until you've had Greg cook them.
Well, they won't be at their best tomorrow, I'm afraid. Brook trout is one dish that's better cooked under rather rustic conditions. For my money, the only proper way to cook them is in sizzling hot bacon grease in a skillet over an open campfire under the pine trees.
And that, Harry, by one of those happy coincidences, cues us directly into tonight's adventure. Our story from the casebook began just that way on a certain star-clustered evening last fall.
Sounds like a potent setting for adventure.
Well, we found plenty of that, as usual. We'd flown out of San Francisco in my Beechcraft, complete with rods and flies and a week's camping equipment. We landed in the private field of a friend of mine in Yosemite County and hiked from there on up into the mountains. The gods were very kind to us. At first, we hit a heavenly stream teeming with hungry, vigorous fish. At the end of an exciting day's sport, we knelt by our campfire preparing the evening meal.
These potatoes in the ashes are almost done, Greg.
Yes, I'd better fan up the flames for the skillet.
Did you slice the bacon?
Yes, and clean the trout. Ah, this is the life, Sandy. And we're going to have a meal we couldn't equal in San Francisco's finest restaurant. First, the bacon. There we are.
Did you hear that, Greg? I swear I heard someone calling.
It's probably little Sir Echo out for his evening rehearsal for the Bohemian Grove.
I did hear someone, Greg.
Here in the forest primeval, where we've come to escape from dazzling wenches and murderers and all those fascinating encumbrances. What?
There is someone, Greg.
Yeah. Who's there?
Friends to this ground and liegemen to the day.
It's a girl.
And one that quotes Hamlet, yes. You'll make an interesting dinner guest. Well, go and make her welcome, Sandy. I've got my hands full here.
Okay, Gregory. Good evening. Are you in trouble?
Oh, hello. Yes, I was glad to see your campfire. I'm afraid I'm lost.
Well, come and join us, won't you? My name's Sanderson Taylor.
Oh, well, mine's Eustace. Sylvia Eustace.
A little unwise for a young lady to be hiking about in the mountains at night, don't you think?
Oh, well,
Gregory, this is Miss Sylvia Eustace.
Oh, how do you do? Sorry I can't get up, but I must watch this meal.
Do I smell bacon?
You do. You'll be our dinner guest, of course.
Oh, I can't refuse. I'm starving.
How would roast potatoes, coffee, bacon, and brook trout a la nature appeal to you?
Oh, I can't think of anything more perfect. Can I help?
No, thanks. Everything's under control. How come you're up in the mountains alone late at night, Miss Eustace?
Well, I walked up earlier today. I'm staying with friends at Denmark Lodge.
Oh.
It's about 10 miles. I'm afraid I overdid it.
What's wrong, Miss Eustace? Here, I have some brandy in the flask here.
No, thank you. I have a touch of asthma. I'll take an ephedrine. There. I'll be better in a second. Don't worry about me.
I do wish I could do something to help.
Oh, it's all right. There.
Oh.
I'm sorry. And now, how's about the trout?
Going into the skillet at this very moment. Ah, listen to it sizzle.
Well, I don't know if I should eat so soon after an attack, but I'm sure I won't be able to resist it. I'll hope for the best. As Shakespeare says, let good digestion wait on appetite and health on both. A wonderful meal.
Gregory, you surpass yourself.
I must confess it was mildly colossal. More coffee, Miss Eustace?
Yes, thank you.
Go on.
Your face keeps bothering me, Mr. Hood.
It does have that effect on some people. Yours has the reverse effect on me.
Oh, no. No, I mean, I'm certain I've seen it before.
Probably in the Police Gazette. He's always getting mixed up with the underworld.
Oh, of course. How stupid of me. You're Gregory Hood, the detective.
Well, detecting is a hobby of mine.
Well, I've seen your photograph in the San Francisco papers. Oh, dear. I was afraid of this. Hand me my bag, please.
Here you are, Miss Eustace.
Another asthma attack?
Yes. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that trout. I'll take another ephedrine.
Fascinating objects, those tiny red capsules. They really ease up these attacks of yours, do they?
Usually. There. If they don't do the trick, I can give myself a hypo. Oh! Help me! Help me!
Lord, I never saw an asthma attack as severe as this.
Look at her struggle. The way her body keeps arching. Sandy, this is no asthma attack. This girl's been poisoned.
Whatever you may say about the evils of modern civilization, Gregory, at least if we'd been in the city, we could have called a doctor and the police.
I know, Sandy. It was ghastly. Darn this wretched car. It should be in a museum.
The old farmer who rented it to us warned us not to expect too much. In any case, after scrambling down a mountainside in the dark, it's a great improvement.
Well, the dawn's breaking now. It would have been better to have waited up there and then carried her body down to the plane and flown it into San Francisco.
I can still see that poor girl's face as she died.
Yes, it was torture. If only we'd packed some other food, some mustard, egg whites, anything to make an emetic. But to stand there helpless and watch her die.
You're sure it was murder?
Oh, obviously. Suicides don't seek company. And it was no accident. I know the symptoms of strychnine poisoning when I see them.
We must be on the outskirts of some town now. There are a few lights twinkling.
Yeah.
I wonder where the courthouse is, or even if they have one.
If I know these hick towns, it isn't far from the outskirts to the hub of things.
Greg, could you make out anything of what that girl was trying to say to you as she died?
Almost nothing. The strychnine spasms were racking her, and that, combined with her asthma, made it very hard. Dreadful way to die. I just caught a few scattered words. Sounded like sport, engineer, tar. Does that make any possible sense to you?
No, I can't say. Well, Greg, here we are, the county courthouse.
Yes. And the lights are on. Somebody's going to have quite a shock to start their day with.
Yes, I imagine murder is something of a rarity in these parts.
Yeah. Oh, here's the sheriff's office. Come on, Sandy. Good morning.
You fellas are stirring early. What's on your mind?
Are you the sheriff?
Sure. Sheriff Turner. What's on your mind, son?
We've come in to report a murder.
Sounds as if you said murder, son.
That's what I did say. A girl was murdered last night in the mountains. My friend and I saw it happen.
You saw it? Jake, come in here. Now give me the facts, you two.
My friend and I were camping in the mountains last night. A girl named Sylvia Eustace was lost and came to our fire.
Sylvia Eustace, huh? Go on.
Well, she had dinner with us, and half an hour later she swallowed what she thought to be an ephedrine tablet and died of strychnine poisoning.
Who cooked this dinner?
I did.
And the girl died right afterwards?
Yes.
Jake! You something for me, sir? Yeah, get your keys out. You got a couple of customers.
Us? Now, look here,
I warn you, Sheriff, that I'm an attorney.
Sure, and I'm the Queen of India. Lock them up, Jake. We've got us a couple of murderers.
Oh, this is a crazy situation, Sandy. We come in to report a murder and then get booked for committing it.
Darn these small towns. The judge is off at the other end of the county, and I can't even apply for a writ.
We've got to get out of here. There's only one way that girl could have been poisoned, but we must get to San Francisco to prove it. Sandy, I tell you, we've got to get out of here.
Well, there's Jake, the moronic jailer, sitting guard up there. But I don't think we can do much with him.
No, he looks more in Edgar Bergen's line. Yet, did you notice he was reading detective magazines? He may be vulnerable. No harm in trying. Jake?
I'm coming.
What's the idea, Greg?
Take your cue from me. I'll play it as it goes.
What is it, fellas?
My friend and I have been arguing, Jake.
Oh. Well, if you call yourself friends, why do you argue?
I can see that you have a terrific sense of humor, Jake. Hasn't he, Sandy?
Terrific. That was an extremely funny remark.
Oh, nothing, fellas. This comes sort of natural, like.
I'm sure it does. You must have your friends in constant stitches.
How's that?
Forget it, Jake. When I said my friend and I were arguing, what I meant was we were having a discussion about you. You see, Jake, I've always prided myself on my ability to read character.
Now, is that a fact?
Yes.
You read tea leaves or something?
No, not exactly. But I can tell if a man's smart the moment I look at him. I sized you up as soon as you walked into the sheriff's office. There, I said to my friend, is a really smart guy who's going places. Didn't I say that, Sandy?
You certainly did.
Well, what do you know? Say, you fellas like some breakfast?
Settle our argument for us first, Jake, will you? You've got a little more on the ball than we have.
I have?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're pretty nice guys, too. What'd you argue about me?
Well, here's the way it went, Jake. I noticed that you had a big stack of detective magazines over there, and you were reading them very seriously.
Oh, read them all the time.
Yes.
Read them all the time.
Uh-huh. I said to my friend here, there's a really smart deputy sheriff who knows a lot about criminology and wants to go ahead. All right, Sandy?
Your exact words, Greg.
Yes.
Well, what'd you say next?
Well, Jake, I knew you'd heard our story of the murder, and I figured that you were the smart kind of a guy who would say to himself, nobody's going to be such a dope as to walk in and report an undiscovered murder when he's the only suspect. So these guys didn't do it.
Yes, Jake, that's the clever kind of man my friend thinks you are.
Uh-huh. What else did you figure?
Well, that you're smart enough, after hearing our evidence, to know darn well how the murder had been committed by slipping a red capsule of strychnine in among her red capsules of ephedrine. And then you'd say to yourself, I'll bet that was done in San Francisco, and that's where the case starts.
San Francisco, huh?
Yes.
Well, maybe you're right, fella.
You're a clever man, Jake. I'd never have been able to figure that out without your help.
Gregory, that's amazing. Jake is certainly quick on the draw.
Yeah.
Oh, just a knack, fellas. Did I figure anything else out?
Yes. I said that you'd follow the thing through logically and see where it might lead. I said that I'd bet you'd say to yourself, this Gregory Hood is kind of a detective, too, and he knows his way around in San Francisco, and if I let him go, he could solve the case and give me the credit.
Me the credit?
Yes. And then when the election comes around next spring, maybe I'd have a crack at Sheriff Turner's job.
Me the sheriff?
Yes. Didn't I say that, Sanders?
Yes, you did. Word for word.
You guys must sure talk fast. Was that the end of your argument?
Nearly. But you see, my friend here maintains that you're just a dull, obedient deputy who takes his orders and then follows them out. Now, if he's right, you'll keep us here. But if I'm right, you'll let us go before Sheriff Turner gets back with the girl's body. What do you say?
What do I say? Mister, I don't know how good a detective you are, but you're sure one swell judge of character.
Gee, Sandy, it's good to be back in San Francisco.
Sure. But I hope you realize, Greg, that in the eyes of the law, we're fugitives from justice.
Yes, but the law peered at us with very sleepy eyes this morning.
I'm afraid poor Jake won't be very popular.
Well, I had to do it. That oaf of a sheriff would have tried to pin the rap on us. By the time we'd gotten clear, it would have been too late to do any real work at this end.
I agree with you there. Just the same, I hope we never have to fly back across the Sierras in a thunderstorm.
Yes, it was rather an exciting trip. In any case, it got us here in really fast time. Well, our first port of call is obviously at the dead girl's house.
Yeah. Lucky she had those letters in her bag. What was the address again?
116 Marden Street.
It must be this next house.
She didn't mention her parents. Sandy, I'm afraid this is liable to be a pretty harrowing interview.
I don't doubt it. But it's our logical starting point in the search for her killer.
Here we are.
It's an imposing house.
Yes, the Eustace family must be moneyed. Wouldn't be surprised if the news of her death has preceded us.
Yes. It's the maid's day out and the butler's quit. We don't want anything. Unless you're applying as servants.
Is this Miss Sylvia Eustace's home?
Yes, but...
May we come in, please?
No, you... Well, bless my soul, you're Gregory Hood, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Can't see a thing with my new glasses. I'm Sylvia's uncle. Come in, won't you?
Thank you, Mr. Eustace. This is my friend, Sanderson Taylor.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now, you want to see Sylvia?
You mean she's here?
Yes, I think so. I'll go and see. Won't be a moment.
Greg, what in thunder is he talking about? The girl's dead. We know it.
Either Mr. Eustace is definitely eccentric or he doesn't know his niece has left town.
Yes, Sylvia's just coming down the stairs.
She's doing what?
Well, don't look so startled, Hood, my boy. Here she is.
Mr. Gregory Hood, how very nice to see you.
Sandy. It's the same girl we left in Yosemite County.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second. And right now is a swell time for me to tell you about a red wine that's really marvelous with any kind of meat or meat dish. It's Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is a rich red wine, hearty and full flavor. A wine that can transform an ordinary meal into a real occasion. Tomorrow night, say, try serving a simple dish like hamburgers or a succulent beef stew with a glass of Petri Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is not only delicious itself, but it makes everything you eat taste better. So if you've been wondering just how much a good wine can do for a good dinner, you'll find the answer in a bottle of Petri Burgundy. Just make sure it is Petri Burgundy, because all Petri wines are good wines. Well, Greg, this is beginning to sound like a ghost story. You and Sandy see a girl die. You get thrown into the clink for a murder. You escape and then get back to San Francisco and walk into the girl you're supposed to have murdered. Doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it didn't to us either, but of course the answer was obvious. The dead girl, whoever she was, had an exact double. It didn't take us long to find out who that double was.
You seem very startled at seeing me, gentlemen.
Frankly, I'm staggered.
So am I. Miss Eustace, do you have a twin sister?
No, but you must have met my cousin Hester. People are always astonished by our likeness. Oh, see who it is, Uncle, will you please?
Richard Bell, as soon as the servants go, it never stops ringing.
Well, you still look puzzled, gentlemen.
We are, Miss Eustace. You did say that your name was Sylvia, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Why?
Well, did you know that your cousin Hester had gone to the Sierras?
Yes. She left 3 days ago. She's very fond of hiking, just as I am.
Another thing. May I ask if you're both victims of allergies?
As a matter of fact, we are. You're being very mysterious. Has anything...
You're very, very popular today, Sylvia. Here's a Lieutenant Silvers of Homicides. Most anxious to talk to you. Afternoon, Miss Eustace.
How do you do, Lieutenant? Do you know...
Yes, I know them, thanks. Hello, Greg.
Hello.
Mr. Taylor. Didn't expect to find you here. I heard that you'd been detained in Yosemite County.
Yes, Stan, we were.
But only for a short while, fortunately.
Well, we'll talk about that in a minute, Mr. Taylor. Right now, there's more vital talk. Miss Eustace, do I understand that you are Miss Sylvia Eustace?
That's the second time I've been asked that question. Yes, Lieutenant, I'm Sylvia Eustace. Why?
Well, because I've just received a notification from Yosemite County that the sheriff up there has found the dead body of Sylvia Eustace at this address. She'd been murdered. Oh, what in the name of thunder are you saying?
Dead. I don't...
She's fainted. I've got it.
Leave her alone. You fellows have done enough damage here. I'll take her to her room. Well, Greg, you are in trouble, aren't you?
I certainly am, Stan.
You've had a report from Sheriff Turner, I suppose, Lieutenant?
Yes, Mr. Taylor. They tell me the two of you broke jail and that you're wanted for murder.
Well, we broke jail, all right, Stan, but you can't believe the murder charge.
Well, no, of course not. I've known you both too long and too well for that. But, officially, it's my duty to send you back there to jail, you know.
But if we're wanted on a murder charge, whom are we supposed to have murdered?
Sylvia Eustace.
Oh.
And who is the lady who just fainted?
Sylvia... Oh, I get it.
Exactly, Stan. This is a pretty complex case. Before you go shipping us back to death row in Yosemite, I think we'd better have a nice long talk. So there you are, Stan. That's the deal. Two girls, both identical in appearance, are both claiming to be Sylvia Eustace.
But why, Greg? It doesn't make sense.
I think it might, Lieutenant, when you consider that the Eustace family is obviously wealthy. Being the heiress might even be worth murder and impersonation.
Correct, Sandy. I'm pretty certain that's the motive at the back of this mess.
Well, then you think this girl is the cousin, posing as the dead girl Sylvia.
Well, that's the way it looks to me.
Shh, Greg, here she comes back now.
Gentlemen, I think I can talk to you now. May I introduce my fiancé, Dr. Bacon?
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'll have to warn you that Miss Eustace is in no condition to undergo any prolonged questioning.
Well, we'll make it as short as we can, Dr. Dakin, but you must realize that you're involved in a murder case.
How was poor Hester killed, Lieutenant?
He was poisoned by strychnine contained in what appeared to be an ephedrine capsule.
Oh, dreadful.
Stan, do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Okay, Greg. You've got to play it in your way. But if it doesn't work, it's back to Yosemite, remember.
We know that, Lieutenant.
Miss Eustace, are you in the habit of taking ephedrine?
Fairly frequently, yes.
What about it? Surely any person who suffers from allergies, as Miss Eustace does, would use the drug.
Doctor, there's no need to get so heated. Miss Eustace, are you fond of Shakespeare?
Not particularly. Certainly not the way poor Hester...
I fail to see what the devil Shakespeare has to do with it.
You'll find out in due course, Dr. Dakin.
Tell me, Miss Eustace, to what substances are you allergic?
I absolutely refuse to tolerate any more of this badgering.
Oh, you call this badgering? Well, Doctor, perhaps as her physician, you'd care to speak for her.
Well, I'm just a general practitioner. Dr. Sangerford is Miss Eustace, allergist.
Oh, I see. Well, Miss Eustace, I'll make you an offer. I'll drop all questioning for the moment on one condition, that you let me come here tonight and cook dinner for you.
What rubbish are you talking now, Hood?
What do you say, Miss Eustace? In any case, your uncle commented on the servant problem, and I'm really quite a cook.
Well, nothing you're saying seems to make any sense, Mr. Hood, or else I must still be dizzy. But, very well, you may cook dinner here tonight. What menu are you planning?
Brook trout and bacon, Miss Eustace. It should give us the answer to murder. Slice up the bacon, Sandy, will you?
Right you are, Greg.
Greg, we've been friends for a good many years. If we hadn't, I wouldn't take the risk of stringing along with you on this case. Will you tell me what goes?
Oh, now, don't look so harassed, Stan.
Oh.
We're on the last lap. Our question is, which is the real Sylvia? Now, the old uncle might be fooled. He's half blind.
And young Dr. Dakin might be in cahoots.
True. So we seem to have established only two positive differences between the girls. The cousin, Hester, loved to quote Shakespeare. So did the girl in the mountains. Now, according to Dr. Sangerford, Cousin Hester was allergic to trout, but somehow he'd never checked Sylvia.
Oh, now I begin to see why you're cooking a dinner of brook trout.
Yes, Stan, if she eats the trout and nothing happens, she's in the clear.
Well, I hope you're right, Greg. Maybe I'm a fool for even letting you try it. I've got a nasty feeling that this whole business is one occasion when you've outsmarted yourself. At last, you're due to be hoist with your own...
Oh, Gregory, a skillet full of bacon grease all over the floor.
To blazes with it. I've outdone myself in idiocy. Quick, Stan. We've got to warn Miss Eustace.
Get some warm water at once and some mustard.
What's wrong, Dr. Dakin?
It's Sylvia. She's just been poisoned.
How are you feeling now, Miss Eustace?
Weak, Mr. Taylor. But I'm all right.
It was a miracle I was here and able to apply the remedy in time. She'd been poisoned with strychnine.
But this makes it worse than ever. Who'd want to poison them both?
Well, Stan, I can give you the answer now. Dr. Dakin, may I ask your fiancée a few more questions?
As few as possible, please, sir.
Very well. Miss Eustace, you took some ephedrine a little while ago, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And tell me, in the past few days, did you have occasion to give your cousin Hester any of your ephedrine?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did.
Ah.
Just before she left for Yosemite. We were at a party. I'd forgotten to bring my capsules. I had an attack and went to Hester's bag and took several out. Later, when we were home, I refilled Hester's box for mine.
But you didn't tell her about this.
No, I didn't think about it.
There's the answer. Poisoned ephedrine had been placed in your box, the one you left at home. Later, quite unwittingly, you refilled your cousin's box from your own, which contained the poison capsules.
Then Hester's poisoning was a mistake. The whole thing was really aimed at this young lady, only the plot backfired.
I see it now, but why did she pretend to impersonate Miss Sylvia Eustace?
That was all part of the plot. Sylvia's cousin Hester planned to kill this young lady, then return with a perfect alibi for the murder, having deliberately been in Yosemite at the time and claimed to be Miss Sylvia Eustace, saying that her cousin had been impersonating her in her absence.
But, Mr. Hood, I still find this hard to believe.
Oh, it's logical, Miss Eustace. It's a plausible pattern.
What made you see it so suddenly, Gregory?
Stan gave me the clue. You remember the girl's dying words, Sandy?
Yes, sport, engineer, par, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. But I didn't spot it until Stan started to rib me just now when he said I was due to be hoist with my own petard. I remembered that Hester loved to quote Shakespeare and that speech came from Hamlet. For 'tis the sport to have the engineer hoist with his own petard. That's the Shakespearean version of the biter bit. She was hoist with her own petard and knew it.
Mr. Hood, you're every bit as wonderful as I heard you were. I can't thank you enough.
You're very kind, Miss Eustace. Personally, I think I bungled the job badly.
Not a bit. Come on, Sylvia. I think you should rest for a while.
All right. And perhaps after that you'll keep your promise, Mr. Hood, and cook that meal.
It's a date.
I'd like to find out if I do have an allergy to Brook Trout. Are you late?
Yeah, goodbye. Well, Greg, this is all very well, but I'm afraid tomorrow we'll have some loose ends to tie off.
You mean a little talk with Sheriff Turner?
I certainly do. He's hopping mad.
Well, Sandy's my attorney. He'll take care of it.
That'll be a pleasure, but I'm worried about his deputy, the gullible Jake. I'm afraid he'll be in very bad repute.
Yes, Sandy, he might even be out of a job.
I hope your conscience will bother you if he is.
It probably will, and I'll find him a job in Hood and Company, importers. I'd hate to destroy his faith in human nature.
Greg, as usual, that story was a honey. You know, come to think of it, I'm not so bad at quoting Shakespeare myself.
Why, Harry, I didn't know you were a student of the immortal bard.
You should just see me do a balcony scene.
And personally, I'd rather sit in the orchestra myself.
Oh, now cut it out, Greg. Look, let's run through Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. I'll be Romeo.
If you think I'll play Juliet to your Romeo, you're crazy. Besides, I know you too well.
What do you mean?
Well, when Juliet says, Romeo, oh, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Your answer will be, getting a bottle of Petri wine.
Well, can you think of a better answer? Look, if Shakespeare knew about Petri wine, he'd rave about it, too. It's great, Greg. Well, it's got to be. The Petri family has been making wine for generations. With the Petri family, the growing of perfect sun-ripened grapes and the art of turning those grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is a heritage. It's a heritage handed on down in the family from father to son, from father to son. And the skill of those generations of winemakers is evident in every drop of Petri wine. So the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is always good wine. Oh, but you'll discover that for yourself. You'll learn that no matter what type wine you prefer, you like it better when it's a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Greg, what story from your casebook are you going to tell us next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you an adventure that I call The Forgetful Murderer. It concerns itself with one of the strangest series of murders that I've ever encountered. I'll tell you all about it next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by William Bakewell. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shane, followed immediately by the Casebook of Gregory Hood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Petri Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood.
Tonight, the Petri, to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of The Forgetful Murderer. Another exciting story from the case book of Gregory Hood. And if you don't mind, I'd like to repeat something I've said before. It's simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California sherry. Try serving for dinner and you'll know what I mean. That Petri sherry is a marvelous wine. Just look at its deep amber color, so rich and inviting. And as for the wine itself, what a flavor. Petri sherry has a flavor you know comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened California grapes. And say, if you like your sherry dry like I do, you know, not sweet, Petri makes a delicious dry sherry, Petri Pale Dry. If you don't know which you prefer, the regular or the pale dry, don't buy one, buy two. Try them both. But remember, always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and it's time to keep our weekly date with Gregory Hood and his friend Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at one of this city's favorite and most colorful meeting places, the top of the Mark Hopkins Hotel. Let's join them there, shall we? Harry Bartell, how are you? Evening, Mr. Taylor. Hello, Greg.
Hello, Harry. Come and sit down. You're just in time to settle a fierce argument.
Argument, huh? Company policy or private opinion?
The latter. Gregory and I have been arguing as to what is the plural of mongoose. I say it's mongooses, and his vote has gone for mongeese. Now, what's your bet, Harry?
Well, I think I'd go for mongooses, too, Greg.
Ah, you're outvoted, Sandy. Uncle Wagnalls will hear of this. Now, you mustn't be an obstinate old mongoose.
Oh, how did you get onto the subject, anyway?
Oh, it came up quite logically. A little earlier on, Sandy and I were shooting craps at the apartment. He threw 3 double aces in a row. A double ace is better known as snake eyes. From there, we began to discuss snakes and the ways of killing them, and that was when Sandy made his fatal remark about mongoose.
You call that logical?
You'll find, Harry, that Greg's logic is always a little involved.
Well, I'll forgive that if you'll keep up his record of good storytelling. How's about tonight's yarn, Greg?
Well, Harry, I think I should preface the story by telling you that last year I decided to open a small but select retail store.
And I may tell you, Harry, that it took all of Greg's wiles and personal contacts to wangle the rental.
Yes, we finally secured a location on Post Street near the St. Francis Hotel. On the night my story begins, Sandy and I were at the new place talking over the final plans with our manager. We sat there quite late, I remember, and it must have been after 10 as we left the store and walked down Post towards where my car was parked. As we reached it, we noticed quite a crowd gathered outside a jewelry store. Naturally, we walked over to see what had caused the commotion.
Well, hello. What's the excitement, I suppose, Greg?
It looks as if someone's giving away nylons on the sidewalk. Let's go and snoop.
Well, there must be trouble, Greg. The police here.
Yes, and prominent among them is Sergeant Barton. Hello, Sergeant.
Oh, evening, Mr. Hood. Move back there, please. Out of the way. You got to keep this clear.
Huh. Doesn't take you long to smell out a murder, Mr. Hood.
A murder?
It's purely a coincidence that we happen to be passing, Sergeant. What happened?
Store broken into. Jewelry stolen. Night watchman stabbed to death.
Nabbed the killer?
No. He was too fast for us. Made a clean getaway, Mr. Hood.
Oh, can I come in and take a gander?
Oh, Greg. Now, keep out of it. Let your curiosity alone for one.
I'm afraid I've got strict instructions, Mr. Hood. If you call headquarters, I'm sure they'll authorize a pass, though.
No, Sergeant, I won't bother. By the way, how's your wife? All over the operation?
Doing fine, thank you, Mr. Hood.
Good. Well, so long, Sergeant.
Night, Mr. Hood.
Out of the way.
Wonders will never cease, Greg. We're actually walking away from the scene of a murder.
Purely commercial robbery murders like that aren't in my line, Sandy. In any case, I'm not in the mood for violence tonight. Let's go over to the Lick Grill and raffle a few dice.
No, not me. I'm going to hie me home to Mary and the children.
You're a very worthy citizen, Sandy. Now, here's my car. Can I drop you at the bridge terminal?
No, thanks. It's near. I'll walk. Good night, Greg.
See you in the morning, Sandy. Give my love to Mary.
I will.
Hello.
Hello. Did you get into the wrong car?
I don't think so. You're Gregory Hood, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, that's what it said on the license card on the steering post.
Who are you?
Toffee?
Hmm?
That's my nickname. Jump in and tell me where we're going, Gregory.
Listen, you're sure you said Toffee?
I did.
Then listen, Toffee. I'm the kind of a guy who's more than willing to string along with the gag, but before I say where we're going, I'd like you to do one thing for me.
What's that?
Please switch on the overhead light inside the car.
You want to make certain I'm not too repulsive, I suppose. There. Oh, what's the verdict, Gregory?
Move over, Toffee. We're going just wherever you say.
Sergeant Barton.
Yes, Lieutenant Silvers.
Anything from the lab reports on the jewelry store killing?
Not a thing, Lieutenant. Never saw a cleaner job. Looks like we've got nothing at all to go on.
Yeah, nothing but this. It was found at the scene of the murder.
What is it, Lieutenant?
Your guess is as good as mine. Looks like just a hunk of metal to me. The owner swears it doesn't belong in the shop, so we must assume the killer dropped it.
Can I look at it, Lieutenant?
Sure you can. Yeah.
Thanks. Piece of metal, about 6 inches long, thicker than a wire. Not much, sharp at one end, and a ring at the other. Could it be a meat skewer, Lieutenant?
Don't ask me, Sergeant. 3 days since the killing now, and after exhaustive tests, all I've been able to find out is that the murderer dropped the what's-it. Maybe I should ask Greg Hood to come in on this one.
He was on the scene a few minutes after the murder was discovered, Lieutenant.
Oh? Take it, will you, sir?
Police headquarters, homicide, Sergeant Martin speaking. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. You know what, Lieutenant?
No, I don't. If I'd been on my toes, I guess I should have deduced from your conversation, but I didn't quite make it. What's happened?
There's been another robbery killing. Sounds like the same guy down on Market.
Well, let's get moving and keep your fingers crossed, Sergeant. Perhaps he's left another clue for us this time. A clue that we'll be able to pick up.
Well, Sandy, the display stuff is ready. The carpenters are finished. The interior decorator has finally okayed the hang of the last drape. I think our store can open tomorrow on schedule.
Yeah, I'm very proud of it. If Hood and Company has to go into the retail market, it couldn't have a better showcase.
Yes, as my eye roams over our newest domain, I feel quite happy. By the way, Sandy, look at that watercolor of James Cooper Wright hanging over there. Yes, the guy's a very great painter. Have you ever seen such a subtle and yet more exciting blend of color?
Oh, I'm crazy about it. Have been ever since I first saw it. You know, I'm planning to buy Mary a Jimmy Wright original for her birthday.
You're a man of taste, Sandy. If only you were worthy of Mary.
Well, since we're talking of what is technically known as the gentler sex, may I ask you if you've seen any more of that girl you told me you met the other night? What was her name? Taffy?
No, Sandy. Her name was Toffee.
Oh. Well, okay. I don't want to be an old snooper, but I am curious. Have you seen her again?
No, Sandy. It's one of the darndest things that's happened to me yet. She just showed up out of nowhere. We had one of the most delightful evenings I've ever spent, and then she vanished. Insisted I'd drop her at the cab stand, if you please.
Well, didn't you trail the cab?
Sure, but he got away from me. Do you realize, Sandy, that I don't even know her name?
You're slipping, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, nothing that big. Store doesn't open until tomorrow.
Well, I'm sure it's Gino Carducci.
Oh, you mean our night watchman from the warehouse?
Yes, I thought it would be a break for him to move in a little nearer to the center of things. Oh, hello, Gino.
Good evening, Mr. Hood. And how are you, Mr. Taylor?
Hello, Gino. Come to look over your new empire?
That's right, Mr. Taylor. Fine place you have here. Fine place.
You think you'll like being night watchman here, Gino? I thought it'd be a nice change for you after the warehouse.
Gino is very happy, Mr. Moose. All my life, I have wanted to be in the fashionable part of the city, and now... You just wait until I tell my Maria about it. Excuse me, please. I will examine this door.
Yes, make yourself at home, Gino.
Someone else at the door.
We really have built a better mousetrap, haven't we?
Uh-oh. Lieutenant Silver.
Probably wants a preview of the store.
Hi, Greg.
Hello, Sam. Good to see you. Well, what do you think of our new place?
It's very nice. Good evening, Mr. Taylor.
Hello, Lieutenant. You look worried, Stan. What's on your mind?
This series of robbery killings, Greg, is getting me down. No kidding. 3 of them now, and we haven't got a decent lead.
You sure it's the same killer?
Certain. Pattern in each case is exactly the same.
And that pattern is?
Store is broken into, stuff is stolen. Night watchman gets slugged. While he's unconscious, this dirty rat stabs him to death. That's the medical examiner's report.
Strange. Your average thief doesn't kill unless he has to.
Sounds like a twisted kind of mind at work.
And here's another thing. At the scene of each of the killings, the murderers dropped something. Look, I brought you the collection. See if you can make anything out.
Oh.
Item 1, plain linen handkerchief, initialed with a C. No laundry mark.
Well, that's a great help. Merely narrows it down to all the people in San Francisco whose first, last, or middle name begins with a C.
I know.
Well, at least that puts Greg and me in the clear. What's the item number 2?
Well, it's a hard-shaped piece of rubber.
Oh, looks like an earpiece of some kind.
Yeah, it is. Police surgeon tells us it's an earpiece off a stethoscope.
Ah, the mad doctor, eh? Well, that should give you a lead.
Well, it hasn't. Greg, have you any idea how many doctors there are in San Francisco whose initials have a C in them somewhere?
Well, I can imagine. And the third exhibit?
This funny-looking piece of metal. They found it at the scene of the first killing.
Oh, it's not unlike a meat skewer.
No, it's not that, Sandy. Funny. Rings a kind of a bell, but I can't quite hear it.
Well, then hang on to it, Greg, until you do hear it, will you? I'd certainly appreciate it if you could help me out on this one. I'm going crazy.
Okay, Stan, I'll take it and brood on the matter. You can have it back for Exhibit A, but I'll see if I get any bright ideas in the meantime. But don't pin too much faith on me. This really isn't my type of case.
Hello, Gregory.
Toffee!
You ought to lock your car, you know.
I always used to until that night I forgot. Now I leave it open hoping I'll find you here again. Move over, darling.
Oh, where are we going?
I think a bite of supper at the palace is indicated. The lights are so discreet there, admirably suited to your mystery and your beauty.
My, but you're in great form tonight, Gregory. And after that?
After that, darling, we might take a drive up to Twin Peaks. The view from there is quite lovely.
I doubt if you've ever seen it, Gregory, but come on, let's go. Oh, you were actually truthful, Gregory. The view is beautiful.
You're right, Toffee. It's quite beautiful.
You aren't even looking.
Oh, yes, I am. My old father used to say that even the Taj Mahal in the moonlight didn't compare with the sparkle in a beautiful girl's eyes.
I wish I'd met your old father.
So does he. In the meanwhile, how's about his son?
Oh, he's not bad.
Darling.
Oh, ooh.
What's wrong, Toffee?
What have you got in your pocket? The razor blade? Nothing pricked me.
Oh, it must be this gimmick. See?
Oh, fine thing, sir. Carrying concealed weapons.
This isn't a weapon, my sweet. It's a vital clue to a murder case. The only trouble is no one knows what it is.
I bet I know what it is.
What?
It's a thing for cleaning pipes.
Oh, no, darling. The gadget you're thinking of has a much shorter spike, and it's got little spoons for scooping out the tobacco and all sorts of other doodads on it.
My father used to use one just like this. He had it specially made. It was for cleaning out the middle part of the pipe.
You mean the shank?
Mm-hmm.
Say, you may be right at that. You're a bright girl, Toffee. You may have helped to solve a murder.
There's going to be another murder very soon, Gregory, if you're not careful.
Me? What have I done?
You talk too much.
Hi, Stan.
Oh, hello, Gregory. What brings you over to police headquarters? You get any brainwaves on that steel gimmick I gave you?
Yes, Stan. I went out with a beautiful girl last night, and she gave me an idea.
Nothing very surprising about that.
Don't be coarse, Stan. I'm talking about the metal object found at the first murder. This gal suggested it might be a rather special kind of pipe tool. I checked on it this morning and learned 2 interesting facts.
Mm-hmm.
The gimmick was made of surgical steel, and there were traces of nicotine on it. So we narrow it down still further, Stan. You're looking for a doctor who has a C in his initials, and he's also a pipe smoker.
Those are either CA or PC. You can take your choice, Greg.
Not another murder, Stan.
Yes, last night. You left a silver lighter at the scene of the crime. A left
Stan, you look powdered. Come on out and have a drink. Forget it for a while.
How can I forget it? Look, Greg, you're an amateur. Sometimes you get a bright idea and solve a murder. Swell. And the safety and lives of a city don't depend on it. But it's different with me. Men are dying, Greg. 4 men in the last 2 weeks. And the Lord alone knows where the killer's going to strike next or when. And what can I do? Nothing except... Homicide. Silver speaking. Yeah, Button? What? Yeah. Okay, Button. I'll be right over.
Not another, Stan.
Yes. Last night. Maybe early this morning. And hold on, Greg. It was your new store.
What?
They murdered your night watchman.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second. Just time for me to tell you the simplest, easiest way I know to make a good meal taste better. Serve that meal with a glass of good Petri wine. If you're having hamburgers or a swell pot roast for dinner, then you've just got to try it with Petri California Burgundy. That Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine that's just made to go with any meat or meat dish. Personally, I think it's great. Now, if you're having chicken for dinner or maybe fish or seafood, then by all means try a Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a subtle, intriguing white wine that's really something. Believe me, when you want a good wine, you can't miss with a Petri wine. Well, Greg, this one's really got me on the edge of my chair. So the murderer struck for a 5th time when he killed your night watchman.
Yes, Harry. Poor old Gino Caducci. He was one of my favorite people, and I was fighting mad when I heard the news. I called Sandy and told him to join me at the store, and then Lieutenant Silvers and I raced over to the scene. As the 3 of us stood there, I swore a silent vow that this was to be the last.
Greg.
But I do, Sandy. While I was out having a romantic adventure with a mysterious girl last night, poor old Gino was killed, protecting my property.
I don't see that you could have done anything to save him, Greg. The murderer didn't write a postcard and say he was going to be here last night.
I know. Your men have searched the place thoroughly, I suppose.
Yeah. Now I've got him on a routine job that may lead us somewhere.
Huh? What's that, Lieutenant?
Checking on a list of every medico in San Francisco who may have the initials CP or PC.
Did the forgetful murderer leave us any clue this time?
Yeah. These few pages torn from an album. Sergeant Barton said they were lying beside the body. But they're not much help. No fingerprints on them.
Let me see them.
Yeah. See what you make of them. Well, meanwhile, I'm going back to headquarters. I'll be in touch with you later.
Okay, Stan, okay. Well, what do you make of the pages, Sandy?
Well, they seem to be torn from one of those novels about the gallant young doctor. Can't say I feel too kindly disposed towards doctors at the moment.
Let me see those pages. Wait a minute. You were wrong, Sandy. These pages weren't torn from a novel. They're loose sheets. They've never been bound.
What does that tell you?
I think it tells us where to look for Dr. PC or CP.
Well, who are you calling?
Joseph Henry Jackson, book editor on the Chronicle. I think he can help us.
Chronicle?
Joe Jackson, please.
I hope you're on the right trail, Greg.
Yeah, so do I.
Hello?
Joe, this is Greg Hood.
Hello, Greg.
Listen, Joe, I'm in a jam. I need some help.
Oh, now, look, Greg, I'm a respectable married man.
No, not that kind of a jam. I need your professional help.
That's different. Now, what's the problem?
Am I right in thinking that sometimes book reviewers like yourself are sent unbound pages on a book?
Yes, Greg. They do that occasionally. When the regular copies won't be out far enough ahead. Personally, I wish publishers would do it more often.
I see. Another question, Joe. Do you have a reviewer who covers medical books, someone whose initials might be CP or PC?
Oh, we have so many part-time reviewers. Let me see. Yes, Greg. There's a Dr. Christopher Partington who's working for us.
Have you ever met him, Joe?
No, he's never been in here. We send stuff out to him, and he mails a copy back. Just a minute, I'll check the address. What is all this anyway, Greg?
Well, Joe, you're well known as an authority on factual murder, aren't you?
True. Murder's a hobby of mine. Why?
Well, Joe, don't look now, but I think you're just about to solve a murder. Well, Sandy, this is the house of Dr. Christopher Partington.
Yes, very nice, too. You know, it's pleasant out here in the marina. Yes. Aren't you going to ring the bell, Jim?
Not since the door is unlatched. Surprise is always an advantage when you're dealing with a murderer.
You really think he's your man?
Well, the evidence would point that way. Come on, Sandy. Keep your eyes sharpened. This guy probably knows all the answers.
I don't like open doors. This might be a trap.
You'll soon see.
You should have called Lieutenant Silver.
No, Sandy. Since poor Gino got killed, this is a private battle. living room.
It's empty.
So recently occupied by a pipe smoker, you'll notice.
I don't see any pipes lying around.
Look at that ashtray. Lots of ashes and burned matches, but no cigarettes.
Who is left? Oh. Hello, Gregory.
Toffee! What on earth are you doing here?
Well, I'll tell you that when you tell me how you tracked me here.
Well, I have my methods. By the way, Toffee, let me introduce my friend, Sanderson Taylor.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Taylor?
Well, how do you do, Mr.
Since your friend has tracked me here, he really should be able to tell you my name. While he's thinking about it, I'll go and get you both a drink. You look as though you could use one.
Quick, Sandy, scram. Get the number on that phone, slip out of the house and go to the nearest public phone and call here. Ask for Dr. Christopher Partington.
Oh, I get it. That'll smoke him out without your having to mention it. That's a good idea, Gray. And then I'll come right.
Right.
I have some sherry. Will that be... Oh. Where did your friend go?
Out for cigarettes. We wanted some. I didn't notice any here.
Oh, I'm a shocking hostess, aren't I? You'd like some sherry, Gregory?
I'd love a glass. Toffee?
Yes?
Do you live here?
Sure.
With Dr. Partington?
Yes. Here's your sherry.
Thank you. Toffee, have you been reading about these night watchman murders in San Francisco?
Yes, Gregory. I've been devouring the newspaper reports. Why?
They're most unusual murders. The killer always leaves a clue. Now, these clues might be deliberately false ones, but I think not. I think it's a phenomenon a psychiatrist might enjoy. A murderer subconsciously compelled to betray himself. You know, Toffee, they say that absent-mindedness is never accidental. It's always the result of subconscious desires.
Do they? Gregory, darling, you're being dreadfully serious.
I feel dreadfully serious. You see, an old friend of mine was murdered last night.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes, speaking. Who's this? Funny, he hung up. Oh, well.
He asked for Dr. Christopher Partington, didn't he?
Did he?
And you are Dr. Christopher Partington, aren't you, Toffee? It's not a common name for a girl, but I've heard of a few others. I've heard of Christopher Partington Candy, so that your nickname of Toffee was another clue, wasn't it?
Gregory, darling, I'm afraid I'm losing my illusion for you. But go on. It's fascinating.
I've known of women who privately smoked pipes, too. That was another clue you gave me. And women doctors are commonplace these days. The subconscious is beautifully tricky, isn't it, Toffee? Even while seeking to betray you, it left a series of clues pointing to pipe-smoking Dr. Partington. All misleading factors not to be associated with a beautiful girl nicknamed Toffee. You're very silent, Dr. Partington.
I told her not to, Greg. I kept telling her not to kill those people. But she wouldn't listen to me. She was a surgeon, you know, and she loved to use a knife. And it was so easy for her to fool a night watchman. She went right on killing. So I had to try to betray her. That's why I waited in your car that first night. I thought I might be able to help you catch her.
Her? Who?
Cassie Peters. She's bad. Very bad. She kills people.
Cassie Peters? C.P. Holy smoke, don't tell me I figured this out all wrong after all. Where is she, this Cassie Peters?
Here. Here in me. Inside of me. We use the same body, but she's bad. I hate her. I did so want you to catch her, Grace.
It's all right, Toffee, dear. I've caught her.
Then lock her up, Grace. Please lock her up. Promise you won't let her do those things anymore. You won't, will you, Gregory?
Don't worry, Toffee. We won't let Cassie Peters kill people. Not anymore. Ever.
Greg, I swear this is the strangest case you've ever told me.
And the saddest. 5 innocent men, including my old friend Gino, murdered in cold blood. And yet you can't hold that girl morally responsible.
She never went to prison, of course.
No, Harry. She was obviously an insane schizophrenic. A 1946 Jekyll and Hyde. She wound up in a state institution. This kid, he was just a psychological misfit. Darn it, Harry, it was a miserable case.
You know, Greg, there are times when I'd sure hate to be in your shoes.
Yes, Harry, it wasn't easy to take. But as my old father would say, when you cry over a woman, there's always another woman ready to wipe away the tears.
Now, you can't dismiss it that easily, Greg. When you fall, I know that you fall, but good.
Yes, Harry, you and I were the kind of fellows who decide they like something and, well, that's that.
That's right. I'll never forget the night I... Oh, but you don't want to hear about it.
But I do. The night you what?
The first night I... You sure?
Of course.
The first night I tasted Petri wine. I said, that's the wine for me, and it sure is.
I should have known.
Yep, Petri wine is a wine for everybody. Because it's good wine. It's got to be. Look at the long years of skill and experience that go into its making. The Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son. So you can see why the Petri business has grown and grown, so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemakers. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, what story from your casebook have you lined up for us next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you of an odd adventure that Sandy and I had as we were flying to New York a few months ago. It concerns a Southern colonel, an unusually attractive girl, and an elusive piece of ice. I call the story The Double Diamond. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the Petri family. The Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight's the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to the story of The Double Diamond. Another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood and his good friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is down on the city's colorful waterfront. There, with a backdrop of the bobbing, brightly tinted sails of the fishing boats, lies that mecca of seafood, Fisherman's Wharf. Harry Bartell. Well, how are you? Evening, Mr. Taylor. Hello, Gregory.
Hello, Harry. Sit down and join us. We were just discussing the merits of baked red snapper as compared to the subtler charms of bouillabaisse.
Well, I'll be guided by you, Greg. I know this is one of your favorite hangouts.
Well, I think you'd go for the snapper. They have a wonderful way of marinating the fish with lime juice, then icing it for several hours before cooking.
Look, Greg, while we're waiting to order...
Okay, Harry. I can see that Monday night look in your eye. You want a story from the casebook.
Check.
Well, this particular adventure happened in February last. I had to go to New York to look over a collection of wonderful Gobelin tapestries that had just arrived from Europe. Sandy was afraid he might miss some fun, so he decided to come with me.
Don't you believe it, Harry? I went along because I'm Greg's attorney, and I'm scared of his making a deal without me there to advise him. But go on, Greg.
Well, whatever Sandy's motives were, we found ourselves sitting in the bar of the San Francisco airport, waiting for our plane to be called, and that's when the story really began. I remember as we sat there downing an extremely smooth sherry that I was in a singularly garrulous mood. You know, Sandy, there are only two things I dislike about airplane travel.
Yeah? What are they?
First, they allow you to smoke nothing but cigarettes. This is the last chance I'll have to enjoy this magnificent outsized hunk of briar until we land at Chicago.
Well, a fact that should make the other passengers very happy.
Oh.
What's your second piece?
That you're not allowed to date the stewardesses. They're always extremely delectable. I get so lonely up there in the clouds.
You do all right. Now, I'll tell you the one thing I do like about plane travel.
And what's that?
It assures me, for a few hours at least, that you'll keep out of trouble.
Well, dullness is restful in very small doses. But for a steady diet, I really... Hey, Sandy, look at this.
Well, it's just a paper napkin crumpled in the bar.
Look a little closer.
Somebody's drawn something on it in lipstick. Great Scott, it's quite a good likeness of a cobra's head.
Yes, Sandy, which happens to be the Hood and Company crest. A very neat way of attracting my attention. And read on the other side.
Let's see. Watch the Colonel. What do you suppose it means, then?
I don't know. It looks like beauty in distress, but there isn't a girl in the bar.
I don't see any signs of a colonel either. There's nothing over a captain in uniform here.
Oh, wait a minute, Sandy. Get a load of that elderly gent with the droopy mustachios sitting in the corner.
Oh, yes.
He'd certainly fit the bill for a Kentucky colonel, wouldn't he?
It's almost a caricature. I do believe he's drinking a mint julep.
He is. Come on, Sandy. Let's follow this through.
Oh, and I said you'd be out of trouble for a few hours.
I'm terrible, sir. I'm terribly sorry. Sir, clumsy up me. I stumbled against your table. Let me order you another drink.
Don't bother, sir.
It was nearly finished. No, I insist. Bartender, bring another drink here, please.
Yes, sir. Coming up, sir.
It was very kind of you,
not
sir. Not at all. By the way, my name's Gregory Hood, and this is Mr. Sanderson Taylor.
How do you do?
And I, sir, am Colonel Tolliver from Virginia. Mighty glad to know you, sir. Mighty glad. Mr. Hood, sir, you always a gentleman, sir.
Continental Airlines, flight number 234 for Chicago, New York, now loading at Gate 6.
That's our plane. Excuse us. And then it's my plane, too, sir. I should be there in a few minutes. Very well, Colonel. We'll see you on it. Come on, Sandy.
Okay, sir.
And goodbye, sir. Here you are, bartender. You can take the gentleman's drink out of this keepsake.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Sandy, this trip may not be as dull as you hoped. The Colonel is a phony. His accent was unbelievable.
And so was his grammar. He used you all in the singular, which no genuine Southerner would.
Well, now we've got to track down the writer of the message. Perhaps she'll be on the plane, too.
Well, if she is, how do you expect to spot her?
By matching up her lipstick with the particular shade used on the napkin.
Well, Gregory, I hope it'll look well on you.
Smooth flight, isn't it?
Yes, good. Look, Gregory, watching the Colonel for over an hour now, nothing's happened. Me, I'm getting sleepy.
I've been watching more than the Colonel. Did you notice that girl sitting 3 seats behind us?
Yes, even my tired old eyes spotted her. I also noticed that she was wearing quite a beautiful diamond pendant.
Yes, it's a splendid specimen, too. The diamond, that is. And so's the girl. But the most interesting thing about her is
the shade of lipstick.
Elementary, my dear Taylor. It's a little hard to gauge the exact tint from here. I think a closer examination is indicated. I won't be a moment.
Oh, sure. Yes, sir. Well, I'll see you.
Hello?
Were you speaking to me?
All right, I got your message. You can consider the Colonel watched. By the way, who is he? And for that matter, who are you?
I haven't the faintest notion what you're talking about. Is your idea of a practical joke?
I don't indulge in them. Look up at me a minute, will you?
Go away and don't bother me.
Come on, be a pal. Look up at me.
I'll ring for the stewardess if you don't go away.
Look up, darling. Thank you.
You kissed me.
If you want to sue me, my attorney's sitting 3 seats ahead of me. Sleep well, darling.
All the nerve.
Back to soon, Greg? Don't tell me she repulsed.
It's a funny thing. The girl pretended not to know me. Yet I'll swear her lipstick was the exact shade, which might prove nothing, of course. Well, we'll soon see. I wipe off this delightful artificial rosebud I just stole with the same napkin. So, how do they compare? It's exactly the same shade, Sandy.
Oh, that doesn't really prove she's the one that wrote the note. I admit that it is an unusual shade of lipstick, but 100 different girls might easily be using it.
True. In fact, it doesn't really prove the note was written by a girl. A man could have taken a girl's lipstick and used it.
Oh, yeah, it's just a fascinating parlor.
Yes, you're darn right it is. There's skullduggery going on in this plane, and I'll lay you dollars to a large stack of donuts, but little Miss Goldilocks back of us is mixed up in it.
Yes, for sure. Well, I'll let you take care of it.
Okay, Sandy, one of us is enough. I'll stay awake, though I'm not quite certain what for.
Mr. Hood, please wake up, Mr. Hood.
Oh, hello. Stewardess, don't tell me we're landing.
No, Mr. Hood, but there's been trouble on the plane.
Oh, really?
I knew you were an amateur detective, and I hope you'd help me.
Well, I'll do my best. What's happened?
The girl sitting 3 seats behind you has been robbed as she slept.
The honey-colored girl with the diamond pendant?
Yes, only her pendant no longer contains a diamond.
Stolen, eh?
Yes. Her name is Miss Terry Shaw, and she's booked through to New York.
I see. By the way, what's your name?
Jane March.
Oh, well, tell me, Jane, there's a Colonel Tolliver on the plane. What's his destination?
Chicago.
How far out of Chicago are we now?
Nearly an hour.
Oh, then we have to work fast. Let's go and talk to Miss Shaw. Lead the way, Jane.
She's waiting in the galley nook at the rear of the cabin.
Hello again.
Hello, I hear you're in trouble.
Yes, the diamond's been stolen from my pendant. Mr. Hood, I'm sorry I was so abrupt with you earlier on.
Oh, that's all right, Terry. My approach must have seemed a little startling. May I look at your pendant?
Yes. As you see, the diamond was pried out of its setting. It was loose anyway, it would only have taken a second.
When did you go to sleep, Miss Shaw?
About an hour ago.
And you're sure the pendant was intact then?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hood. I went forward in the cabin to return a magazine. After I'd come back to my seat, I remember fingering the diamond as I dozed off.
Jane, do you remember how many people on this plane passed Miss Shaw's seat in the last hour?
I only noticed 2. The gray-haired lady sitting up in front, and Colonel Tolliver, the man you were asking about, Mr. Hood.
Oh, well, I'll have a little talk with him. But before I do, I want to ask you to look at this note, Terry. As you see, the message on it is scribbled in lipstick of the exact shade that you're using.
What's the Colonel?
You didn't write that, Terry?
No, I certainly didn't.
That's odd. Well, before we start disturbing any of the other passengers, I'll have a talk with Colonel Tolliver. I know he's a phony. I'll go back to your seat, Miss Shaw, and pretend to be asleep.
Very well, Mr. Hood, and thank you.
And Jane, you pretend to be preoccupied with your coffee jug. I don't want him to smell a rat.
Like you are, Mr. Hood.
Colonel Tolliver.
Did you address me, sir?
Yes.
Oh, it's Mr. Gregory Hood, my friend from the airport. Sit down, sir.
I can't, Colonel. I need your help.
My help, sir?
A man's fainted in the restroom. I can't get him out by myself. I wonder if you'd come back there and give me a hand?
Why, of course, sir. Colonel Tolliver, Virginia, is never one to refuse a helping hand, sir.
Thank you, Colonel. Here we are, Colonel.
Well, Colonel, I do hope that... Oh, there's no one here, sir.
Just the 2 of us. It's cozier that way, Colonel.
Mr. Hood, sir, this is an outrage. You all is no gentleman.
And you all is no southerner. You all is a jewel thief.
If I were a younger man, sir, I'd
skip it, and tell me where you've hidden the ice.
I'll repeat, sir.
If you're not going to play ball, you fugitive from Central Casting, I'm going to search you. As you pointed out, I'm younger than you all are, and I don't think you can do anything about it.
Yes, I can, Hood. I've got a gun on me.
Yeah, you're not very handy with that gun, are you? Thanks, I'll take care of it. Why do you wear a shoulder holster when you can't draw fast?
What do you want, Hood?
Goodbye, Virginia, Brooklyn, here I come. I want Miss Shaw's diamond. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, reach up your hands. That's it. Now turn around. Now start your striptease, brother, and don't bother to get coy about it. Come on. Off with your coat and toss it back to me. There. Thanks.
What, somebody's going to teach you a lesson one of these days.
I regard my schooling as adequate, thank you. Now the best.
Okay, Hood. You win this time. Diamond's in the vest pocket.
So it is. By the way, Colonel, what's your real name?
John Joe.
What an unusual moniker.
What are you going to do, Hood?
Return this diamond to Miss Shaw. The rest is up to her. Now I'll leave you to make yourself a little more presentable. I'll keep your revolver. Don't try and run away, will you? We're about 2 miles above the earth, you know.
Read it, Hood. The sense of humor doesn't appeal to me.
Why, Colonel Tolliver, sir, you all is no gentleman. Yes, Jane, I got it.
Oh, wonderful. Perhaps you can persuade Miss Shaw not to be prosecuted. Our airline would certainly appreciate it if you didn't. The publicity would be bad.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, I'm so grateful to you.
Oh, hello, Terry.
Mr. Hood, what's happened?
Call me Gregory, won't you? After all, I have a present for you.
Oh, you recovered it. Gregory.
Yes, here you are. It was reposing in the vest pocket of the so-called Colonel Tolliver. You're sure it's the same stone?
Of course I am. Gregory, I'm so grateful to you.
Grateful enough enough not to prosecute the thief?
Oh, I won't prosecute him. I've got the diamond back. That's all that matters.
Good girl. I'll go and tell Jane that the fine name of Continental Airlines has been saved, and I'll let the colonel know that he can stop trying to make a parachute out of his shirt.
Gregory, how can I repay you?
Well, Terry, I can think of an appropriate reward.
Oh? What is it?
Your lipstick still intrigues me, you know.
Does it? Well, then why not do something about it, Greg?
Thanks, Terry. I rather think I will. Wake up, Sandy. We're coming into the airport at Chicago.
Oh, are we, Greg?
Yes.
Oh, my. Well, Greg. A nice, quiet trip after all.
Oh, yes, very quiet. All that's happened since you've been asleep is that a diamond's been stolen from a very beautiful girl. I've just recovered it for her. Her gratitude was boundless.
A diamond was stolen?
Oh, Greg, you're kidding. I'm perfectly serious.
Well, tell me about it.
Okay, and I'll start at the most interesting point. As you know, in my trade, I've had to develop a good eye for gems. And I'll swear by my old father's finest brandy that the diamond which I recovered is not the same stone as the one that was stolen.
No?
Sandy, this case has only just started. You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second. And right now is a swell time for me to tell everyone who enjoys good food how to make chicken taste even better. And that is, serve it with Petri California Sauterne. Ah, yes, a glass of Petri Sauterne and chicken fried till it's crispy and brown, or roasted with a savory stuffing. What a combination. Petri Sauterne, you know, is an unusual white wine, beautifully golden in color. And what a flavor that Petri Sauterne has. Subtle, intriguing, really delicious. Believe me, you don't know how good chicken can be, or for that matter, how good fish and seafood can be, until you've served them with Petri Sauterne. And just make sure it is Petri Sauterne, because all Petri wines are good wines. Well, Greg, you had me fooled there. I thought your story was nearly over. So there were two diamonds involved. Yes, Harry, and one of them was still at large, the one that I'd seen originally in Miss Shaw's pendant. But why did she claim the wrong diamond as hers? That's what I had to find out, Harry, and that's why, as we filed out of the plane for a half-an-hour stop at Chicago, I tapped the supposed Colonel Pollitt on the shoulder. Huh? Leave me alone, Hood. He won't prosecute. You got nothing on me. My friend here is an attorney. What do you say, Sandy?
Well, maybe we could get him on carrying a concealed weapon, eh?
You guys lay off of it. Then tell me one thing, my fine, spurious Virginia ham. You know darn well that the diamond I listed out to you was not stolen from that girl. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, yes, you do, but once I'd found it, you didn't protest. Obviously, its true origin won't bear going into. But why did the girl... I said to leave me alone. I don't know anything.
Well, that's the last we see of the Colonel. Stewart has told me Chicago's his destination.
But the girl's going on to New York. Somewhere between here and there, I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, Greg, leave well enough alone. You were probably wrong, and it was the same diamond.
Sandy, all my bloodhound instincts are at work. In the meanwhile, though, I'll take advantage of being on terra firma again and light this pipe. Hey, what's going on over there? Huh?
Looks like a fight.
Well, come on, Sandy. Why, it's Terry Shaw. Somebody slugged her.
Stewardess is bending over.
Jane, what happened?
That Colonel Tolliver. He struck Miss Shaw, snatched her bag, and got away.
And that bag had the diamond in it. Let's see if we can catch him, Sandy.
Not a chance. There he goes, Drake. Off the fence and into a waiting car.
All part of a prearranged plan, darn it. Let's get to a phone and call the police. Is she going to be all right, Jane?
Yes, she's just fainted.
Oh, well, look after her. We'll get to the nearest phone.
Very well, Mrs. Wood.
We've got to try and head him off, Sandy.
Yeah, sure, but how? We haven't got the license number of the car. We don't even know what he looks like under those false whiskers.
I know, but he must be a known criminal in Chicago. I wonder if... Sandy, we watched him at the airport bar in San Francisco. Which hand was he using to hold his glass?
Which hand?
Yeah.
The right.
Exactly. And yet his revolver was in a shoulder holster under the right armpit for the left hand.
Ambidextrous, huh? Then you better let me get on that phone.
Why?
You know your methods, Greg. Find out what you need to know and ask the right guy. Okay. There's a lawyer friend of mine who knows every crook in Chicago. At this hour, I should find him at Joe the Angel City Hall Bar. Give me a nickel, Greg.
What?
This is Hood Company business.
Joe the Angel City Hall Bar. The Angel speaking.
Is John J. Malone there?
Oh, sure. It's for you, Mr. Malone.
Okay, slide the phone over, Angel.
Malone speaking.
This is Sanderson Taylor.
Sandy, how are you? Georgia.
I'm on my way through to New York. Say, listen, Malone, I need some help.
And I need a fee. Bear that in mind, Sandy. What's your problem?
Well, Greg and I are on the trail of a jewel thief. All I can tell you is that he's ambidextrous and he's a rotten actor.
Where does the acting come in?
He's been posing as a Southern colonel, and it was a most unconvincing performance.
Oh, I know the man. That's an old trick of his. His name is Keister, better known as Ice Keister. I've defended him 5 times and got him off 4. What's he been up to?
Well, he made a snatch and grab out here at the airport a few minutes ago. Say, does he have a hideout near here?
Yes, back of a warehouse on the city road. It's just a shack kitty-cornered across from a bar called Purple Cow.
Purple Cow. Well, fine. Much obliged, Malone. I'll see you on the way back.
Fine. I hope you catch him, Sandy.
Yeah, so do we.
Yeah, but my motives are different. If you catch him, he'll be sure to hire me. And that blonde hat-shake girl at the casino has such expensive taste. So long, Sandy. Well, there's the Purple Cow.
Uh-huh. And here's the warehouse. Malone said his hideout was at the back of it.
Come on, then.
You still have his revolver?
Yes, I'll keep it handy. I'm afraid he'll feel a little frustrated when he sees us again.
This must be the shack, then.
Yes. No lights on. Maybe he's not coming here after all.
He might have driven around to shake off anyone tailing him, and we've gotten here first.
Could be. But don't take any chances. Come on. Front door's locked.
This window's open.
Yeah. We can lift the lower sash. There we are. Now, behind me. Take it easy. Don't make too much noise.
I'll strike a match, Greg.
Keep it below window level. We don't want to advertise our presence. Well, I guess this is what passes for the living room. Let's sit down and wait for a minute.
Here's the car now, Greg. And it's turning into the arch.
Yes, it's him all right. We've timed this perfectly, Sandy.
Got your gun handy?
It's pointing straight at the front door.
Much more, Jake. I realize that this hood guy's feeling pretty darn stupid right now.
He doesn't feel so bad, Colonel Ice Keister.
Good.
Up with your hands, you all. We're going to prefer charges this time, Keister. A little matter of assault at the airport.
But for Pete's sake, how did you track me here?
I have an overdeveloped bump of location. And now, boys, you can tell us the way to the nearest police station. And I'm sure you won't need a street guide to do it.
Continental Airlines, Flight 234 for New York, loading in 10 minutes at Gate 4.
Well, how convenient that the plane was delayed half an hour. They might have gone off without us. As it is, we've time for a drink. What'll it be?
Well, I'll have a glass of sherry.
2 dry sherries, please.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Greg, you still think there was another diamond?
I know there was, Sandy.
Where the heck is it?
I wish I knew. Well, hello. Look who's coming in.
Oh, well, it's Miss Shaw.
Oh, Gregory, you really are wonderful. If you would have told me you got my purse back.
Yes, Terry, and the diamond. Do you care for a drink? We're not loading for 10 minutes.
What are you having?
Sherry.
I'll have the same.
Make that 3 sherries, please. Coming up.
I feel it, Miss Shaw. That blow didn't do any visible damage.
Well, I think I just fainted with fright. Well, I must say my chin's awfully sore.
Oh, I'm glad you're all right, Terry. Oh, Sandy, do you have some tobacco?
Yeah.
In the midst of all this excitement, I've forgotten to have that pipe I promised myself. Have time for at least a third of the pipe full before we get on the plane.
Before you light that monstrosity, I've got a reward to give you for getting my bag back. Can you head a moment, Mr. Taylor, please?
Oh, dear me. Yes, good.
Aren't you afraid of shocking the barkeep, Terry?
His back's turned. Gregory.
Turn around, Sandy. This is interesting, Miss Shaw. Your lips might make a man forget almost anything, but I think it's a little odd that the girl I'm kissing should reach for the pipe in my breast pocket.
What are you talking about, Greg?
You'll soon see. I'll smoke that pipe now, at last.
But Gregory...
Yes?
Well,
No, don't worry, darling. The heat won't damage your dime.
Well, Greg, what do you mean?
Look at the result of my fondness for outsized pipe bowls. See what's been hiding in here, Sandy?
Oh, great Scott. It's the original diamond.
Sure it is. This cunning young lady went to the front of the cabin to return a magazine, she said. Actually, she slipped the diamond out of its setting, hid it in the bowl of my pipe while I was sleeping, and then reported it stolen.
You must admit it was clever, Greg.
Oh, it was brilliant. Too bad your cleverness has led you on the wrong side of the law.
Yes, but Greg, why?
Well, think what she accomplished. The searching of the colonel and the acquisition of his diamond.
And she did write that message in lipstick.
Sure, she put the finger on the colonel, knowing that he'd thereby become the first suspect. The prettiest hijacking trick I've ever seen.
I was rather proud of it.
You knew that Feaster was carrying the loot from San Francisco to Chicago, and you devised this plot whereby I, in person, should lift the loot from him and return it to you.
Yes, but the original diamond, the one that she took out of her pendant and hid in your pipe while you were asleep.
She knew that she'd intrigued me sufficiently to find an opportunity to get it back before I discovered it.
Darn it, Greg, you ruined a beautiful plan.
Well, a young woman, in all my experience in law, I've never seen such complete self-possession. Well, you're an admitted thief. Have you no conscience?
Absolutely none. What are you going to do, Greg?
The original diamond is presumably yours. You may keep it here. The other diamond, the one I listed from Keister, I shall return to the San Francisco police. Doubtless they'll know where it came from.
And what are you going to do? Not me.
Sandy, you're my attorney. I imagine we can prosecute, can't we?
Oh, yes, we can, but I know what happened. She'd simply say she'd made a mistake in identifying the jewel, smile at the jury, cross her legs a couple of times, and walk out.
Here's your drink, folks. Oh, yes, thank you. Well, you asked me what I'm going to do with you, Terry. I'm neither a representative of the law or a moralist. But if you do get away with this, I warn you, I shall be on your trail.
Oh, sounds cozy.
Crime really doesn't pay, darling. I'll make it my mission to prove that fact to you.
Oh, conscientious, aren't you?
In the meanwhile, I'm going to drink a toast to you. I pledge the good fortune which has presented me with such an ingenious and attractive criminal antagonist. It's been fun crossing swords with you.
Thank you, sir. And I shall drink to return engagement, Gregory.
And I shall drink to the amazing good fortune that has enabled Gregory Hood and Company to be successful when it's headed by sentimental idiots.
Amen to that, Sandy.
That was a swell story, Greg, but, say, do you really think you'll see her again?
Absolutely. There was one little thing I did to make sure of it.
You wouldn't by some chance mean that bit of romancing you handed out as a surefire way to bring her back.
Harry, that's the obvious way.
Okay, you were more subtle. What?
It's only my deep friendship that leads me to setting things up for you like this, Harry. Remember that drink I bought her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it wasn't ice water, old man.
Smart stuff, Gregory. And if she's as smart as she seemed, she knows that the Petri wine you undoubtedly bought her is good wine. Why, it's got to be. Look at the long years of skill and experience that go into its making. The Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed down from father to son, from father to son. So you can see why the Petri business has grown and grown, so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemakers. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Greg, what page of the case book are you turning to for next week's story?
A page that has the heading, The Adventure of the Venerable Thugs. It concerns a certain hilarious convention that took place in San Francisco and a strange series of happenings that lead a crooked trail to murder.
See you next Monday, Greg. And the Monday after that, no doubt.
Harry, what do you suppose you'll be doing 10 years from now?
Oh, what?
Oh, now, don't mind me. I was just musing about all the people who will have their dreams realized 10 years from now. You know, a college education for their children, or a new home, or maybe a trip abroad.
A rich uncle?
Exactly, Harry. A rich Uncle Sam who's going to pay them $4 for every $3 they put into savings bonds today. Really, I can't think of a better way to invest your money than in United States savings bonds. Good night.
Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Gene Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Trigger Man.
He was young, brilliant, confident. He had everything it takes to make a successful lawyer. But no matter how you looked at it, law school graduates were a dime a dozen, regardless of how brilliant and confident they were. And Stella and the baby had to eat. So that's why Martin Lane took his first case from Branch Malone, the gambler, and got an acquittal for him, the first of a long line of acquittals. Yes, his old classmates threw up their hands, said he was selling his soul to the devil, but there was good money in it. And he kept telling himself he had to get a start somewhere, so he kept right on getting acquittals for Branch, and the money kept rolling in. But it had to end sometime, Martin. There had to be a payoff eventually.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Very well. The clerk will record the verdict of the jury. The defendant is discharged from custody. Jury dismissed for the day. Court stands adjourned till tomorrow. Oh, Mr. Lane.
You wanted me, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lane. I wanted to compliment you on the way you handled the case.
Well, I did my best, Your Honor.
It was more than enough.
Is that all, sir?
Mr. Lane, I know it isn't any business of mine.
What's that?
There's something I'd like to caution you about.
Oh?
I don't like to see a clean-cut young fellow like you getting mixed up regularly with an out-and-out criminal like Branch Malone.
I appreciate your interest in me, Your Honor, but I'm afraid
You're not impressed. Is that it? You've got what it takes, Mr. Lane. But I've seen it happen time and again. A boy gets a start, wants to go places, gets mixed up with a criminal crowd, and it's all over.
Is that all, Your Honor?
Yes, Lane, that's all.
Very well. Good day.
Good day.
Hello, Lane.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
You know, sometimes I'm sorry I'm on the force.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fussing around with the small stuff like homicides when I could be doing some great work like you are. Upholding the right. Rushing to defend poor innocent little guys like Branch Malone.
Well, there seems to be lecture day at the Hall of Justice.
Justice? You can buy and sell it like a sack of potatoes.
You better run along, Radigan. I've got an appointment.
Yeah, I saw him. Malone the Mighty. He's waiting outside for your payoff.
Okay, Radigan.
Just a minute, Martin. I got a tip for you about cops. Don't give us the brush off because one of these days you're going to need us. Guys who play bang-bang with the big boys usually do.
Suppose we make that our little thought for the day.
All right, Martin. It's all right.
Yes, Martin, you're on your way, aren't you? Another acquittal. Another $500 in your pocket. It doesn't matter much where it comes from, does it? His money's as good as anybody's. And that night, as you sit in the living room reading the paper, you try and reason it through and file it away. But it keeps coming back.
Stella,
Yes, Martin?
is anything wrong?
No.
I thought something might be bothering you.
No, there's nothing, Martin.
I thought you'd be happy about the case and everything. We can buy that dining room set now.
Yes, we can.
It was an easy case. $500 for an afternoon's work. It's not bad.
No, not bad.
There's nothing to it. State's evidence was insufficient. One of their witnesses didn't show up.
Same as the time before.
Yeah.
And they found the witness at the bottom of the river 3 days later.
Well, I can't help that.
No, I suppose you can't.
Well, Stella, you're not suggesting I drop him, are you? For years I've sweated and struggled trying to make enough for you and Susan. It's my business to defend him. A lawyer isn't a criminal just because he defends a criminal. That's right, isn't it?
You're defending yourself now, aren't you?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not going through that again. I've told you 100 times. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Branch. What's up? Oh, gee, that's tough. Sure, I'll be glad to. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, I'll do it right away.
What does he want now?
He wants me to meet a friend of his and rush him home. His boy was just run over.
Oh, how terrible.
Branch isn't so good at this sort of thing. He wants me to tell the fella and take him home.
That's funny.
Don't worry, darling. You've just got the jitters. I'll be right back.
Just a little favor for Branch, Martin. It's the least you can do, isn't it? The tavern's only a few blocks away, and you arrive a few minutes later to find Mr. Williams in a booth at the rear.
Are you Mr. Williams?
What do you want?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have some bad news. You are Mr. Williams, aren't you?
What's on your mind?
Your son.
Lenny?
Yeah.
What's happened? Quick, tell me.
Now, try to be calm, Mr. Williams. He's had an accident.
What? What are you... Lenny?
He was run over.
My Lenny? How? How did it happen?
That's all I know about it. I'm terribly sorry.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to go to him.
He's home.
Oh, Lord. My poor Lenny.
If I can help you, my car's right outside.
Thanks. Come on.
Branch, what are you doing here?
Little business deal, Martin. All right, Williams, get in.
No, Branch. I'll give you every cent I've got. Please, Branch.
I heard that before. Get in.
I'll do anything you want, honest. But put that away. Don't make me. I won't, Branch. I won't get in.
Suit yourself, Williams. Oh! Get in, Martin. Hear what I said? Get in.
You shot him.
I said get in. I'll take the wheel. You're sitting kind of quiet for a lawyer.
I can't understand it, Branch.
It ain't that complicated for a man with your talent.
I put the finger on him. Who was he?
Oh, I thought I told you, Martin. He's the witness who didn't show up this afternoon.
With the prologue of The Trigger Man, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You hear people say there's a reason for everything. Well, there's certainly a reason why in just 14 years the Signal Oil Organization has grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealers serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Briefly, that reason is quality of product. 14 years ago, it was Signal Oil Company that introduced the first guaranteed anti-knock gasoline at no extra price. And since then, Signal gasoline has been constantly improved to give you the benefit of every latest development in the automotive and petroleum industry. In today's new Signal gasoline, for instance, the atoms in gasoline molecules have actually been rearranged to create amazing new power. Power that not only helps you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter anti-knock performance from your car, but also helps you go farther than ever on each gallon of Signal. So you see, there's good reason for the swing to Signal. Good reason for you to get acquainted soon with the friendly station in your neighborhood displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martin, you've discovered something, haven't you? The judge and Radigan. Even Stella tried to tell you, but you couldn't understand until now. It happened so suddenly that it stuns you. Williams is dead, and you put the finger on him, didn't you? Acted as messenger boy for Branch Malone. Stood by him like one of his gunmen while he pulled the trigger. And there's nothing you can do to make it right again. Nothing you can say to the murdered man's wife or her son or Stella.
Martin, where have you been? It's past midnight. I've been worried sick.
It's just a little business, Stella. You'd better go back to bed.
What's the matter, Martin? You're white as a sheet.
Nothing.
What was it? Tell me.
Nothing, I said. I just had a talk with Branch, that's all. Now, go to bed.
All right, Martin. I'm sorry.
There's only one thing to do now, isn't there, Martin? You're walking down a one-way street, and there's no way to turn back. You're part of the organization now. One of Branch's boys, his counselor, and the only witness living who could put a rope around his neck. And you know exactly how Branch feels about that kind of a witness. So there's nothing to do but keep your mouth shut and hope for the best. You can't face Stella the next morning at the breakfast table. So you leave the house before she wakes and go down to the office. No one's there. You try and concentrate on your work, but it's no use. Go down to the coffee shop and try to eat, but you're not hungry. Walk in the park for a while, over to the library. You can't get your mind off of it, can you? Finally, at 11 o'clock, you return and find your secretary waiting.
I've been trying to get you all morning, Mr. Lane. There was a call from Mr. Malone.
What? When?
About an hour ago. He wants you to see him.
All right. Where, at his club?
At the Hall of Justice. He was booked this morning on suspicion of murder.
What happened, Branch?
I thought you might know, Counselor.
What do you mean?
There was a tip-off last night.
What?
Yeah. Know anything about it?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Branch. Don't look at me. Well, you don't think
I didn't say nothing.
Well, listen, I'd be crazy to do anything like that, Branch.
Sure you would. That's what I told Spike.
Spike?
My trigger man, Martin. Don't believe you ever met Spike, did you?
No.
Nice guy to have on your side when you're in a spot. We were trying to figure out if any witnesses might have been around last night. Any besides you, I mean. What's the matter, Counselor?
Nothing. It's just been a little tough on me, Branch.
Sure. You know how I feel about witnesses, Martin.
Listen, believe me, I'm not going to talk. I won't say anything.
That's what I told Spike.
What do you mean?
And Spike, he said to me, don't worry if they pick you up, boss. Where there's no witnesses, there's no case. You can figure that one out for yourself, Counselor.
But, Branch...
There won't be any prosecution witnesses, Martin, because you're the only one. And you ain't going to be on the witness stand. You're going to defend me just like before. Only this time, Spike's going to be real interested in how you're doing. Get it?
Lane.
Oh, it's you, Redigan.
Didn't mean to scare you like that, Martin. A little jumpy, aren't you?
What do you want?
Get it all settled with a big boy? Heard you just had a chat with him down in his cell. Did he put the heat on?
I'm sorry, Redigan. I haven't got time to stand
Yeah,
around.
I know. You're a busy man. You haven't got time to think about little things. Like a guy suddenly not showing up at home and his wife trying to explain it to his kid. What does your wife think of that, Martin? What does she think when she looks at your kid?
Cut it, will you?
Okay. Just had to speak my little piece. But I just want to tell you, you're playing with dynamite this time, Sonny. Your friend knows all his blue chips are on the table, and whoever put the finger on Williams in that bar is the guy who's going to hang him. And this time, so help me, the witness won't disappear.
What are you getting at, Redigan?
I think you know enough about this case to hang Malone, and I think you'll come through for us. And when you do, it's going to be dangerous.
Why are you telling me all this?
I want you to know why I'm putting a tail on you.
What?
One of my men's going to watch you day and night, and if you know what's good for you, you won't try and give him the slip.
Is this for my protection?
Right. Like I said, Martin, this time the witness isn't going to disappear.
That puts it up to you, doesn't it, Martin? You can take your choice. Go along with Branch and toss the rest of your life into the ash can. Or tell what you know and face Spike later in a dark alley somewhere. Spike will be there, too, won't he, Martin? And you won't have a chance, because you don't know him from Adam. All you know is that he's never missed yet. That when Branch gives him the order, the witness disappears. You can't eat, you can't sleep. And worst of all, you can't explain to Stella.
Martin,
Yes?
what are you going to do?
Oh, will you forget it, Stella? He's my client. I've got to defend him.
Do you?
Of course I do.
Why, Martin, you know he's guilty. Why must you involve yourself in it further? You've got a right to turn him down. He doesn't own you.
Stella, please, will you let me alone?
You're an accomplice. If you defend him, you're as guilty as he is. Where are you going?
Out. Come on, Joe. We may as well be sociable.
I'm sorry, mister. I don't
Radigan
think
told me.
Wonder why he doesn't tell me these things. By the way, my name isn't Joe.
What is it?
Ed Morris.
Okay, Ed. I saw you following me all afternoon.
Well, I thought you did.
I thought I'd walk around the block. That is, if you don't mind.
Why not?
Your boss would get a bang out of this, I suppose. Walking around together this way.
He just said to keep an eye on you. He didn't care how.
Is that all he said?
That's all. Radigan thinks you're a pretty good kid.
So what? Am I supposed to toss away the biggest case of my life just because he thinks I'm a good kid?
The guy's guilty and you know it.
What do you mean, I know it?
If you didn't know it, I wouldn't be here.
You better stick to your gumshoeing, Ed.
Okay. Say, there's a bar down the street.
I don't want to go on any bars.
Maybe it's just this bar, huh? Maybe because it's the one where William...
Did you hear what I said? I don't want to go on any bars.
All right, Martin.
I've changed my mind about taking a walk. I think I'll go home.
Yes, Martin, you're on a one-way street, a blind alley. There's no way to turn now, and there's a blank wall at the end. You've got to take the case. It's more than a matter of right and wrong. Yes, Martin. At this point, it's life or death. So you go to work on it. Visit Branch every day in his cell. Spend nights at the office preparing the case, plugging loopholes, anticipating points the prosecution is sure to bring out, making it another sure thing for Branch. You have 2 weeks until the arraignment, and Branch wants bail. 2 weeks without sleep, forgetting to eat, until you're almost ready to crack. And worst of all, you can't tell Stella. There's no way to make her understand. And then suddenly, on the night before the arraignment, you can't hold out on her any longer.
Martin, darling, you've got to tell me. You can't go on this way.
Please, Stella. There's nothing.
Are you afraid to tell me?
No,
Why did you lie to me, Martin? Why did you tell me you had nothing to do with the murder? Williams was the man you met that night, wasn't he?
Listen, Stella, you've got to forget it. please, don't even
What
think...
are you afraid of?
All right, I'll tell you. I'm the witness. I'm the only one who can hang Branch. Radigan knows it. They all do, but they have no proof. That's why that guy's always waiting for me across the street. He's a guard. All I have to do is open my mouth and I'm dead. But if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't worry, see? It's you, too, and Susan. Don't you see? He won't stop at anything. Spike Robertson's waiting for me somewhere, waiting for me to open my mouth. And if I do, the guard won't make any difference. Spike won't stop until he gets us all.
Martin,
Well, now you know it. You were right, all of you. But it's too late now.
So you're going to defend him and let it happen again and again?
Yes.
Martin, I want you to stand up at the arraignment tomorrow and tell them everything.
Don't be ridiculous.
We'll take our chances, Martin. Susan and you and I. It has to be that way, dear. If we don't, there's nothing left, don't you see?
No, I'm afraid I don't. No. You'd better go on to bed, dear.
Yeah, you and me are going to do big things together, Martin. You're a smart boy.
Branch.
Yeah?
Branch, what if I told you that when I get you out of this arraignment and this jam, it was going to be the last time?
Huh?
That if I get you out of this one, we're all washed up.
What do you mean, if, Martin?
All right, when I get you out of this one.
How long you been thinking this over?
Oh, I don't know.
'Cause I don't like it, Martin. You just don't run out on this kind of a partnership. Not when a guy knows as much as you do.
Well, I'm not going to talk if that's what's worrying you.
Oh, you're wrong, Martin. I ain't worried. And okay, it's the last time if you want it that way. Of course, you won't be taking cases from anyone else either, but if you say it's the last time, there's nothing I can do but...
What do you mean, Branch?
I ain't in charge of ending partnerships, Martin. I leave that up to Spike.
So you go into the courtroom, Martin, in half prosecution, as you think about the one-way street with Spike waiting at the end. Stella is there watching you, her face white and tense. Branch, confident, half smiling. The rest of them, Radigan, the judge, the jury, all looking at you, waiting, wondering what you'll say when the time comes. Then finally it comes, and you find yourself on your feet, going into your
May I
act.
remind the court that the so-called evidence presented by the prosecution is neither circumstantial evidence, nor is it direct evidence. It's nothing, gentlemen, but suspicion, based simply on the fact that it is alleged that my client had ample and sufficient motive to...
She's not looking at you now, Martin. She's bent over, her face in her hands. Radigan is turning away. The judge is looking down at the bench.
William's connection has yet to be demonstrated to the satisfaction of either the state or... I can't go on, Your Honor. I ask that the court disqualify me as counsel for the defense and offer myself as principal witness for the prosecution.
Martin! Oh, Martin, darling.
I knew you'd do it, kid. I knew it.
Thanks, Radigan. Thanks.
It's a new world, isn't it, Martin? There's a different feel to the sidewalk under your feet as you start home late that night after filing your statement with the district attorney's office. The streets are bare and deserted. Just you and Ed Morris, Radigan's guard.
Well, I missed you when I left the courthouse, Ed.
I was there, don't worry.
Well, looks like you've got a job on your hands now.
I'm ready. That was quite a thing you pulled. I thought Malone was going to pass out in his chair.
You know, it's funny, Ed. And now that it's over, I'm not scared at all.
They sent 2 men along with your wife. Stake out at your house, you know.
Yeah. Is this the car?
Yeah. Hop in.
Spike.
Yeah, that's right. Spike.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a question. How much longer will your car last? Well, the answer to that question depends pretty much on the care your car gets. That's why the extra care of Signal double-check lubrication is really more important to you now than ever before. You see, when your Signal dealer lubricates your car, in order to make doubly sure that not a single part can be missed, he uses the famous Signal check chart, on which the maker of your car shows every lubrication point. And your Signal dealer checks each point against this chart not just once, but twice to make double sure. What's more, he uses 9 special types of Signal lubricants, so each part on your car gets the exact type of protection it needs. Yes, there is a difference in a Signal double-check lubrication, a difference that can spell longer, trouble-free miles for your car. If it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since last lubrication, there's no better life assurance you can give your car than to drive into one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign for a Signal double-check lubrication. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martin, Branch didn't waste any time, did he? 2 shots, and your guard lies dead at your feet. You look at the killer standing in front of you, the gun still smoking in his hand. There's nothing you can do, no way to turn. 10, maybe 15 minutes left to live. Long enough for him to take you to a lonely spot on the highway and make another witness disappear. Then, strangely, you find yourself thinking of the deposition, safe in the district attorney's office. And, stranger still, you discover you still aren't afraid.
No use checking him. He's dead.
Yeah. I don't miss very often.
Oh, what do we do now?
Well, maybe we better get in the car and hustle him over to the morgue.
What are you talking about?
That's what we usually do with the stiffs.
I don't get it, Spike.
Spike?
Yeah?
You know Radigan was putting a tail on you, didn't you?
Well, sure I did, but...
That's me, Stanley, DA's office. The guy in the gutter you've been palling around with for 2 weeks is Spike.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, written by Harold Swanton from an idea by Robert and Beatrice Gruskin, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. For you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, we present one of America's top spine tinglers. A radio rebroadcast of a program dedicated to the mysterious, the unusual, and sometimes the supernatural. A program of suspense.
The producer of Suspense asks you to almost believe that the following is true. Very well. Standing beside me, surrounded by 2 guards, is a man who in a few short hours is to be put to death in the electric chair. His last request to the warden was that he be allowed to speak on this program and reveal what he calls some startling information. The warden naturally turned to us, and we at once complied, anxious at all times to do anything, however strange, that will hold our listeners in suspense. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking correctly?
Yes, right here, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast will never be completed. I'm going to tell you a story. This story involves a number of famous and influential people here as well as abroad. These people have received warning from me, and I'm sure all of them are making it a point to listen to me now. I shall not name these great, these rich, these influential gentlemen until my story is over. They will recognize the story, they will remember me, they will take the necessary steps for my reprieve. I shall expect a full pardon and safe conduct to a neutral country. These are my terms. I shall expect word of this to be brought to this studio during this broadcast. But as I have warned you, this broadcast will never be finished. You will never hear those names. It is certain my price will be paid. I am presently under sentence of death for my activities in the matter of refueling German submarines in the Caribbean. My full confession has been reproduced in the popular press. You have read it and you know the details. It is the least ingenious of my exploits and my first failure. So much for it. The story I shall tell you tonight occurred many years ago, but concerns, as I have said, many now living. It will interest you, I hope. I know it will interest them. Very well, then. On the 3rd of June, 1925, in Liverpool, a man who gave his name as Monsieur Louis Caratel asked to see Mr. James Bland, the superintendent of the London and West Coast Railway. He was a small man, this Caratel, middle-aged, darkened, with a stoop so pronounced that it suggested some deformity of the spine. He was accompanied by a friend, a man of imposing physique who, from his swarthy complexion, was probably either a Spaniard or a South American. It turned out later that his name was Gomez. One peculiarity was observed in him. He carried in his left hand, fastened to his wrist by a strap, a small leather dispatch case. No importance was attached to this fact at the time, but later events endowed it with much significance. Monsieur Caratel was shown to Mr. Bland's office while his companion remained outside.
How do you do, monsieur? My name is Louis Caratel.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I have just arrived from Central America this afternoon. It is extremely urgent that I reach Paris without a moment's delay.
Paris, eh? It's too bad. Just missed the London Express.
I am not interested in the London Express. Could you provide me with a special train?
Yes, I think that could be arranged. Oh, it's quite an expensive proposition.
Money is of a small importance, monsieur. Time is everything. If you can arrange a special for me in a hurry, you may make your own terms.
Very well. Mr. Hood, will you step over here a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Bland.
Mr. Hood, here's our traffic manager, Mr. Caratel.
Mr. Caratel.
Hood, I want you to arrange a special for him. He's going to Paris. How's the line? Can you fix him up in a hurry?
Why, yes, I believe so, Mr. Bland. The line is clear through Manchester, and engine 247 at the Rochdale is on the tracks now. It could be ready, say, in 15 minutes.
Good. Who's available for the trip?
Engineer Smith, sir. And I can put James McPherson on as conductor.
Well, there you are, Mr. Caratel. Simple as that. Attend to everything right away, will you, Hood?
Yes,
sir. These men, Monsieur Smith and,
McPherson?
McPherson, are they trustworthy?
Oh, yes. Of course. McPherson's been with the company for years, and I'm sure Smith, although new, is an expert engineer.
Bien. Thank you, monsieur. I am deeply indebted. You have been most considerate.
At 4:31 exactly by the station clock, the special train with Caratel and Gomez steamed out of the Liverpool station. The line at that time was clear and there should have been no stoppage between Manchester. At 6:15, considerable surprise and some consternation was caused among the officials at Liverpool by the receipt of a wire from Manchester to say that the special had not yet arrived. An inquiry directed at once to St. Helens, which is a third of the way between the two cities, elicited the following reply.
To James Bland, Superintendent, Liverpool. Special passed here at 4:52. Well up to time. Dowser, St. Helens.
The wire was received at 6:40. At 6:50, a second message was received from Manchester.
No sign of special as advised by you.
And then, 10 minutes later, a third, more bewildering.
Presume some mistake is proposed running of special. Local train from St. Helens, timed to follow it, has just arrived and has seen nothing of it. Kindly wire advices. Manchester.
The matter was assuming a most amazing aspect. Although in some respects the last telegram was a relief to the authorities at Liverpool. If an accident had occurred to the special, it seemed hardly possible that the local train could have passed down the same line without observing it. And yet, what was the alternative? Where could the train be? A telegram was dispatched to each of the stations between St. Helens and Manchester, and the superintendent and his traffic manager waited in the utmost suspense at the instrument for the series of replies. The answers came back in the order of questions, which was the order of the stations, beginning at St. Helens.
Special passed here 5 o'clock. Collins Green.
Special passed here 5:06. Earlstown.
Special passed here 5:10. Newton.
Special passed here 5:20. Kenyon Junction.
No special train has passed here. Barton Moss.
Hood, this is unique in my 30 years of experience.
I can't understand it, Mr. Bland. The special has gone wrong between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss.
And yet there's no siding between the two stations. Special must have run off the rails, jumped the track.
But how could the 450 Parliamentary pass over the same line without seeing it?
There's no alternative, Hood. Absolutely must be so. Possibly the local may have observed something which may throw some light on the matter. We'll wire to Manchester for more information, and to Kenyon Junction with instructions that the line be examined intently as far as Barton Moss.
The answer from Manchester came within a few minutes.
No news of missing special. Driver and guard of local train positive no accident between Kenyon Junction and Barton Moss. Line quite clear and no sign of anything unusual. Manchester.
This is lunacy, Hood. Does a train vanish into thin air in England in broad daylight? The thing's preposterous. An engine, a tender, car, 5 human beings, and all lost on a straight line of railway. It's impossible.
A month elapsed, during which both the police and the company prosecuted their inquiries without the slightest success. Mr. Bland, at the end of this period, offered his resignation. It was accepted. The affair remained unsolved. A reward was offered and a pardon promised in case of crime, but they were both unclaimed. Every day the public opened their papers with the conviction that so grotesque a mystery would at last be solved, but week after week passed by, and the solution remained as far off as ever. Then a new and most unexpected incident occurred. This was nothing less than the receipt by Mrs. McPherson of a letter from her husband, James McPherson, who had been conductor of the missing train. The letter, which was dated July 5, 1925, was posted from Mozambique, Portuguese East Africa, and came to hand upon the July 14th.
My dear wife, I've been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to give you up. I try to fight against it, but it will always come back to me. I send you some money, which will change into 20 English pounds. This should be enough to bring you here. Things are very difficult with me at present, and I'm not very happy, finding it so hard to give you up. So no more at present. From your loving husband, James McPherson.
the time, it was confidently anticipated that the letter would lead to the clearing up of the whole incident. As directed, Mrs. McPherson sailed to Portuguese East Africa. She stayed in Mozambique for some time, but heard nothing from the missing man. Finally, she returned to Liverpool, and so the matter stood. And has continued to stand right up to the present moment. Incredible as it may seem, nothing has transpired during those 18 years which has shed the least light upon the extraordinary disappearance of the special train which contained Monsieur Caratel and his companion, Mr. Gomez, and McPherson, the conductor, Smith, the engineer, the fireman named Slater. And now, after all this time, I shall clear up the entire affair. And unless I hear from those so highly respectable gentlemen who were my employers and who are completely implicated in the crime, unless I hear from them before I'm finished, their names will be revealed on this broadcast. Take final warning, gentlemen. You know I mean what I say. If you are smart, you are at this moment arranging my reprieve. I must remind you, time is short. You have just 6 minutes. Now, for the interest of my other listeners, I shall resume the story of the lost special. In a word, there was a famous trial in Paris in the year 1925, perhaps you recall it, in connection with a monstrous scandal in politics and finance. How monstrous that scandal was can never be known except by such confidential agents as myself. At stake were the honor and careers of many of the chief men of Europe and the United States. A secret committee was formed to manage the business. Some subscribed to the committee who hardly understood what were its objects, but others understood very well. They can rely upon it that I have not forgotten their names. Do you think I could forget your names, gentlemen? You pillars of the community, great, rich, respected, honorable men. Do you remember that day in May 1925? The fashionable country club, remember? And the golf game that was played there that spring morning? Ladies and gentlemen, that was the strangest golf game ever played in the history of the world.
Oh, Rat, look at that drive. I've been playing badly all morning.
You topped it, Senator. Perhaps you're a little nervous.
I beg your pardon?
May I join your game?
Well, I'm not sure.
Not sure of what? Of me? Promise you, gentlemen, you can be very sure of me. I'm the man you're supposed to meet. The distinguished congressman here can vouch for me.
Yeah, he's the one, all right.
Yes.
This is Delerniak. Mr. Delerniak, may I present
My name is not really Delerniak, gentlemen, but I am sure that bothers you no less than it does me. Besides, there is no need for introductions. I know everyone present by sight and by reputation. My drive, I believe. Thank you. Not so good. 200 and, about 50 yards. I hope I'm not going to continue in this way.
You're sure we can talk safely here, Frank? How do we know
Please
that...
set your mind at ease. We shan't be overheard in the middle of a golf course. There is no convenient hiding place here for dictaphones, even in the rough, where I notice you're playing the greater part of your game, Senator. You must be nervous this morning.
I know, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Well, it's not the superlative course you are accustomed to on your own enormous California estate, sir, but it's going to have to serve our particular purpose. Oh, by the way, let me compliment you on the way you've had your syndicate of newspapers handle the recent strike situation and the editorial which appeared under your own signature this morning. Yes, well calculated to stir up trouble with the labor.
Let's get on with our business. Yes, Mr. Delerniak...
At your service, sir. And may I suggest we continue our game? I know the absence of caddies is an inconvenience.
Mr. Delerniak,
Certainly.
in June, a month from now in Paris, there will be a most important trial.
Ah, yes.
During its progress...
pardon me, are you referring to the Serinsky trial?
Yes. You know about it, then?
Well, certain interesting details. I know something about it. It's my business, after all, to keep myself informed about these matters. It is not for nothing that I am known as the most...
Let me continue, please.
Provocateur.
This trial, I'm
Yes.
speaking in the utmost confidence, you understand. This trial could, if certain evidence were introduced, could have a very serious effect upon the prestige and standing of some most important men.
I'm sure
In
of
fact, it could even...
You're shivering, Senator. You find it cold out here?
No, No, get on with it, Frank. Get to the point. For heaven's sake, please.
The evidence which one man could bring to the trial could ruin these men. Without it, the trial will collapse for want of facts. But if this one man arrives in Paris,
Quite evidently, you do not wish him to arrive in Paris.
No.
Gentlemen, you have come to the man. This sounds indeed like the sort of thing which no one in the world can manage with such skill and success as myself. I must admit, however, that my services come rather high.
Well,
it's only natural, since there is only
the
one.
money makes no difference. We have formed a group, a committee, and we have the command of an unlimited amount of money. Absolutely
good.
unlimited, you
We
hear.
will name people and places now. Who is the gentleman whose appearance in Paris would cause such regrettable embarrassment?
His name is Caratal, Louis Caratal. He knows everything. He has papers,
Yes,
documents,
I
all the
understand.
evidence.
Where is this Monsieur Caratel at
Well,
present?
he's sailing from somewhere in Central America within the next few days. That much we know.
Good. Central America. I have an excellent man down there in Central America. This Caratel, you know anything about him, his personal habits?
No, very little. He's a small man, dark. He has a bodyguard, a great big bruiser named Lopez
Let
Gomez
me see,
or
from
something
Central
like that.
America, that would be the Americano Tropicano.
No, but those are
line
my
there.
ships. You
Trips all commence at Liverpool, I believe. That's where the ships dock, and our famous trial is to begin in 3 weeks. That would mean that Monsieur Caratel would go directly to London, and I imagine that once there he would be heavily guarded, since it can be no surprise to him that you gentlemen are not without connections in the British capital.
That's good, clean
You see,
thinking.
this is not so simple as some of my other exploits. A simple assassination. There's your ball, sir. You're playing a Dunlop 38, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, yes, to be sure, yes.
Quite. As I said, a simple assassination, the usual clumsy job, will not do here. The documents might, after all, be found. The bodyguard might survive somehow, and then we have accomplished nothing, not so?
Yes.
Are you going to play?
Yes, of course.
Topped it again, I'm afraid. Shall we proceed? I already have 3 plans in my head, gentlemen. I have a plan for nailing him at the Central American port from which he embarks. I have a plan for his disposal aboard the ship. But in each of these cases, I, Delerniac, will be unable to be present, so there is the chance of failure. I will think of a 3rd plan, gentlemen. I shall sail immediately to Liverpool. On my way there, sitting on the deck in the May sunshine, I shall conceive my 3rd plan. It must be something special. Something very special. There I am. Is this your famous water hazard? Well, I think a number 7 iron will do it. And thus I undertook to bring about the complete destruction of Monsieur Caratel, his bodyguard companion, Gomez, and his documents. Plan 1 was already out the window, as I found out the next day.
Delerniac, White Sulphur Springs, Virginia. Baby Lou, unable to sleep last few nights, have sent him to visit Aunt Henriette. Will rejoin him on 21st. Love, Jenny.
This telegram from Matagalpa conveyed to me the information that Caratel, possibly sensing danger, had moved from his hotel and gone to stay with friends until his ship sailed. So it was impossible to carry out the idea of the fire in the hotel. His ship leaving on the 21st was the Henriette. On my 4th day at sea, I heard from her.
Delernac, Baron Carrier. Ship-to-ship communication from Henriette, Tropicana line. Presented Grace your box of chocolates. Louise has given up candy for Lent. Grace still wants us all together for 29th birthday party. Will be really special. Ralph.
This meant that poison had been given to Gomez, the bodyguard, in an effort to get him at least out of the way. He had been unable to succumb to it. He'd thrown off the effects, and is evidenced by the report that we would all be together on the 29th. Now, Caratel had refused to eat the food containing the poison. So much for Plan 2, which was not worthy of me anyway, since there was always the possibility of the bodies being found in the ocean. The man Gomez was carrying the documents in a dispatch case strapped to his wrist, and I must tell you something now. I was glad, mind you, that we had failed so far, for the plan I had conceived on the night I arrived in Liverpool was so magnificent, so absolutely unprecedented in the annals of crime, that I owed it to myself, to my employers, and to history to carry it through. The inspiration came from the words in the code telegram which indicated that Cartel would arrive in London and hire a special train there to convey him from Liverpool. My British agent, Mr. Moore, and I contrived to buy over several officials of the railway. Now, here begins the story. First, the division head, who helped us employ James McPherson, whom we contrived to be the conductor of any special train we designated. Then further, at a sum that would make them independent for life, we bought over an engine driver named Oswald Smith and the fireman John Slater. These men, we arranged with the division head, would be assigned to whatever special train was hired by Cartel. On the afternoon of June 3rd, as I was sitting in my room at the inn at Barton Moss, the call I had been awaiting came through. It was McPherson reporting.
Hello, Mr. Delanyak. We shall be leaving in a few minutes. He's hired the special.
Good.
Smith will be engine driver and Slater fireman. And of course, I'll be in charge.
What about Moore? Will he be aboard?
Afraid not, sir. He gave them quite a story about having to reach his sick wife and all. But Caratal would have none of it. You said, though, sir, that it didn't matter.
It does not matter. What time will you pass Kenyon Junction?
Let me see, sir. If we leave the next few minutes, we should be there at 5:10.
5:10.
It's a 49-minute run, sir.
45 minutes. I can make it, but delay all you can before you start.
Yes, sir. I guess it's all up to you from now on. Best of luck, sir. Oh, here they come, sir. Goodbye.
And now I went to work. Everything had been prepared for days before, and only the finishing touches were needed. The sidetrack, just before Barton Moss, leading to the abandoned Heartsease mine, had once joined the main line, but it had been disconnected when the mine had been worked out some years before. We had only to replace a few rails to connect it once more. With my small but competent band of workers, we had everything ready well before the special arrived. When it did arrive, it ran off upon the small sideline so easily that the jolting of the switch points appears to have been entirely unnoticed by the two travelers. So, now I have our special train upon the small line which leads, or rather used to lead, to the abandoned mine. You will ask how it is that no one saw the train upon this unused line. I answer that along its entire length it runs through a deep cutting, and that unless someone had been on the edge of that cutting, he could not have seen it. There was someone on the edge of that cutting. I was there. And now I will tell you what I saw. The moment the train was fairly on the sideline, Smith slowed down the engine, and then having turned it on full speed ahead, he and McPherson, with Slater the fireman, sprang off before it was too late. It may be that it was this slowing down which first attracted the attention of the travelers, but the train was running at top speed before their heads appeared at the open window. It makes me smile to think how bewildered they must have been. What a catch must have come to their breath as it flashed upon them, that it was not Manchester that was awaiting them, but death. The train was now running at frantic speed, rolling and rocking over the rotten, rusty line, while the wheels made a frightful screaming sound on the corroded surface. I was close to them and could see their faces. Caratel was praying, I think. There was something like a rosary dangling out of his hand. The other, Gomez, roared like a bull, but was drowned out by the incredible noise of the train. He saw me standing on the bank, and when he realized he couldn't be heard, he beckoned to me like a madman, tearing at his wrist and hurling the dispatch box out of the window in my direction. Of course, his meaning was obvious. Here was the evidence that they would promise to be silent if their lives were spared. It would have been very agreeable if it could have been done so, but business is business. Besides, the train was now so much beyond our control as it was theirs. He ceased his howling and gesturing when the train rattled around the curve, and they saw the black mouth of the mine yawning before them. They were struck silent by what they saw, and yet they could not withdraw their heads. The sight seemed to have paralyzed them. I had wondered how the train, running at a great speed, would take the pit, and I was much interested in watching it. One of my colleagues, who had joined me there, thought it actually would jump it, and indeed it was not very far from doing so. It leaped into the air and seemed to hang suspended for a moment. The funnel flew off into the air, and then the van, the car, and the engine were all smashed up into one jumble, which choked the mouth of the Great Britain. Something gave way in the middle, and the whole mass of iron, coal fittings, wheels, woodwork, and cushions crumbled together and crashed into the mine. Perfect. The deep muddy water standing in the bottom of the pit 200 feet below responded to the intense heat of the engine boilers. It hissed loudly and blew great bubbles of black mire into the air. At the same time, the walls of the pit, loosened by the impact of the train as it struck the opposite side, gave way, and a mighty avalanche of rock and dirt thundered down upon the wreckage of the train as it settled with a low, hissing sigh, and was covered forever by the mud and mire. The vapor hanging in the air shredded off into thin, small wisps, and all was quiet again in the Heartsease mine. And now, having carried out our plan so successfully, it remained only to leave no trace behind us. Our little band of workers at the other end had already ripped up the rails and disconnected the sideline, replacing everything as it had been before. We were equally busy at the mine. The lines which led to it were torn up and taken away. Then, without flurry but without delay, we all made our way out of the country, most of us to Paris, my English agent to Manchester, and Macpherson to East Africa. Word in passing about Macpherson, who was foolish enough to write to his wife and tell her to meet him in Mozambique. And naturally, we took steps to ensure that this meeting would never come about. I have sometimes thought it would be a kindness to write to Mrs. Macpherson and to assure her that there is no impediment to her marrying again. But of the lost special, let the English papers of that date tell how thoroughly we had done our work and how completely we had thrown the cleverest of their detectives off our track. You will remember that Gomez threw his bag of papers out of the window, and I need not say that I secured that bag and brought them to my employers. It may interest my employers now, however, to learn that out of that bag, I took one or two little papers as a souvenir of that occasion. I had no wish to read the information obtained by these papers, but it is now, it's less than a minute before my broadcast is over, and I have received no word. It is the final hour. I see at the other end of the studio the engineer waving his hands at me that my time is almost up. Well, I gave you warning. You had your chance, gentlemen. Very well. Now I reveal your names. And the first name I reveal is that of Charles Horton. Ladies and gentlemen, they're trying murder. I want you to hear these names quickly. I know you will avenge me. The names are...
After him, there he goes! Delania, can you hear me? Are you all right? Hey, Bill, play something quick, will you? Theme, curtain music, anything. And so closes the Lost Special by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, starring Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of suspense.
This rebroadcast of Suspense was produced in the United States of America.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your own imagination. I would like to offer a few observations on the vagaries of the animal called man. Take the popular saying, seeing is believing. What idiot first said that? And how many idiots repeat it since? Do you believe in love? Tell me the color of it. Do you believe in truth, goodness, mercy? What shapes do they come in? No, my friends. Seeing is not believing. Only believing is believing. And we'll prove it to you in the story that follows. Our mystery drama, The Ghost at the Gate, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Beatrice Straight. With how much ease believe we what we wish? An English playwright named Dryden wrote that in the year 1679. Brilliant man, Mr. Dryden. But wait, listen to this. Men freely believe that which they desire. Someone else seems to have had the same idea. And he wasn't a 17th century English playwright. He was a Roman emperor named Julius Caesar, proving once again that no man in any age has a monopoly on wisdom. Now, let's get on with our story.
Come in, Dorothea.
Your chocolate, Mrs. Emery.
Oh, good.
Shall I light the fire in the fireplace?
Yes, please. I think it's chilly enough for... Oh, Dorothea.
Ma'am?
You forgot the other cup again.
I did.
I told you to always bring 2 cups.
Oh, it seems so silly.
I'll decide what's silly.
When there's just you to drink it.
I've explained that to you, Dorothea, more than once. I like to drink 2 cups of chocolate before retiring, and I don't like that icky sediment in the bottom of the cup.
I'll try, Mrs. Emery. Now, if that's all... Or do you want me to go downstairs and fetch up another cup?
Oh, no. Go to bed.
Oh. Good night, Mrs. Emery.
Good night, Dorothea. All right now, darling. Chocolate's all poured. Fire's lighted. Charles, everything's ready. Now, come on, darling, or the chocolate will get cold.
Don't want any chocolate.
Oh, Charles, you love chocolate. You've always loved chocolate.
Tastes like mud.
But it's very good chocolate. You know what good chocolate Dorothea makes. Now, come on, Charles. Don't make me wait.
You want me?
Want you? Oh, Charles, how can you ever ask such a thing? Why, I go through the whole day thinking of you. All afternoon at the community chest, I think about you. Why, darling, it's torture for me listening to those other women whose husbands are with them in the conventional way. I want to scream at them, but I have my Charles, you silly females. Every night he comes to my bedroom, and he's tall and handsome and brilliant and romantic and adorable and manly, and we sit and talk together, and he...
All right, Alice. That's enough.
There you are. Oh, Charles.
Missed me?
Oh, darling, the days are so terrible. I can't think of anything but this moment when we're together. But you know that, my dear. I tell you every single night.
I need to hear it, Alice. We who have more or less left this world can't come back unless we are wanted by someone who is still here. Wanted a lot. Otherwise, we can't make the trip, as it were. We can't even purchase a ticket, so to speak, unless we have a destination that is vibrant with love and need and desire.
But I love you and I need you. I desire you. You should know that, Charles.
Well, it doesn't hurt to hear it.
Here's your chocolate. Try it.
I don't want it.
Oh, Charles.
The longer we're away from this earth, Alice, the less we rely on our senses. The senses, in a manner of speaking, start to fade. Mashed potatoes begin to taste like cold cream, coffee tastes like iodine, and this chocolate tastes like mud. They tell me this is quite normal.
Charles, when you say they tell you this and they tell you that, you mean...
I mean them, of course. Oh, those.
The ones up there?
It isn't up there, Alice, and it isn't down there either.
Well, where is it?
It's simply there. Meaning not here. Heavens, I thought you knew that.
Are there a lot of them?
Of course there are a lot of them. It's all so vast, so endless, and so damnably peaceful.
I know what it is to be lonely, Charles. This big house, I couldn't bear to move out of it after you weren't here all the time, because I couldn't leave the place where you and I had spent so many happy years together.
Why don't you ask someone to move in with you?
Move in? Why, I never thought.
Such a large house. You could have separate quarters. You wouldn't be forever bumping into each other.
But who would want to move in? Who would I want to move in?
Oh, some old good friend?
Well, like who, Charles?
Oh, someone like Connie, maybe. Connie Lawrence.
Connie Lawrence? Well, I've certainly known her long enough. We were roommates at school. What do you think she'd want to?
She'll jump at the chance, would be my guess.
She still lives in that tiny one-room apartment. I know she's saving for a retirement. And with the pay school teachers get in this town. Charles, I'll call her tomorrow. She gets home from school at 3. Come in, Dorothea.
Your breakfast, Mrs. Emery.
Thank you.
You don't want 2 cups in the morning, do you?
Oh, no. No. Coffee doesn't leave that icky stuff the way chocolate does. Actually, I think I won't have chocolate at night anymore, Dorothea. I feel like trying something else. But 2 cups, just the same, don't forget.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't go just yet, Dorothea. I want to talk to you about something. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Dorothea, do you find the work too hard in this big house?
No, ma'am.
Well, we used to have a houseman and an upstairs maid and a cook.
Oh, I've no complaints, Mrs. Emery, if you don't.
Oh, I don't.
This is the only job I've ever had. I've worked here for 22 years. I was so fond of both you and Mr. Emery right from the start, and I still am of you. And, well, goodness knows I practically worship this house. It's so beautiful. I love taking care of it, and I love living in it.
Do you still have that little room on the 3rd floor in the back?
Oh, I love that little room, Mrs. Emery. I can look out and see the garden.
I was thinking, why couldn't we give you all the other rooms as well? The rooms the other servants used to have.
All of them?
Well, why couldn't we knock out the partition between your room and what used to be the cook's room?
I'd have 2 windows.
And make one of the other rooms into a really big dressing room.
Oh.
And maybe put in some kind of a kitchen for you with a hot plate and a refrigerator.
Oh, Mrs. Emery, I never thought I never imagined in my wildest dreams.
No. It's all settled.
Oh.
I'm going to stay right here in bed all morning and make plans.
I don't know how to thank you, Mrs. Emery.
Don't try. It's my pleasure.
I just hope I deserve all the...
Oh, before I forget, Dorothea.
Oh, yes.
Last night while I was drinking your lovely chocolate, an idea came to me. You and I are rattling around in this big house.
Oh, we certainly are.
And I was wondering, well, how would it be if we invited Miss Lawrence to stay with us? Miss Constance Lawrence? Do you remember her?
Isn't she the one who teaches school? Used to come to dinner once in a while. And after she'd help Mr. Emery with the double-cross stick?
That's Connie.
Oh.
I thought we could open up the 2 big rooms on this floor in the back. In that way, she and I would have separate quarters and not be, bumping into each other all the time. Of course, I imagine she'd expect to take care of her own room.
Oh, I wouldn't mind. What's 2 more rooms?
You wouldn't mind cooking for her?
Oh, what's 1 more person to cook for nothing?
Oh. Well, then, it's all settled.
My goodness. The house will be kind of lively again. Almost like before. Not quite, of course, but... Well, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Dorothea. It will be more lively.
Here I am, Goldie. Let me take my coat off, will you? Then I'll scratch your head for you. Oh, dear. You're just going to have to wait. I'm sorry, Goldie. Hello?
Connie, this is Alice Emery.
Alice, how are you? Long time no see.
Well, I don't get out a great deal.
Maybe we could have dinner some evening. Would you like to come here?
Well, I thought you might like to come here.
Well, if you'd rather. Heaven knows your dinners are better than mine.
Connie, I want you to come here for good. I mean to live.
To live? To live with you?
Why not? We've known each other practically all our lives, and I've got this huge house. I've got Dorothea to look after us. You could have your own quarters overlooking the garden. We live quite independently since I'm in the front, and you're at school till 3, and by the time you get home, I'll be at the community chest. We'll just meet for dinner. Maybe have a little nip together first. Oh, Connie, say you will.
Oh, Alice, I don't know. I've lived here for so long.
That tiny little place? High time you got out of it.
But I'm used to it. And then there's Goldie. You know, my canary.
Bring Goldie with you. We'll find a nice sunny window.
Alice, it's all very tempting, but I don't know.
Think about having 2 big rooms and vegetables out of the garden and being waited on. And Connie, think of the money you'll save.
Well, yes, but all the same...
You've just got to say yes, Connie. Take the afternoon to think about it and call me back.
I will, Alice. I'll call you soon.
Fine. Bye.
Bye, Alice. Oh, dear. It all sounds so luxurious. 2 rooms and fresh vegetables. And someone to cook for me. But I can't leave this little place. I can't give up my afternoons. Why, I couldn't live without my afternoons. I know this place is small and dark and furniture is dingy and the bathroom is old-fashioned. But we've never minded, have we, dearest? Have we?
It's a very small place, Connie.
But if I move into Alice's house, I might lose you forever. You might never come to visit me again, and all my lovely afternoons would be really over.
You're not to worry, Connie.
You mean we can go on as we always have?
Only we'll have more room.
Well, if you say so.
Trust me, Connie.
Oh, I do trust you, Charlie. Haven't I always trusted you? All these years.
His flesh may be weak, but the spirit of Charles, or Charlie, is very, very willing. Also very inventive and very persuasive. Ah, well, there's nothing like the love of a good woman, unless it's the love of 2 good women. We'll come back in a bit for Act 2.
This is WR New York, an RKO General Station.
we come back to our story. We seem to have uncovered a triangle here. Connie, Alice, and Charles, or Charlie, as Connie calls him. And the apex of the triangle is naturally, if you will pardon my chauvinism, the man. Listen now to the second act of The Ghost at the Gate.
What a lovely dinner that was, Alice.
Was it, Connie? It was the wine that made everything taste so good. Whatever gave you the idea of bringing home a bottle of wine?
Alice, it's the first anniversary of me moving in here. Don't you realize? I've been here a month.
Well, for heaven's sakes. Why, it seems like a week. Or it seems like you've always lived here. I don't know which.
It has worked out, hasn't it?
Has it ever worked out?
I was so afraid it wouldn't.
You know what? It's meeting just for dinner that's done it. Leading separate lives except for dinner. Connie, let's have wine every night. This wine. What kind is it?
I can't quite make out what the label says. Oh, it's in French.
Oh, so never mind.
It's got a picture of a house on it.
If it's French, it's a chateau.
I didn't know that. You're very clever, Alice.
Save the label, and I'll order a case of it.
Must be really nice to have money.
I've always found it to be nice.
I guess money is about the nicest thing in the world.
Money isn't. Love is.
Oh, yes. First comes love.
Friends come second, then money.
How about friends who have money?
Oh, Connie, you're very witty tonight.
So are you, Alice. Witty and profound.
Seriously, though, Connie, you have been happy here, haven't you?
Oh, Alice, my beautiful room, the marvelous food. Having Dorothea to make my bed and clean up, it's heavenly. You're stuck with me.
Oh, I am so glad, Connie. You can't imagine how glad. Is there any more of that wine?
More than half a bottle.
Oh, good. Let's...
Mrs. Emery?
What? Oh, Dorothea. What is it?
It's after 9 o'clock, Mrs. Emery.
You don't say.
I was wondering, should I bring your clear consommé upstairs to you?
What clear consommé?
Well, Mrs. Emery, we talked about it last night. Remember when you decided to give up the chocolate, and then we tried apple juice and prune juice and lemonade, and last night you said clear consommé because it has a nice aroma?
Well, I did say that, didn't I?
Uh-huh.
What time did you say it was?
9:15.
My goodness.
What's the matter, Alice?
It's past time. Past my bedtime.
You want the consommé?
Oh, to heck with the consommé. I'll take the wine. You don't mind, do you, Connie?
Why, no, Alice.
Oh, let me have your glass, too, all right?
Sure, Alice.
I've got my glass, Connie. Forgive me for eating and running.
Alice, it's your house.
I simply didn't realize the time. 9:15. Heavens.
She'd better not drink any more of that wine. She's not used to it. Neither am I. Only tonight we were celebrating my being here a month. Mm. Why did you want 2 glasses, Dorothea? Oh, she always wants 2. 2 cups, 2 bowls, 2 glasses. One of her little ways. But tonight she took my glass. Do you suppose she wants me to join her? I wouldn't know, Miss Lawrence. Maybe. Maybe she's always expected me to join her after dinner, only she didn't want to suggest it. When I moved in here, we agreed that we'd lead absolutely independent lives, not get in each other's way. We've been very careful about that, going to our separate rooms after dinner. Maybe all this time she was hoping I'd stop by her room on my way to my room, and I never noticed Dorothea. That must be it. I wouldn't really know. I never guessed. Oh, how self-centered, how insensitive. I'll never forgive myself. I'm going up there right now and apologize. Can I clear the table now? Do whatever you like. She's got to forgive me. That's all there is to it. Dear, sweet, generous Alice. She'll understand. She'll know I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. Alice, may I come in?
Come on, darling, have some wine.
Alice?
Connie and I had it for dinner, and we just loved it. Try it, Charles.
Charles?
Not at all bad. Nice bouquet.
Charlie! Charlie!
come from, Connie?
You never told me. How could you, Charlie?
Charlie?
Just give me a moment and I'll explain everything. But I need a moment to think. Then I'll explain.
What did you think of Charlie's explanation?
I've heard it all before. How he needs lots of love to make the trip from there to here.
He always needed a lot of love, even when he was just here.
Well, he got a lot.
Did he really spend all those afternoons with you? I mean, before he left here and went there?
5 afternoons a week. Alice, do you hate me?
I should.
I know, but do you?
I guess I do when it comes right down to it.
I'll move out. I'll move back to my one room.
But I don't want you to move out. Oh, we were having such a good time. Remember how we were laughing and carrying on at dinner? I haven't laughed like that in years and years.
Could have been the wine.
There's half a bottle left. Should we?
Let's. You don't think we'll turn into a couple of alcoholics, do you?
Not on half a bottle of wine.
Light white wine.
Well, here's to... To what? Here's to Charles.
To Charlie.
I feel as if I've just buried him.
Said goodbye forever.
Did he really come to see you 5 afternoons a week, Connie?
At 3 o'clock. You see, my school and his bank let out at the same time. It was practically inevitable.
Charlie was a no-good man.
He still is. Only now he's a
no-good ghost.
Oh, Alice.
There's enough wine left for a glass apiece.
Fill her up.
Hold out your glass.
All that guff about needing to be loved and wanted or he couldn't make the trip.
Remember what we were saying at dinner, Connie, about love being the most important thing?
I've always believed that.
And friends being the second most important thing?
Especially friends like you, Alice.
And like you, Connie.
I feel closer to you right now than I've ever felt to anybody. My mother, my father, my canary.
We've been through a lot, Connie. Just in the last half hour. And yet we're still friends. Isn't that amazing?
Truly remarkable.
It must mean something. Something very profound.
Like what?
Like there are times in a person's life when love isn't the most important thing. Friends are.
A friend is.
Yes. Stupid ghost.
Silly, pompous ghost.
You believe in ghosts?
Certainly not.
Neither do I. Never have.
Except Charlie, of course.
Why should Charlie be an exception?
He is for you too, Alice. You know he is.
Tell me something. Why do you believe in him?
Because...
Why?
I want to.
That's why I believe in him, too.
Is that wrong?
Not wrong, but you've got to stop, and I've got to stop. We can't have him visiting you in the back of the house from 3 to 6, and then coming to see me in the front of the house from 9 to 12.
Now that we know, it wouldn't be nice.
Well, we couldn't be friends anymore.
Oh, Alice.
But if we don't believe in him, if we don't desire him, then he'll have to go back there and stay there. He won't be able to come here anymore.
He can't make the trip.
Connie, can you do it?
Stop wanting him?
Yes.
Of course I can. Why, I'm having a wonderful time. I don't need him.
Neither do I.
We'll be better off without him.
We'll be free, Connie.
Liberated women.
Let's drink to that.
Right you are. Bottoms up.
Ah, what courage lies in the bottom of a glass. Courage for the shy, the lonely, the frightened, the frustrated, and for the 2 elderly ladies determined to forget a ghost. We'll return shortly with Act 3. Alice and Connie are bravely resolved to forget the man both had loved. so long. But what of him? Poor, lonely, unloved ghost, doomed to live on forever in the there, banished forever from the here. What of him?
Connie. Connie. Speak to me, Connie.
That's my sweet Goldie. That's my lovely bird. Happy to see me, sweetheart?
Connie, I know you're here.
I'm here, Charlie, but you're not.
I am so.
I don't believe in you anymore.
You do, too.
And I don't love you or want you. So there.
Connie, you are being very cruel.
I expect I am.
If you don't believe me, why are you talking to me?
Don't try to confuse things, Charlie.
Answer my question. Why are you talking to me if you don't believe in me?
Goldie, tell that ghost to go away.
How did it go today, Connie?
Oh, he was around. I could hear him.
What did he want?
The usual. Be loved, to be wanted. I told him no more of that.
You had a conversation with him?
Not much of a one.
You haven't stopped believing.
Have you stopped, Alice?
I think so.
You haven't. If you'd stopped, you wouldn't say, I think so. You'd know.
Oh, Connie, how can I know?
Mrs. Emery?
What is it, Dorothea?
Do you want clear consomme in your room tonight or what?
Nothing.
Not anything?
Not a thing.
Oh, well, all right. I had it all ready, but...
That ought to show him, don't you think, Connie?
Alice. It's Charles. It's Charles, Alice. What delicious surprise do you have for me tonight? Orange crush? Pomegranate juice?
Not a blessed thing, Charles.
Ah, you spoke.
I didn't mean to.
But you did. How beautiful to hear your voice.
Oh, don't tell me that old malarkey, Charles.
Malarkey? I never thought I'd hear my wife use a word like that.
I'm not your wife. I'm your widow. And I'm using a lot of words I never used before.
Alice, say you love me still. I can't make the trip unless you love me.
I loved you for 35 years.
Alice, I'm facing eternity. What's 35 years?
Maybe not much there where you are. But it's a long time here. Now I'm going to turn off the light and go to sleep. I was talking to him before I could stop myself.
It was the same with me.
But he couldn't complete the trip because I wouldn't say I loved him.
Same here.
And I really don't think I do love him, Connie. I think I just got into the habit.
Me too.
What does he want to hang around for?
I can't imagine. Must be so beautiful there where he is. Why should he want to come here?
He says it's very peaceful there.
Sounds heavenly.
Not much like here.
Alice, that's why he keeps coming back. He can't stand the peacefulness. He isn't having any fun.
I bet you're right.
No worries, no troubles, no arguments, no problems.
He can't stand it.
That's the way he was when he was here. That's why he took up with me. Why else would he want to have a clandestine affair in the afternoon with a middle-aged school teacher when he had a wonderful wife like you?
He was bored.
He wanted a little excitement.
He still wants it. Funny. I always thought people changed when they left this terrible world. I guess they don't.
I hope I change.
I'd hate to go on the same way for eternity.
Being petty and jealous and suspicious. Oh, no.
Well, how can it be so peaceful there if everyone's the same as they were here?
Maybe. Maybe the others don't stay the same. Maybe they accept all that eternal peace and enjoy it.
In the meantime, Connie, while we're still here, We have a problem that must be dealt with. Let's face it, neither of us has stopped believing in Charles completely.
Alice, I don't know if I'll ever be able to stop completely. Maybe there'll always be some little corner of my mind that goes on believing that Charlie is here.
It's the same with me. And as long as we both have that last little shred of belief, he will be here, wandering around the house making bleating noises.
But we won't answer it.
We've got to be strong. Use firm measures.
Like what?
Like rejecting him utterly.
How do we do that?
I have 2 rooms in the front of the house. 2 big rooms with a big bath between. Would you consider taking one of them?
Why,
That would be what I call rejecting him utterly. He'd never try to visit one of us if the other one was there.
Could I bring Goldie?
Of course you can bring Goldie. I'll get a canary, too, of the opposite sex.
You'll hear some real singing then, all right.
Let's skip dessert. Let's go upstairs now and look at the room, and you can decide what furniture you want to keep and which you want to get rid of.
It's all terribly exciting. Oh, Alice, I don't want to be dead for a long time.
There. The desk between the windows and the chair here. We'll take out the love seat. And that'll leave room for the bed. What do you think, Connie?
I think it's perfect.
Now...
Alice.
Listen to him.
He sounds miserable.
I expect he is. You really dye your hair, Connie?
Do it myself. Want me to? I'll show you how.
I wonder why I ever let myself go gray.
You look lovely, sort of a pale ash blonde.
Pale ash blonde. I like the sound of that.
Connie. Connie. Where are you, my darling?
Poor old thing.
Don't you give in.
Oh, I won't. I won't.
Be strong.
Oh, I will. I swear.
Connie.
Now, you said blue for the walls. Now, what shade of blue? Aquamarine, turquoise, robin's egg?
Turquoise.
Good. And we'll put white crisscross curtains at the windows.
With turquoise tiebacks.
Right. And we'll get a turquoise and white spread for the bed.
Beautiful. Could I possibly have a white rug?
A white shag rug. Why not?
Alice. Connie. Somebody.
Do you mean to sit there and tell me you didn't even take one peek at your new room?
I wanted to wait till you got home from community chess.
Well, right after dinner, we'll look at it together. What if the color is wrong?
The painter showed me a sample. Pure turquoise.
We'll eat fast. I can't wait to see it.
Dorothy had the bed moved in.
Oh, Connie. I hope we'll get along as well as we've been getting along after you move in.
We will. We will. And Charlie will go back there and settle down.
He'll be much better off.
He'll thank us.
If I know Charles, he won't.
Well, if you don't know him, I don't know who does.
Unless it's you.
You know, you're right there.
Connie, I had a thought. What if I went to the community chest in the morning instead of the afternoon? That way, when you get through school, we could do things like go to the movies.
Oh, Alice, for fun!
And you know what else? Weekends, we could take a train into the city and see a play.
Or a concert.
Or go to a museum.
Oh, Alice! All those things I've been wanting to do, only I didn't want to do them alone.
And you know what else?
You mean there's more?
Well, you have that 2 months off in the summer. We could go to Europe.
Europe?
I'll pay, of course. Now, don't argue. I'm your rich friend, so I'll pay.
Alice, say it again. We're doing the right thing by Charlie, aren't we?
Charles must stop being a ghost and settle down.
And be happy. He will be happy, won't he?
Charles will be happy there in whatever way they are happy there. Just as we will be happy here. I dare say the ways are different, but to each his own. Isn't that the expression?
Oh, Alice, you do have a way of making everything sound simple.
It is simple. If you stare the facts in the face and don't waver.
I hope we're not being selfish.
We're being realistic, that's all. Sometimes realistic and selfish look like the same thing, but they're not. Finished your coffee?
Uh-huh.
Then guess what we're going to do?
Go look at my new room.
Yes, only wait a minute. Dorothea!
I simply can't wait to see it.
Yes, Mrs. Emery.
You know that case of French wine I ordered? Did it come? The one with the picture of the chateau on the label.
It came last week.
Well, will you uncork a bottle and bring it upstairs to my suite? To our suite.
Oh, Alice.
And 2 glasses.
Yes, Mrs. Emery.
Connie, you and I are going to drink to a brand new life. 3 new lives. Yours, mine, and his. Come along. Come in, Dorothea.
Oh, good. The wine's arrived.
Just set it down here, Dorothea.
Yes, ma'am.
Dorothea, Miss Lawrence and I have decided to go to Europe for 2 months this summer.
Oh.
So you'll have a good long vacation instead of your usual 2 weeks. Full salary, of course. You're free to go where you like, or you can stay here.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Emery. I don't know where I'd go exactly.
Well, suit yourself. Pour the wine, Connie.
Will that be all for this evening?
That'll be all.
Then I'll say good night to you both.
Good night.
Sleep well, Dorothea.
Thank you. 2 whole months. They'll be gone 2 whole months. What'll I do with myself?
Dorothea?
Where would I go?
Dorothea?
What would I do if I stayed here in an empty house?
Dorothea, can't you hear me?
I'd be all by myself.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
If there were just somebody...
There is. There is. If you'd only listen.
Somebody like him.
There is me, Dorothea. Oh, Dorothea, hear me.
But he's gone.
Believe in me.
Never to return.
Love me. Want me.
And I loved him so.
Dorothea, listen.
And I still do. Oh, I love him still.
Dorothea, look at me.
Why, Mr. Emery.
I thought you'd never notice.
Have you been here long?
Not too long.
I'm so surprised. I thought I'd never see you again. Ever.
Well, now you do.
But it's like a miracle had been performed.
A lot of good hard work is more like it.
I've never forgotten you.
Really?
Well, I know it was just that one weekend when Mrs. Emery went to her 25th college reunion, but I've never forgotten.
That was quite some time ago.
I was younger then, of course.
You haven't changed, Dorothea. Not an iota.
Oh.
Still fresh, and plump, and adorable.
Oh, you mean that?
I've never meant anything so much in my life. Or since. Dorothea, could you love me?
Oh, but I do love you, Mr. Emery.
You do?
I've never loved anyone else. Not since that weekend. You came up to my room on the 3rd floor, don't you remember?
That tiny little room. Yes, I do remember.
Oh, you're going to be around for a while?
For a long while, Dorothea. practically indefinitely.
Will you be here this summer?
This summer and this fall and all next winter and next year. For as long as you want me, Dorothea.
Oh.
Come on. Let's go up to the 3rd floor.
Mr. Emery, could I ask you something first?
Anything, Dorothea. Anything.
Do you mind if I call you Chuck?
Of course I don't mind.
Then come on, Chuck. Follow me.
I'm right behind you, Dottie. Right behind you.
So Charles continues his mad pursuit of life after death. And I, for one, wish him the best of luck. And the best of luck to Connie and Alice with their new hairdos and their new pantsuits. Good luck to them all. Good luck to all of us. It's what we need the most. I'll be back shortly. Our cast included Beatrice Straight, Paula Truman, Joan Loring, and John Barragrave. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Cabby! Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, Cabby.
From London, we present A Study in Scarlet, a play for radio in 3 parts by Michael Hardwick, based on the novel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. A Study in Scarlet, Episode 1.
Stamford, I found it. I found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How are you?
How do you do?
You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Never mind.
It was many years ago, but I shall never forget that fateful meeting in the laboratory at Bart's Hospital. I was home from India, invalided out of the army, and looking for lodgings in keeping with my pension. Holmes had just found a suite of rooms at number 221B Baker Street and wanted someone to share them. I'd been warned he might prove a strange companion. And so he did. I became more and more curious about him. And, of course, he quickly noticed it.
I trust, Doctor, that these few weeks have not proved to you that I'm too difficult a fellow lodger after all.
Far from it, Holmes. I don't mind admitting you puzzle me, though.
Puzzle you?
Well, the way you work like a fiend sometimes, and at others you lie on the sofa there, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. And there's those curious visitors of yours. In one afternoon, a grey-headed, seedy fellow looking like a peddler, then an old white-haired gentleman, a fashionably dressed young girl, and a railway porter. Then that little sallow, rat-faced fellow Lestrade, who'd been here 3 times in a single week.
Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I'm the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective.
Consulting detective?
Here in London, we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent.
Oh.
Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here.
I see. And these other people?
Oh, they're mostly sent on by private inquiry agencies. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee.
It's simple enough as you explain it. But, Holmes, I don't really think that... I say, that fellow down in the street, I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh, you mean the retired sergeant of Marines?
Oh, now that really is going too far.
Oh, well, we shall soon see. He's coming to our door. You know, the trouble is, Watson, that there are no crimes and no criminals these days. What's the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what's the result? There is no crime to detect. Or at most some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it.
A person to see you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Come in.
Letter by hand for Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you.
May I ask, my good man, what your trade may be?
Commissionaire, sir. Uniform away for repairs.
And you were...
Sergeant, sir. Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir.
No answer, Sergeant.
Very good, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Sergeant. Well, I'm blessed. Now, how in the world did you deduce that?
Why, even when he was down in the street, I could see a great blue anchor tattooed on the back of the fellow's hand. That smacked of the sea.